Meng Fanxing, a military compound kid from Beijing, wakes up on a train bound for the great northern wilderness only to realize he's been reborn. Cursing heaven for its cruel injustice, he's forced to face reality. This second chance at life won't be the glamorous fantasy of other reincarnators. No, jade gambling, stock market windfalls, or flashy factory empires to fuel endless swagger and face-slapping triumphs. Instead, fate drags him straight into a deadly conspiracy. To survive and simply stay alive, he must navigate treacherous webs of power, deception, and hidden agendas. And so begins his relentlessly grueling, bitterly ironic second life. Chapter 1. The Weight of Rebirth. The train groaned and clattered across the desolate plains of northeast China, its rhythm slow and labored like an old man gasping for breath. Morning sunlight spilled over endless fields of withered grass. Though patches of green still peeked through here and there, autumn's chill was unmistakable. Inside the carriage, passengers stirred early, shuffling restlessly down the narrow aisle. The tiny restroom at the end had become a bottleneck, crowded, chaotic, and foul. Muffled curses floated through the air as people grumbled about overnight backups that urgently needed releasing. Midway down the car, a group of young men and women sat slumped in their seats, long past the excitement of boarding. Exhaustion from the night's fitful sleep left them dazed, lips smacking absently. Meng Fanxing jolted awake as the train lurched violently, the metallic clang-clang jarring him from dreams. He blinked open heavy eyes and immediately froze. Right across from him sat the same young woman had noticed when boarding yesterday. But now something struck him as deeply wrong. Everyone was wearing identical clothes. Even she, this delicate, fresh-faced girl, was dressed in a faded blue outfit. Washed so many times the original dye had nearly vanished. Meng couldn't help but wonder, how could someone so young wear something so worn? Then searing pain. A white-hot spike drove straight into his skull. He nearly screamed. Sweat beaded instantly on his forehead, cold and thick as pearls. Gasping, he collapsed back onto the small fold-down tray table, burying his face and arms still numb from serving as a pillow all night. But the pressure only worsened the agony. Wave after wave of pain crashed over him like ocean surf against stone. Breathing became a struggle, and then memories flooded in, sharp and vivid as film reels unspooling in his mind. He saw it all, the final moment of his past life. Had been slumped over a mahjong table, suddenly gripped by suffocation, then darkness. Now he opened his eyes to this. A train full of people clad in patched or bleached-out garments, the air thick with the smells of pickled cabbage, boiled eggs, and foot odor that uniquely pungent, salty rot stench he hadn't smelled in decades. It was almost unbearable. Through the gap between his arms, he glimpsed the source. Beneath the seat opposite, a man lay half in, half out, his bare feet socks riddled with hole scrabbling blindly on the floor, likely searching for lost shoes. Thick, dark leg hair covered his calves, and dried cement stains clung to his threadbare blue trousers. Clearly a construction worker, hardened by years on distant job sites. Ow! Watch where you're stepping, you blind bastard. The man bellowed in pain. Sorry, I didn't see you. A woman apologized quickly. Sorry? Try letting me stomp on your foot. The man writhed awkwardly, trying to extract himself from under the low seat like a cage high in acclimacy. Contorted, furious. Well, whose fault is it? There's no room to stand. You could have yelled. Thud. F. Who stepped on me now? Laughter rippled through the carriage. Meng Fanxing's mind reeled. Could it be? Am I really reborn? Like those Wild Web novels from my past life? He looked down at his own clothes. At the knee, a patch of slightly darker blue fabric, stitched tightly with dense machine-sewn lines. His mother, Su Xinyue, had mended it herself. This was his best outfit. Damn, it's real. Memories surged. The call to go up to the mountains, down to the countryside. His father, Deputy Regiment Commander Meng Qinghe, stationed with Beijing's garrison troops always away on drills, hailed as a model soldier year after year, treating the barracks as home. He rarely saw his children. By the time Meng Fanxing was sent to the countryside in 71, had barely laid eyes on his father in years. His mother, Su Xinyue, was a military dependent who had only found stability after moving to Beijing. She managed the household alone, cooking, cleaning, raising kids, and doubled as her husband's personal attendant whenever he returned. Only then did a rare smile grace her weary face. But for Meng Fanxing, home felt more like a transient hostel than a family nest. During his nearly 8 years in rural exile, he never returned once, not even after the Gaokao college entrance exam was reinstated. Had nearly married a local girl before finally making it back to Beijing in the last wave of returning urban youths. Too ashamed to face the family that had forgotten him, He moved straight into his childhood friend's shabby dormitory and stayed there until he got a job. No one had answered his desperate letters from the countryside. No food parcels. No encouragement. While other city kids received care packages, had been abandoned left to starve and freeze in a damp underground dugout in Kaoshantan. That betrayal carved a wound deep in his bones. He failed the Gayo Connaught from lack of ability, but from despair. The reform and opening era passed him by. He became a true Lubang Xinga dropout of history. Only thanks to his buddy Fatty did he land a Hochin logistics job at Chaoyang Sanitation Bureau, where he spent the rest of his life watching the world change while he remained stuck in its shadows. He learned to drown sorrow in gossip, drinking, and late-night banter with old Beijing Lao Power street legends. Now, reborn on this rattling train, he seethed inwardly. Why me again? Did I not burn enough incense in my past life? Did heaven decide one round of suffering wasn't enough? Must I freeze to death in that godforsaken village once more? The train rolled on, leisurely, almost Cruelia's, if escorting them not to a new life, but to execution. His arms had gone numb again. He stood up. The morning rush for the toilet had eased. Most had already cleared their 5 viscera temples, as they emptied their bowels along miles of gleaming track. Back at his seat, the girl across still dozed lightly. From yesterday's chatter, he knew she, too, was one of the discarded another urban sacrifice of this brutal era. Let's be honest, up to the mountains, down to the countryside was just a euphemism. The truth? Cities were starving. Sending millions of youths to rural areas wasn't ideological, it was survival. From 1968 onward, nearly 10 of urban households were emptied out. Over 17 million young people were dispatched to villages, where kind-hearted peasants already struggling themselves opened their homes and hearts. Many formed deep bonds with their host villages. They called the locals farmer uncle, grateful for the lives saved. But after returning to cities, attitudes shifted. Having endured hunger, cold, and humiliation, many returnees grew bitter. Some even abandoned wives or children they'd married in the countryside of modern day, Chinshimings, reviled by the very communities that sheltered them. Meng Fanxing was one such castaway. Had survived, but barely. His later life in Beijing was lonely, hard, and humiliating. Now, watching fellow passengers furtively nibble on hidden rations, he felt both pity and shame. Every family was desperate. No one had surplus grain. Sending a child away wasn't patriotism, it was a last resort to keep them alive. From the overhead rack, he retrieved his meager bundle, a thin quilt stuffed with scant cotton, light as his empty wallet. Inside, 9.72 yuan and 11 jin of national food coupons secretly slipped in by his mother. His eyes stung. His eldest sister, Meng Fanxing, earned 36 yuan a month, the decent wage, but she was nearing marriage age, and the family's poverty delayed her prospects. His 2 older brothers joined the army right after graduation, self-sufficient, but sending little home. His second sister had just started factory work and was quickly married off, ending any hope she'd support the household. And his youngest sister, Meng Fanxing, just 16. If he hadn't volunteered, she would have been sent instead. He remembered his mother's swollen, bloodshot eyes, her pale, sickly face. That look had shattered him. To refuse would have made him a selfish monster in his own eyes. His father never showed up, not to say goodbye, not even a letter. Perhaps guilt kept him away, unable to face the choice forced upon his wife. As the train pulled away, Meng watched his mother's tiny figure chasing it down the platform until she vanished. In that moment, he truly understood mother and child are one heart and the agony of irreversible parting. Sighing, he unwrapped a cornmeal steamed cake, really just coarse corn flour mixed with a bit of soybean meal. The best his mother could pack. He swallowed it with cold water from a reused fruit jar bottle. The grit scraped his throat, but he forced it down. In his past life, had lived alone in Beijing, simple but free. Now, back to this. Yet what choice did he have? He ate discreetly, like everyone else, ashamed of his humble fare, afraid others might covet it or mock it. He finished half the cake, saving the rest. If he was sent back to Kaoshan, that godforsaken hole where rabbits wouldn't even sure they'd need every crumb. Outside, the landscape grew bleaker. Villages along the tracks looked lifeless, mirroring his hollow mood. With each stop, new faces replaced old ones. The train's final destination loomed. At last, it halted at a station so small it barely deserved the name. A squat brick hut, a few men in railroad uniforms waving flags at a rickety gate. Numbly, Meng followed the crowd outside. No welcoming signs, just rickety tables and gaunt faces smiling. Yes, but with stiff, joyless grins, as if greeting demons rather than youths. He scanned the lists. There it was, Meng Fanxing, Kaoshan Tun. and there leaning against an ox cart, beard unkempt, eyes sharp stood second uncle, just as he remembered. For a fleeting second, Meng wanted to turn and run. But where could he go? Without an introduction letter, he'd be labeled a Mangliu of vagrant, hunted by authorities. Fine, he thought. If fate insists on replaying this nightmare, he'll play it smarter this time. He squared his shoulders, hoisted his bundle, and walked toward the cart. Hello, second uncle. In Meng Fanxing, new sent-down youth for Cao Shantan. He flashed a warm, practiced smile. If Head had a mirror, Head have seen how unnaturally bright it was. Second uncle chuckled, revealing blackened teeth stained by decades of cheap tobacco. Huh, good lad. A bit scrawny, though. Think you can handle farm labor? No worry, uncle. I can eat any hardship, do any job. I even know seedlings from weeds. I won't cut our food supply by mistake. He knew well how villagers hated city kids who accidentally uprooted crops. Second uncle raised an eyebrow. You sure you're not just big-talking, boy? Try me. Meng grinned. I can drive ox carts, plow fields, even mix mud for daub walls, or help raise roof beams. Haven't done it in years, but I remember. You sit back and point the way. You'll prove him no two-handed novice. If I fail, ignore me forever. In the countryside, empty boasts were despised. Northeasterners valued action over words. Impressed, second uncle tossed him the whip. All right, show me. Three other youths approached, eyes dimming as they realized this ox cart, not the faster horse-drawn wagon, was theirs. Their faces fell. Meng cracked the whip in the air. The motion was rusty, but confident. The old ox, wise as ever, ambled forward at its own pace, slow, steady, like an elder taking an evening stroll. Meng settled beside second uncle, calm now. What's done is done. Might as well fight back this time. From his inner pocket, he pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes. Without a word, he tapped second uncle's arm and offered one. They lit up in silence like old friends who needed no introduction. Behind them, the three youths chattered nervously at first. But as the cart turned onto a dirt road winding into the hills, their spirits sank. The barren landscape killed their enthusiasm. Soon, they were grumbling about the ox's sluggish pace. Meng ignored them. He knew these three. In his past life, they'd nearly ruined him, framing him, betraying him. This time, he'd make sure they suffered first. But patience. Second uncle was sharp-hand brother to old man Xiao, the village head. One misstep, and trust would vanish. So Meng kept talking about harvests, weather, village gossip, casual as a local. He flicked the whip occasionally, just for show. Second uncle's cigarette burned down. Without prompting, Meng offered another. Oh no, I couldn't. Second uncle protested weakly, then gratefully tucked it behind his ear. A small gesture, but in this world, it meant everything. Chapter 3. The Secrets of the Meng Family. From the meteorological department in Beijing, I learned that this winter's snowfall would be significantly heavier than in previous years, accompanied by a considerable drop in temperature. Alas, given this year's harvest, it appears that our village is in for yet another challenging year. Meng Fanxing intentionally shared this year's weather forecast with the second uncle. What? This winter will see even more snow? The second uncle turned his face away in disbelief. Indeed, that is the research outcome from the National Meteorological Center in Beijing. I wouldn't dare to fabricate such claims. It is grounded in solid science. Furthermore, the latter half of next year may bring severe drought, Meng Fanxing recounted, drawing from the memories of her past life. Aiming to deepen her bond with the second uncle and pave the way for her future. What shall we do then? You must understand. The harvest this year has already been poor, and this winter will be particularly hard to endure. Many may even perish. The second uncle was finally captivated by Meng Fanxing's discourse. Exactly. Therefore, we must return and prepare adequately. Otherwise, this winter will indeed be arduous. We cannot dismiss the experts' words, as they come from learned individuals with significant authority. It remains uncertain whether we have received such news in our area. Alas, if that is the case, it's not just the people who will suffer. Even our livestock will struggle. With this heavy snowfall, it's hard enough for us to survive. The animals will fare even worse. When the ground is completely snowed over, where will we find food? Second uncle, do we have any winter provisions? A vision of winter storage suddenly flashed in Meng Fanxing's mind. If this issue could truly be resolved, she would establish a solid foothold and be regarded as a valuable asset in the village. What is winter storage? What purpose does it serve? The second uncle gazed at the young woman in confusion. Nothing much, really. As long as the leaders in our village trust me, I can teach everyone how to implement it. This method not only feeds the livestock, but also ensures that pigs do not go hungry during the winter, while conserving grains as well. Meng Fanxing thought of the imminent corn harvest. The stalks in the fields could be consumed directly, offering more nutrition than when dried. You educated folks certainly possess great wisdom. I will discuss this with my brother when I return. Is it costly? The second uncle articulated the essence of the matter. For rural life is indeed impoverished, and there is little spare money within the collective. Winter poses significant hardships, primarily concerning fodder. Second uncle, it won't cost much at all. Just acquiring a fodder cutter and some plastic sheeting will suffice. This will not only save grains, but also help the livestock gain weight. Otherwise, each animal will require at least 30 to 40 pounds of corn or soybean meal over the winter. By conserving some of this to feed them come spring, they will have the strength to work, as our efforts in Telugu are all aimed at securing a good harvest. Meng Fanxing resolved to work diligently, considering that since she was here, she would do her utmost to introduce autumn storage, a practice that would not emerge until a few years later, earlier than anticipated. At the very least, it would enhance her standing and leave a favorable impression on Lord Xiao, potentially aiding her in the future. Moreover, once the college entrance examination is reinstated, I must seize the opportunity to study diligently while others remain unprepared. I aspire to return to the city in this inaugural year of the examination's revival and gain admission to a prestigious institution. This moment represents a vital chance for me to leap over the Dragon's Gate. If my extensive preparations prove inadequate, then my rebirth cannot be attributed to the caprices of fate. It would be a reflection of my own shortcomings, rendering any grievances against the heavens unjustifiable. Well, we have a straw cutter in our village, and we can procure some plastic sheeting from the town. Surely, you, Lord Xiao, can manage that. This way, the men in the village need not worry this winter, and they won't have to venture out into the heavy snow to tend to the livestock. Uncle Heir sighed. Uncle Heir, I am but a humble individual, and there are matters that require your esteemed voice. I am merely contemplating how we can evade this calamity in our village. If the meteorologists are correct and heavy snow does indeed seal off the mountains, our livestock will suffer throughout the winter, especially the smaller animals like pigs and sheep. Indeed, I will take note of this. Upon my return to the village tonight, I shall discuss it with your esteemed self. We place our faith in the words of learned individuals. They do not speak lightly. I see potential in you, young man. You are diligent. Alas, I cannot bear to witness others in hardship. Furthermore, my presence here pertains to our village's affairs, and I cannot stand idly by. If we can weather this disaster and yield a bountiful harvest next year, we shall not face starvation. At that moment, Meng Fanxing had already become a part of Kaoshan village. Were it not for your timely reminder, this year would have indeed been challenging. I wonder if others are aware of this situation and whether they have made preparations. Alas, we all endure hard times. Uncle Heir sighed, his demeanor growing more resolute. Uncle Heir, I must express a thought. My voice may hold little weight, and some may doubt my words. However, for those who choose to believe me, they shall not regret it. At the very least, the winter stock of fodder could alleviate significant troubles. You are aware that when heavy snow seals off the mountains, straw tends to go to waste, and our village cannot afford such extravagance, can we? Every word spoken by Meng Fanxing resonated with the realities of Kaoshan village, and his sentiments firmly planted a seed of belief within Uncle Heir's heart. He recognized that this was the voice of his own kin, possessing knowledge that others lacked. He believed that even if Lord Xiao did not heed his words, come next year, the weight of his counsel would carry greater significance, especially for the good of the village. The prospect of contributing more effort would likely not escape the attention of that old fellow, Lord Xiao. Fear not, young man. Even if my brother remains skeptical, we can manage a small endeavor ourselves. A mere attempt will suffice. I cannot bear the thought of my old companion perishing from hunger or freezing in the winter. Rest assured, I believe in your words. How fortunate it is to possess knowledge. Alas, if only Daya and Arya had been boys, Uncle Heir sighed deeply. It will be better in a few years. Life will improve. By then, Uncle Heir will no longer toil so hard, as the fields will be tended by powerful machines, allowing him to simply stand at the edge of the field and observe. Iron Bull envisioned the scene a decade later, instilling a sense of hope within himself that his future lay beyond this dilapidated village, away from these mountains, with no desire to return. He was truly weary of suffering and wished to avoid enduring such a life once more. Reflecting on his previous life, which had been so ordinary, he had seen in the newspapers how great figures forged their commercial empires through diligence, witnessing their ascension to the pinnacle of success. Given that fate had granted him the opportunity of rebirth, why not leverage the experiences of his past life to achieve wealth? He refused to continue languishing in the cramped quarters of the sanitation office, day after day, toiling behind those individuals. Only remembered at the card table where he could scrape together a bit of money from them. He was determined not to lead a life of hardship as he had in his former existence. He aspired to rise, to flourish, to become a magnate, enjoying the finer things in life, living in a villa, driving luxury cars, residing in grand houses, and indulging in exquisite delicacies. That, he thought, was the essence of life. He must honor his second chance, ensuring he reaped the rewards of his rebirth, at the very least gaining an advantage in information and opportunities for wealth compared to others. So he could forge ahead. Otherwise, he would truly feel ungrateful to fate. Meng Fanxing contemplated the snippets of information gleaned from newspapers and television in his previous life, as well as the amusing tales from the streets. He felt he could not squander the gifts bestowed upon him by fate. This was, at the very least, a remarkable opportunity to rise. No longer could he curse fate. It had granted him a chance. With opportunity comes the possibility of transformation. And now Meng Fanxing was ignited by a fervor for wealth. His heart surged with emotion, restless and eager to rise, envisioning himself in a luxurious villa, reclining on a warm and comfortable bed, beside a beautiful maiden of his preferred voluptuousness. As he sat in the cart, a gentle breeze brushed by. But once they entered the mountains, the wind diminished. Surrounding them were numerous mosquitoes buzzing incessantly around the five of them. Meng Fanxing understood these mosquitoes were no trifles. A mere kiss could result in a painful swelling the size of a fortune. Fortunately, since he had taken up smoking, the insects paid little heed to him. Uncle Air, with his weathered skin and robust physique, was not appealing to the mosquitoes either. However, the three individuals behind him suffered the brunt of the assault, waving their tools frantically to fend off the bothersome pests, each swing akin to striking an adversary. Iron Bull grinned mischievously, the whip in his hand slicing through the air with a satisfying crack, a testament to his skill. Each swing was executed with such familiarity, and his spirits were considerably lifted. Gazing at the distant undulating peaks of the Grand Mountains, Meng Fanxing felt a surge of emotion rise within him. He opened his throat and began to sing the beloved duet of Northeast rural life, an art form cherished during moments of leisure. In the Northeast, one might forego food and drink, but the duet is woven into the very fabric of the people's culture, with every individual capable of humming a few lines. To forego a meal rather than the duet is a common sentiment among the Northeasterners. Thus, Tai Nyo unleashed his voice, which resonated through the vast wilderness, bringing joy to the nearby Air de Yi, whose face lit up with a smile that smoothed the lines of his age. Ah, the moon hangs low in the sky, and I think of my dear sister. My heart always flutters. A day without seeing her feels like an eternity. I long to take her hand and share my innermost feelings. With each verse, Meng Fanxing's voice soared higher, releasing the pent-up frustration and yearning within him. Throughout their journey, he had been mired in gloom, lost in thought except for a few hours of sleep. To this day, he could not comprehend why his father, Meng Qinghe, and mother, Su Xinyue, had been so unyielding, severing all ties with him. What bewildered him even more was the silence from his elder sisters, his brothers Meng Fanghua and Meng Fanliang, and even his youngest sister, Meng Fanxing. Was it truly so arduous to scrawl a few words on a piece of paper? Or was it a mere lack of 2 cents for a postage stamp? He found it utterly incomprehensible, and this lack of understanding haunted him until his demise. Consequently, he had refrained from contacting his family, even ignoring his younger sister, for if he had not ventured into the countryside, she would have been the one to go. Was he not their child? In his early years, he had never heard a whisper of doubt. Children speak freely, unencumbered by taboos, which only deepened his confusion. Was he perhaps an adopted child? That notion lacked credence, for he had compared his features with those of his father, Meng Qinghe, the shape of his nose, the contour of his face, and his eyes. Yet, he found no trace of his father's sorrow or coldness within his own gaze. Everything else seemed to be molded from the same likeness. Alas, what could be the reason? All these years had passed without a glimpse of his grandparents, nor had his parents ever mentioned them. What was the truth behind this? No one spoke of it, and no one dared to inquire. His elder brother faced severe punishment for merely asking about their grandparents during the new year, enduring a bruised bottom and remaining confined to the heated bed for days before daring to rise. Since that incident, no one had spoken of grandparents, uncles, or aunts. Even matters concerning his maternal grandparents remained shrouded in mystery, as he had not encountered any of their kin since he could remember. As dawn approached, the moon began its descent in the west. Oh, my dear sister, why have you not yet come? Have you forgotten me? Have you become a heartless soul, leaving your feelings behind? With a final flourish, Meng Fanxing concluded his self-composed lyrics, his voice echoing into the stillness of the early morning. Chapter 4. Little Lansies jump into the river. Ha! My dear fellow, you truly sing with such fervor. Once you arrive in our village, during your leisure moments, do grace us with a few verses. Day in and day out, we toil away, and when not working, we find ourselves idly engaging in trivial matters. Old second uncle, with a hearty laugh, conversed with Meng Fanxing. Indeed, old second uncle, it seems you too possess an inclination towards this art. Since we have some time to spare, why not indulge in a few lines? Meng Fanxing, well aware of old second uncle's temperament, knew that some matters required a bit of coaxing. A few words would prompt him to sing. I am afraid I am past my prime. My voice no longer carries the same vigor. Old second uncle waved dismissively. Oh, come now, everyone is merely passing the time. We still have quite a distance to cover. A few songs would surely lighten the mood. Observing old second uncle's jovial nature, Meng Fanxing encouraged him not to hold back. Very well, I shall sing a stanza of Wang Erji misses her husband. Clearing his throat, old second uncle began, Wang Erji. I sit in the show building, sighing heavily, reminiscing about my second brother, Zhang Xingong. Alas, old second uncle's voice was ill-suited for singing, with each note. It seemed a cacophony, causing the three young intellectuals behind him to contemplate covering their ears. It was scarcely better than the braying of a donkey from the village's eastern end. Yet, old second uncle's spirit remained undeterred. The little tune he sang had a charm that Meng Fanxing could not help but praise, albeit insincerely, which only encouraged old second uncle further, leading to another verse that assaulted Meng Fanxing's ears. As he sang, old second uncle's tone shifted unexpectedly, mist filled his eyes, and tears began to cascade down his cheeks, a sight that Meng Fanxing caught in his peripheral vision. Old second uncle, I have heard from a friend from Beijing about a two-person performance artist named Little Peony, whose singing prowess is unparalleled. Is she still performing in various venues these days? Meng Fanxing knew that old second uncle particularly enjoyed Little Peony's performances, which was somehow connected to him, though he was unaware of the specifics. Seizing this opportunity to inquire further, he recalled that Little Peony had ties to an old ghost in the village. By chance, he had met this ghost and had heard about Little Peony through him. Thus, during this duet with old second uncle, Meng Fanxing aimed to uncover the truth about the ghost's demise. After all, this ghost had imparted to him invaluable gambling techniques, and he wondered if fate might allow him to encounter the ghost once more, to learn further tricks, for the ghost possessed many valuable insights. The ghost was known for having 6 fingers, and in the north, he was referred to as six-fingered. His skill at pai gao, poker, and dice was nothing short of extraordinary. However, Meng Fanxing had only interacted with him briefly, learning only the basics. Given the opportunity bestowed upon him by fate in this life, he was determined not to let it slip away. Upon returning to the capital, I encountered the six-fingered junior, known as Centipede, whose card skills were nothing short of extraordinary. As Meng Fanxing demonstrated a few tricks from old ghost to Centipede, they exchanged subtle signals, reminiscent of a secret code among their fellow disciples. After some time, however, Centipede vanished, and truth be told, I suspect he met a grim fate, either imprisoned or perished in the game. Such outcomes are all too common for a prominent figure in the blue-collar world, where illicit gains abound. The adage 10 bets, 9 deceits, 10 bets, no victories encapsulates the harsh reality of this realm. Once one steps into this domain, it is akin to wagering one's very life at the card table, with no room for regret. Meng Fanxing often engaged in card games with minor officials at the Chaoyang sanitation office, not merely for entertainment, but also due to his adeptness at the game. Although he consistently won, his victories were modest, demonstrating a sense of moderation that made him a favored companion for the officials seeking a game. Such gatherings required a delicate balance of discretion, as the leaders would provide funds for the game, expecting them to be spent frivolously at the gambling table. Some would squander, while others would not, and missteps could easily offend the leaders. Yet, Meng Fanxing proved to be quite skilled. Thanks to the techniques he learned from Old Ghost, he thrived at the card table, injecting a semblance of joy into his otherwise monotonous life and ensuring a steady flow of pocket money. Alas, it has been 4 or 5 years since I last heard from Little Peony. It is indeed a pity. I find myself reminiscing about her often, sometimes even dreaming of her youthful visage. How easily I drift into nostalgia when recalling the past, chuckled Day, somewhat self-deprecatingly. I heard from a friend that Little Peony's performance was truly remarkable, far surpassing that of ordinary Northeast Air Rinjuan artists. Every expression, every glance, was a testament to her craft. Such talent is rare, and she remains a beloved figure in the hearts of our rural folk, Meng Fanxing praised. Indeed. When did your friend mention this, and where did he encounter Little Peony? Day suddenly recalled Meng Fanxing's words and began to inquire further, for he had long held her in his thoughts. This was said 4 or 5 years ago. At that time, I was still in middle school. A friend's father visited Northeast China for research and had the fortune to witness a performance by Little Peony, singing Wang Erji missing her husband. He was instantly captivated by her vocal prowess, It must have been nearby, though I did not inquire further, as I am not familiar with the area. Meng Fanxing dared not reveal Day's past misfortunes. Alas, how many years have gone by? How could this vibrant person simply vanish without a trace? Perhaps she has retired. After all, she must be in her 40s by now. Meng Fanxing turned his gaze towards Day, observing his expression with curiosity. She is 8 years my junior, and this year she should be 43. Indeed, it is time for her to retire, having traversed the landscape for nearly 3 decades. At the tender age of 15, she entered the theater to earn a living, and now, 30 years have swiftly passed. It is time for her to rest. She is weary. She confided in me her fatigue, expressing a desire for a cozy refuge and a companion who understands her warmth and cold. Yet, alas, Uncle Air let out a long sigh. Indeed, she can be considered an elder in the realm of performing arts, a venerable artist on the stage of Air Rinjuan. According to our art troupe's terminology, she has become an old artist, wandering the rural paths as a seasoned performer. Meng Fanxing sought words from Uncle Air that he might be willing to share, for it was evident that there lay a story between him and Xiao Muten. However, such inquiries could not be overtly posed. His earlier mention of seeking a place to rest and a companion who understands hinted at a close relationship between the two. Nevertheless, some matters are best kept from prying ears, especially with 3 inexperienced youths in tow, none of whom could be deemed virtuous. Certain conversations are better left unspoken, known only to themselves. What does it matter if one is an old artist? After all, they are over 40, and who pays her a salary? The few coins accumulated over the years are finite, and her nephews and nieces frequently come to claim their share. Survival is indeed a harsh reality, Uncle Air lamented, his face betraying a visage of anger. Your words ring true. Every family faces its own struggles. Each household understands its own tribulations. And it is unwise for outsiders to meddle, such is the hardship of life. Gradually, the conversation between the two subsided, as the ox cart journeyed deeper into the mountains, the night thickening around them. From afar, the occasional call of wild chickens echoed, particularly distinct in the stillness. It had been a long time since Meng Fanxing had heard the sounds of nature. They now struck a melodious chord in his heart, evoking a sense of nostalgia. He recalled a time in his previous life, during a particularly hungry winter, when a wild chicken had saved him from starvation. Trapped in the snow, it had fluttered near their makeshift shelter, and that encounter had preserved his life. Perhaps it was the nearing proximity to home that spurred the old ox into a quicker pace, requiring no urging from Meng Fanxing. The creature seemed to possess a sense of awareness, hastening its steps, as if sensing the warmth of a home awaiting its return. Humans, too, share this yearning for a place to call home, and Meng Fanxing found his heart laden with a sense of unease. His home, alas. He chose to push those thoughts aside, for ahead, lights began to appear, drawing him in with an irresistible allure, reminiscent of a dream calling out to him. The grand entrance of that home in Beijing has been firmly shut, sealing off the door to his heart. Now, he is consumed by a profound melancholy. Upon seeing the distant lights of the small mountain village, he wonders if another door to his heart might be opening, perhaps a divine intervention, uniquely bestowed upon him. The old ox, too, quickens its pace upon catching sight of that faint glimmer, instinctively sensing the call of home, requiring no urging from Meng Fanxing. Indeed, even this humble creature understands the pull of home. Meng Fanxing murmurs to herself, aware that the bitterness within her heart is known only to her. No one can fathom her feelings of solitude and despair. Perhaps only the enveloping darkness of the night comprehends her plight. The 3 youth behind her also feel a spark of vitality, for the oppressive silence of the 20-mile journey is about to be shattered. They anticipate that upon reaching their destination, a feast will await to satiate their hunger. The old ox trots eagerly, its longing for home propelling it forward, perhaps driven by the thought of the children awaiting his return. The ox raises its head and bellows towards the distant lights. The ox cart swiftly makes its way from the west end of the village to the east, the old beast trotting along while mooing. Many doors swing open in response to its calls. Some villagers hastily slip on their shoes and rush out, greeting the cart. "You're back," calls a middle-aged man to the ox cart on the dark street. Yes, he has returned, bringing the young ones with him. Each time the elder hears such greetings, he responds with pride, his emotions reflecting the significance of this moment, for how difficult it is to travel to town from the village. A great door at the east end of the village swings open, casting a dim yet welcoming light into the night, symbolizing the warmth of the villagers. The old ox leads the cart straight through the entrance without needing guidance, signifying its understanding that it has arrived home. A message to those aboard that they have reached their destination. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the air. "Help!" Little Lanzi has jumped into the river. The voice, shrill and desperate, echoes from nearby, a woman's cry that sends chills down the spine. Meng Fanxing's mind buzzes with alarm. As memories of her previous life at Kaoshan flood back, the moment she arrived, the old ox cart had scarcely stopped when tragedy struck, a young widow lost, only to be recovered as a lifeless body. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaps from the cart, whip in hand, dashing into the darkness. For she knows precisely where the widow named Little Lanzi was ultimately found. He pondered that if he could save her life, it would indeed constitute a virtuous deed in the vicinity of Kaoshan. Moreover, he mused that a young life should not depart so quietly. Although many spoke ill of her after her demise, she was still alive. Meng Fanxing sprinted swiftly towards the nearby Jiangchazi, following the tumultuous flow of the river, endeavoring to search the waters under the residual glow of the moonlight. After nearly 100 meters, he discerned a dark figure rising and falling within the river. With a loud shout, he called out, and after letting out a cry, he surged forward another 5 or 6 meters and plunged directly into the roaring waters, vigorously thrashing his arms and kicking his legs in the river. The floating dark silhouette drew nearer. The sounds of hurried footsteps along the riverbank were chaotic, akin to a cacophony of drums beating in the hearts of everyone present. No one knew if they could save her, yet their hearts were tightly knotted with anxiety. At the village's edge, torches were ignited, for in the pitch-black night, the scant moonlight rendered the situation in Jiangchazi nearly invisible. The villagers, all familiar with the dangers and complexities of the river, understood that if someone became ensnared in the tangled weeds, they could become yet another victim claimed by the water's depths. The gathering crowd, alarmed by the commotion, surged from the village towards Jiangchazi, their inquiries and frantic movements echoing in the night. When someone spotted Meng Fanxing dragging a frail figure through the turbulent waters, shouts of discovery erupted, urging for poles to be extended, as the weeds at the river's edge were notoriously difficult to navigate. Even those accustomed to the river's banks knew that once ensnared, one could suffer grievous injuries, especially in the current frigid season, where leg cramps could spell disaster, rendering one helpless. The clamor of voices mingled with shouts of concern, and at that moment, Meng Fanxing felt his strength waning. His feet flailed in the icy waters, and although he could swim, the chilling river was sapping his body heat, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. Despite the slender form behind him bearing little weight, the relentless current still tugged him downstream, and Meng Fanxing's heart sank deeper with each passing moment, fervently praying for someone on the bank to reach down and lend him aid. The onlookers continued to chase their figures downstream, yet not a single soul dared to leap from the embankment into the water, even as, at long last, in a moment of despair, Meng Fanxing caught sight of hope in the form of a slanted tree branch protruding from the riverbank ahead. He grasped the shoulder of the woman behind him and swam forward with all his might, following the current of the river, which made him feel considerably lighter. After all, having glimpsed the prospect of life, a sudden surge of strength welled up within him, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. This was a profound yearning for life, a courageous resolve to survive. Eventually, he managed to grasp the slanted branch with one arm, and a sense of assurance flooded his heart. With the other hand, he lifted the shoulder he held, ensuring that the woman's head remained above water. Uncle Air, amidst the crowd, plunged into the icy waters upon seeing two dark figures thwarted by a fallen tree. He swam swiftly to their side, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "You kid." It was a moment of bewilderment for him, never having imagined that the rescuer would be Meng Fanxing, the young intellectual who had just been pulled back from the queue, and someone he could converse with easily. Had it not been for that slanted tree branch, Uncle Air would have hesitated to leap into the river, for even during the day, the waters posed a significant threat. Air! Meng Fanxing, chilled to the bone, could scarcely utter a coherent word, his face pale and body weak. His mechanical grip on the branch was matched by the other hand clutching the woman. "It's all right, don't panic," Uncle Air reassured him, forcefully pulling the unconscious Xiaolan closer and swimming towards the shore. With age came experience. He understood the urgency of getting her out of the water, as lingering too long could lead to drowning or freezing. With a splash, several others leapt into the frigid waters, working together to pull Xiaolan ashore. Uncle Air and another man returned to the bank, where they were assisted by those waiting there, and once Meng Fanxing reached the shore, he exhaled a long, relieved breath. At that moment, everyone gathered around Xiaolan, their voices filled with concern. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, clearly having been overwhelmed by the water, possibly even drowned. Alas, why must Xiaolan's life be so harsh? What could have driven her to such despair? Aunt Qin Yuqin lamented, cradling Xiaolan's head as tears streamed down her cheeks. Hearing Aunt Qin's words, Meng Fanxing felt a surge of dread. If the water in Xiaolan's lungs was not expelled, her life would be in grave danger. Resuscitating her after water had entered her lungs would be incredibly challenging. He hurriedly crawled over, despite his still numb limbs. Aunt, quickly, we must. Meng Fanxing gestured. His words fragmented until he finally managed to articulate, flat. He placed both hands on Xiaolan's chest, but found himself lacking the strength to apply the necessary pressure. Child, quickly take a sip of this liquor. The elder grabbed the gourd of wine from a nearby man's hand and brought it to Meng Fanxing's lips. At this moment, only the elder comprehended the gravity of Meng Fanxing's emotions, which were solely focused on saving a life. With several hearty gulps of fiery white liquor, a surge of warmth ignited within Meng Fanxing's stomach. This was no ordinary brew, but a potent 60-degree sorghum spirit, unmistakable by its robust flavor. This pure sorghum liquor epitomized the spirit of Northeast masculinity. Once one reached the age of 18, it was rare to find anyone, whether a youthful lad or a spirited young lady, who could resist indulging in a few hearty swigs. It was a rite of passage. To decline a drink was to forfeit one's identity as a Northeasterner. After warming up with a few mouthfuls of sorghum, Meng Fanxing regained some sensation in his limbs. He placed his hands on Xiaolan's not-so-abundant bosom to administer chest compressions, counting each press. 5 gentle pushes followed by a firm one, his own version of CPR. Auntie, tilt her head slightly down, he instructed, as he dared not perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, understanding that it could be detrimental. In cases of drowning, it was imperative for the victim to expel any mud and debris from their mouth and nose. Otherwise, such substances entering the lungs could prove fatal. Thus, it was essential that the first expulsion occurred before any artificial respiration was attempted. Increased pressure from Meng Fanxing's hands elicited a twitch at the corner of Xiaolan's mouth. Suddenly, several jets of water surged forth from her mouth and nose, signaling her response. Encouraged, he hastened his compressions. Aware that this was the critical moment for resuscitation, there was no time to allow the water in her lungs to be reabsorbed. More water erupted from her, and finally, Xiaolanzi opened her eyes, letting out a wail that echoed her profound distress. Xiaolanzi, do not cry, Aunt Qin Yuqin urged, turning to the tall man nearby. Quickly, carry your sister-in-law home to change her clothes and prepare a bowl of ginger tea. In the countryside, this is essential for warming a body after drowning. Every household with elders keeps some on hand for emergencies. The tall man stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the frail woman onto his back and sprinting towards the village with astonishing speed, akin to a mythical figure, his silhouette vanishing into the dark of night. Let me have another 2 sips of sorghum. Meng Fanxing felt a lingering numbness in his body, his hands and feet still cold. Yet, the individual with the gourd had already vanished into the crowd upon hearing his request. After all, this was his cherished possession, and it would not have been offered unless for the sake of saving a life. With the rescue accomplished, further indulgence would be wasteful. Old son, hurry up and drink a couple of sips. The elder called out to the crowd. A slender figure reluctantly squeezed through the crowd, hesitantly offering the wine gourd again. Just as Meng Fanxing reached out to accept it, he felt the firm grip of the other person's hand. It was a genuine reluctance to let go, an evident unwillingness to part. Alas, son Laonian, what manner of behavior is this? The lad leapt into the river without a moment's hesitation to save someone. And yet you were so miserly? Were it your own kin in peril, would you still be so stingy? Ere did ye notice son Laonian's actions as well? Uncle, I'll only take a sip. My body feels utterly numb. Just a couple of swigs will help invigorate my blood flow. Meng Fanxing took the wine gourd, tilted his head back, and gulped down a generous mouthful. He couldn't afford to be overly concerned. He was all too aware of the biting chill of the river water. Son Laonian witnessed the unfamiliar youth downing a quantity sufficient for a full meal, and his eyes flared with indignation. Wasn't it merely supposed to be a couple of small sips? Had it not been for the night's darkness, accentuated by the flickering torches swaying in the river breeze, one could have easily perceived the distress etched upon his face. It was evident he was genuinely pained. Uncle, the other day in town, I bought you a pound, Meng Fanxing remarked, feeling considerably better after another hearty gulp. The warmth from the alcohol surged through his body, reviving his limbs with a sense of comfort. He couldn't drink without some form of explanation. Young lad, hurry back, take a few steps to warm your bones. The river water is quite cold in August and September. It is only your youth that allows you to withstand it. My old limbs can hardly endure. Erdi promptly grasped Meng Fanxing and urged him to return. Indeed, some movement was necessary. The chill had thoroughly seeped into him. By September in the northeast, frost had already set in, particularly by the riverside, which remained the coldest place. In the early morning, shards of ice still lingered in the shallow waters. Upon returning to the courtyard, Meng Fanxing swiftly grabbed the bundle from the cart and dashed into the room. The damp clothes clung uncomfortably to him, and he was eager to find a place to change into something dry, at least to avoid falling ill. As soon as he entered, he collided with a girl. A wave of youthful fragrance emanating from her immediately enveloped Meng Fanxing. Momentarily dazed, he then recognized her as the eldest daughter of Lord Xiao, Dia. With a heart-shaped face, moderate brows, and captivating large eyes resembling a tranquil pool, she was irresistibly alluring, tempting one to transgress. Her delicate nose adorned her face, while her lips evoked an urge to steal a kiss. Particularly striking were her two long, dark braids cascading down her chest. Meng Fanxing suddenly recalled a song by Xiaofeng. With a pair of beautiful big eyes, the braids are thick and long. Snapping back to reality, he quickly realized he must not appear too eager, for his father was notoriously fierce. In the village of Kaoshan, it is common knowledge that no one dares to provoke the esteemed Lord Xiao's cherished daughters, Dia and Arya. They are regarded as his most treasured possessions, akin to a farmer's precious heirloom, and are seen as his future sources of wealth. Lord Xiao has overlooked all the youths in the village, including Meng Fanxing, regarding them with disdain. To him, his daughters are like delicate treasures, meant to be protected at all costs. Not a harsh word could be uttered against them. The moment he lays eyes on his beloved daughters, all his worries dissipate, revealing a warm smile that only graces his face in their presence, a testament to his role as a devoted father. During the years Meng Fanxing spent in Kaoshan, she never witnessed Lord Xiao display a smile for anyone else, as if they owed him a considerable debt. He would often be seen with his hands clasped behind him, never appearing flustered, even in dire situations such as when Xiao Lanzi jumped into the river. This demonstrates his composed nature, orchestrating responses from behind the scenes, directing others on what to do with meticulous precision. It is no wonder that Sun Laoyan was able to bring over alcohol, and Qin Yuqin was there to organize the rescue efforts. This was the true capability of Lord Xiao. Just as Meng Fanxing contemplated how to apologize to Daya with kind words, Lord Xiao appeared from the house, dressed in a faded blue garment. A rare sight in Kaoshan. His clothes bore the marks of wear, with patches on the sleeves, yet they were impeccably clean, devoid of any stains. Even the collar was spotless, a remarkable trait for a rural man, particularly one in his 50s. Daya, quickly take him to the main room to change. Prepare a basin of hot water to wash up, he instructed his beloved daughter, his face devoid of a smile, yet his gaze fixed intently on Meng Fanxing, as if he sought to peer into the depths of the young man's soul. As the ox cart came to a halt in the courtyard, Lord Xiao had already observed the young man hastily rushing out, followed closely by his brother, while the three youths stood foolishly by, resembling wooden stakes. Lord Xiao noted the joy and satisfaction on his brother's face. "Thank you, Lord Xiao. I can manage on my own," Meng Fanxing called out, catching Lord Xiao off guard. Meng Fanxing could see clearly, prompting him to wonder if he should offer an explanation. "Do we know each other? Have we met before?" Lord Xiao inquired, surprised yet managing to mask his astonishment effectively. "Though we have not met before, I have heard your esteemed name mentioned by my second uncle. Upon seeing your solemn visage and composed demeanor, it is evident that you are the respected leader of our village," Meng Fanxing. With a light chuckle, I could not help but smile, as if my lips were coated in honey. "Ah, do make haste. Do not catch a chill in this biting cold," remarked Lord Xiao, who then turned and retreated with his hands clasped behind him. Under the guidance of Daya, Meng Fanxing entered his parents' chamber. Once Daya had discreetly closed the door, he swiftly shed his damp garments, changing into dry attire, and pushed open the door, holding the wet clothes as he stepped outside once more. "There." Daya was pouring hot water into a basin. "Thank you. I shall manage," Meng Fanxing replied, scooping a ladle of water from the nearby bucket into the basin to commence his ablutions, while Daya stood by with a towel, her bright, sparkling eyes observing him intently. She was already aware that this young intellectual had rescued Sister Xiao Lan from the river, nearly swept away alongside her. This young man was quite commendable, as his father had just remarked, an extraordinary compliment for someone so seldom given. Over the years, his father had rarely praised anyone, let alone smiled while speaking of another. Even the clumsy fellow who came to report had been taken aback, for he had never witnessed Lord Xiao smile. Yet, this young man's physique seemed rather frail. Working at the mountain village with such a slender frame, Dia pondered whether a gust of wind might carry him away. Her thoughts were interrupted as she noticed the young intellectual had raised his gaze towards her. "Ah, you're done. Here's your towel," Dia exclaimed, a hint of nervousness coloring her cheeks as she realized he had caught her staring, causing her face to flush. Thank you. Please, you may go in. I still need to wash my clothes and my shoes are soaked as well. The meal will be ready soon. We shall eat together. I'll wash them for you. Dia's voice was barely above a whisper, like the buzzing of a mosquito. That would not do. My clothes are quite thick and laborious to wash. Besides, after being confined all day, my feet must surely be odorous. I cannot trouble you. Meng Fanxing could not bring himself to impose upon Lord Xiao's cherished daughter, fearing that the news would reach Lord Xiao's ears, who would surely take issue with him. Then make haste, I will fetch the dishes. My mother and Arya are still busy inside, Dia said, turning on her heel. Meng Fanxing cast a glance at Dia, her form clad in tight black trousers, the contours of her figure unmistakably accentuated, reminiscent of a bygone era. He smiled bitterly, choosing not to dwell further on such thoughts, and quickly set about washing. Once he had cleaned his clothes and shoes, wringing out the excess water, he returned to the main room where Lord Xiao and a middle-aged man in his 40s, the village accountant Feng, were seated at the earthen Kong table. This man was astute, adept at managing the village's finances, ensuring that no discrepancies had ever arisen in the accounts. However, this individual has always presented a benevolent visage, wearing a smile akin to that of a benevolent deity towards everyone. Over the years, there has been no rumor of him having a falling out with anyone. Despite his amiable appearance, his authority is formidable, and none dare to challenge him or speak harshly. Ha ha, dear Meng, you are commendably brave. Nothing troubling you, I hope? Upon seeing Meng Fanxing enter the room, Accountant Feng greeted her with a warm smile, exuding a friendly and easygoing demeanor. Yet, his smile faded when he glanced at the three young intellectuals nearby. Uncle, I too heard the cries for help and was so anxious that I forgot everything. I am perfectly fine. I assure you, I am in good health, Meng Fanxing replied, yet she felt a tickle in her nose and sneezed. Hee, giggling. Arya approached from behind Meng Fanxing, balancing a plate. As she brushed past, she playfully stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. The mischievous 10-year-old was quite a handful, noticeably plumper than her sister, Dia. It seemed that all the delectable treats at home had been reserved for this youngest darling. Her cherubic cheeks seemingly out of place in this era, yet she radiated a rosy freshness. Like her sister, she sported two shiny, lustrous braids that cascaded below her chest, swaying adorably, evoking an irresistible charm. One could hardly imagine such a sweet child making silly faces. This child, I have spoiled her. Old Master Qiao cast a reproachful glance at his precious daughter. Old Master Qiao, it's all right. She is still younger than my little sister, just at that playful age. Seeing her reminds me of my sixth sister, Meng Fanxing said, her expression dimming. Dear Meng, hurry and take off your shoes to join us for dinner. Old Xiao knows you are here and has prepared several dishes to welcome you. Our mountainous region lacks the delicacies of your bustling cities. Let us indulge a bit. Accountant Feng cheerfully beckoned, having noticed Arya's playful antics. This is already quite splendid. Look at these mushrooms. How large and magnificent they are. From the taste, it is evident they were carefully harvested. Otherwise, such a sizable piece would have been infested or spoiled. Meng Fanxing praised the mushroom stew with potatoes. Oh, it seems young Meng is quite familiar with our northeastern treasures. Do you happen to have relatives in this region? Accountant Feng inquired with mild surprise, having observed the disdainful glances the three young intellectuals had cast upon the dark mushrooms. Uncle, hazel mushrooms are indeed a treasure, and I am well acquainted with them. I do not have relatives in this region, but my friend's father frequently visits here for inspections and often brings back local specialties. Each time he returns, he brings some for my family. So these are indeed treasures from our northeastern lands. Even if one is wealthy, they cannot easily procure such delights, Meng Fanxing responded. Meng Fanxing could only be spinning tales, perhaps to add a touch of color to his own narrative, for surviving in this place was indeed a formidable challenge. You, my good lad, how about sharing a few drinks with your uncle? Accountant Feng invited. Uncle, let us skip that. If it weren't for warming up and stretching my limbs, I wouldn't indulge in alcohol at all. As a young man, drinking isn't quite suitable for me. Meng Fanxing deliberately declined, fully aware that the invitation was merely a formality. The diminutive wine cup indicated that the spirits were scarce. In the Northeast, drinking typically involved large bowls, reminiscent of his first day in this life, shared with three young intellectuals who, upon a mere suggestion, would indulge recklessly, eagerly devouring the delectable offerings. Before the two hosts had barely sipped their drinks, the bottle was nearly empty. As expected, those three remained unchanged, lacking any decorum, while Old Master Qiao and Accountant Feng sipped delicately. The trio downed their drinks in one go, leaving the hosts momentarily stunned. A bowl of rice would vanish in just a few mouthfuls, and soon, 2/3 of a dish was gone. Hunger was palpable, and Meng Fanxing felt it too, yet he ate in small bites. maintaining a semblance of restraint and the basic etiquette of a guest. Such was the difference. Meng Fanxing merely felt slightly satiated, while the three simpletons had devoured an entire basin of rice. It was unclear what Old Master Qiao and Accountant Feng thought, but their expressions revealed no discontent, for one should not underestimate the wisdom of rural folk. Outside, a throng of youngsters peered through the windows, their curiosity piqued. In this barren land, cultural pastimes were virtually non-existent. Even electricity had only recently been established, and households were reluctant to utilize it, reserving it for essential needs. The children watched the three gluttons devour the feast, their mouths watering, for the dishes on the table were delicacies they could seldom enjoy at home. To claim they weren't tempted would be disingenuous. After the meal, Old Master Qiao called out, Lungzi, take them to the young intellectual station, and do arrange a warm spot for young Meng to sleep. After being frozen in the water for so long, he needs to sweat it out, lest he catch a cold. Old Master Qiao was meticulous in ensuring Meng Fanxing's comfort. Indeed, there were already over a dozen young intellectuals residing there, and the sleeping spot was prized real estate. For a newcomer, merely being treated fairly would be fortunate. Securing such a favorable position was a testament to Old Master Qiao's thoughtful planning, driven by his own motives. After all, Shaolin was one of their own. A single death might go unnoticed, but such an incident could provoke scrutiny from higher authorities, if it were indeed due to matters within the commune. The repercussions for him could be substantial, especially considering Meng Fanxing's status as a hero in saving lives. Such heroes commanded respect, and even the early arrivals among the young intellectuals could not disregard the directives of Old Master Qiao, the leader. Disobedience would surely invite criticism from the group, and the weight of the captain's words amplified the necessity of compliance. When the simpleton dashed into the room, Meng Fanxing scrutinized him closely. He was still that same simpleton, with hair resembling that of a dog-esque and an expression full of bewilderment, his neck arched defiantly, exuding an air of someone ready to engage in a brawl. His appearance was indeed misleading. In reality, this simpleton was a master of performance. Anyone who judged him solely by his looks and dared to confront him would be gravely mistaken. He had a knack for assessing others. Should you present yourself as meek, he would mercilessly overpower you, while if you resembled someone like Lord Qiao, well, you understand. Nevertheless, the simpleton possessed a keen eye. Outside, he had already taken stock of everything within the room and harbored a grudge against the three educated youths, irked that they had not saved him even a morsel of food. After all, he had lingered there so late in hopes of enjoying a bowl of rice or a sip of soup once they finished their meal. Yet, the trio devoured their food as if they were famished ghosts, belching from their gluttony. Thus, it was only natural for the simpleton to hold a grudge against them. As for Meng Fanxing, the educated youth, he felt a measure of goodwill towards her. Unlike the others, she did not eat ravenously and even saved Sister Lan, making her a lifesaver in their village. Hence, he found himself admiring Meng Fanxing, moving forward to hand her a bundle containing merely a blanket and a bag, insisting she should not carry anything herself, which left her somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 7. A yearning for the earth seller searching through his pockets for cigarettes. He could only offer a wry smile. The cigarette case in his coat was empty, having become soaked when he plunged into the water without a second thought. Meng Fanxing could only smile bitterly, for Lord Qiao had brought him yet another predicament. After all, the former residents of the educated youths demanded a prime spot, akin to reaching into someone else's pot to snag the best morsels. Was that not courting trouble? Would he receive any favorable treatment? However, a spark of inspiration ignited in Meng Fanxing's mind. If that were the case, he might as well follow Lord Qiao's plan, as any ensuing conflict would provide an opportunity for him to propose constructing his own earth cellar. Only by venturing out on his own could he ensure warmth for the upcoming winter. He was determined not to endure another life nearly frozen and starved as in his previous existence. A little hard work would pay off. He would rise early and labor diligently to create a snug refuge that could keep him warm throughout the winter and stockpile provisions to stave off hunger. Resolutely, he cast aside any fears of offending others, for only by ensuring his own survival could he honor the heavens' favor upon him. Quietly, he followed the simpleton, making his way toward the heart of the village, for that was where the educated youth's earth cellars were located. The male and female educated youth resided in adjacent underground dwellings, remnants of the original village repurposed for the use of the reform personnel. Presently, these spaces housed a number of reformed individuals, predominantly disillusioned intellectuals. However, to Meng Fanxing, these were merely souls burdened by fate. A group of 5 was followed by a throng of young boys and girls, chattering and laughing amongst themselves. Such lively commotion was unwelcome to the local inhabitants, especially with the significant events of the night unfolding. As Erlangzi led them to the entrance of the underground dwelling, he lifted the grass curtain and ushered the group inside. The atmosphere remained unchanged from the previous life. Upon entering, one had to bow their head to avoid striking the low ceiling, akin to miners descending into the coal pits. Meng Fanxing, though slightly warmed by his evening meal, still felt an inner chill. Lying on a warm kong would have elicited beads of sweat and a profound sense of comfort. Team leader Zhang, Lord Xiao mentioned that Comrade Meng, after rescuing someone, is trembling from the cold. Please arrange for him to rest on the kong and warm up, Erlangzi stated, not lacking in wisdom. He invoked the authority of Lord Xiao. The team leader, understanding that if he were to make the arrangements himself, it might not sway the educated youth. Fine, let us clear a spot on the kong. We are aware of the rescue. It was perilously risky, but fortunately, no major incident occurred. We truly owe it to the hero among our educated youth. Team leader Zhang remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm that left an uncomfortable air. Meng Fanxing, unfazed by the barbed comments, accepted Erlangzi's assistance in placing his bedding on the kong. In total, there were 14 individuals in this educated youth group. With the expansive kong deemed a treasure of feng shui, whoever rested here was believed to have ancestral graves resting upon auspicious grounds. In a display of hierarchical respect, Meng Fanxing positioned himself next to team leader Zhang. The others arranged their bedding in sequential order, and by the time the three new arrivals spread their bedding, they were nearly against the gable wall, left with little choice but to accept their placement as newcomers. Brother, I shall take my leave now. I'll find you tomorrow. Erlangzi, a decent fellow, said, affectionately draping an arm around Meng Fanxing's shoulders as he departed, whispering inaudibly into his ear. Meng Fanxing could not discern his words clearly. Erlangzi's intent was transparent. He was acutely aware of the moral character of the educated youth who had come to join them. The fact that they had not bullied this new arrival was, in his eyes, a significant act of goodwill. After all, who could claim a place in such a coveted spot? As Erlangzi exited, the group began to feel the weight of fatigue. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and one by one, they succumbed to sleepiness. That night, Meng Fanxing, comfortably nestled on the kong, successfully dispelled the chill that had seeped into his bones. Had he not found solace in this warmth, residing close to the three newly arrived youth would undoubtedly have left him vulnerable to a cold. An illness would have been inevitable. Exhausted and weary, Meng Fanxing did not take the time to thoroughly observe the conditions of the earthen cellar, having been exceedingly familiar with it from his previous life. The long, jarring train journey of a day and a night allowed him to sleep soundly, undisturbed by the stench of the youth's feet or their snores. As dawn broke, the faint morning light streamed through a rudimentary window, barely 2 feet wide and over a meter long, signaling that daybreak was imminent. Soon, someone would come to rouse everyone for the day's labor in the fields. The autumn harvest held significant importance in rural life, prompting early risers to toil before the sun rose, returning only to have breakfast, followed by a brief rest before heading back to work. This routine had become customary. After donning his clothes, he first visited the latrine for a moment of relief, splashed some water on his face, and before he could fully prepare himself, he noticed the village's simpleton, Erlangzi, calling for everyone to rise and begin their work. As if it were second nature, he greeted Erlangzi. Brother, you are up quite early, truly deserving of your reputation as the most capable in our team. Meng Fanxing complimented. Alas, it's the fate of the suffering. I have no choice. Lord Xiao has assigned this task, and I must always keep it in mind. Erlangzi replied, noting that Meng Fanxing was already awake, and unlike the other youth who felt compelled to shout endlessly from their shelters, he appeared quite content. Indeed, it is your diligence that sets you apart. You are more meticulous and responsible than the rest. There is an abundance of work in the fields, so we must endure some hardship. By the way, I shall go over to the female youth and call them. Each one is lazier than the last, and it's quite vexing to rouse them from their slumber. Erlangzi expressed fondness for the task of waking the female youth, well, he chuckled. All right, brother, I'll take over calling them for you. By the time you return, I'll have everyone up. Meng Fanxing volunteered, understanding the importance of making a good impression. It was wise to navigate the temperament of someone like Erlangzi with care. As Erlangzi went to summon the female youth, Meng Fanxing quickly slipped into the cellar and approached the fire kong to gently awaken each individual. He recognized that, although he was substituting for Erlangzi, he must not incite displeasure among them. Everyone has their morning grumpiness, especially when being called for labor. It was neither right to irritate them without cause nor conducive to unity. He pondered that if he managed to secure winter feed, he would surely earn Lord Xiao's favor. He estimated that with a little over a month, he could finish drying the adobe bricks, leaving the remainder of the tasks manageable. Even though the room was somewhat damp, he was resolute in his decision to endure the chill by tending to the earthen Kong for a few more days without any issues. Determined to move into his own underground dwelling this winter, he could not bear the thought of remaining there any longer. It was not merely the fear of being ostracized by others, but the unbearable odor of their unwashed feet. Not to mention the relentless cold that seeped through the cracks in the winter. Despite gently rousing everyone, he was met with the grumbling complaints of the young intellectuals. Yet he paid them no heed. Having made his plans, he was indifferent to their opinions and would not stoop to their level. When Erlingzi returned, several were still reluctant to rise. Unlike Meng Fanxing, he was less courteous, delivering sharp slaps to the heads of those still lounging, prompting them to cry out in protest. Among them were the three young intellectuals who had yet to acclimate to the early morning hours and the arduous labor that awaited them. It felt as if they were being condemned to an early death, their lips muttering curses under their breath, but Erlingzi was unsympathetic. Meng Fanxing chuckled softly and stepped out of the underground dwelling. Nearby, the female young intellectual had already seen a dozen or so emerge from her abode, each appearing listless and devoid of energy. After all, it was only around 4 in the morning. Had they been in their own homes, they would still be dreaming of warm beds and brides, lifting veils to glimpse their beloveds. However, this was the dawning of a new day in Kaoshan village, and adherence to its customs was mandatory. The early morning was reserved for labor in the fields. Moreover, the soybeans required the dew of the night to prevent bursting during harvest, ensuring that the bountiful crop would not be lost. Thus, at the crack of dawn, Old Master Qiao instructed Erlingzi to summon everyone to the fields. They appeared fatigued, still groggy from their dreams, and resentful of the early hour. Meng Fanxing, with the first light of dawn gently illuminating the sky, surveyed Kaoshan village, a quintessential northern hamlet. A dirt path meandered through the settlement, flanked by low underground dwellings and thatched cottages. Among the 50 or so households, only a handful of thatched roofs stood. The majority were underground dwellings. These subterranean homes, excavated into the earth, created deep pits, with walls built from earthen bricks rising to just over a meter. Such structures served to retain warmth in the frigid northern climate while also alleviating the burden of brick construction. A skylight allowed for ventilation and light. The roofs were thatched with reeds from the nearby river, providing shelter from the cold and rain, embodying the simplicity characteristic of northeastern pioneers. The only drawback was that during heavy rains, water would sometimes seep in, creating a nuisance. Nonetheless, it remained the most efficient and labor-saving solution. It is comparable to the cave dwellings of Shanbei. The latter involves excavating the mountains, smoothing the walls with clay, while the underground dwellings of the north are characterized by hollowing out the earth. There exists an essential distinction between the two, with Shanbei's cave dwellings being somewhat drier. However, the most notable feature of the northeastern underground dwellings is their comfort during winter, as the frigid temperatures necessitate a warm refuge during the harsh season. Meng Fanxing gazed at the lowly underground dwelling with a face full of bitterness. Such a life must be endured until the restoration of the college entrance examination and the attainment of a university degree. Thus, he must persevere through these arduous years, suffering in silence. In this historical period, one lacks the identification of a previous life and can only traverse the nation with a letter of introduction. The prospect of traveling abroad or seeking employment in other regions is a distant dream. Without proof of identity, one is labeled a blind drifter, a term that, while somewhat benign, reflects a grim reality. Should one unwittingly fall into the hands of militia or police, the consequence could be a harsh existence. Living on stale bread and pickled vegetables, or being dispatched to remote, inhospitable locales to toil as a laborer, subjected to a process of reformation in this world. Thus, Meng Fanxing can only strive to calm his heart, enduring a few years of hardship until the dawn of the reform and opening up era, when he might traverse freely without the stigma of being a blind drifter. Consequently, the longing for a dwelling of his own intensifies. Possessing a home, a sanctuary solely for himself, would signify fulfillment. Yet, it remains uncertain whether old Master Qiao would acquiesce to this request. This predicament is compounded by the fact that his identity is merely that of an educated youth, a young individual sent from the city for reformation and subsistence. It is often glorified as a movement of going to the mountains and the countryside, but in truth, it merely reflects the plight of those who, having lost their means of sustenance in the city, are relegated to the harshness of rural existence. Everyone is aware of the comforts of urban life. Yet no one wishes to abandon their homes in search of mere survival, competing with rural dwellers for scant resources. In his previous life, Meng Fanxing had encountered numerous portrayals of this experience, including various short dramas depicting the lives of educated youth in rural areas. The representations therein were often overly romanticized, a stark contrast to the harsh realities faced by those who genuinely returned to the mountains and countryside for reformation. Chapter 8. Experience in farming. Meng Fanxing followed the group as they walked towards the outskirts of the village. At this moment, after relieving himself, his stomach was entirely empty. Furthermore, having only eaten a meager meal the previous night, the pangs of hunger swiftly mounted a protest, causing his insides to rebel. It is not merely he who finds himself in such a predicament. Every individual surrounding him embodies a similar virtue, their stomachs growling incessantly. The cacophony of sounds resembling an infectious disease, affecting all alike. Even the dozen or so young female intellectuals trailing 3 to 4 meters behind them share this experience. Meng Fanxing has come to the profound realization that in order to navigate through this arduous period, he must prioritize the matter of establishing a subterranean dwelling. Otherwise, the hardships of his previous life will inevitably revisit him. He currently possesses no energy to spare for observing the appearances of those young women behind him, nor dares to entertain even the slightest frivolous thought, for all his focus is dedicated to constructing a humble abode of his own. Driven by nearly a decade of being a young intellectual, upon arriving at the field, all the young intellectuals received sickles from old Master Chiao, lining up one after another, bending over to work. The local inhabitants had already been toiling for some time, as each person's labor was distinctly divided. Completing their assigned tasks was essential for accruing sufficient work points. Failure to do so meant that one's work points would be subject to the scrutiny of the accountant. With no room for negotiation, each person was responsible for 2 furrows. Whoever finished first could rest, while those who had not completed their tasks continued working. Alternatively, one could take on a single furrow, albeit with a reduction in work points, at the year's end. This would also equate to a half share of the profits or grain. This system, deemed fair, reflects the principle of labor distribution, a concept rooted in the rural collective and the experience of youth sent to the countryside. Accountant Foam calculated each individual's output. Those wishing to earn more work points had to exert greater effort. This system was both equitable and just, for one could not expect others to compensate for their lack of diligence. Consequently, many young intellectuals, including the female ones, opted for a particular course of action. After all, if others were resting or returning for a meal while one's tasks remained unfinished, one could only wait until completion or abandon their work to hastily return after dining, risking ridicule for their inability to keep pace. Meng Fanxing directly requested 2 furrows, confident in his previous life's experience as a diligent worker, determined not to lag behind his peers. This also served as a rationale for expediting the construction of his subterranean dwelling, presenting an opportunity to showcase his abilities. After all, he had boasted to second uncle about his prowess in agricultural labor, and having already endeared himself to second uncle through his experience with cart driving, he felt compelled to demonstrate competence in the field as well. He understood well that harvesting beans was a particularly arduous task. A moment's inattention could result in painful pricks from the sharp pods. Meng Fanxing surmised that the 3 newcomers would undoubtedly suffer from this ordeal. Furthermore, handling the sickle seemed effortless, yet when cutting through bean roots or corn stalks, uneven pressure could quickly lead to blisters. A truth well known to those familiar with agricultural labor, a source of persistent discomfort. Meng Fanxing began his attempts at a leisurely pace. Recalling the strength he had employed in his previous life, he experimented with various degrees of force, and at first, he found himself lagging behind, with the 3 young intellectuals who had arrived with him swiftly outpacing him. However, as he mastered the grip of the knife and the technique required to hold the bean stalks, his speed significantly increased. In contrast, the 3 young intellectuals soon found themselves sitting on the ground, grimacing in pain, tears glistening in their eyes. The sharp tip of the bean pod was no trifling matter. A careless grip could result in several small punctures, causing genuine discomfort, a sensation these tender-skinned youths had never before experienced. Moreover, the prolonged bending had begun to take its toll on Meng Fanxing, yet with each subsequent break, he gradually caught up to the older youths, particularly those like team leader Zhang, who were considered veterans. Behind Meng Fanxing, neatly piled were heaps of cut bean pods, showcasing his efficiency compared to some older colleagues. Mr. Chiao and Accountant Feng strolled by with their hands clasped behind their backs, their eyes betraying a glimmer of admiration for his efforts, recognizing his diligence. The morning dew had soaked through Meng Fanxing's trouser legs, and the dampness clung to his shoes, mixing with the soil to form a muddy paste that adhered stubbornly to his footwear. The shoes, already damp from the previous day, felt even more oppressive now, causing discomfort. After resting briefly, Meng Fanxing resumed his work, his movements becoming increasingly fluid, surpassing the majority of his peers. Nevertheless, he remained mindful, as a newcomer, of the sentiments of the older youths. With a bit more time to spare during breaks, he began to observe the bustling scene around him, pondering whether in this rebirth he might once again catch glimpses of those from his past, faces he had long forgotten but now seemed to resurface. Ertsuzi, Si Malu, Luermatzi, Heya, Zhang Reinek. Familiar yet somewhat estranged visages appeared before him. Upon spotting Zhang Reinek, a smile broke across his face. Zhang was currently engaged in playful banter with Heya, nearly receiving a kick to the groin, leaving him to tumble onto the ground, neck craned and eyes wide in surprise. Laughter erupted from Meng Fanxing, echoing around him as others joined in the merriment at Zhang Reinek's expense, for in the countryside, idle chatter and jovial teasing were commonplace. Reinek, have you angered Heya again? I hope she didn't crush your eggs. Sisterly air teased, relishing the spectacle, as she was always one to revel in the humor of others' misfortunes. However, Heya remained an unwed young woman, and few dared to jest in such a manner. It was only Li Ersa who could utter such words, as she shared a close sisterly bond with Heya and hailed from the same village. He, what are you saying, Ersa? Heya just kicked me, Zhang Weizue remarked, patting his right buttock, indicating the location of the kick. No. You're just rambling. I saw it clearly. It landed right on your precious jewels. You might as well consider yourself a eunuch for life. Alas, what can one say about the Zhang family? And your elder brother and second brother certainly one T carry on the lineage. Li Ersa teased with a laugh. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Weizue's cheeks flushed crimson. Haha. Look. Zhang Weizue's face has turned red. Longzi suddenly appeared from somewhere, standing behind Zhang Weizue and delivering a swift kick, leaving a distinct imprint of a large shoe on his rear. You clumsy oaf. Can't you be gentle? You've kicked me right where it hurts. Zhang Weizue sank to his knees in the furrow, exclaiming in pain, which only provoked a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Yet, when the esteemed Xiao Leoi approached, everyone hastily resumed their tasks. After all, Xiao Leoi's authority was one that none dared to defy. It was a respect born from the heart. Ever since he became the leader, he had never done a day's work himself. Such was the privilege of Xiao Leoi. Even household chores were managed by Longzi, accompanied by a band of young laborers from the team, let alone the communal tasks in the fields. This was the privilege of a leader, akin to that of a local emperor, and none dared to challenge or compare. Don't you want to return early for a meal? Do you have plenty of energy? One word from Xiao Leoi was more effective than anything else, causing all laughter to vanish. One by one, they bent down, lifted their backs, and resumed work. Meng Fanxing buried her head in her tasks, yet the distant field ahead seemed insurmountable. In the vast northeastern expanse, each ridge spanned nearly an acre or two at the very least, a reflection of the region's agricultural reality, making the labor quite excruciating. At this moment, the three young intellectuals who had come with Meng Fanxing were thoroughly regretting their decision, having been left far behind, relegated to the group tasked with wolf hunting. In theory, wolf hunting should be at the forefront, but in rural parlance, it implied lurking behind the working crew, a euphemism for those who were slacking off. It was not that they lacked effort. Rather, they were simply unaccustomed to rural labor. Particularly when it came to harvesting beans, the soybean pods were truly overwhelming for them. Now, their hands were battered and bruised, each one grimacing in pain, yet they stubbornly insisted on tackling 2 ridges. Even those early arriving young female intellectuals have left them far behind. Only now do they realize the consequences of their competitive spirits. They come to understand how foolish it is to compare themselves with Meng Fanxing, who came along with them. Who can they blame for this? Although Meng Fanxing's hands ache, he possesses the wisdom of a previous life. This may be his first experience in farming, yet he applies a certain cleverness, proving himself to be quite adept at working the land, indeed a skilled farmer. As everyone banters and competes, despite hailing from various regions across the country, the indomitable spirit of rivalry stirs within them, each seeking to maintain a semblance of dignity. After all, they are all adults, standing around 7 to 1, 8 meters tall. Who would wish to become the subject of ridicule, especially in the presence of women? Uncle Air, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, straightened his back to light it and took a drag. Observing Meng Fanxing bent over, diligently outpacing all the other young intellectuals, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This lad is truly impressive. He is not just a braggart. With narrowed eyes, Uncle Air's satisfaction with Meng Fanxing grew. Suddenly, he recalled the conversation they had the previous day in the vehicle, prompting him to approach Elder Chiao and Accountant Feng at the field's edge. He intended to discuss the winter feed storage issue with them. Brother, I have something to say, Uncle Air said, flicking the ash from his cigarette. What is it? Elder Qiao glanced at his younger brother, puzzled as to what he might want to convey. You've seen that lad, right? Quite remarkable. When we returned yesterday, he mentioned a winter feed storage method that could solve our livestock's feed issues during the harsh winter. I didn't think much of it then, but seeing his determination today, it seems he might be onto something, Uncle Air expressed, presenting a favorable impression of Meng Fanxing to the two. What is winter feed storage? Have you heard of it? Elder Qiao turned to look at Accountant Feng. No, we've always used a chaff cutter to feed the livestock, and I've never heard of this winter storage technique. Is it a new method? Accountant Feng responded, shaking his head in confusion, voicing his doubts. I hadn't heard of it either, but the lad spoke with conviction. He mentioned using plastic sheets to store straw, claiming it would help fatten the livestock without needing to feed them grain. The saved grain could be used to supplement the animals in spring, giving them more energy. Uncle Air explained his understanding. Listening to his brother's explanation, Elder Qiao began to ponder. A bit of plastic sheet is nothing. We could buy some in town without spending much. If what you say holds true, it's worth a try. After all, we're just as busy chopping straw in the dead of winter. Let us engage in a thorough discussion with that young man. He possesses admirable qualities. Last night, had it not been for him, Xiao Lanzi might have faced dire consequences. Moreover, he hails from the city and is well educated, likely possessing more knowledge than we do. Observe how diligently he works, without a hint of pretense, his tasks executed with remarkable skill. Even Accountant Feng gazed towards Meng Fanxing with a smile. Chapter 9. The Winter Storage Plan. I share your sentiments. That young man is indeed commendable. Throughout our journey yesterday, he drove the cart without once striking the horse, demonstrating his appreciation for our livestock. His work is as meticulous as that of seasoned veterans. And even our agricultural practices are not far behind. It's merely a matter of handling some plastic sheeting, as Air Yi remarked, having noticed the keen interest of the leaders in both teams. Bring him over. Let us convene for a moment. Old Master Qiao called out to Air Lungzi in the distance, drawing the attention of the others. Meng Fanxing remained undisturbed, diligently focused on his tasks until Air Lungzi approached and grasped his arm, prompting him to pause, perplexed. Brother, did you call me for something? Meng Fanxing inquired, looking at Air Lungzi with confusion. Addressing him as brother was music to Air Lungzi's ears, as the title conferred a sense of respect, distinguishing him from the more casual appellation used by others. Brother, Old Master Qiao has summoned you to discuss something. Come with me, Air Lungzi said, his face beaming with a healthy glow under the sunlight. Oh, let me set down my sickle, so as not to disturb anyone else, Meng Fanxing replied, carefully placing his tool aside before following Air Lungzi towards the trio in the distance, pondering the likely subject of winter storage. Meng Fanxing was aware that his reminder to Air Yi had been duly noted, as he had spoken to Old Master Qiao about the matter earlier that morning. Should this endeavor prove successful, it would solidify his standing in Kaoshantan. He also intended to casually mention the weather. Only by establishing a firm foothold in Kaoshantan and garnering the attention of figures like Old Master Qiao and Accountant Feng could he hope for a more comfortable existence. This would allow him to devise a prudent plan for future endeavors, as financial means are essential for any venture. Securing initial capital is crucial for laying the groundwork for larger ambitions. Otherwise, all discussions remain futile. Engaging in ventures without resources is not a viable path. Old Master Qiao, Uncle Feng, Air Yi, have you been looking for me? Meng Fanxing approached and greeted each of them, recognizing the importance of a sweet tongue and actions that would elevate their esteem, as the first step towards survival is to establish a solid foundation. Indeed, I just heard from our second brother that you proposed a winter storage plan for feed, addressing the livestock's sustenance issues. Could you elaborate on this? Will it require significant expenditure? Mr. Qiao is primarily concerned with money, as there is hardly any left in the team. The winter storage method he refers to is a fermentation technique, recently developed in our country, serving as a novel approach to livestock rearing. It bears a resemblance to the art of winemaking. However, an excess of spent grains can intoxicate the livestock. Fortunately, the fermentation of straw circumvents this issue, not only allowing the animals to gain weight, but also conserving corn. Moreover, I am aware that this year's snowfall in the northern regions is expected to be significantly heavier than in previous years. Meng Fanxing ultimately revealed a startling piece of news. What? The snowfall in our northern regions this year is projected to be greater than before? Mr. Qiao regarded the young man with a puzzled expression, scrutinizing him intently. Indeed, prior to my arrival, I conversed with a friend from the meteorological department in the capital who utilized new technology for their predictions. I wonder if this information has been shared with others, Meng Fanxing pondered, recognizing that speaking on behalf of a government department carries more weight than personal assertions. No one has mentioned this matter, Mr. Chiao murmured to himself, contemplating the young man's words. Nevertheless, it wouldn't hurt to prepare in advance, at worst. It just means a bit more work, he muttered, his mind now occupied with the implications of what the young man had said. After all, government pronouncements hold the weight of authority and must be heeded. It seems that this young man's family possesses some relevant connections. If what he claims holds true, then taking precautions would be prudent. By the way, this lad also mentioned that a drought is expected in the latter half of next year. According to the predictions from that department, Uncle Air chimed in, reinforcing Meng Fanxing's position. It would be wise for us to prepare ahead. Better to be ready than caught off guard. Meng Fanxing smiled. If we adequately prepare this year, ensuring the livestock have enough to eat and are well fed, they will certainly have the strength to work when spring arrives. After all, we are all about labor. A little extra effort won't hurt. Old phone. What do you think? Mr. Chiao inquired, glancing at the usually silent accountant phone. The fermentation process itself poses no issues. If it truly resolves the feeding concerns for our livestock, that would be excellent. In the past, we have fed them spent grains without incurring significant costs. Now, young Meng, could you provide more details? Accountant Feng expressed a cautious curiosity. Of course. Consider this, Uncle Feng. During winter, we chop straw primarily from corn stalks. However, these stalks are devoid of nutrition, being dry and lacking sugars, moisture, and essential nutrients. The sugars in the current corn stalks have yet to dissipate. Once fermented, they become suitable not only for larger livestock, but also for pigs and sheep, which require substantial amounts of feed during the winter. The cold weather further increases their appetite. You make a valid point. Not to mention, even our children enjoy nibbling on the straw. Is the fermentation process particularly challenging? Accountant Feng inquired once more, seeking further clarification. It is not difficult. Simply locate a piece of land and excavate a large pit. Line the pit with plastic sheeting to ensure proper sealing, and within a month, it will be ready for use. When the time comes, everyone can gather to retrieve what they need, and afterward, reseal it. However, it is imperative to ensure a good seal, as that is the crux of the matter, Meng Fanxing explained as simply as possible. I believe it's feasible, old Xiao. What Xiaoming has suggested is indeed viable. Consider the implications. Resolving the winter feed issue for our livestock during the harsh winter months would be a tremendous boon. Even if it doesn't work out, the plastic sheeting can serve other purposes, though it will require some effort. It's merely a matter of corn stalks, remarked Accountant Feng after pondering for a while. Well then, let us proceed with it. By the way, Xiaoming, do you have expertise in this area? Old Xiao asked with a smile, hoping to extract a definitive answer from him, as he was unwilling to face failure. Rest assured, old Xiao, though I am young, I would never speak lightly on such significant matters. This is a crucial issue concerning the winter sustenance of all our livestock, and I would never make frivolous claims. Meng Fanxing asserted with unwavering determination. Very well, then let us get to work, old Xiao declared with a sweeping gesture. Indeed, let us proceed, but old Xiao, let us keep this matter discreet among the team. After all, certain topics should not be spoken of, lest we create an atmosphere of tension and invite trouble from above. Accountant Feng cautioned, reflecting his careful nature. Of course, we must keep this under wraps. Let us initiate the work quietly, and should we succeed, we might even earn commendation from higher authorities for providing a solution to the feed problem affecting the entire town, old Xiao remarked with a smile, recognizing the necessity of caution in such endeavors. Absolutely, but until we achieve success, let us ensure everyone keeps their lips sealed. Old Xiao, Uncle Feng, we must act swiftly. The stalks are not yet dry, and digging the pit will take several days, Meng Fanxing reminded, noting that this autumn storage technique had only begun to be widely promoted 4 to 5 years later. Taking the initiative now could yield broader benefits, which is a positive development. Xiaoming, attend to this matter diligently. Choose the location and personnel, and let Erlungzi find people to assist. Also, are there any specific requirements regarding the thickness of the plastic sheeting? Old Xiao immediately began to delegate responsibilities. Meng Fanxing found himself momentarily lost in thought about the autumn storage and some technical requirements. It was only when Captain Xiao called out to him again that he snapped back to reality. I need to calculate the required dimensions of the pit and the specifications for the plastic sheeting, Meng Fanxing said bashfully, scratching the back of his head. Haha. It's commendable to ask questions. Having a methodical approach is essential, unlike us rough sorts, praised Erday with a smile, pleased that he could contribute to the endeavor. Erday's praise is appreciated. I simply want to avoid waste, Meng Fanxing thought. Recognizing that this was not the right moment to broach his idea about constructing an underground storage facility, given that this plan had yet to succeed and required prudence. No worries, the plastic sheeting is inexpensive. Having a little extra won't hurt, and it can be utilized next year as well. Once you've calculated the requirements, just communicate it to Uncle Feng, old Xiao said, treating Meng Fanxing as one of his own, his tone lightening with a sense of camaraderie. Master Xiao, Uncle Feng, and second uncle, I shall first attend to the land division and contemplate the approximate dimensions required for the plastic sheeting. The funds allocated for our team must be judiciously spent. Meng Fanxing, recognizing that their discussion had concluded, resolved to return to his labors, unwilling to neglect his responsibilities simply because others had assigned him tasks. Very well, proceed. After our meal, you will be in charge of the winter storage arrangements. Erlingzi, you shall assist young Meng, came the reply. Absolutely. I assure you, everything will be meticulously organized, Erlingzi responded with a cheerful grin. As Meng Fanxing returned to the unfinished section of work, he recalled that the others had also hurriedly arrived during their conversation, and thus the remaining tasks needed to be accomplished before dinner. On his way back, he caught sight of two female, educated youths in the distance, and to his surprise, it was Zhang Qiuyue and Qin Ge. Memories from his previous life flooded his mind once more. Qin Ge, hailing from Beijing, had successfully passed the college entrance examination after its reinstatement and enrolled in a normal university in Hebei province. Following her graduation, she leveraged her family's connections to secure a teaching position in Beijing. Subsequently, she transitioned to work within the Education Bureau, leading a relatively comfortable life that could be classified as one of modest affluence. Although she and Meng Fanxing were not particularly close, they would occasionally gather, making her one of the few friends with whom he could engage in meaningful conversation. Her demeanor was refreshingly unpretentious, and she navigated social interactions with admirable discretion. Zhang Qiuyue, encouraged by Qin Ge, had visited Beijing several times and had met Meng Fanxing on a few occasions. Given their shared experiences during that period of rural work, they cherished those memories, fostering a bond that allowed them to enjoy each other's company over drinks and hearty discussions. Reflecting on these thoughts, Meng Fanxing returned to his unfinished tasks, picking up his sickle and immersing himself in work once more, pondering the fates of Zhang Qiuyue and Qin Ge. Had they too been reborn alongside him? In the myriad reincarnation novels he had encountered in his previous life, many explored such themes. Was it possible that these individuals had returned to this world solely to complement the protagonist, or were they merely extensions of him in this lifetime, essential to his existence? After much contemplation, Meng Fanxing found himself unable to identify any discrepancies in their behaviors. Was it that the memories of reincarnation resided solely within him, while they existed merely as supporting characters in his narrative, allowing him to achieve greatness in this life, to flourish and dominate, while he reveled in the pretense of charm and allure? Lost in this train of thought, Meng Fanxing eventually caught up with the other educated youths. However, the three simpletons who had accompanied him lagged significantly behind, separated by several other individuals. Despite being near, Meng Fanxing chose not to lend them a helping hand. These three simpletons were not to be trusted. Each was worse than the last, and he vividly recalled the exclusion he had faced from them in his previous life. They all came from families that had sent them to the countryside, and none were willing to endure their bullying. Regrettably, these three had taken advantage of Meng Fanxing's quiet nature, exploiting the fact that no one from his family wrote to him or sent him provisions, and had persistently engaged in acts of bullying against him. In this lifetime, Meng Fanxing resolved not to allow these three rascals to bully him. Whenever convenient, he would create a bit of trouble for them, perhaps to derive some amusement, treating it as a way to collect interest from his past life. A smile crept across Meng Fanxing's face as he contemplated this. Have you ever done farm work? A voice filled with surprise emerged from beside him. No, but I learned quickly, Meng Fanxing replied, glancing at team leader Zhang, who was a shrewd individual, having risen to the position of a leader among the educated youth. This person was also quite cunning, and Meng Fanxing knew he had to proceed with caution. The lessons from his previous life had taught him the importance of discretion in speech. Not every word should be shared with every person. It was essential to conceal his secrets, rendering himself inscrutable, and to maintain an air of mystery. After all, one must always be wary of others. And his conversations with the second uncle were merely a means to assimilate quickly into this new life, avoiding the hardships he had endured in his past. He had to rise above the ordinary, associating only with those who mattered, befriending the right individuals. He had learned from seasoned gamblers that one should leave some things unsaid, for the leaders who indulged in leisure and excess had their own merits and skills. Thus, in this life, Meng Fanxing intended to adopt a similar approach. He would trust no one, focusing instead on his own strength. Engaging with useful individuals was worthwhile, while those who were not, well, it was better to avoid them. Teaching them would yield no results. Perhaps he could find amusement in jesting with them instead. I thought you had experience in farming. Considering how swiftly and steadily you cut, Team Leader Zhang probed. Indeed, Team Leader Zhang. While working, I observed your actions as well as theirs. To be frank, some tasks cannot be approached with brute force. Look at those three. Meng Fanxing gestured toward the trio of simpletons. Yes, I initially shared your sentiments. You are quite impressive. Zhang replied. Thank you. Meng Fanxing said before returning to his work, for the sun had risen, and they needed to hasten their pace. The local residents of Kaoshan had already arrived at the fields, leisurely smoking and chatting. With a substantial amount of work still ahead, everyone pressed on, as none relished the task of confronting wolves. Although most maintained a simple and pure mindset, they each harbored their own thoughts. Lungzi approached with a sickle in hand. Despite being a lackey of Lord Xiao, he pretended to be diligent in the fields. After all, while Lord Xiao and Accountant Feng could saunter around checking on things without working, Lungzi, being a subordinate, had to maintain appearances. Brother, have your hands blistered yet? Lungzi asked with a grin. They're starting to feel warm. I suspect it won't be long before I do develop blisters. Meng Fanxing beamed a radiant smile, showcasing the hand gripping the knife handle to the simpleton. The art of farming necessitates skill. One must not clutch the knife tightly, but rather hold it gently, tightening one's grip only at the moment of cutting. With patience, one will gradually acclimatize. The simpleton assisted Meng Fanxing by taking hold of a furrow, thereby quickening the pace. Brother, you are absolutely right. I shall catch up swiftly. However, this agricultural labor requires an adaptation period. For someone like me, it will take at least a month to adjust. Indeed, you haven't seen those educated youth. They resemble children who have yet to mature, crying and whining over the slightest task, showing no promise whatsoever. The simpleton cast a glance at the three fools. Meng Fanxing observed the group of educated youth she had left behind. Brother, when digging the winter storage pit, you should select a few who are adept at their work. It is a labor-intensive task, and throwing the soil from the pit onto the surface is no easy feat, she cautioned. All right, I will manage the arrangements. How deep should the pit be? The simpleton inquired, pausing his work. It should be at least a person's height. Otherwise, it won't accommodate much straw. Where's our livestock shed? Meng Fanxing pondered the site for winter storage, ensuring it was not too far from the livestock shed and did not encroach upon arable land. After all, winter storage is only for seasonal use. If it becomes waterlogged in summer, it would be rendered useless. All factors must be considered, otherwise, next winter would necessitate digging another pit, a situation she wished to avoid. Meng Fanxing did not want to return to labor next year only to be scolded by villagers, as this was also a matter of pride. To the west of the village, just past the third shed, the simpleton pointed out to Meng Fanxing. All right, when we return for lunch, we will take a closer look. Winter storage cannot be disregarded. If it remains dry next autumn, it can still be utilized. But if water seeps in, it will be unusable, and we would have to seek another location for the pit, which would be troublesome. Meng Fanxing smiled. It would be wonderful if we had cement and bricks, but during this period, cement is a scarce resource. A rural winter storage project is hardly a priority, making it nearly impossible to procure cement. This is the stark reality we face, primarily due to material shortages. Controlling costs is paramount, as rural funds are limited, and purchasing plastic sheeting also incurs considerable expenses. Meng Fanxing sighed, feeling the weight of these pressing issues. As the sun rose over the eastern hills, everyone had finished harvesting the beans. At the edge of the field, a group of people chatted and laughed as they hurried back to the team. The three fools, however, now appeared dejected, lacking the spirited demeanor they had when they set out. The trials and tribulations of society had only just begun for them. In the courtyard of the team, the air was filled with bustling voices as hundreds of men, women, and children held small bowls, partaking in their meal. Today, the team prepared flatbreads accompanied by a cabbage and potato soup, albeit with little oil, which was still preferable to a plain cabbage broth. The gathering of people was filled with merriment, for indeed, a larger company enhances the flavor of a meal. Although the food was not of the finest quality, it was sufficient to fill one's belly. Throughout the year, it is only during the planting and autumn harvest seasons that one can truly indulge in a fulfilling meal. The rest of the time, one must make do with meager broth. This is an unfortunate reality. After harvesting the grains, the farmers are required to pay their dues to the state, which consists of meticulously selected premium grains. The remaining lesser grains, often shriveled and imperfect, are either reserved for personal consumption or further sifted to serve as fodder for livestock. In the countryside, no grain is wasted. Besides the provisions for human consumption, The feed for livestock is essential, for during these times, the animals are sometimes more valuable than people, serving as the primary labor force for hauling carts, plowing fields, or attending to various tasks. Without livestock, the farmers' livelihoods would be jeopardized. It is no exaggeration to call them the farmers' treasures. To ensure the well-being of these animals, every rural collective has a designated caretaker, affectionately referred to as the cow officer. Only those well-versed in the needs of livestock can undertake this role, as they spend years alongside these voiceless creatures, gaining insights into their habits and basic care. This position is a respected one within the village, and the caretakers not only feed the animals but also handle the lighter duties of driving carts, reflecting the community's regard for them. After the meal, Meng Fanxing accompanied Lengzi directly to the livestock shed. Upon arrival, he furrowed his brow at the rudimentary shelter. In such conditions, if this winter mirrored the last, the newly born calves and foals would surely perish from the cold. Meng Fanxing pondered solutions, feeling compelled to speak with Lord Xiao about improving the living conditions for the livestock, at the very least to provide them with some shelter from the wind and rain, ensuring his rebirth would not be marred by regret. Since mealtime, Meng Fanxing had begun to sense his physical frailty. After 3 hours of labor in the morning, his back ached, indicating a need for increased exercise. Otherwise, he would struggle to endure such laborious demands. Alas, while others are reborn with various advantages, be it divine abilities or systems of support, he found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Even a hint of special powers would be welcome. Meng Fanxing inwardly lamented, questioning the heavens for not bestowing any enhancements upon him. Why could he not be granted some form of strength? Even a thunderbolt that might endow him with extraordinary abilities would suffice. Thinking endlessly about his plight yielded no solutions, leaving him only to grimace at the livestock shed. Such is life, he thought, as he sat down on a nearby wooden beam, gazing at the distant mountains, the very direction from which he had returned yesterday. He scanned the surroundings, seeking a suitable location for winter storage. The livestock shed was flanked by sunken earth pits, and he wondered who had chosen this location. Logically, a livestock shed should not be built in a downwind area, nor should it be situated too close to the living quarters. This is a rural area. Who would possess such grand plans? It is autumn, and the prevailing scent has become quite unpleasant. Did the villagers not perceive the sharpness of the air during the summer? Alas, Meng Fanxing sighed deeply once more, lamenting the lack of understanding among the people, including old Master Qiao. He recognized that he held no authority in determining this matter. Since it was the villagers' choice, he resolved to make an effort, for the cow shed was indeed dilapidated. Considering the well-being of both the villagers and the cattle, he felt compelled to take action. Meng Fanxing rose and began surveying the surroundings. He gazed at the hillside behind Kaoshan village and ran over to test the wind direction. At this time of year, the winds were particularly strong. Once the crops were harvested, the gusts would only intensify, rivaling those of spring. After wandering to several locations, Lengzi grew somewhat impatient. He presumed Meng Fanxing was merely searching for a spot to excavate winter storage pits, unaware that he was actually scouting for a new site for the cow shed. Traversing through the fields and ravines was indeed exhausting. Even Lengzi, a native of the area, began to lose his patience. Finally, Meng Fanxing settled on a small hillside approximately 200 to 300 meters from old Master Qiao's residence on the east side of the village. Standing atop the slope, he surveyed the barren land below, envisioning the construction of a cow shed here, along with 2 winter storage pits of ample size. Digging a manure pit to the left of the slope would be an excellent choice, ensuring that even if the wind blew towards the village, the odor would be minimal. While it was impossible to eliminate all scent, it would certainly be an improvement. At least it would be situated downwind, distanced from the village, allowing for swift access in case of emergencies or wild animal attacks. Brother, have you made your selection? We've scouted so many places, Lengzi remarked, adding, have you considered digging pits for storing fodder here? Is it too far from the cow shed? He was not foolish and had pondered these aspects. You're right. Meng Fanxing replied with a smile. Let me pose a question. If the cow shed were in our village, would you want to endure the stench of cow dung all summer? Is that pleasant for you? Don't even get me started. Not just the smell. In summer, the flies, mosquitoes, and other pests are incessantly buzzing. Alas, this has been the way for many years. Lengzi honestly expressed his thoughts. Isn't that the point? My mind is not vacant, Meng Fanxing said with a smile, pointing to his head. I am seeking an auspicious location for the cow shed. By placing it here, with a manure pit at the downwind side and 2 winter storage pits in front, we can resolve all these issues. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, outlining the layout. It must be said that those who come seeking knowledge indeed possess a keen sense of calculation. Not only do they manage to evade unpleasant odors, but they also benefit from proximity to the fodder supply. I must admit that the simplicity of the dullard has afforded clarity. Brother heir, since we are not the decision-makers, shall we report to Lord Xiao and seek his counsel? As we walk, allow me to guide you. The dullard is remarkably efficient in his tasks, showing no signs of hesitation as he strides directly towards Lord Xiao's residence. Along the way, he enthusiastically extols the virtues of such arrangements, as if the idea were entirely his own. Upon arriving at Lord Xiao's abode, we find the young maidens, Dia and Arya, busily tending to the yard. They have finished washing the disassembled bedding and are now hanging it on wooden poles to dry. Upon seeing the dullard and Meng Fanxing, both maidens offer gentle smiles, with Arya playfully sticking out her tongue at Meng Fanxing. Lord Xiao sits pensively on a long bench in the courtyard, lost in thought as he gazes into the distance. One wonders what kind of affections occupy the mind of a man of his years, drawing him so deeply into contemplation that he remains oblivious to the approach of the two. Father, Brother Dullard and Meng Jiqing have come to see you, Arya sweetly announces as she nudges her father's arm, pulling him from his reverie. Ah, young Meng Jiqing, have you found a suitable place? Then let us begin. Lord Xiao replies, his expression tinged with curiosity as he regards Meng Fanxing, uncertain of the purpose behind this visit. Was it merely to discuss the digging of a couple of pits? Must every matter require his approval? Lord Xiao, I took a look at the cattle shed, and it seems to have been constructed quite some time ago, hasn't he it? Meng Fanxing's inquiry serves to set the tone for her forthcoming statements. Noticing Lord Xiao's slight nod, she continues, I mentioned earlier that this winter's snowfall is rather heavy. While the shed may withstand the weight, it is riddled with drafts. If we were to have calves or foals born in the winter, I cannot guarantee their survival from the cold. Hence, seeking to avoid encroaching upon arable land, I circled our village and identified an excellent location beneath the opposite ridge. I thought it prudent to report this to you. Meng Fanxing's demeanor is marked by utmost respect. Before she can finish, the dullard interjects. Indeed, having the cattle shed within the village presents issues, especially during the heat of summer when the stench becomes unbearable, not to mention the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes and flies. Uncle, wouldn't relocating it further away resolve all these problems? Meng Jiqing also mentioned that to the west lies the cattle shed, and to the east, a dung pit, with plans to dig 2 winter storage pits in front. Such an arrangement truly appears beneficial, does it not? The dullard chuckles, as if all of this were his own brilliant conception. What lies beyond the ridge? Mr. Qiao's eyes flickered with a fleeting brilliance, evidently indicating his fondness for this place. And he appeared quite pleased with the arrangement concerning the educated youth, Meng Fanxing. If you wish to maintain the original site, we could excavate a pit in the adjacent backyard, though it would be a slight waste of fertile land, precious black soil. Constructing 2 winter storage pits seems rather extravagant. Meng Fanxing deliberately articulated her thoughts, hoping to garner Mr. Qiao's approval, for she understood the deep attachment rural folk, especially Mr. Qiao, have towards their land. You have arranged it well, let it be on that ridge. Lengzi, work in harmony with Comrade Meng. Her words are my words. Bring the carpenter back from the autumn harvest and have him gather a few individuals to cut some trees, following Comrade Meng's directives. Although Mr. Qiao's demeanor remained stern, the glimmer in his eyes was unmistakably captured by Meng Fanxing. Very well, I shall go at once. Comrade Meng, you stay at your uncle's. I will return shortly to arrange for the tools, Lengzi declared, preparing to leave. Upon seeing Meng Fanxing open her mouth to speak yet remain silent, he hurried away, which was perhaps the very reason Mr. Qiao favored Lengzi for tasks. Ah, young Meng, I once harbored the notion of relocating the cattle shed from the village. But alas, these past years, no need to dwell on it. Would you like to sketch a rough plan? When the carpenter returns, you can discuss it thoroughly. Mr. Qiao inquired. No need for that, Mr. Qiao. It is but a patch of land the size of a palm, which you surely have etched in your mind. Once the carpenter arrives, he can measure the foundation and dimensions, mark the lines, and then we shall commence. That is his expertise. I merely offer suggestions. And I am not indispensable, Meng Fanxing replied honestly, her face reflecting no desire for accolades. Good, diligence without arrogance. Quite commendable, Mr. Qiao commented before lapsing into silence. Meng Fanxing stood awkwardly to the side, refraining from wandering her gaze, maintaining a decorous posture, for Mr. Qiao held a particular disdain for frivolity, especially with his 2 cherished daughters busily engaged in the courtyard. This too served as a test, not without its possibilities. Dia procured a stool and placed it beside Meng Fanxing before blushingly retreating, while Arya made a playful face, perhaps a reflection of her mischievous nature, a behavior she had likely grown accustomed to. Meng Fanxing remained silent, choosing not to sit. Please sit. Thea has brought it for you, Mr. Chiao said. Contemplating for a moment before continuing, young Meng, do you truly believe that the latter half of next year will witness a severe drought? What shall we do if such a calamity befalls us? The common folk rely on the heavens for sustenance. Without rain, the water from the river cannot be diverted. Meng Fanxing contemplated the topography of the nearby mountain village. The elevated fields were incapable of drawing water, yet the low-lying areas could indeed channel water from the river. Mr. Chiao, the elevated land could be utilized to plant short-term crops such as millet or sorghum. If we sow them 10 to 20 days in advance, they should mature before the drought arrives. We shall have done our utmost. You are familiar with crops such as millet and foxtail millet, and indeed, sorghum as well, albeit with lower yields. This is an unavoidable reality. Nevertheless, we shall make our utmost efforts to ensure that we do not end up with nothing to show for our toil. A smile graced the face of Lord Xiao. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. In the low-lying areas below, we can construct some irrigation channels. By exerting our utmost efforts, we can prepare for any future droughts, ensuring that we will not have to labor endlessly each year to dig irrigation ditches, but rather achieve a sustainable solution that can be utilized repeatedly. Meng Fanxing suggested once more. You are correct. Once we finish harvesting this year, we should commence with the work. Otherwise, with so many people idling throughout the winter, little can be accomplished. The matter of grain is truly a source of distress, especially through the long winter, when hunger gnaws at the belly, leaving one devoid of strength. Lord Xiao sighed deeply. Whether we work this year or next, work must be done. When it comes time to pay our grain tax, we should exercise some restraint. We cannot allow everyone to suffer from hunger, can we? Perhaps next year, if our irrigation channels prove effective, we can contribute a bit more to compensate for past hardships. As Meng Fanxing spoke of contributing less this year, he noticed a shift in Lord Xiao's expression and quickly added that he understood the steadfast spirit of the people in this era. Meng Fanxing reflected on the integrity of the people of this age, who, regardless of circumstances, engage in a spirit of competition. If you are required to contribute 10,000 pounds of grain, even if it means enduring hunger, you would still submit 11,000, never merely 10,100. This exemplifies the straightforwardness and patriotism of the people of this time. They never consider that their own hunger is sacrificed for a mere token of honor, willingly offering all that is good without concern for the price of grain. They might sell at 8 cents a pound and, when in need, buy back at 15 cents. It is not that they cannot do the math. Rather, it is a testament to their commitment to support the nation's development. This endearing simplicity of this generation is well understood by Meng Fanxing, which is why he cautiously suggested contributing a bit more next year, fearing that his words might inadvertently offend Lord Xiao's sense of justice and dedication. You speak wisely. This year, we shall contribute grain as per the norm, with the hope of contributing more in the event of a calamity next year. Alas, is there truly no other solution? Life is indeed arduous when one lacks grain and the sustenance to provide energy. If we can accomplish some work before winter sets in, it would be beneficial. Come spring. Well, I suggest we continue our efforts into winter, as it is surely easier to work than when the ground is frozen solid. We must inform everyone that in spring, we will need to hasten our planting. Moreover, the ground will be much harder to work if we wait until spring to begin, which will prove to be far more laborious than if we start before winter. What do you think? You are indeed correct. The minds of the youth are quick to grasp such matters. Please take charge of planning this endeavor. Given your education and insights, it would be prudent to invest extra thought into these affairs. As we dig winter storage pits and construct the cattle shed, we must prepare some earthen bricks. As this will require time, it is vital to complete this before the snow falls, is it not? Yes, we must first mold the earthen bricks, which will take a week or two. This is not a significant issue. As long as we ensure the cattle shed is sealed against the heavy snow, it will be fine even if calves are born. Gathering additional straw will also prove beneficial. As two individuals engaged in conversation, Lungzi and the carpenter hurriedly returned. Upon entering the courtyard, Lungzi cheerfully exclaimed, "We are back. Let us hurry." "Yes, you may go," replied old Master Chiao, "and regarding that matter, do expedite it. You should refrain from working in the fields for the next few days." With a wave of his hand, he strode out of the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, his silhouette somewhat forlorn as he made his way towards Jiangchatsi. Lungzi glanced at Meng Fanxing, uncertain of what had transpired between Meng Jiqing and old Master Chiao. Without further ado, he grasped Meng Fanxing's arm, guiding him towards the small hillock across the way. Lungzi was a man of decisive action, disinclined to dawdle. The trio arrived at the base of the hill, where Meng Fanxing gestured with his fingers, articulating his ideas to the carpenter with succinct clarity. After illustrating the dimensions of the cattle shed, they proceeded to the area designated for winter storage. To ensure adequate sealing, the winter storage pit would also require a cover of earth, necessitating crossbeams to prevent the stored fodder from being exposed to the elements. Once he finished explaining, the carpenter had sketched the overall framework for the construction in the soil with his shovel. The primary task now was to excavate the winter storage pit. The cattle shed could be constructed later, as long as it was completed before the heavy snowfall. Lungzi delegated tasks to the workers while Meng Fanxing wandered near Jiangchatsi, gazing at the turbulent waters flowing forward. He contemplated the earth embankment leading to the village's lowland and recognized the challenge of diverting the river's water. It would require digging a water channel. However, the river water. Old Master Qiao stood at the riverbank, troubled by the relentless flow of the current. Meng Fanxing, seated atop the earth mound, absent-mindedly scratched the ground with a small stick, pondering potential solutions. An hour passed, and at last, Meng Fanxing conceived an idea. However, it was untested. He had merely seen a video from a previous life showcasing water channels powered by windmills in the mountainous regions of the south. Eureka! That was it. By constructing a wooden windmill, he could lift the lower river water, directing it into the channel. Could they not excavate a waterway from this side of the mound? Although the thought was promising, it remained untried, necessitating experimentation. Old Master Qiao noticed Meng Fanxing, who was deep in thought, and approached him. Observing the young man's sketch of a wheel on the ground, "Young Meng, if we dig a channel here, everyone could carry water from below. It would certainly be quicker and less laborious than fetching it from the fields. Alas, for us rural folk, toil is our fate," he sighed bitterly, conveying his helplessness and frustration. "Old Master Qiao, I have devised a method that conserves labor and minimizes effort. However, it is untested," Meng Fanxing explained, detailing the concept of the water wheel and its intricacies to Old Master Qiao. Would this be feasible? Old Master Qiao stared in astonishment at the young man before him. The force of the river's current is immense, propelling wave after wave forward. All we need to do is construct a slightly elevated frame atop the windmill's blades, creating a trough from wooden planks. The windmill will pour the water into this trough, and by digging a channel of similar height in the earth mound, we can continuously channel water in without the need for us to laboriously carry it. At worst, we could seal the wooden trough with plastic sheeting to prevent water loss. As Meng Fanxing spoke, she sketched on the ground. "Ah, you young folks are indeed resourceful. Now, the remaining task involves the water channels in the village. I believe this can work, but you must discuss with the carpenter regarding the dimensions and construction details, ensuring you convey everything clearly to the young carpenter. We have no shortage of timber here." Lord Qiao's furrowed brow relaxed, and the earlier silence dissipated, his posture straightening, his eyes bereft of sorrow. Chapter 12. The threat of labor points. I merely wish to ponder over some ideas, utilizing knowledge gleaned from textbooks. After all, these are my responsibilities. I, too, am a member of our village. Meng Fanxing contemplated whether to voice her thoughts, as this winter had been her sanctuary. Lord Qiao fell into silence once more. A habitual trait of his. Had Meng Fanxing not been so familiar with his character, she might have found it bothersome. However, after years in another life, she was well acquainted with his ways and allowed the silence to linger. The sun approached its zenith, signaling that noon, and the time for lunch, was imminent. In the countryside, clocks are absent. Time is measured by the sun's ascent and descent. Such days repeat endlessly, year after year, as they have for generations. Particularly in this northeastern region, it is common for villages to be spaced several dozen miles apart, and in some areas, one may not encounter a village for over 100 miles. Thus, this place is isolated and impoverished. The village of Kuaishan is considered the closest to the town, yet it remains a distance of 20 to 30 miles away. Lord Qiao walked with his hands clasped behind him, making his way toward his home, while Meng Fanxing cautiously followed. Neither spoke. In the distance, figures approached from the western village entrance. This was the first wave of workers returning from their labor, the local inhabitants. Behind them, along the dusty road, groups of 3 or 5 laughed and chatted as they made their way back, for a morning of toil had left them pleasantly fatigued, looking forward to a hearty lunch. Even if it lacked richness, it would surely be filling. As the villagers returned, children scampered out from their earthen homes or thatched cottages, eager to greet their families. This was the only moment that brought true joy to the children, as, on occasion, the adults would return with small treasures from the fields. For instance, the sweet cane, field mice, or mother leopards. The mother leopard caught from the fields is akin to a frog, with a red belly and plumpness that increases as autumn approaches. It is the finest delicacy brought home by adults for their children amidst their labor, roasted to perfection, dripping with oil. Occasionally, A nest of wild rabbits may be found in the fields. However, these wild rabbits are quite untamed. Without the mother rabbit's care, the young ones struggle to survive. They are often brought home merely for the children to play with before being slaughtered, skinned, and simmered into a pot of rabbit soup, a rare treat. Though small in size, the meat of these little rabbits is tender and far superior to that of field mice, yielding a broth that carries a hint of earthy flavor. Yet, in times of scarcity, even this meager source of sustenance is appreciated as a form of meat. The distant hills echo with the calls of wild chickens greeting each other, bringing a sense of tranquility to this small mountain village. Meng Fanxing cherishes this serenity. Especially the fresh and sweet air, and the sky above, a deep azure, is immensely comforting. The few domesticated dogs in the village wag their short-haired tails upon seeing familiar faces, their excitement rivaling that of children eagerly awaiting their parents' return. Mischievous youngsters have even snipped off the dog's tail hair to fashion into shuttlecocks. This is one of the few forms of play for rural children, who use 3 or 4 large coins, inserting the long hair into the holes of the coins, securing them with wooden wedges. When kicked, the long strands of dog hair dance gracefully in the wind. Clusters of children gather for spirited games of shuttlecock kicking, a favored pastime among both boys and girls. And Meng Fanxing delights in it as well. After several rounds, they are flushed and warm, especially in winter, where the thick cotton shoes add to the exhilaration. Alas, the dogs, deprived of their tail hair, often become the subject of the children's teasing. Yet, they remain unfazed, still wagging their tails and frolicking around the children. For it is in these moments that they truly bond in joyful abandon. Adults and children alike hold their dining utensils, some with small bowls, others with small basins. As children struggle with larger vessels, fearing that spilled food would lead to punishment from adults, everyone queues patiently for their turn to be served. A generous scoop of rice paired with stewed potatoes and cabbage, a rare treat in this season with limited fresh vegetables. The freshly harvested potatoes are particularly starchy, a favorite among young and old alike. Meng Fanxing follows the village leader, Mr. Chiao, along with Dia, Arya, and Mr. Chiao's wife, all carrying their small basins. Many villagers graciously yield their places for this family, and Mr. Chiao does not express a word of gratitude, as if this were merely his due. However, such a scenario is quite commonplace, for in the village of Kaoshan, Master Chiao reigns supreme, commanding a level of respect from all. Meng Fanxing, too, found herself drawn into the orbit of Master Chiao, her arm entwined with that of Arya, much to the envy of many. This special attention bestowed upon the newcomer ignited resentment among her peers. Why should this fresh face be favored by Master Chiao, spending the morning in his company rather than laboring in the fields alongside the others? Some of the educated youth could not conceal their discontent. Among them was team leader Zhang, alongside the 3 other new arrivals. All were there to participate in the same endeavor, yet Meng Fanxing seemed to garner Master Chiao's favor, perhaps due to her heroic act of rescuing the widow Xiao on the previous evening, earning her unwarranted acclaim. In this modest mountain village, the original inhabitants harbored little envy, while a group of educated youth displayed disdain and aversion. Unbeknownst to Meng Fanxing, her absence from the morning toil stirred reactions among her peers. Encouraged by team leader Zhang, they devised punitive schemes aimed explicitly at her, a natural yet targeted form of ostracism that was not unprecedented. If one were to quietly blend in, life would be easier. However, should one resist conformity or disregard authority, they could expect to face the consequences. Such exclusionary behavior is ubiquitous, echoing the adage that where there are factions, there will be conflict. The realm of educated youth mirrored a microcosm of society, where rivalries were far from scarce, particularly directed at newcomers like Meng Fanxing, who had quickly captured Master Chiao's attention. They possessed their own methods for dealing with this newcomer, and even if she sought recourse with the team leader, the chorus of voices would invariably declare her at fault, leaving her with no room for defense. In her previous life, Meng Fanxing had been the target of similar machinations. Overlooked by Master Chiao, a mere shadow among her peers, enduring the scorn and exclusion from those around her. The conspiracies against her were unknown to Meng Fanxing. Even if she were aware, she would not be intimidated. Such tactics were familiar to her, and thus she remained indifferent, leaving the ultimate outcome a mystery that could only be met with a sardonic chuckle. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, Meng Fanxing received her meal, and the elderly server, Sun Laoyan, was particularly generous, filling her bowl to the brim. One must commend Sun Laoyan for his discernment. After all, despite his earlier irritation over her consumption of sorghum liquor, he had now performed a complete turnaround. This treatment reflected a common practice of favoritism. While some received ample portions, others were left wanting. Though the sentiment was to ensure everyone was satiated, the reality was that one could hardly seize what was not offered. Even rural folk maintained a sense of pride and dignity. Although Sun Laoyan is a chef responsible for cooking and serving meals, his life is considerably more leisurely compared to those laboring in the fields. His brother tends to the livestock in the barn, a task befitting a gentleman. The two brothers not only enjoy good relationships within the community, but also possess a remarkable skill for healing. In the entire village, who is free from the occasional ailment? Who does not seek the assistance of the Sun brothers? Even if you were born from a crevice of stone like the Monkey King, if you were to fall ill, you would undoubtedly seek their help. After finishing her meal, Arya did not leave, but instead waited for Meng Fanxing to complete his serving. She took him by the arm and led him to the wall of the building, where several village girls sat with Dia. They all squatted on the ground to eat, a practice that had become customary in the absence of tables. Without any regard for Meng Fanxing's now crimson face, Arya playfully used her chopsticks to transfer some cabbage from her bowl to his rice bowl, stirring feelings of gratitude and a bittersweet sensation within him. He was unexpectedly cherished by the family of Qiao Laoi upon arriving at Kaoshan village. However, the next moment left him in disbelief as Arya began to pick out pieces of potato from his bowl, placing them into her own. Staring wide-eyed in confusion, he was met only with her cheeky grin and a playful stick of her tongue. Ah, this little girl truly. Meng Fanxing sighed with a wry smile. The old adage no profit, no early rise rang true. Even a young girl like her harbored such cunning. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. Considering it merely a prank akin to that of a younger sister, he scooped the last 2 pieces of potato from his bowl and placed them into Arya's. Dia, too, flushed with embarrassment and shot several annoyed glances at Arya, who remained unfazed by her sister's ire. The surrounding girls giggled, fully aware that Arya despised cabbage, and this time she had found a dining partner. Meng Fanxing suspected that future meals would not be as pleasant, for this little lady had set her sights on him. The sounds of slurping and munching filled the air around Meng Fanxing, both men and women indulging heartily. Only the young female intellectuals and Dia maintained a more delicate demeanor, eating in small bites. Meng Fanxing savored his food slowly, a habit cultivated from his upbringing. Even though he attended a prestigious school, he still enjoyed his lunch and dinner at home, where civility reigned supreme. His younger sister, Meng Fanxing, who exhibited a boyish demeanor, finished her meals in mere minutes, devouring her food with the speed of a whirlwind. Before Meng Fanxing could finish, Arya had already polished off her bowl of rice, her large eyes squinting in delight, exuding a satisfaction akin to a well-fed kitten basking in the sun, eagerly awaiting its owner's affectionate touch on its little belly or head. In a moment of distraction, Meng Fanxing yearned to extend his hand, yet he hesitated, retracting it halfway and awkwardly scratching the back of his head. After all, such an action might lead to misunderstandings, particularly in the quaint village of Kaoshan, where idleness reigned supreme. Mr. Qiao, having finished his meal, stood up and cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the still dining crowd. Familiar with Mr. Qiao's habit of addressing them, some continued to eat diligently while others, having finished, patiently awaited his directives. A few of us in the team conferred and decided to relocate the livestock shed to the small northern hill. We had chosen the location and outlined the boundaries for the homestead. In the afternoon, the carpenter would select a few capable hands to venture into the mountains for timber, while Erlungzi would choose workers to assist, all of whom were to follow Meng Jiqing's instructions. Mischief was not tolerated. Any transgressor would find their work points deducted, a stern reminder from Mr. Qiao, whose expression remained as rigid as ever. The assembled members of the commune remained silent, either squatting or standing in a daze, absorbing Mr. Qiao's orders. They possessed no voice, no right to contest. Their only obligation was to labor, and noncompliance would render their efforts futile. Deductions and work points were a serious matter for every individual and household, even for the educated youth. Thus, in such circumstances, nobody dared to speak out, not even to whisper. They listened in silence, obediently conforming, a defining trait of rural folk in that era, submission, pure and simple. Mr. Qiao, hands clasped behind his back, departed until his figure vanished through the team's entrance. Only then did the carpenter and Erlungzi come forth. The carpenter pointed to several companions working alongside him, all bearing smiles. Although felling trees was arduous, it was far more comfortable than laboring in the fields, hunched over. Moreover, the timber would be transported by cart rather than carried down the mountain by them. Their task was merely to cut the trees and allow them to slide down. You, and you, Erlungzi gestured at the tall, sturdy villagers, this afternoon, take your shovels and pickaxes and join me at the small hill. He assumed the role of a commanding general, second only to Mr. Qiao and Accountant Feng in authority. Meng Fanxing continued to eat quietly, savoring each bite. He had no words to express, for the moment to direct would come only when they reached the work site. There, his voice would be necessary. At present, he preferred to remain in the background. He understood the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Though silent, he sensed the envy and admiration from many, particularly the male-educated youth, as even team leader Zhou lacked the privilege to work there, despite it being the livestock shed. After the meal, the educated youths hastily returned to their underground dwelling, while Meng Fanxing lingered over his food, savoring each bite. Years of habit had instilled in him a reluctance to suffer from indigestion, and he preferred not to rush through his meals. This was a ritual, a cherished moment of leisure for him. Arya remained squatting beside him, perhaps feeling a sense of indulgence as she picked out potatoes from her bowl. She had found a semblance of affection, and in her innocent mind, she pondered the absence of a brother without fully grasping the reasons behind it. As most of the others finished their meals, Meng Fanxing took his last spoonful, still relishing the taste. Dia stood silently beside him, observing him without uttering a word. "I will bring you a bowl every day," Arya exclaimed with delight, her excitement palpable. Meng Fanxing was aware that he had not prepared for meals upon arriving in the quaint village. Had he known, he would have been better equipped. As the three of them parted ways at the underground dwelling, Meng Fanxing watched the two girls head towards the eastern edge of the village while he returned alone. Upon reaching the entrance of the dwelling, he heard the lively chatter emanating from within, a cacophony of voices. A group of about a dozen people had gathered around a central figure, clearly engaged in a card game. With only a brief midday interval, no one seemed to rest. They were all engrossed in the entertainment that the card game provided, a testament to the self-entertainment that defined the lives of the educated youths in such austere conditions. Meng Fanxing returned to his cot, lying down without even removing his shoes, squinting his eyes in an attempt to indulge in a brief nap. Although he was not laboring in the fields like the others, the tasks assigned to him by old Qiao were pressing and required diligent attention, especially with the impending transition from autumn to winter. These responsibilities were crucial, impacting not only the coming year but the next 3 years. Considering the severe drought that had plagued northeast China and the nation at large, this calamity had disrupted the hard-won recovery from years of hardship, as nature seemed to impose yet another trial upon the people of China. Yet, fate had granted Meng Fanxing another chance. He resolved to rise to the challenge, to contend against adversity. Was it not said that battling against others could be a source of joy, and that contending with the heavens could be equally exhilarating? What was there to fear in such struggles? It was merely a matter of years. If they could endure these difficult times, life would eventually become more bearable for all. The card game continued with an infectious enthusiasm, the players shouting and cheering as if they were engaged in a grand tournament. This uproar transported Meng Fanxing's thoughts back to memories of the town and the old man, Lu Yi, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia in his mind. It must be said that the old gambler, known as Sixth Master, possesses a certain code of conduct. To conceal his true identity, he has consistently adhered to his self-imposed limits during every game of cards, never exceeding them. Consequently, everyone perceives him merely as a disreputable gambler, unaware of his genuine identity. Were it not for the fact that I saved his life, it is likely that Sixth Master would never have revealed his true self or imparted his skills in the art of gambling. Reflecting on it, that old fellow truly is endearing. Thanks to his teachings, I have managed to lead a rather pleasant life in my remaining years, diligently adhering to his guidance and maintaining my own boundaries, which is the fundamental reason for my leisurely existence during those years. Perhaps this is the custom of our blue path. As the saying goes, every profession has its own rules, established by our ancestors. Thus, each trade operates in accordance with these ancestral regulations. It must be acknowledged that the wisdom of our forebears in China is indeed profound, ensuring that each industry preserves its integrity and refrains from crossing boundaries. Unbeknownst to me, I ponder whether that old master of sleight still lingers in his old haunts. With a sigh, Meng Fanxing was lost in thought. Leopard! Leopard! A few individuals nearby were shouting excitedly. Damn, it truly is a leopard. One voice rang out from the crowd, startling even Meng Fanxing back to reality. How could a mere commune have a card shark? Surely, this cannot be a den of vice. Though his eyes remained closed, even if they were open, he would not have been able to see the speaker. Do you think card sharks are a dime a dozen? I could just as easily claim to be a gambling god. Would you believe me? Another voice cursed. Evidently the one who had drawn the leopard. After all, it was he who had won this hand. Even if he were indeed a cheat, he would never admit it. For if he were to confess his duplicity, he would become the target of ire, likely to receive a beating. Meng Fanxing would impart to him the lessons of humility. How could one understand the dark underbelly of organized crime without having endured its brutality? Thus, in this era, skilled artisans do not simply appear out of thin air. Once targeted by the authorities, who would tend to the laborious tasks of crafting silver bracelets, digging for trinkets, or sewing. The authorities are currently in dire need of workers to toil in harsh conditions. No one dares oppose the government or engage in criminal activities, especially in recent years when venturing outside requires a letter of introduction. Contribution money. A voice exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Is there ration tickets? I'm out of money, came a feeble voice, sounding like a wronged little wife. Of course, ration tickets are money, aren't they? We accept everything, even your damned undergarments, exclaimed another in a deliberately peculiar tone. Go to hell. Who the hell would give you their underwear? Aren't you disgusting? A mischievous boy exclaimed, clearly indicating that they often played together. It was only at this moment that Meng Fanxing recalled the 9 yuan and 72 cents tucked away in his bundle. His last savings, which he could not afford to lose. In this chaotic crowd, no one could discern friend from foe. Should his money disappear, his future would be bleak. He instinctively reached into the bundle beside his pillow, relieved to find the handkerchief containing his coins still intact. He swiftly stowed it in his pocket. For this was not merely his savings, but also the foundation for building a house. In Kaishantan, constructing an underground dwelling required at least 20 yuan, and thus, the nearly 10 yuan he possessed was of utmost importance. It must be safeguarded. Yet, he pondered anxiously where to procure the remaining funds. In this remote mountainous village, avenues for earning were scarce. Only during the winter months could one venture into the mountains for hunting, a perilous endeavor that yielded meager returns. In the northeastern mountains, hunting was not the leisurely affair depicted in novels. A systematic approach was necessary. Packs of wolves roamed the wilderness, and fearsome creatures like tigers and bears were common. Even wild boars, which avoided tigers, were a frequent sight. In his previous life, Meng Fanxing had encountered wild boar herds on numerous occasions. These creatures traveled in groups, akin to well-organized gangs, obedient to their leaders, while tigers were solitary hunters, and bears often traveled in small family units. Relying on hunting for sustenance was impractical. He needed to construct his underground dwelling before the heavy snows fell. Alas, money was indeed a valuable commodity. Yet even a reborn individual like him faced challenges in this era of stagnation and restrictions. Even stepping outside required an introduction letter from the village committee. And the local team had none. Even Xiao Leoi, merely a team leader, lacked the authority to issue such documents. The burdens of his situation left Meng Fanxing in a state of distress, feeling powerless and tormented. He could only endure this arduous period, biding his time until the years passed. When afternoon work hours commenced, Lungzi arrived to rally everyone. For among the villagers, the educated youth were the laziest, most reluctant to toil. This was why Xiao Leoi often sent Lungzi to summon them. As the educated youth joined the workforce, Meng Fanxing led a group of over 10 individuals to dig winter storage pits at the base of a small hill. Upon arrival, he briefly instructed them before standing atop the hillside, gazing vacantly at the scene below. Indeed, Meng Fanxing was contemplating the course of the irrigation canal, observing the terrain from the earthen mound at the eastern edge of the village to the low-lying areas throughout. His design aimed not only to facilitate irrigation, but also to ensure a reliable water supply for the village's cattle and sheep. Meng Jiqing, what are you daydreaming about? Lungzi approached with a playful grin. Brother, I am not daydreaming. I am calculating the route for the irrigation canal that will draw water from Jiangchazi to irrigate the fields. Today, Master Qiao has assigned me this task, and I cannot simply idle away while others work. Meng Fanxing explained as he continued to plan the trajectory. Do you really think it will be dry next year? Is it truly possible to foresee such distant events? Lungzi gazed intently at Meng Fanxing, seeking an answer. Indeed, science can resolve many issues. If you were to pursue an education and learn about these scientific principles, you too could achieve this, Meng Fanxing affirmed, though he wondered if Lungzi grasped the importance of knowledge. Meng Jiqing, to be honest, I can't even write my name. I have never studied a single day. Lungzi confessed, a hint of disappointment washing over him, as if education were a sacred undertaking that he had missed out on. Most of the people in our village have never attended school, right? Indeed, only Accountant Feng is well educated here. If Master Qiao had not served in the military and seen the world, he would not command such respect. He has traveled to the provincial city, where he speaks of large automobiles traversing the streets and grand brick houses, all remarkably clean. Yes, cities possess such wonders. Along with airplanes soaring in the sky and trains racing along the tracks, there is an abundance of delicious food and refreshing beverages, such as soda, fruit wine, and roasted duck, Meng Fanxing smiled. Isn't it true that airplanes are light? I have folded paper airplanes. Are they similar? Not quite. Airplanes are quite heavy, weighing at least several tons, with larger models weighing even more. What does ton mean? Does it signify something heavy? Lengzi inquired, perplexed. Meng Fanxing was momentarily taken aback. The fact that Lengzi did not understand the weight unit ton was astonishing. 2,000 gene of grain equals 1 ton. Just think of how heavy that is. Airplanes weigh over a dozen such units, he explained, opting for a comparison with grain to clarify the concept of weight, as it was the most straightforward method. Such a vast amount of grain could soar into the sky. That is truly remarkable, Lengzi mused, envisioning the extraordinary sight of a dozen 2,000 gene sacks of grain flying overhead, a thought that felt almost unimaginable. Do you see that eagle over there? It weighs merely a few pounds, yet, equipped with the mastery of flight and the grace of wings, it soars through the skies. The aircraft, resembling a majestic eagle, boasts 2 elongated wings, each adorned with engines that, upon the slightest acceleration, propel it into the heavens. From this vantage point, it can traverse to the bustling city of Beijing or even journey across the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. What is this Pacific Ocean, one might wonder? Is it a sheep larger than those in our village? Does our nation possess such a thing? The naivete of Lengzi nearly left Meng Fanxing in disbelief, as the Pacific was whimsically likened to a grazing sheep, prompting her to recognize the significance of knowledge and the imperative for education in their remote community. Yet, the resolution to this predicament would require careful contemplation. The lack of education is indeed a frightful reality, a somber truth that weighs heavily on Meng Fanxing. In a nation where educational outreach has progressed to this juncture, how many more small villages like Kaoshan remain, with countless individuals devoid of even the most basic knowledge? As Lengzi lamented, he could not even write his own name, and it was likely he would not recognize it even if it were placed before him. Furthermore, he remained oblivious to the current state of literacy initiatives. Brother, the Pacific Ocean is merely a term for a vast body of water located across from the United States. It is not a sheep raised for meat in our village, but rather a designation recognized internationally. Meng Fanxing patiently elucidated to him. Please, Meng Jiqing, do not divulge this matter to outsiders. If word were to spread, I would become the subject of ridicule in our village, Lengzi implored, a reflection of his apprehension regarding his standing within the community. Rest assured, Brother, this is not your fault. It is a reflection of the inadequate cultural dissemination in our country. To be truthful, you are not alone in your ignorance. There are many others, and even some educated youths are not fully aware, Meng Fanxing replied with a resigned smile. The absence of education is not merely alarming. It is a profound sorrow. Thank you. Honestly, there are times when I yearn to converse with those educated youths, for I find their discourse quite captivating. Yet, much of what they say feels like an enigma to me, akin to deciphering an ancient script. Unlike you, they do not take the time to explain patiently without mockery. Lengzi confessed, a sense of humiliation rising within him. It is likely that his previous interactions with the educated youths exposed him to their derision, leading to feelings of embarrassment and disdain. In the vernacular of Northeast China, one might say he had been belittled, which compounded his inner turmoil. For he is a young man with a sense of pride. This scenario vividly illustrates the reality of Northeast China, where vast stretches of land are devoid of villages, and the population is sparse. In such an environment, the pursuit of education and the endeavor to teach children are fraught with challenges, as one can readily foresee. This is indeed a significant struggle for the nation in this regard. Dear brother, in the future, whenever you find yourself with time to spare, do spend it with me. I shall teach you the art of writing. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire. I will share with you the wonders of the world beyond. Whatever you wish to hear, I shall gladly convey, Meng Fanxing said softly. Thank you, Meng Jiqing. You are unlike the others. I sense their initial excitement upon arrival. Yet now they merely drift through their days, compelled to toil alongside the team in the fields. This is quite normal. Without work in the city, they lack the means to eat. Consequently, they are assigned to the countryside to labor and learn the arduous task of farming, which also serves to enlighten them about the nobility of our farmers. Meng Fanxing smiled gently. Oh, so it is true that they can scarcely find sustenance in the city that brings them here? Lengzi exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, as if the notion were truly extraordinary. Brother, let us keep this conversation between us. It must not reach anyone else's ears, not even Lord Xiao or your family. Some matters are best kept to ourselves and should not be brought into the light. Meng Fanxing regretted her words as she spoke, realizing there are some truths that remain unspoken. I understand. You speak to me with sincerity because you hold me in regard. Others may call me foolish. But I know in my heart that you treat me as an equal, without mockery. Rest assured, I will safeguard our secret. Nothing will escape my lips. Erlingzi vowed earnestly. Brother, there are certain truths we need only acknowledge amongst ourselves. In a few years, we shall be free to go wherever we please, liberated from the need for letters of introduction. With sufficient funds, we shall purchase meat without ration tickets, procure grain without coupons, and acquire cloth without restrictions. Everything shall be attainable with money. Meng Fanxing envisioned the arrival of that day. Meng Jiqing, what do you believe our village will become? Erlingzi asked, his curiosity piqued, his eyes shining with eagerness. Our village, Kaoshan, shall transform. Farming will no longer require oxen to plow the fields. Everything will be mechanized. Plowing, sowing, weeding, and harvesting will be conducted by machines. We will simply watch from the field's edge. When we wish to enter the city, we will stand at the village's edge and wait for a vehicle to arrive, stepping aboard with ease. That is our future, Meng Fanxing mused, contemplating what lay ahead. For he was aware of the rural life he had left behind when he returned to Beijing. How wonderful that sounds. But will it take many years? Indeed, it shall take many years. Thus, we must dedicate ourselves to education, to acquiring knowledge, and learning to read. Without education, ignorance breeds poverty and suffering, forcing us into labor others shun. Will you teach me? I wish to learn. I do not want to engage in the work that others avoid. Brother, if you are willing, I shall gladly teach you, Meng Fanxing affirmed with a nod. Erlingzi fell silent, engrossed in the words of Meng Jiqing. He contemplated the prospect of learning culture, recognizing characters, and acquiring knowledge under Meng's guidance. His heart brimmed with excitement, his face aglow, as he felt the invigorating rush of blood within him. At that moment, his spirit surged like a torrent unleashed, fueled by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. After all, as Meng Jiqing had asserted, his future undoubtedly held the promise of becoming an educated individual, capable of comprehending the myriad complexities of life, much like the other intellectual youth. The sun lazily traversed the western sky, and the white clouds drifted gently by. Erlingzi sensed a newfound hope in his life, a beacon urging him to transform himself. Below, a group of more than a dozen individuals was divided into two teams, diligently excavating winter storage pits. Their sweat glistened under the sun, each droplet vanishing into the earth beneath their feet. Erlingzi understood that his future would not mirror their relentless toil. He harbored aspirations of becoming someone esteemed, akin to Qiao Leoi and Accountant Feng. Once the gates of thought are flung open, hope blossoms within, and visions for the future multiply. Though Erlingzi was uncertain of the concept of aspiration, he recognized the necessity of striving for his dreams. This marked a profound transformation in the mindset of a native villager. Meng Fanxing, too, realized that he could not meander aimlessly through this life. Since he was here, he ought to accomplish something meaningful. To effect significant change, one requires assistance. An individual cannot achieve great things alone. Erlingzi was both his ally and supporter, possessing his own thoughts and ambitions, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. In the fields, the intellectual youth worked alongside the locals, harvesting corn. They recognized that Meng Fanxing, the newly arrived intellectual youth, was no longer like them. He had assumed the role of supervisor, observing others at work, much like Qiao Leoi and Accountant Feng, leisurely strolling with hands behind their backs. As the old adage goes, one suffers from scarcity as well as inequality. Here they toiled under the blazing sun, sweat cascading down, their voices hoarse. Yet, that individual was likely resting in the shade, relishing the breeze with a smile upon his face. This was the sentiment of team leader Zhang, as well as the dissatisfaction harbored by some towards the new intellectual youth, prompting them to gather and devise plans against Meng Fanxing. In the home of Qiao Leoi, he and Accountant Feng sat by a small table on the Kong, sipping water and conversing. The cigarette in Qiao's hand burned perilously close to his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious. Old Qiao, remarked Accountant Feng, grinning at team leader Qiao, that young Meng Jiqing has truly saved Shaolan and works with such diligence. He is genuinely remarkable. Indeed, this young lad is quite remarkable. He works diligently and with great efficiency. This morning, we ventured to Jiangkazi, where he proposed a method to divert the river water. If his approach succeeds, it would be quite impressive, though I remain skeptical about his claim of a severe drought next year. However, considering we have winter fodder stored, if he proves to be capable, it would reflect positively on him. If not, we may simply have labored in vain. Furthermore, he mentioned that this year's snowfall would be greater than in previous years, providing a few months for verification. You make a valid point, yet the young man's ideas are indeed commendable. I observed the diagrams he sketched on the ground, resembling a large windmill. Logically, it could save considerable labor. Could it truly alleviate the burden on our men? Accountant Feng, a man of knowledge, quietly inquired. Seeking clarity for his doubts, his gaze fixed intently on old Master Chiao. He explained that by harnessing the downward thrust of the water flow, the windmill could be set in motion to scoop water from Jiangkazi, which would then be channeled through a wooden trough into the irrigation ditches. I believe it could work. His intellect is genuinely impressive. Haha. This time we may have struck gold. Those previous educated youth were all ineffectual, merely adept at cunning tricks. Self-important, yet utterly unproductive, embodying the notion that they were mere bookish scholars. Old Feng, you've inadvertently included yourself in that criticism. You too are a learned man. I speak only the truth. Consider the past years. What have they done aside from consuming resources, and what benefits have they brought us? All they do is complain and argue over trivial matters. You have a point. Yet young Meng is undoubtedly the most capable individual sent to us by the party and the state. He brings hope to our Kegong Tan. We must observe him closely for a while. Such talent must be retained and never overlooked. Certainly, regardless of the circumstances. His contributions thus far deem him deserving of our respect. If he can indeed resolve the looming drought and manage our winter reserves, we should create more opportunities for him. The development of our village hinges on his success. I firmly believe he will succeed. Did you not notice the unwavering confidence in his eyes when he spoke of the winter reserves? His gaze was steadfast and assured. Thus, his words merit our trust and respect. His hands-on work in the field speaks volumes. And the fact that he returned with the ox cart without a single lash indicates he understands the sentiments of rural folk and knows how to connect with them. Indeed, the second brother has expressed similar sentiments. When one person speaks, it raises suspicion. However, when 2 or 3 voices chime in, it becomes a truth. I have high hopes for this young man. Alas, the children in our village lack education. If only they possessed the courage and wisdom of Meng. How splendid that would be. Why not test this lad to see if he has any ingenious ideas? It is worth attempting. If he can offer us a viable solution to the issue of our children's literacy, it would be a testament to his true talent and capability. After a year or so, we could entrust him with managing our community's affairs, guiding everyone towards prosperity. This life of hardship must not continue. Indeed, each day we find ourselves unsated, and our hearts grow anxious. There is little promise for the next generation. We have squandered our lives. Our children must not become illiterate. We must change. There can be no doubt about that. I share your convictions, yet some matters demand discretion. After all, the authorities do not permit such actions, and our endeavors here may arouse suspicion. We must exercise caution. The nearest village is over 40 miles away. We will warn everyone in our community that anyone who speaks out will be expelled from the village, regardless of who they are. This is a barrier to our sustenance, and I doubt anyone would dare to defy us. While it is easy to say, there are no secrets that remain concealed forever, it is indeed a challenge. Yet, regardless of the difficulty, we must proceed. We cannot impede the future of the next generation, nor allow them to endure the same trials we have faced. For generations, our ancestors have toiled in this village. Who wishes for their descendants to continue in suffering? Very well. Let us resolve this between the two of us. No one else's opinion matters. Let us take action. Should anything go awry, I shall bear the blame. While you continue to support young Meng, I trust he will not neglect the well-being of our entire village. Otherwise, he would not have boldly jumped into the river during broad daylight. His character is commendable, and I believe we are not mistaken in our judgment of him. As you have said, would I allow you to bear the burden alone? That would betray my humanity. The two brothers fell silent, each aware of the other's temperament. Having spent years working together to uplift their small village, the lad suggested that this year, in order to repair the irrigation channels, we should submit our grain according to the standard quota, rather than competing with other teams as we have in the past. If next year proves to be a year of great disaster and reduced yield, we can contribute more if we have a bountiful harvest. This young man possesses keen insight and wisdom. Indeed, we must refrain from publicizing matters that have not yet been officially communicated. Such actions may incite panic. This is a matter we shall keep to ourselves. The irrigation project is simply for agricultural purposes, and we shall refrain from unnecessary chatter within the village. This reasoning is sound. It is best not to provoke alarm among the other teams. We must remain aware, without delving into distant concerns. Should this winter's snowfall exceed that of previous years, it would affirm the young man's assertions about a significant drought in the latter half of next year. Thus, it serves as the finest validation of his words. In essence, my brother and I have wagered the labor of our entire village. Indeed, it is as it should be. However, regarding his method of feeding pigs and cattle with fermented grain, we ought to acknowledge the merit of his approach. Even a simple mind can grasp that fermented straw carries a hint of alcohol. It remains uncertain what effects it may yield, but if it proves successful, it would certainly economize our resources. Come spring, we can nourish the livestock, invigorating them for their laborious tasks. The mere thought brings me joy. Let us resolve this matter and venture forth. We must ensure that those idle creatures do not shirk their responsibilities. We must hasten to harvest the autumn crops and implement our plans without delay. I can hardly wait, but patience is a necessity. Time will validate our aspirations. Let us proceed. With the absence of Erlungzi in the fields, that group of lazy souls has been left unattended. While Erlungzi is not without his merits, a touch of education would have been beneficial. Alas, like the rest of us, he is somewhat lacking. Humans are rarely flawless. One must learn to be content. Perfection is a rarity at this juncture, and nurturing growth is essential. On the hillside, Erlungzi gazed vacantly at the distant sky, contemplating Meng Jiqing's words, envisioning a brighter future for the village, a life filled with joy, and dreaming of marrying a wife, leading a carefree existence. And hearing the joyous calls of his children addressing him as father, he chuckled at the thought. Meng Fanxing made his way to the livestock shed at the foot of the slope, meticulously measuring dimensions and considering the construction of a small dwelling for the cattle. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Why not seize this opportunity to inhabit it himself? Admittedly, the aroma in summer may be less than pleasant, but it is far preferable to mingling with the other educated youth. Observing the sloped terrain below, he contemplated cultivating some vegetables there. Although the soil may not be as fertile as that in lower areas, he could certainly excavate the upper layer of soil. Meng Fanxing continuously devised plans in his mind, envisioning this space as his residence. While there may be some odor, he recalled his previous years at the youth station, where proximity to the livestock shed was a part of life, and he thrived amidst it all. Having made his decision, he surveyed the yellow earth unearthed by the villagers and formulated a plan. He would utilize this yellow earth to directly construct a house on site, using locally sourced materials. Sun Laoyan's brother was nearly 50 and harbored no peculiar habits. Perhaps they could share a life together. With firm resolve, Meng Fanxing felt a sense of clarity. Once again, he measured the surroundings, crafting a comprehensive new blueprint. The thought of having his own cozy nook this winter filled him with contentment, and suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He could also create a warm greenhouse adjacent to his home, retaining heat while providing warmth for his dwelling. Not only would winter bring greenery, but he would also have the pleasure of consuming his own homegrown vegetables. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, convinced that his plans were indeed feasible. Behind us lies the Grand Mountains, where we gather a few roots to serve as firewood for the winter, unburdened by any superstitions. We rely on the mountains for sustenance and the waters for nourishment. Gathering firewood is merely part of life, is it not? Who would seek trouble in such simplicity? Meng Jiqing, what are you up to over there? Erlungzi descended from the ridge, and, upon seeing Meng Jiqing alone, frequently smiling, sensed that he must have stumbled upon something delightful. I have been contemplating building my own underground dwelling this year. I wonder if the team will grant approval. It is a straightforward matter, as long as Uncle Qiao does not object. He shares a close bond with Accountant Feng. If one were to suggest that constructing an underground dwelling is not a significant affair, one could merely invest in some earth bricks, and in a little over a month, it could be completed. Before the frost sets in, we can all work together swiftly. When the time comes, I will summon a dozen or so people. And within 2 days, it will be done, though the wall plastering and drying will require some time. Erlungzi was instantly exhilarated. I have been thinking of living with Niu Guan, which would signify my departure from the youth station. The atmosphere there is not to my liking. No worries. If that is the case, you need not spend any money. Even if the construction is somewhat grander, it is hardly a concern. I shall find someone to assist with it. By the way, I will also gather a few people to transport some branches for winter firewood. It is a simple task that can be accomplished in just half a day on the mountain. Very well, I shall entrust this to you. But do not hinder me from treating everyone to a meal and drinks. As long as there is wine. You can rest assured that I will arrange for a dozen or so people to start working on the bricks in the evening. It is all minor business. I will handle it directly. I will speak with Uncle Qiao about it. That may not be appropriate. This matter is my own, and I should approach the team leader myself. It is also nice to have company with Niu Guan here, as it provides some assistance should anything arise. If you think otherwise, wouldn't that just add trouble for Ergo? That would not be fitting. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. If Uncle Qiao does not agree, I will assert my intention to reside there. He will surely grant me that favor. Though he often bears a stern expression, Uncle Qiao is quite amiable. By the way, I nearly forgot to mention something. Tonight, Sister Xiaolan is hosting a shamanic ceremony. Will you attend? It promises to be quite entertaining, and we have not witnessed it in ages. The shamanic ceremony is rooted in shamanic culture, prevalent in the Northeast region. Typically prompted by someone afflicted by a malevolent spirit, disturbed by the fox spirit, known for possessing individuals. It is said that one has offended a fox spirit that has taken a liking to them. There are also yellow spirits, referring to the yellow weasel, colloquially known as yellow leaves or yellow skins, along with snake spirits, horse spirits, and Qingfeng representing male ghosts, while Yinshan symbolizes female spirits. These are all part of folk legends, with professionals engaging in this unique trade. They are commonly referred to as Chumasien and have established their places of worship. The shamanic ceremony is typically performed by two individuals in tandem, the primary shaman and a secondary spirit guide. The shaman invokes and chants, while the spirit guide responds with drums, harmoniously working together. In a previous life, the performance of the Old Jai's mountain support was a form of shamanistic chant, serving as a direct means of cultural exchange with shamanism for the youth of that era. It represented an ancient cultural heritage, with shamanic dance being a manifestation of this rich tradition. Meng Fanxing was familiar with this form of expression, however, in his past existence. He had witnessed it but found it lacked the dynamism and vivacity of Old Jai's performance, which was a theatrical display that offered a plethora of aesthetic pleasure and entertainment, embodying the artistry of folk performers. When Erlungzi spoke of the shamanic dance, Xiaolan had already passed away, forever separated from the realm of the living, and thus this scene would never unfold. Hence, Meng Fanxing harbored a desire to witness the shamanic dance of Kaoshan village, his heart brimming with anticipation and an ardent yearning for shamanic culture. Who was the great spirit, one might wonder? Meng Fanxing felt a surge of curiosity. Old Sun's wife, affectionately known as Sun Laoyan's spouse, was a remarkably kind-hearted woman. Unlike other places where shamanic performances were shrouded in restrictions, she held no such taboos. Moreover, given that Xiaolan's sister-in-law had saved him, it was certain that she would permit him to observe, embracing the opportunity to bask in reflected glory. Just ride on my goodwill, will you? Fine, lead the way this evening. I am unaware of where Xiaolan's family resides. Meng Fanxing contemplated the chance to meet the unfortunate woman once more, especially since many had spoken of her after her demise. Fear not, Meng Jiqing, though I am curious about how the other educated youth might respond to this. To be frank, you far surpass the others. Just yesterday, I heard from my aunt that the three youth who accompanied you stood in the yard like fools, utterly motionless. Alas, such is human nature. Who would not treasure life? They possess their own thoughts. Meng Jiqing, I must admit, your words irk me. Were you not well fed last night? Look at those three, each one guzzling wine with uncle. Not to mention devouring their meals without leaving a morsel. Many, like me, remarked that they resembled swine. Enough. Each person has their aspirations. One cannot impose their will. Truth be told, I felt a pang of fear. Had I not grasped that outstretched tree, I would have followed suit. And today you would be holding a memorial for me. How would you have the chance to banter with me here? Huh, what you say is amusing. Should a memorial be held for you, do you think I would shed tears? We share no bond and are strangers. Would you expect me to weep? If you could indeed cry, I would stand on my head and serenade you, expressing my feelings at this very moment, and I would shower you with affectionate kisses. Declaring you a true comrade, Meng Fanxing chuckled mischievously. Oh my, you're deceased, yet you could still come and plant kisses on me? How revolting. Not disgusting at all. After all, I could crawl out of the grave and give you a few kisses, which would surely terrify you, Meng Fanxing said with a mischievous grin, his eyes reflecting a burgeoning fondness for his brother, Erlungzi. Oh, spare me. When a person dies, it's like a light being extinguished. Once gone, there is nothing left. However, you were rather reckless last night. Can you imagine why, when someone shouted for help, saying Xiaolanzi had jumped into the river, no one dared to jump in? The rotten weeds by the river are something even we locals fear. Once entangled, it would be the end. Erlungzi gazed at Meng Fanxing, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. In truth, I am dead. What do I have to fear? Even if I were to die a few more times, I would still be a ghost. Enough of your rambling. Don't make me walk the night roads alone. It gives me the creeps. By the way, make sure to arrange the big Kong properly at the cow officer's house. I'll come over to sleep with you when I have nothing to do. Don't even think about it. I have no desire to see your pancake face in the dead of night. Is this a pancake face? I have an authentic pig kidney face, just like my father's. My ears and eyes are identical too. Don't speak nonsense. If others hear and it reaches my father's ears, just wait and see if he doesn't come knocking at your window in the dead of night. At this point, Erlungzi's gaze dimmed. Meng Fanxing realized he had misspoken, for Erlungzi's father had passed away several years ago, leaving him to live with his widowed mother. Lord Xiao had also looked out for the widow. understanding how difficult it was to raise a child alone, especially since Erlungzi was diligent and never slacked off at work. Brother, I'm sorry. I spoke thoughtlessly and hurt your feelings. Meng Fanxing sincerely apologized. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it over the years. I haven't thought much about my deceased father for a long time. He has gone to enjoy his fortune, leaving my mother and me to endure this hard life. If only I could ensure my mother had a good life, with meat to eat every day. Erlungzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hold on, this year, I will make sure our mother has meat to eat and can enjoy fresh vegetables in winter. Trust me, from now on, we will take care of our mother together. Meng Fanxing said, his voice tinged with emotion, offering comfort. Brother, no, Meng Jiqing, you are an educated man. You will surely accomplish great things in the future. However, just your words are enough for me. I have never bowed to anyone these years, except for Lord Xiao, Accountant Feng, and now you. You truly earn my respect. You are down to earth and easy to talk to. In the future, if you need my help, just say the word, and I promise I won't let you down. Brother, what are you saying? From now on, we are brothers. Don't call me Meng Jiqing, just call me brother or Fanxing. Life is a long journey, and together we will work side by side. As long as I have food, we will share it. Don't gross me out. You've already eaten it. Then spit it out for me. Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter, with Erlungzi wrapping an arm around Meng Fanxing's shoulder. They walked side by side, embodying a bond of brotherhood that transcended time. I have designed a plan to construct 2 large kangs. One side will serve as accommodations for the cattle, while we shall reside on the other. In the middle, there will be a kitchen for cooking, with a chimney that distributes warmth to both sides, ensuring that each room remains cozy. In front, I intend to purchase some plastic sheeting to delineate a small area for winter cultivation of seasonal vegetables, such as leeks, peppers, and cucumbers. Additionally, I will transplant some dandelions from the field to this space. Just imagine, during the harsh winter, being able to savor these delights. How refreshing that would be. Meng Fanxing enthusiastically pointed to a patch of land ahead, painting a vivid picture of lush greenery for Erlungzi, stirring a sense of yearning in the young villager who had always lived on the northeastern soil. Will we truly be able to enjoy these during winter? Erlungzi inquired. Certainly. Trust me, it will work. Let us conduct an experiment, and if successful, we shall cultivate even more next year. Just think about it. Eating vegetables we have grown ourselves during the winter months, and for the new year, preparing a feast of dumplings filled with leeks. That would be a life worth cherishing. Oh my, that would truly be a treasure. Eating leek-filled dumplings in the depth of winter. What a delightful thought. But will they taste the same as the leeks in spring? Of course, they will be identical. I assure you, I am confident in this plan. However, since this is our first year attempting such an endeavor, I cannot guarantee complete success. Yet, enjoying a few meals is certainly achievable. Trust me, I do not boast. How could I not believe you? When you suggested moving the cattle shed here, I worried that old Master Qiao would refuse. Yet, after you spoke, he agreed without hesitation. At the very least, securing the cooperation of Erlungzi made subsequent matters easier. With a place to call their own, they could begin to flourish. Meng Fanxing contemplated his first day in Kaoshan village, reflecting on whether he was progressing too rapidly. Some matters must be approached with caution. Not all endeavors can be rushed. It is not that they cannot be done, but the limitations of this era impose constraints. For instance, taking reckless risks is ill-advised, as it poses significant dangers. Meng Fanxing understood the characteristics of this time, and after careful reflection, he resolved to proceed gradually, allowing the small village to return to a normal progression. If others were to discover their activities, it might lead to unnecessary complications. The setting sun in the west signified the day's end, and the winter storage pits had begun to take shape. The villagers, exhausted after their labors, were a testament to the sheer strength of their workforce. Engaging in their tasks without regard for their own fatigue, they worked diligently, with no one shirking their duties. In a decade or two, however, it is likely that complacency would set in, leading to moments of idleness, whether in the form of water breaks or leisurely conversations. In summary, the current generation does not exert themselves as much as before. It is worth noting that people nowadays are indeed simple and kind-hearted, lacking the cunning and deviousness that one might find in others. After all, no one is foolish. Everyone is born of parents, and all possess a certain level of intelligence, which is a common understanding among them. Standing beside the winter storage pit, a dozen individuals gazed anxiously at Meng Fanxing, fearing that their efforts today might fall short of the standards set by the young educated youth before them. Failing to meet the tasks assigned by their team would be a significant matter. Erlungzi also watched Meng Fanxing intently, trying to read the expression on his face. uncertain whether the winter storage pit met Meng's expectations. His feelings mirrored those of the others, both apprehensive and concerned. However, they all perceived hope in the young educated youth's smile and a look of satisfaction. The walls of the pit they had excavated were remarkably even, shaped with their shovels to meet Meng Fanxing's specifications. If the walls were uneven, the plastic sheet, once laid, could be torn by sharp stones or clumps of dirt, leading to leaks. Excellent. Everyone had adhered to the standards with great diligence. Tomorrow, they would continue digging, and if they excavated another 1.5 meters, they could complete the task. Meng Fanxing was genuinely pleased. These earnest rural folk were committed to their work and executed it with great care. This is truly wonderful. Based on the current work pace, it is likely that they would finish in another day. Lungzi assessed the area below and, after some contemplation, addressed the group. It will take 2 to 3 days to complete. We are currently working on the upper layer. Digging deeper is manageable, but clearing the earth above will require considerable effort. This section alone has consumed a lot of time. Don't worry, we have ample time. Meng Fanxing glanced at Lungzi. Indeed, today is just the first day, and everyone's energy is abundant. However, it will be quite taxing to continue tomorrow, as the soil below is quite compact and will require significant effort to excavate. Lungzi replied. Yes, but there is no need to rush regarding the tasks ahead. Today, everyone worked diligently and produced excellent results. Meng Fanxing encouraged them, acknowledging their hard work. For laborers, the greatest recognition comes from encouragement. They resembled children receiving ample trust and acknowledgement, which affirmed the value of their labor and filled their hearts with joy. Simultaneously, they developed a fondness for this young, educated youth, sensing that he was different from others, humble and devoid of pretentiousness. This perception from ordinary rural folk towards him was of great significance. The group of over 10 individuals walked back to the village, joyfully carrying their shovels and picks, their faces adorned with smiles and laughter. In contrast, nearby, other villagers and educated youths who had also labored tirelessly throughout the day appeared defeated, resembling weary soldiers devoid of spirit. Moreover, there exists a palpable sense of discontent, as it is worth noting that the labor involved in excavating the winter storage pits is, without a doubt, as strenuous as that of those engaged in tilling the land, if not more so. However, the significance of moral encouragement cannot be overstated, a realization that Meng Fanxing has come to acknowledge. Unbeknownst to her, the young intellectuals and the villagers laboring in the fields have come under the scrutiny of Mr. Chiao and Accountant Feng, who have issued stern criticisms towards them. Particularly the young intellectuals have faced harsh reprimands. Devoid of the supervision of the naive and the vigilant watch of Mr. Chiao and Accountant Feng, they have become complacent. This afternoon, perhaps due to the fatigue of the morning's toil, the young intellectuals, with no overseer in sight, seem to have seized the opportunity to indulge in idleness, reclining beneath the corn stalks, while others have sought refuge within the cornfields. What they engaged in remains a mystery known solely to them. Having just satiated their hunger, their thoughts no longer dwell on labor, as the age-old desire for comfort and indulgence has taken root in the hearts of all the youthful men and women. At their vibrant age, the restlessness of youth has become increasingly difficult to suppress and control. It is not only the youthful individuals who exhibit these stirrings. Even those in their 30s and 40s are showing signs of burgeoning desires. As the saying goes, at 30, one is as fierce as a wolf, at 40, as fierce as a tiger. These middle-aged individuals harbor their own passions and yearnings. Once the floodgates of desire are opened, they too begin to stir, especially under the alluring gaze or shy glance of a young person, igniting their hearts with an overwhelming urge to express their innermost thoughts. Unfortunately for them, they were caught red-handed by Mr. Chiao and Accountant Feng, who arrived in the afternoon. Upon their arrival at the field, they could observe only 30 to 40 individuals, having lost over 20, comprising both men and women, young and middle-aged alike. Mr. Chiao was incensed. Even during a domestic discussion, such scenes could unfold. His anger was palpable. But more concerning were the rebellious men and women they had summoned back, individuals he was all too familiar with from the village. He understood that if this continued, trouble would ensue. He was aware of the potential consequences. At best, they would be sent to a re-education class, and at worst, they might find themselves incarcerated, enduring a meager existence. It was a mild expression, for once such matters arose, it was possible that the family would be left in disarray. Mr. Chiao recognized the gravity of these events and understood the potential repercussions. He could suppress the situation, yet he knew that such coercive measures would lead to further dissent. Akin to a boil on one's backside, once it festers, it cannot be concealed. Chapter 17. The peculiar affairs of the countryside, especially in the countryside. The peculiar affairs among men and women, the clandestine rendezvous, and various indiscretions are not novel occurrences. When a man and a woman lock eyes, anything can transpire. In the northeastern countryside, both men and women exhibit a remarkable fortitude, particularly the women, who fearlessly express their thoughts and engage in various endeavors. The mothers, having borne children, possess desires potent enough to shatter a man's resolve, for they embody the indomitable spirit characteristic of the northeastern people, a fierce capacity for love and hate. The cultural life of the rural inhabitants is rather meager. After dinner, in an effort to conserve a few coins on electricity, they extinguish the kerosene lamps and switch off the lights. They are left to indulge in the universally understood, albeit discreet, affairs of intimacy. Once ignited, the flames of desire create chasms that are insatiable. Over time, the men become thoroughly drained, while the women's insatiable longings persist. Recently, after feasting, many women's desires have been rekindled, yet the men at home find themselves unable to rise to the occasion due to prolonged exhaustion. Consequently, the women's gazes turn toward the robust, untamed men who remain unclaimed, a notion that is not entirely unjustifiable. However, Mr. Chiao and Accountant Feng are apprehensive, for they fear that such developments could lead to complications, causing them considerable distress. Those women, whose desires remain unquenched, often present themselves as paragons of virtue in public. Yet married women do not shy away from expressing their thoughts, boldly uttering audacious remarks and risque language, which inevitably stirs the restless passions of those untamed souls. Alas, this predicament is indeed troublesome. Mr. Chiao lets out a deep sigh, unconsciously gazing at the sky above. He too has experienced youth and similar encounters. However, an outburst of invective towards these individuals seems inevitable. Thus, they receive a torrent of scorn. Some feel guilt as they are family men, while others remain indifferent, being young and devoid of familial ties. Though they have been scolded, physical confrontation is not an option, so the matter is set aside. All involved, especially the primary parties, walk with their heads bowed, while some secretly revel in their unnoticed conduct, and others take pride in their ability to remain undetected. This reflects the complacency that comfort brings. Mr. Chiao is resolute in his intention to address these unruly elements. Since they dare to act in defiance, he will not hesitate to respond in kind. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolls through the crowd, contemplating measures to rectify the situation. As they have feasted and idled, neglecting their agricultural duties, he is determined to redirect their energies back to labor, which he believes will not be difficult to achieve. Indeed, only through toil can they be rendered exhausted, so preoccupied with the trivialities of romance that their intentions become futile. There is corn to be husked, with the outer leaves yet to be removed. Thus, women, your reckoning has arrived. Since your vitality is abundant, you shall labor through the night, and I shall see just how vigorous you truly are. I shall see if I can extinguish your exuberance, wear you down completely. After all, these tasks must eventually be completed. They are inevitable. Thus, this is a predicament of your own making. Lord Xiao felt a secret satisfaction with his thoughts and plans. Otherwise, how could a laborer, perpetually subjected to the scheming of others, be so easily manipulated? This is a primary reason. If you toil and labor, then you shall be compelled to labor incessantly, rendering you devoid of thoughts of rebellion. All your energy must be devoted to work. Not only does this exhaust your body, but it also burdens your mind, leaving you in a fog where contemplation becomes futile. For those who labor with their minds rather than their bodies, the focus shifts to studying humanity, analyzing thoughts, examining physical endurance, pondering what one thinks and wishes. Then, one implements these ideas upon the workers, watching as they collapse from exhaustion, their minds rendered vacant. Following this, one continues to delve into the thoughts of those who are utterly fatigued, researching until they are driven to death by their toil. This is the fulfillment of the intellectual's work. Once the laborers are exhausted, there is no further need for study. Lord Xiao chuckled at this notion, and upon witnessing his laughter, Accountant Feng joined in, for he understood that such a grim visage as Lord Xiao rarely smiled, except when contemplating the manipulation of others, revealing his sinister side. This evening's meal consisted of potatoes stewed with radishes. Eryo appeared beside Meng Fanxing like an omnipresent specter, bringing him a bowl. Currently, Meng Fanxing was reliant on Eryo, as each person's eating utensils were fixed. Without his own, he could only follow closely behind Eryo, with Diyo in front, and ahead of her, Lord Xiao. This was the customary arrangement of the Xiao family. As for Lord Xiao's wife, she remained at home, keeping watch. waiting until Lord Xiao finished his meal before returning or having Erlingzi send her back. Meng Fanxing had prepared nothing, and noticing this, Arya became his most faithful and quintessential dining companion. She understood that every meal consisted of cabbage and potatoes or radishes and potatoes, neither of which she particularly enjoyed. As for her sister, she avoided approaching her due to past experiences of mistreatment. Thus, she found solace in Meng Fanxing, a considerate companion who neither struck her nor rejected her presence. This reflected the cleverness of a young girl, showcasing her most successful stratagem. She turned to Meng Fanxing, beaming with a radiant smile, her large eyes curving into crescent shapes, reminiscent of the moon following the 15th day of the lunar month. Meng Fanxing responded with a smile, reaching out his large hand to gently tousle the long, lustrous hair of the young girl, much like he would with his own sister, Meng Fanxing. It was a natural gesture that brought him a sense of comfort, unbothered by the gazes of others. After all, this interaction was intended to continue indefinitely. Treating the little girl with the carefree affection one would show a child surely would not elicit accusations of impropriety. Instead, it was far more admirable than the covert actions of those who lurked in the shadows. This was the authentic sentiment that had settled within Meng Fanxing after 2 meals earlier in the day. He felt an imperative to integrate into this community, to gain the acceptance of the locals as an outsider. Old Sun's ladle remained generously filled, presenting a small basin brimming with food and a faint smile that led Meng Fanxing to believe that the elderly gentleman harbored thoughts unknown to him. Thus, each time he received his meal, he expressed his gratitude to Old Sun, a gesture of respect towards the elder and an acknowledgement of his own indebtedness for the sustenance provided. Arya said nothing, simply tugging at Meng Fanxing's sleeve, guiding him to her sister's side, extending her small hand. Meng Fanxing instinctively used his chopsticks to extract pieces of potato, placing them into the little girl's bowl. Carrots aid digestion. My mother says adults should eat more, Arya remarked, her face brimming with mischief. Go ahead and eat, Meng Fanxing retorted, rolling his eyes at her. It was a natural and reasonable response, especially since this little girl had pilfered his share of food. He had a preference for potatoes, which he found to be more delectable. Both continued their meal in silence, with Arya hastily shoveling food into her mouth as if pursued by a wolf, eager to finish so she could watch Old Lady Sun perform a shamanistic dance for Little Lawn, an event she had longed to witness again. As she thrived on lively gatherings, Meng Fanxing, on the other hand, savored each bite, chewing slowly and deliberately, as though from his gradual mastication he could extract the philosophies of life and the joys it brought, embodying the grace of a refined lady who relished her meal. Only through such meticulous consumption could one truly grasp the essence of existence. Many around them hastily consumed their meals, all with the evening's entertainment in mind, witnessing Old Lady Sun's dance. In this small village, secrets were a rarity. It was said that misdeeds traveled far, while good news seldom left the home, yet the confines of the village ensured that both types of news spread swiftly. However, in the next moment, the familiar sound of old Master Qiao's cough broke the air, for he always coughed before speaking, as if unable to articulate without that sound. Cough, cough. Well, after dinner, all the women and children, along with the elderly who cannot work in the fields, will head to the threshing yard to shell corn. The young lads and the older folks will carry the corn into the granary, old Master Qiao announced, casting a sweeping glance over everyone present. His eyes brimmed with triumph and contempt, for this was the scheme he had devised, a strategy born from his own cunning. Are you not brimming with vitality? He thought. Then let your labor exhaust your spirit and fervor, leaving you too weary to contemplate, and thus divide you. This was his conspiracy, a punishment for those restless souls, forcing them to writhe in agitation, yet rendering them blind to the source of their turmoil. Who would they display their distress to, and who would hear their lamentations? The remaining men hastened home to rest, for they were to rise at dawn, 4 o'clock, to harvest the soybeans. Master Qiao remarked, hands clasped behind his back, as he and Accountant Feng returned home, striding with the pride of victorious generals, heads held high and gazes unwavering. They departed, but the courtyard was alive with a buzzing chorus of discontent and invective. For many women seethed with indignation. It was those few brazen individuals who had erred, yet their folly ensnared all in this toil under the cloak of darkness. Everyone understood the reluctance to labor at night, especially after a day spent toiling, leaving them utterly fatigued. Yet, such was the authority of Captain Xiao. One could refuse to work, but refusal would lead to a loss of credits, or even a reduction in credits earned during the day, as Accountant Feng would surely wield a punitive rationale. Particularly for those who had slipped away under the cover of night, they found themselves without a leg to stand on, with no defense to offer. Should anyone dare to argue, Accountant Phone would unearth their embarrassing secrets, which everyone was acutely aware of. And to have such matters aired publicly would be a profound humiliation. He held the leverage of their indiscretions, the weight of their shame. Thus silence became their wisest counsel. Not a word was uttered, even by the most brazen of the women, who, despite their inner discontent, found themselves powerless. The educated youth, penalized for the missteps of a few, were now burdened with the edict to rise at 4 the following morning, leaving all affected by this decree in a state of dissatisfaction. Yet, even their unhappiness was futile, for disobedience would invite punishment. Their records remained under the control of the team, and a single word from Master Chiao determined the fate of them all, dictating their future work assignments. Some were rewarded for their commendable conduct with university placements or jobs in factories, influencing the regularization of all. At this moment, they truly grasped the profound essence of the ancient adage regarding dependence on others, obedience, compliance, and the role of a good child. Even if one must feign, they must cloak themselves in disguise, lest their true nature be revealed, exposing their hidden motives. Meng Fanxing listened intently as Master Chiao orchestrated all matters, and by the time he finished his meal, many had already vanished into the night, while others lingered, hesitating in the corners of the courtyard. Chapter 18. Where there is Jianghu, there is conflict. Area and Dia stood quietly beside Meng Fanxing, observing as he slowly savored his last bite of food. They found it perplexing that this young man, who seemed more like a refined lady, took such an eternity to eat, even slower than a young girl. Yet, Area remained there, waiting to reclaim the bowl from Meng Fanxing, unable to escape the situation. Heaven above, have you finally finished? Do you consume your meals at this pace, unbeknownst to your mother? Area vented her frustration at Meng Fanxing, playfully kicking his calf to express her discontent and release her pent-up anger. Accustomed to this pace, Meng Fanxing shrugged, his mouth full as he chewed the final morsel of food. He offered a tranquil smile to the impatient Area, as if this were simply the way things were, leaving her with little recourse. You eat slower than a toothless old woman. Huh, you are the one resembling a toothless old crone. Chewing slowly is beneficial for one's health. Why the urgency? Is anyone competing with you for that last bite, as if a dog were nipping at your heels? You're the one being chased by a dog. I doubt there's any mess on my backside. Ugh, how disgusting. You said it yourself. I never mentioned any mess on your behind. Meng Fanxing chuckled, rising to his feet, as the trio's silhouettes ventured into the encroaching darkness under the glow of the lantern. By the way, are you going to see Granny Sun perform her shamanistic dance? Area tilted her head, her bright eyes blinking as she bounced playfully. Yes. Lingzi told me to join him. We don't have to wake up early to harvest beans. I might come over to your side tomorrow. There's truly nothing to occupy me at home. Area's thoughts flitted about like a butterfly, shifting from discussing the shamaness dance to a new topic in an instant. Sure, do you have anyone tying your feet? Just don't let your father scold you. My father wouldn't dare scold me. Ask Dia if you don't believe it. Even if he reprimands her, he wouldn't scold me. Area playfully walked backward, grinning at Meng Fanxing, much like her older sister Dia, who often faced their father's ire. Can't you walk properly? One careless step, and you'll step in cow dung. Dia lamented, irritated that her sister would reveal her own misadventures to an outsider, exposing her vulnerabilities. All right, sister. I'm being careful. Are you busy over there? Area deftly shifted the subject back to Meng Fanxing, her agile form skipping backward, resembling a sprite, her two long, dark braids swaying with her movements. Busy. I am there guiding everyone on how to dig the winter storage pits, ensuring that their work meets the required standards. My responsibilities are quite significant. Meng Fanxing cleverly defended his lack of physical labor. You merely use your words, all sounding so impressive. Nevertheless, I admire you. Why do you admire me? I am also working hard, you see. You have no idea. Hee. Meng Fanxing chuckled. For this little girl was indeed not easily deceived. Though young, she possessed a cleverness beyond her years, and it was curious that she had yet to attend school. I have hit the nail on the head, haven't I? However, I shall not disclose this to my father, and the older sister will remain silent as well. This remains our little secret. Dia spoke with mirth in her eyes, for at her age, the person she most admired was her father, who commanded others in their tasks, giving her an immense sense of accomplishment. You see, when I work, it involves crucial technical skills that others cannot replicate, not even your father. I speak the truth. Meng Fanxing justified her refusal to work, ensuring that this little girl would not find an excuse for her lack of effort the next day. Hee. I don't care if you choose not to work. I want to say a word. After all, my father is akin to a great general. When he speaks, no one dares to show their teeth or retort, do they? Indeed, that is because your father operates from a place of reason, managing tasks with a leader's perspective. A manager must analyze the pros and cons of a situation, assess the appropriateness of their objectives, and guide the process accordingly. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't comprehend any of it. I've never heard such things before. Dia genuinely could not grasp Meng Fanxing's words, and even the older sister only half understood. However, she recognized the wisdom in Meng Jiqing's statements, which resonated deeply with her father's role. Yet, what it all entailed remained unclear to her. Nonetheless, she felt that Meng Jiqing exuded a warmth that surpassed many of the aloof intellectuals, displaying remarkable capability. The young woman's quarters were meticulously organized, with bedding folded perfectly. While not as regimented as a military barracks, the level of cleanliness starkly contrasted with that of the male intellectuals. Liang Shuyun pouted in displeasure, her eyes filled with disdain. Who exactly was this new intellectual to be so favored by Captain Xiao? Not only did he shirk responsibilities, but he also shared meals with their family. Was this not a case of exploiting his power for personal gain? I have heard he, like Qin Guo, hails from Beijing, yet I wonder what connections he possesses. Surely, someone must have intervened on his behalf, granting him special treatment. He Qiaonu also harbored discontent towards the newcomer, as all were intellectuals. Why was he exempt from labor? Qin Guo, do you know anything about Meng Jiqing's background? Liang Shuyun directed her inquiry pointedly at Qin Guo, who she typically regarded with indifference and often found fault with. How would I know? Beijing is vast. Do you expect me to know everyone? Qin Guo was not one to be easily intimidated and retorted sharply. After all, in an intellectual collective, mutual assistance and support were essential. Yet Liang Shuyun and He Qiaonu persistently sought to provoke her, which was quite distasteful. Haha, your tone is rather sarcastic. What do you mean by that? He Qiaonu chimed in. What do you mean by that? Do you know everyone from Tianjin? Or are you a public security officer? Even if you are, you have no right to broadcast what you know like a loudspeaker. Qin Guo showed no mercy to that difficult woman. Who do you call a loudspeaker? He Qiaonu instantly became furious. Why are you so agitated? Why such double standards? You say others can speak freely, but when someone states the truth, you become enraged. Remember, the world is not your personal domain, nor is it solely illuminated by your light. People from Beijing are so self-righteous. Do you think you are emperors? Whether I am an emperor or not is none of your concern. Stop making things uncomfortable for yourself. Tension filled the air, with both groups forming their ranks, ready to clash at any moment, vowing not to relent until there was chaos and disarray, tearing each other's clothes and leaving marks on each other's faces. Liang Shuyun successfully ignited the flames of conflict, standing between the two factions, secretly amused. She looked down upon He Qiaonu's incessant chatter and Qin Guo's self-righteousness, finding both groups beneath her, as she considered herself of a higher caliber than these young women. I asked if you could settle down a bit. It's uncomfortable to fight until blood is shed, I assent it. If you have the skill, go to the village and test your mettle against those older women. Let us see if they don't strip you bare and parade you around. Quiet down, or I'll take my scissors to your clothes. Zhang Qiuye was also incensed, as he was the leader of this youth group. Today's events had some relation to He Qiaonu. That shameless woman had actually gone into a cornfield with a man from the village, which made her blush as a young lady, fully aware of their intentions. Therefore, when old Master Qiao criticized everyone, he felt discomfort as their leader. However, tonight, these individuals were stirring trouble with the new arrivals, seeking conflict, and he, as the leader, would not tolerate it. Qin Guo's words were perhaps irritable. If you don't know someone, just say you don't know, right? He Qiaonu shouted angrily, rolling up her sleeves, ready to pounce at any disagreement. Be quiet. This matter was raised by Liang Shuyun. She didn't say anything, yet you resorted to personal attacks. What do you mean by that? Is she from Beijing? Did she eat your food or wear your clothes? Why are you getting involved? Zhang Qiuye showed no respect for He Qiaonu. I merely asked a question. Knowing is knowing, and not knowing is not knowing. Who are you humping at? Qin Ge suddenly grabbed a nearby washboard. Do you intend to hit me? If you dare, come at me. He Qiaonu pointed to her own head. Everyone, settle down. Were my previous words nonsense? I now declare that anyone who dares to disturb my peace shall face the consequences. I may just cut your trousers, leaving you exposed and embarrassed. It is evident that each of you has grown complacent in your tasks, and I believe Captain Xiao's arrangements are indeed justified, as you all seem to have too much idle time on your hands. Zhang Qiuyue's temper flared once again, upon hearing her threat to sever someone's pants. The two factions retreated, returning quietly to their respective bunks, refraining from uttering a word, for each one's clothing was limited, and damaging it would be a most embarrassing affair. Liang Shuyun, witnessing the conflict fizzling out, felt a pang of regret. However, she dared not provoke Zhang Qiuyue, for this woman was bold and decisive. Ironically, it was her own cotton shirt that had been the first casualty of Zhang's wrath, a lamentable loss indeed. They say 3 women create a drama. And with over a dozen female educated youth residing together, a day without some commotion would indeed lack amusement. Perhaps the recent tranquility had been too prolonged. And with the arrival of the new educated youth, Meng Fanxing, they found the perfect impetus for stirring up trouble, a means to release their pent-up frustrations and fervor. Thus, Liang Shiyun's remark ignited the flames of conflict. Yet, in the presence of a fiery spirit like Zhang Qiyue, they could do little more than lower their banners and cease hostilities. Each side remained defiant, glaring at one another. For although they could not tear fabric from each other's garments or leave marks upon one another's faces, exchanging glances served as a release of their tensions and a reflection of their current sentiments. Such opposition is a customary state of affairs between rival factions, particularly in conflicts among women. Once animosity arises, it tends to linger, as women possess long memories, especially those of a younger generation who tend to hold grudges. Historical skirmishes between women have not been uncommon. From the day the rivalry began, there had been no shortage of quarrels and disputes, with insults exchanged as a norm, merely scratching each other's itches. Moreover, their insults varied by region, for they hailed from all corners of the country, all urban dwellers. Some were entirely unfamiliar with the art of insult, while others, despite their proficiency, had to consider their standing, for they were young ladies, not as fierce as the older women from the villages. As for physical confrontations, they had indeed occurred on several occasions, although a mere handful in number. They belonged to a community where conflict was inevitable. In this realm, female heroes existed, often referred to as heroines, and their battles were quite captivating. Especially in a secluded place like Kaoshantan, where boredom was rampant, the rural inhabitants had never witnessed city girls in combat, making such spectacles all the more intriguing. Understanding the dynamics of these encounters was essential for true appreciation. The rural inhabitants of Kaoshantan harbor a profound curiosity about the confrontations that city dwellers experience. This intrigue provides the young intellectuals an opportunity to broaden the horizons of the country folk. After all, they possess limited exposure and an insatiable curiosity, particularly regarding the women of the city. However, the urbanites are not devoid of a sense of shame, especially the young women from the city, who also possess their own modesty. Zhang Qiyue erupted in anger, directly severing the clothing of the disruptive female intellectual, even cutting through her undergarments. At that moment, many were gripped by fear. None wished to find themselves without clothing or to suffer public humiliation. Consequently, Zhang Qiyue established herself as the leader of the female intellectuals, her words gaining authority. The complexities of social dynamics run deep in the urban landscape, yet the rural context is not devoid of intricacies either. Meng Fanxing returned to the male intellectuals' underground quarters, where the atmosphere was lively. They engaged in animated discussions about their day spent in the cornfields, recounting vivid details about the size and whiteness of certain individuals' posteriors and the ample bosoms they had observed. This became one of the most captivating spectacles among the intellectuals, as these young men, unaccustomed to the pleasures of flesh, were filled with youthful naivety and an insatiable thirst for knowledge about women's bodies. Their desires, ignited by fervent curiosity, could only be quenched through hearsay. Upon Meng Fanxing's entrance, the collective silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned towards this newcomer, who, like them, had received the attention of Captain Xiao. His ability to oversee work without laboring himself caused a stir among the others, including Zhang, who felt the deepest discomfort and resentment. For he was an elder among them, possessing inherent advantages that bred a sense of resentment from the very core of her being. The other intellectuals shared this sentiment. Yet they understood that during the time of their placement, their families were unable to assist them. None could extend their reach so far. Oh, is that not our esteemed Meng returning? He seems to have developed quite the rapport with Dia and Arya, Wu Jinggang remarked with a sardonic tone, having long set his sights on Dia, viewing her as his prized possession. Indeed, Meng is quite the favored one among us intellectuals. His arrival has drawn the attention of Captain Xiao. Could you enlighten us on the means by which you achieved this, and perhaps share your insights? Lu Jianwei chimed in, one of the 3 intellectuals who had accompanied Meng Fanxing. Meng Fanxing remained silent, her head bowed as she made her way to her bunk, where she unceremoniously plopped down. She slipped off her shoes, which had been left out to air on the hillside that day. At least they were dry. However, having been confined within them for over a day, her feet felt achingly sore. A distinct odor began to permeate the confined space of the underground chamber, a deliberate act on her part to signal to everyone around her that she was well aware of their lack of friendship. Consequently, She felt no need to feign politeness. Having devised a means to live independently, she was disinclined to engage in superficial courtesies with these individuals, whom she regarded as inconsequential and unworthy of her attention. She understood deeply that in an unfamiliar environment, only those in power or the locals were worth befriending, as their words held significance. Even the leader of the youth point, Zhang, was merely another insignificant player in her eyes. Ah, look at the favored one. Your comrades seem to ignore you. Do you look down upon us? Lu Jianwei, observing Meng Fanxing's disregard for him, began to harbor resentment. Meng Fanxing recognized the character of these people, particularly Lu Jianwei, a youth from Tangshan, whose essence exuded malice. In her previous life, she had suffered greatly at his hands, and her gaze fixed upon the lanky young man. What are you staring at? Lu Jianwei felt a surge of indignation. Emboldened by the presence of others, he approached Meng Fanxing's bunk, his enamel mug swaying in his hand. A display of his perceived superiority. What do you intend to do? Meng Fanxing rose abruptly, hurling one of her shoes directly at Lu Jianwei. As he instinctively dodged, she propelled herself off the edge of the bunk, delivering a swift kick to his groin. With a pained cry, Lu Jianwei was sent sprawling into the corner. Struggling to regain his footing, his face flushed crimson. How dare you strike him? Zhang, the leader, bellowed as he positioned himself in front of Meng Fanxing. Huh? Do you wish to end up like him? Why did you remain silent when he provoked me? Meng Fanxing retorted, disregarding Zhang's seniority. She was confident that even if the group of more than 10 rushed her, she would need only to focus on subduing Zhang. What do you mean? Zhang met her gaze, a flicker of fear crossing his features. He understood well the type of person who would resort to violence at the slightest provocation, either ruthless or utterly reckless. This was a rule he had adhered to throughout his life, and he was not one to be taken lightly, often relying on his family to clean up his messes. Now, he found himself confronted by such a ruthless individual, which posed quite a challenge. After all, he was the team leader, the head of the educated youth, and a figure of authority in this youth camp. Once his prestige waned, his words would lose their weight. What I mean is inconsequential. What truly matters is the strength of my fist and the iron will of my resolve. Give it a try, Meng Fanxing declared, twisting her body slightly. Her eyes fixated on Zhang, resembling a predator locking onto its prey, an aura of lethal intent radiating towards the team leader. In truth, at that very moment, Meng Fanxing's heart was gripped by fear. After all, in her previous life, she had endured the most slaps from Zhang among all the educated youth. She dared not utter a single word, her heart racing in a state of panic. Having reached this critical juncture, she felt utterly helpless, at worst. She would be beaten by a throng of people, and she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of being assaulted. Her heart raced incessantly, as if it might leap from her chest. Genuine fear enveloped her. You are being antisocial. I shall report your behavior to Captain Xiao. Zhang, the team leader, proclaimed suddenly, causing Meng Fanxing to find his words laughable. This was a sign of yielding, an indication of his inner trepidation. At that moment, Zhang was equally shaken, his eyes brimming with animosity and malice, his own heart unsettled. Although he could summon others to pounce on her, he was acutely aware that such an assault would come with consequences. Incidents of militia members being locked away in dark rooms were not unheard of. He had seen those rooms, devoid of windows, and the mere thought of it filled him with discomfort and dread. Antisocial? Then let us fight. Isn't that how we bond? Meng Fanxing finally felt a sense of relief. In her previous life, she had learned a truth, a theory distilled from the wisdom of seasoned individuals, which she had come to understand thoroughly. Aren't you afraid of being locked in the malicious darkroom? Zhang warned. Silence. What could be wrong with it? They buzzed around like bothersome flies, driving Meng Fanxing to a revelation. The theories of those seasoned individuals were indeed profound truths, the most accurate sentiments in this world. She laughed, a bold and unrestrained laugh. Her fingers pointed at the astonished faces before her, her gaze sweeping across their expressions. Akin to a wolf scrutinizing a flock of sheep, eager to ascertain the nature of the wolf itself. Her fears had vanished, replaced by a sense of liberation. The educated youth recoiled, their averted gazes affirming Meng Fanxing's success. She had triumphed over these self-important townsfolk. Although she too was a city dweller, she lacked any formidable prowess. Now, however, she found herself filled with regret, not for her assertive actions, but for losing the opportunity to engage with them for financial gain through games of chance. It seemed her aspirations of extracting money from them had been utterly extinguished, and a bitter sigh escaped her lips. Originally, I had hoped to subtly profit from these individuals using the methods of Sixth Master. However, due to my own irrationality, my aspirations have turned to naught. leaving my heart in genuine anguish and deep regret. What are you all doing? A naive voice echoed as the curtain was lifted and a dark-skinned youth entered. As he stepped in, he immediately perceived the tense atmosphere in the room. Nothing much, we're just sharing a joke, Meng Fanxing smiled, relieved at the arrival of this youth, for it meant that a conflict was unlikely to ensue. After all, this young man, known as Lungzi, represented a significant backing from the esteemed Xiao Leoi. Why do I not see anyone laughing? Is it because I've arrived that you all can't muster a smile? No, has it started over there? Meng Fanxing was eager to leave the room. However, his shoes had already been flung away, and now he found himself needing to leap across to retrieve them. It was truly a predicament, especially since Lu Jianwei had yet to rise from the heap of refuse. Come on, hurry up, or we'll miss the main act. Lungzi, oblivious to the tension within the room, only noted the stillness of the scene. A few individuals had settled into their places, and Meng Fanxing spotted his shoes resting haphazardly on a nearby rack. He donned one shoe and, hopping on one foot like a zombie from a past life, made his way to retrieve the other. With a bounce, he approached Lu Jianwei, who was gripped by an overwhelming dread, his eyes wide with terror. What do you intend to do? Lu Jianwei stammered, his voice trembling. Take a whiff of this. The odor is quite potent. Meng Fanxing grinned mischievously, bringing the shoe close to Lu Jianwei's face. Get that away from me. Isn't it pungent? I told you. But you didn't believe me. It's enough to knock you out. At this juncture, even Lungzi, despite his simplicity, grasped the gravity of the earlier events. He remained silent, casting a cold glare around the room, having just found a good brother, and witnessing the audacity of these individuals to bully others. A frost settled upon his expression. He was aware of the unruly nature of these intellectual youths, who often bullied newcomers or the weak, and it seemed they had underestimated Meng Fanxing, who had dealt with the unfortunate soul sprawled on the ground. Wailing softly, Lu Jianwei unexpectedly began to cry. In a previous life, he had mercilessly tormented Meng Fanxing, always ready to deliver a heavy blow whenever he passed by. Who would have thought he would now find himself in such a pitiful state? You truly lack ambition. Are you homesick or missing your mother? Meng Fanxing teased, playfully patting his cheek, a glint of mockery in his eyes, reveling in this moment of reversal. The other youths exchanged glances, each aware that this young man was not to be trifled with, known for his decisiveness and boldness even in the face of many. They wondered just how serious Lu Jianwei's injuries were at that moment. At this moment, Wu Jiangang was filled with unease, for he was the first to instigate trouble. Fortunately, Meng Fanxing had not noticed him, allowing him to narrowly escape this calamity, a stroke of luck indeed. His heart swelled with relief and happiness, preventing him from provocatively stepping forward. However, in the next instant, he trembled, his face paling, as that infuriating visage turned towards him, gliding towards him like a specter. Each leap sent jolts of dread through his heart, akin to the relentless pounding of a hammer. Who are you? What name do you go by? I sensed an unusual fondness for my shoe from you. What peculiar taste you have. This is quite unacceptable. Yet, I am a kind-hearted person, unable to bear the suffering of others. Alas, my heart is too tender, Meng Fanxing remarked, extending the shoe towards him, indifferent to Wu Jiangang's protests. Left with no choice and too intimidated to resist, Wu Jiangang averted his gaze, dodging both the shoe and Meng Fanxing's penetrating stare, his demeanor diminishing to that of a cornered piglet. Remember this. If you dare provoke me again, your fate will be worse than hers, Meng Fanxing declared, standing tall and slipping on the shoe. He then surveyed the crowd, his bright smile emerging from the previous chill upon spotting Lungzi. Like the sun in spring, his warmth was palpable. Without uttering another word, he strode over and embraced Lungzi's shoulders, walking out as if they were brothers. Behind them, the collective sighs of the onlookers echoed in the air, silencing any thoughts of confronting Meng Fanxing. The presence of Lungzi, favored by the captain and a local native, made him an ally not to be trifled with. Any discord between the educated youth and Lungzi would undoubtedly bring repercussions upon all present. Most perturbed was team leader Zhang, realizing he would not return to the Kong. His future now held the prospect of becoming a deputy leader, a notion he found difficult to accept. He felt the penetrating stares of his peers, perceiving them as disdainful. A sense of inadequacy washed over him, darkening his mood. As he sensed the stifling atmosphere of the cellar, thickened by the foul odor of feet, an unmistakable consequence of Meng Fanxing's presence. Brother Meng, did those rascals just now intend to cause you trouble? Damn them. Tomorrow, I shall deal with them properly. Lungzi grinned, ready to address Meng's kinking. But the words morphed into Brother Meng. Those individuals may harbor jealousy towards me due to my appointment as an overseer by old Master Qiao. They conspire to deal with me this very evening. Truly, They are a band of simpletons. Meng Fanxing, filled with indignation, began to express his frustrations vocally. A bunch of useless creatures, strutting about with their noses in the air. To be candid, I hold no affection for them whatsoever. As I mentioned earlier, these people are distinctly different from you. Moreover, a few of the female educated youth are no better. Heavens, should my grandfather become displeased one day and indulge in drink, they would certainly suffer. Brother, this is unacceptable. It constitutes a crime, indeed a violation of the law. Remember, there are ways to deal with them without resorting to illegal actions. Why tread a path that is fraught with peril? Is it worth it? Meng Fanxing must dissuade the foolhardy thoughts of his companion. However, these intolerable individuals are insufferably audacious. You cannot fathom how often they malign me, calling me Uncle Chiao sycophant. There are even more derogatory remarks that I would rather not repeat, as the foolish one expressed his discontent, his eyes radiating a fierce glare. Brother, those women are no virtuous souls either. Yet, we are men. There is no need to stoop to their level. Instead, we can exhaust them through labor. You possess the formidable weapon of labor division, do you not? Matters that can be resolved with intellect should not resort to brute force. Ah, you scholars are cunning. I know those wretches are no match for you. Brother, are you complimenting me or disparaging me? It is unbecoming of a brother to speak thus. I understand. Was that not a slip of the tongue born out of joy? All right, I recognize that you mean no malice. However, you must heed my counsel regarding this matter. It is foolish to allow them to lead you into crime. Such actions are the epitome of folly. Do not act rashly. It is not difficult to deal with a few silly girls and simpletons. For instance, had I not acted preemptively today, I would have found myself in dire straits. Uncertain if I could withstand the backlash. Those wretches, mark my words, I will take my time to settle the score with them. As the two continued their journey through the darkness, silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft rustle of their footsteps, adding a hint of mystery to the night. The foolish one occasionally glanced back over his shoulder. You feel as though a ghost is watching you, Meng Fanxing jested. Brother, do not frighten me. Scaring someone can lead to dire consequences, the foolish one replied, somewhat unnerved. Come now, what ghosts exist in this world? Divine beings? How could they not? Otherwise, how could old Lady Sun cure her ailments after performing her spiritual rituals? Does that not serve as evidence? That is merely a form of spiritual solace. Unrelated to the supernatural, Meng Fanxing asserted confidently, acknowledging his belief in science while recognizing that shamanic culture serves as a guide for spiritual matters. In the northern rural village of Kaoshantan, many individuals lack education and remain ignorant of scientific knowledge. In the era of rampant social media in the previous life, numerous short videos conveyed information clearly, allowing even young children to grasp practical skills. This highlights the primary reason for the absence of cultural understanding and relevant knowledge. However, Meng Fanxing finds herself unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, nor can she explain them in detail to individuals like Lungzi, who are devoid of cultural awareness. Even if she were to speak tirelessly for 3 days and nights, she would still struggle to convey her message, as Lungzi would undoubtedly have more questions, leaving her exhausted and frustrated. Alas, the lack of education is indeed daunting. Brother, don't speak so carelessly. If the deities hear you, they might take action, a voice interjects. Ergo, don't be so alarmed. I'm speaking the truth. Jumping the gods is merely an interpretation of shamanic culture, a spiritual transmission rooted in Huaxia. Do not heed the myths of gods or ghosts. Brother, you must believe me. Old Lady Sun is quite remarkable. When the children here lose their spirit, she covers a bowl with a yellow paper, and the next day, a droplet of water will appear on it. If the child drinks this water and the yellow paper is burned and consumed, they will be restored to health. Lungzi recounts Old Lady Sun's various successes. Ergo, is it true that the symbols are inscribed in vermilion on the yellow paper? Meng Fanxing's obsidian-like eyes sparkled, shimmering in the night, startling Lungzi, who nearly collided with her. How do you know that? Have you also engaged in shamanic practices? Lungzi's large face was almost pressed against Meng Fanxing's forehead, taken aback by her sudden halt. I have no inclination toward shamanism. It is the effect of the vermilion. When children are frightened, they cannot sleep soundly and may cry and fuss, as you described. Vermilion is a traditional Chinese medicine known for its calming properties. In the legacy of shamanic culture, they have inherited knowledge from our ancestors' traditional Chinese medicine. Do you understand now? I don't comprehend. What is shamanism? What is traditional Chinese medicine? I only know that Old Sun is a herbalist who uses plants to heal, concocting bitter herbal broths from tree bark and roots. The taste, ugh. That's traditional Chinese medicine, an ancient method of healing in our China. How do you know so much? You can't possibly be versed in traditional Chinese medicine, can you? Lingzi's thought process was indeed unique. Based on Meng Fanxing's few words, he placed an unwarranted label upon her. Alas, Meng Fanxing truly admired this brother of hers. Sighing deeply, Meng Fanxing lamented the rigidity of thought that accompanies a lack of education. How can one explain this? What else with the sigh? Did I guess correctly? Lingzi beamed, pleased with himself. My sigh stems from your urgent need to learn. Ignorance is not an option. Once you acquire knowledge, you will understand the reason behind my sigh. Tomorrow, never mind. Meng Fanxing found herself at a loss for words. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed impossible to educate him, nor are the conditions suitable. Meng Fanxing finds himself quite perplexed. It is not merely about the naive individual, but also about the multitude of people and children in Kaoshan village. A solution must be sought, and the educated youth should be utilized effectively. After all, these youth possess an education, having completed at least junior high, if not high school. Upon their arrival in Kaoshan village, they must contribute in some capacity, for Meng Fanxing aims to organize them and maximize their potential. It is imperative that they employ their specialized knowledge to teach the village's children, preventing them from becoming as ignorant as their forebears, unable to recognize or write their own names, which is truly lamentable. To be candid, one cannot entirely blame the state for its lack of educational focus here, as the vast wilderness of the north means that one village can be several miles away from another, and the population in each is sparse. How can education be effectively pursued in such conditions, especially with a shortage of educators? Furthermore, the existing policies have roots in past movements during which many educated individuals were vilified and exiled to remote corners of the country for public denunciation. Consequently, the pursuit of cultural knowledge has been relegated to the lowest echelons of society, where laborers are deemed the most honorable, and those lacking education have been forgotten by this era, cast aside by the wheels of history. Meng Fanxing is plagued by these thoughts. Aware that in a small village like Kaoshan, there are still a dozen or so exiled intellectuals, each a talent in their own right, treasures of the nation. Yet, their current state is one of fear. Simply surviving in these times is a formidable challenge, as they live in constant dread of death looming near. To expect them to resume their former professions seems implausible. Fortunately, their exile to such a remote area has its silver lining. The people of northeast China are known for their openness and kindness, making their situation in Kaoshan a stroke of luck. The villagers, lacking education and malicious intent, have not subjected them to the public denunciations common in cities. Here, far from the reach of authority, such actions are absent, not due to a lack of time, but because everyone is preoccupied with mere survival, their eyes glinting with hunger and their bodies weakened. Each individual is struggling to live, leaving little energy for trivialities. Meng Fanxing finds himself powerless in these matters and prefers not to dwell on them. Brother, how much farther is it? Despite possessing memories from a previous life, he cannot disclose them. What are you talking about? How far? The naive one responds, bewildered. I meant to ask how far it is to Sister Xiaolan's home. What are you thinking? Meng Fanxing smiles wryly, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement at the simplicity of his companion. Ah, it is almost here, the brightly lit underground venue. Lingzi excitedly pointed to the 3 or 4 nearby buildings, his face alight with enthusiasm. The traditional shamanistic performance was the entertainment they yearned to witness, a delightful spectacle. This was indeed the sole joy and cultural activity for the remote village of Kaoshan Tun, where everyone wished to catch a glimpse. However, many were left disheartened due to the earlier presence of people in the cornfields, as numerous individuals had been assigned to the threshing grounds, husking corn while enduring the autumn chill and the biting winds of the night. The gentle breeze relentlessly swept across the women and the elderly, who were unable to labor in the fields. Many wrapped themselves in the husks they had peeled away, the warmth emanating from their bodies providing solace against the numbing cold. After sitting for too long, blood circulation in their limbs slowed, leaving them with a tingling sensation. The nights in Kaoshan Tun were tranquil and cozy. The dim lights cast a serene glow over the peaceful little mountain village. Laughter echoed among the women as they teased the blushing young girls, sharing tales of the men and their flashlights. How could that fair-skinned Meng Ziking be so brave, jumping into the river to save Xiaolanzi? He risked his life. Ma Dazhao suddenly posed a question that took everyone by surprise. City folk tend to be more enlightened, I suppose. Yet, even we locals wouldn't dare approach that river. Especially in the pitch dark, Aunt Zhang chimed in, reflecting on the audacity of youth. Indeed, Xiaolanzi ought to express her gratitude to Meng Ziking. After all, saving a life is not something that can be repaid with mere words. What do you mean? Should Xiaolanzi offer herself to Meng Ziking? Haha, I never suggested that. But let us be honest, Meng Ziking is quite the catch. If I had a figure like Xiao Lanzi's, I would willingly offer myself in gratitude for saving a life, Ma Dezhao joked, a hint of mischief in her voice. But I wonder if Meng Ziqing is up to the task. Xiao Lanzi has been longing for years. Why don't you go and find out? Help Xiao Lanzi out. Get lost. Why don't you try it instead? I'll keep watch. The two women erupted into hearty laughter, their words becoming increasingly audacious, showing little regard for Xiao Lanzi's feelings. After all, she had nearly lost her life, yet they continued to jest. This is the nature of the villagers, often oblivious to the hardships and sufferings of others. As the old saying goes, do not advise others to do good, for you may find yourself in a more despicable position. In this desolate land, where idleness breeds discomfort, even in the absence of sufficient sustenance, the inhabitants find amusement in the suffering of others. Such is the nature of humanity, callous and unrelenting, as it drives a knife into an already bleeding wound. Perhaps I shall seize an opportunity to invite Meng Jiqing for a stroll through the cornfields. How enviable that would be. Yet, do not flatter yourself with that ample figure. You believe Meng Jiqing would take notice of you? After all, he is a young man of fine repute from the city, with discerning taste. And what of those sagging bags you call breasts? Wretched woman, your own assets are hardly superior, she retorted, hurling a cob of corn in jest, laughter erupting as her own bosom quivered in response. At the entrance of the threshing ground, two figures approached with solemn expressions, Mr. Qiao and accountant Feng, drawn by the women's banter, their mouths watering at the prospect. Are you all too leisurely? Unless this pile of corn is cleared tonight, none shall return home to their husbands, Mr. Qiao warned, struggling against temptation. Oh dear, Mr. Qiao, are you perhaps feeling sentimental over Meng Jiqing? Ma Dezhao mocked. Mind your tongue, you gossiping harpy. Do you not see there are countless girls around? Mr. Qiao snapped, both embarrassed and perturbed. Did I speak amiss? During mealtime, your second daughter was quite close to Meng Jiqing, and your eldest was caught stealing glances at him. Even a fool could discern that the young girl is smitten. Aunt Zhang chimed in with laughter. Silence. Speak of such nonsense again, and I shall tear your tongue out, Mr. Qiao retorted, though he knew well that the women of the village relished their gossip. His daughters, the eldest and the second, were indeed his cherished treasures. Yet, the second daughter's capriciousness was a source of vexation. While it was known he had no fondness for humble vegetables, the incident of her pilfering from the plate of a new arrival had truly troubled him. Moreover, that insufferable boy remained silent, unperturbed as he willingly offered his potatoes to the little girl, a gesture that brought Mr. Qiao some solace. Yet, the village was rife with prying eyes and tongues that wagged. In this forsaken corner of the world, one must earn a reputation or a nickname to be deemed a true villager. Even if these tales reached the second daughter, with her spirited nature, she would remain unbothered. Alas, what could he do with such a headstrong daughter? Mr. Qiao sighed deeply, knowing that even a reprimand would not change her ways. She had never cared for vegetables, and he had no means to provide her special treatment at home. Master Qiao, have you taken a fancy to that Meng Jiqing, wishing to recruit him as a son-in-law? That lad's appearance has certainly caught our eye. He possesses a delicate and youthful charm. One must act swiftly. Finally, Ma Dezhao seized the opportunity to speak, casting a flirtatious glance at Master Qiao. You wretched fellow, do you not fear losing your conscience by uttering such words? Is it not a disgrace? What do I have to fear? My son is already grown. If you were to betroth your daughter to him, I would not protest. Would I not be right in saying so? Upon hearing Master Qiao's irritation, Ma Dezhao became even more emboldened. You womenfolk, do you not consider leaving a little dignity for our accountant Feng, who stood aside, chuckling at Master Qiao's increasingly dark expression? He could not help but feel a sense of joy seeing Master Qiao cornered by a group of women. In this small village, such camaraderie is commonplace, regardless of age. Be it the elderly or children, humor is the essence of our interactions, especially for a leader like Master Qiao, who often indulges in jest during his idle moments. In our community, familial ties are interwoven, and one can easily claim kinship, whether it be through an uncle or an aunt. This intricate web of relationships fosters harmonious living. A jest shared is a sign of affection. If Master Qiao were to adopt a serious demeanor and ignore others, it would signify his alienation. Thus, he is compelled to navigate these interactions, provided he receives support in earnest matters. As for your son, he is a mess with snot everywhere. Perhaps it's best he keeps it to himself. Master Qiao shot a disdainful glance at Ma Dezhao, feeling both disgusted and exasperated, recalling her son's untidy demeanor. Oh, and now you express disdain? Wasn't your daughter once in a similar plight? Spare me your nonsense. Just speak of your son's character. That rascal better not cross my path tomorrow, or I shall deliver a swift kick to his rear. Master Qiao, though vexed, could not suppress a chuckle. As for my precious lad, should you wish to marry your daughter to him, it would take more than 20 coins to garner my approval. Ma Deseo, however, remained undeterred, boldly declaring her outrageous proposals as if her son were a prince poised to inherit a royal fortune. How blind must I be? Pray tell, how could your heart be so audacious? Master Chiao was genuinely taken aback. 20 coins. Does your household even possess that much? Spare me your incessant prattling. Oh, money. When shall we ever have enough to spend and enjoy a hearty meal? Ma Deseo's tone shifted. Her words now bore a weight that tugged at the heart. Eyes glistening with emotion. A few light-hearted exchanges bring joy, yet when it comes to serious matters, silence prevails. Do you not understand why I hold that young Meng Jiqing in such high regard? He is truly a talent. Are you aware that someone risked their life to leap into the river to save another? Can you honestly say that the men in your household could accomplish such a feat? Yet, Meng Jiqing did just that. Furthermore, he immediately offered us valuable advice on feeding livestock. How could I not admire him? Old Master Chiao sighed. Is what you say true? Ma Deseo suddenly ceased her jesting. Indeed, if we succeed in our winter storage, we could raise a few more pigs, and during the new year, we might sell several, allowing us to buy our children some clothing, so they won't have to wander the streets half-naked in summer. If you find it uncomfortable, I share the same sentiment. Old Master Chiao lamented, his face etched with bitterness. Can we really feed the pigs? Does that mean we could have enough grain left for everyone to enjoy a few hearty meals instead of going hungry? Aunt Zhang's eyes sparkled with joy as she paused from shucking corn. Absolutely. Otherwise, come winter, amidst the heavy snow, you'll be left to feed the pigs yourself. Aunt Zhang retorted playfully. I speak the truth. Meng Jiqing stated that the winter-stored straw can not only feed large livestock, but also pigs. Just imagine, if it truly works. Our village could raise several pigs, and every household could acquire a few items, having some extra money to buy cloth for new clothes for the new year. We underestimated that young man. We didn't expect him to be so capable, Aunt Zhang reflected, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, you are unaware of his abilities. From the moment he arrived, he focused on working for our village, speaking sincerely and laboring diligently. Everyone has witnessed his dedication. And his work this morning in the bean fields was commendable, Accountant Feng emphasized earnestly. Yes, my husband returned saying that on his very first day, he worked with remarkable diligence, unlike those older youths who merely cut corners and displayed no integrity, Aunt Zhang scoffed. Since you all recognize that young Meng Jiqing is a commendable lad, let us show him some respect. He is still young. We should refrain from speaking frivolously in his presence. Old Master Chiao interjected, voicing his discontent. Look at you. You still bear the expression of a father-in-law scrutinizing his son-in-law. Do you truly lack ulterior motives? I admit to having my own interests, but it is essential that young Meng Jiqing recognizes his potential. Alas, his aspirations are grand. Observe how he conducts himself, with such poise and diligence. He is clearly destined for greatness. And let us not forget, his discerning gaze is quite earnest. Unlike those older youths who slyly cast their eyes upon the young women, Ma Deseo remarked with newfound seriousness. This alone speaks volumes of his character. I find him quite admirable. Please, silence yourself. Just moments ago, you were saying those very words, and now you seem to have forgotten? Am I the only one speaking here? Surely you have your thoughts as well? Laughter erupted in response. Laughter resonated joyfully in the threshing yard, as everyone found amusement in the remarks made by Ma Dashao and Zhang Dama. This was the delight of a carefree crowd. Even the diligent workers, often referred to as stinky old scholars, could not help but nod in agreement. Their sole purpose here was to labor quietly, and during these days, the ability to enjoy a hearty meal was a source of immense satisfaction, far better than the translucent gruel they had subsisted on during the recent farming lull. Once individuals were well fed, their spirits lifted considerably. They appeared more vibrant and lively. Although they could not match the villagers' efficiency in labor, they were quite capable of sitting here, shucking corn. As they listened to the rural women discuss the new educated youth, their eyes sparkled with interest. After such an extended period without news from the outside world, they were eager to hear what updates this Meng Jiqing might bring. He Qiaonu, Qing Gu, Zhang Qiuyue, and the other educated youth quietly engaged in their task of corn shucking. The women's fierce words, akin to those of wolves, were inescapable. Even if they preferred not to listen, their curiosity about certain matters compelled them to pay attention. Although they were young women yet to marry, their prolonged stay in the mountain village had exposed them to the bold conversations of the local women, who spoke freely and candidly about various topics, sparking their own curiosity. Regarding the physical differences between men and women, they harbored a plethora of questions, especially at their age, where thoughts of romance occasionally flitted through their minds. Yearning for a man to cherish and adore them, for no one could claim to be entirely indifferent. Their arrival in this village introduced them to young boys running about in the nude, a sight that left them acutely aware of their distinct anatomy, prompting them to ponder these differences. On one occasion, while working in the fields, they witnessed a mare in heat, a stallion mounting her, leaving them blushing and their hearts racing. They were baffled by the size of a man's anatomy, especially that of an adult, and at times, these thoughts would leave them feeling flushed and restless, lingering in their minds even as they lay in their beds at night. Suddenly, a loud fart erupted from beneath someone, unleashing a pungent aroma reminiscent of rotten radishes from the corn pile, a scent so overwhelming that it rendered the air nearly unbreathable. A wave of unpleasantness enveloped the entire corn pile, prompting an immediate outburst from Xiao Leoi, who quickly recoiled, glaring furiously at the crowd. The scene was enveloped in silence, followed by a sudden surge as everyone rose, fleeing from their cozy nests of corn husks in a chaotic scatter. A peculiar gas bomb had exploded, sending all into disarray. As if they were fleeing in terror, Master Qiao ambled away with his hands clasped behind his back, trailed by Accountant Feng, who stifled a chuckle. The daily fare of cabbage and potatoes and radishes, made one ponder the curious mind of old Sun, who chose to serve radishes only in the evening rather than at breakfast or lunch. What could he have been thinking? Alas, Xiao Lanzi's home had become a gathering spot for children and men with nothing to do that night. When Meng Fanxing and Erlungzi arrived, they found Granny Sun and Qin Yuqin preparing for a seance, complete with a bottle of corn liquor and 2 large bowls, not to mention the 2 deities' rear ends. As they approached, Arya spotted Meng Fanxing among the crowd, eagerly emerging from the throng, her small face alight with excitement. Why did you arrive so late? If you had come any later, you would have missed the best part. The little girl pouted, her eyes brimming with reproach, as if to say they had agreed on a promise that had not been kept. It was just a matter of some happenings at the youth station. Meng Fanxing replied, taken aback by the child's grievances. He held little regard for those involved, as he felt their words were merely a facade, a desperate attempt to hold on amidst their cowardice. Initially, they had pretended to be brave, but at the first sign of danger, they revealed their true colors. What interesting events transpired at the youth station? Arya's curiosity ignited, her large, dark eyes fixed on Meng Fanxing, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Children should temper their curiosity and simply watch for a while before heading home. Meng Fanxing affectionately ruffled Arya's hair, peering through the gaps in the crowd. On the large Kong, Xiao Lanzi lay with her eyes closed, her complexion obscured by the glass and light. Yet, in the shadows, a frail old woman sat beside her. Her hair styled not in the traditional bun of local elderly women, but adorned with a pin like a Taoist priestess, meticulously arranged, lending her an air of sharpness. The myriad wrinkles etched into her face hinted that she was perhaps older than old Sun, leaving Meng Fanxing perplexed. After all, they were married. How could such a disparity in age exist? Was she perhaps a child bride? Granny Sun wore a faded, patched light blue garment, old yet impeccably clean, setting her apart from the other elderly women in the vicinity, clearly a testament to her fastidious nature. Last night, Qin Yuqin had already made her appearance. However, tonight, she seemed like an entirely different person. Today, she took on the role of a deity, fulfilling her duty to assist the great god in responding and inquiring, resulting in a demeanor that was far more serious than the previous evening. The 2 individuals sat at the edge of the Kong, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, Grandma's Sun began to stir, her body trembling and shaking uncontrollably, resembling a feverish patient in convulsions, her head bobbing up and down intermittently. The moment the spirit descended, Arya, resembling a prophet, began to whisper explanations into Meng Fanxing's ear. Before Meng Fanxing could inquire about the nature of the descending spirit, the hand drum in Qin Yuqin's grasp began to resonate. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythm was tight and insistent. Call the old immortal. Listen closely. Grandma Sun's slightly hoarse voice emerged, its intonation fluctuating melodiously, akin to the sacred tune of Old Zhai, which evidently evolved from shamanistic culture. Call the old immortal. Listen closely. I am Humasian, once cultivated in the southern mountains. The sound emanating from Grandma Sun's throat fluctuated between urgency and languor, with a pitch that rose and fell delicately. At that moment, Meng Fanxing felt a prickling sensation across his skin, as if the hairs on his body were standing on end. Akin to being targeted by a malevolent spirit, a chilling breeze swept across the nape of his neck. Fear gripped him, his heart racing uncontrollably, as that icy wind sent shivers through him, leaving his body and legs weak. Was it possible that the spirit summoned by Grandma Sun had indeed arrived, standing directly behind him? What are you trembling for? A voice from behind broke through Meng Fanxing's apprehension, snapping him back to reality. Ergo, could you refrain from blowing on my neck? Do you realize how terrifying that is? At this point, Meng Fanxing finally comprehended the source of the cold breeze behind him and complained to Ergo, nearly frightened to the point of wetting himself. Not me. I'm just standing behind you, looking inside, Ergo retorted. Then why do I feel a cold wind blowing on the back of my neck? If it's not you, then who could it be? How would I know? Everyone is just here to watch the excitement, Ergo replied with a mischievous chuckle, cleverly omitting the fact that he was indeed fanning Meng Jiqing's neck with his hand, a prank he was determined to keep secret. A sense of dread washed over Meng Fanxing, as if his lifeblood had nearly ceased its flow, his heart halting in response to that familiar sensation. The relentless gusts preventing him from moving. Ergo, what mischief are you up to behind Meng Jiqing? Are you feeling hot? Arya turned to see Ergo grinning mischievously, instantly realizing that this large fellow harbored ill intentions. After all, he was her companion, and she could not allow him to be bullied. What are you talking about, little girl? My hands are right here. When did I start fanning? Ergo defended himself. Until this moment, Meng Fanxing realized that he had been frightened by the foolish Dimensi. Without looking back, he contemplated how to retaliate against this simpleton. This grievance must be avenged, and it must not be postponed. Yes, it must not be postponed. One hand stealthily reached behind Dimensi while he remained fixated on the interior of the room. After a considerable wait, Dimensi felt a tug on his clothing. Yet when he turned around, there was nothing there. The elderly lady, Granny Sun, continued her melodic chants. With a sigh, Granny Sun exhaled deeply, her body ceasing to tremble. Now steady. Qin Yuqin had also halted her drumming. Granny Sun appeared utterly exhausted, her spirit seemingly drained. Meng Fanxing observed as Granny Sun rolled her eyes repeatedly, her shivering subsiding to a mere tremor, indicating that the intense exertion and singing over the past 10 minutes had truly worn her out. Lying on the Kong, Xiao Lanzi seemed to regain some vitality, slowly sitting up. At this moment, Meng Fanxing clearly beheld her face, an oval visage, delicate arched brows, a petite yet prominent nose, and a mouth of moderate size. However, her pallor lent her an air of sickly languor, evoking the image of a beautiful yet ailing maiden in Meng Fanxing's eyes. Xiao Lanzi's illness has improved. Remarkable. Granny Sun is truly formidable. Arya, filled with excitement, turned her face, her large eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. A feeling that somewhat infected Meng Fanxing. At that moment, Meng Fanxing reached behind Dimensi once more, gently tugging before quickly retracting his hand, feigning nonchalance. Dimensi, feeling a mix of apprehension and uncertainty, glanced back, only to find the enveloping darkness. After several attempts, Dimensi began to feel a chill of fear, as he had consistently sensed someone pulling at him from behind, yet upon turning, he saw nothing but the pitch-black night and the rustling sounds of the evening breeze stirring the objects in the courtyard. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across the wall by the entrance. Both Dimensi and Meng Fanxing caught sight of it. The figure vanished as swiftly as a flash of lightning, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Brother, did you see the shadow on the wall? Dimensi's voice quivered with trepidation. I saw nothing at all. What is the matter, Ergo? Meng Fanxing continued to feign ignorance, knowing that sometimes one's eyes could play tricks after adjusting from brightness to darkness. I truly saw something darting across the wall in the entrance. It was definitely not a cat. Wildcats do not move with such speed. Far too fast indeed. Dimensi muttered to himself. Ergo, your eyes must be deceiving you. You're overreacting. As Dimensi turned his head again, Meng Fanxing seized the opportunity to play his tricks, causing Dimensi to spiral further into suspicion and paranoia. In a previous life, Meng Fanxing was acquainted with various legends surrounding the yellow weasel. Such tales abound. However, with the advancement of society, the progress of technology, and the enhancement of living standards in rural areas, the presence of yellow weasels and foxes has significantly diminished, to the point where even longworms have become a rare sight. Perhaps modern pesticides have led to the extinction of numerous wild animals, resulting in a scarcity of mice and hares, while yellow weasels and foxes have also dwindled. The absence of food has greatly contributed to the decline of longworms, which is further exacerbated by human overhunting and extensive deforestation, leaving these creatures without a viable habitat. Alternatively, it is also conceivable that these wild animals have retreated from urban and rural areas to seek refuge in the vast wilderness, where they can lead a leisurely existence, far removed from human encroachment, which undoubtedly offers a far superior living environment. Erlingzi, caught in a state of anxiety, followed closely behind Meng Fanxing and Arya. Despite being a girl, Arya possessed remarkable courage, unaffected by the enveloping darkness that instilled fear in others. Unlike some girls who might tremble in terror, she stood resolute. Lungzi, resembling a frightened child, babbled incessantly, prompting even the young Arya to chuckle at his antics. After escorting Lungzi home, Meng Fanxing accompanied Arya to the entrance, watching as she turned back multiple times before entering the courtyard. It was only when the lights in her room illuminated that Meng Fanxing made his way back to the cellar, taking hesitant steps. Upon lifting the curtain to enter, he discovered that the occupants on the heated bed had yet to retire for the night. A few individuals were still engaged in a card game. Though the raucous shouts had diminished, occasional grumbling and curses of discontent could be heard, expressing their dissatisfaction at losses incurred. Meng Fanxing returned to his place on the bed, kicking off his shoes and climbing onto the heated surface without bothering to wash his feet. It was late, and the room was already permeated with the odor of unwashed feet. His own cleanliness would mean little in the face of collective neglect. It seemed more fitting to embrace the shared discomfort, to see whose feet could produce a more pungent scent. It was not that he lacked a sense of cleanliness. Rather, he believed that to assimilate into an environment, one must sometimes adopt an even sloppier demeanor than those around. Only by doing so could they view him as one of their own, sparing him from undue scrutiny. Reclining on the heated bed, enveloped in warmth radiating from his back, Meng Fanxing felt a sense of comfort wash over him. The formidable presence of team leader Zhang that evening had extinguished any desire to reclaim his spot on the bed. He felt as if he had surrendered, burying his head beneath the covers. Like a quail, he disregarded all concerns, adopting a philosophy of life that embraced resignation. If one cannot seize control, then one must yield to others' dominion. Acceptance and endurance seemed to be the only viable choices. Perhaps the true essence of being compliant or succumbing to the whims of fate. Meng Fanxing had initially succumbed to a comfortable slumber, letting out a few soft hums before closing his eyes. However, sleep eluded him now, as the air in the underground chamber was so foul that each breath felt laborious. At first, he managed to adapt, but as he sought to acclimatize to the stifling environment, his body rebelled. Yet, the fatigue of the day gradually enveloped him in the murky air, and he eventually drifted into unconsciousness. After all, his physique was incapable of enduring such strenuous labor. In that moment of slumber, he resolved to begin exercising from the next day onward. As a reincarnated individual, possessing a sound body was imperative. While others often returned with astonishing talents or fortuitous encounters, he arrived in this world with nothing but a fragment of memory. Thus, he recognized that cultivating a robust physique was solely his responsibility. What others could not provide, he must strive to achieve. This was the first thought that crossed Meng Fanxing's mind as he succumbed to sleep, devoid of any frivolous distractions. Thoughts of beautiful women surrounding him, or the allure of companionship, faded away as he found himself drained of energy. After all, a day filled with toil had pushed his youthful body to its limits. If only he had access to adequate food and nutrition, but each day consisted of coarse grains like cornmeal and sorghum, with even a single steamed bun made from fine flour being a rare treat reserved for festive occasions. This was a luxury he could hardly afford, and it was the same for his family residing in the military compound. Though they had a large household, their means were modest and with many mouths to feed. Even the allocation of finer grains was a sacrifice for the sake of everyone's sustenance. They exchanged fine grains for cornmeal, and even millet was rationed. Only when someone fell ill would they indulge in a bit of millet porridge, let alone prepare a meal of dry millet rice. Meng Fanxing truly felt the weight of his plight, lamenting why his reincarnation had not placed him in a more affluent family. As dawn approached around 4 in the morning, the eastern horizon, much like the day before, revealed only a faint glimmer of light. Meng Fanxing awoke. The fatigue that once marked his face now vanished without a trace. Perhaps the snores of those around him had drained the others of their energy, for the rest on the large bed remained in deep slumber, their snores fading as they found respite. Meng Fanxing swiftly donned his clothes and stepped outside, lifting the door curtain to find Lungzi approaching with a mischievous grin. After all, during dinner the previous night, Old Master Qiao had issued a command for everyone to rise early to work in the fields at dawn. "Brother, you've arrived." Meng Fanxing greeted with a cheerful smile, acknowledging him. "Brother, this morning we can simply let them go to work. You may indulge in a bit more sleep." I fail to comprehend why Meng Fanxing arose so early. Was my conversation with Captain Qiao last night not sufficiently clear? It seems puzzling. Second brother, I understand your sentiments. Just look at my slender arms and legs. If I neglect exercise, how shall I handle any challenges that may arise in the future? Meng Fanxing sighed and spread his hands in resignation. You have only just arrived in our village. Should you remain here for a few years? you would soon forego exercising altogether. The daily toil would render you too fatigued to rise. Have you not noticed that everyone in the underground chamber remains asleep? Return and indulge in another round of restful slumber. Well, since I am already awake, I might as well engage in some exercise. Meng Fanxing smiled faintly. Very well then. If you wish to step outside, I have no means to dissuade you. Subsequently, the simpleton lifted the door curtain and entered the underground chamber, bellowing to rouse those sleeping on the heated Kong, startling them awake. Some trembled, for the sound of his voice was akin to thunder in their dreams, ensuring no one could return to peaceful slumber thereafter. This was, after all, a deliberate act on the simpleton's part, a response to the bullying that had occurred the previous night. Who dared to vex his good brother, his mentor, who would impart much knowledge and share tales of the wonders of the outside world? He brandished a wooden stick, rhythmically striking the edge of the Kong, instilling fear in even the most reluctant of souls. After all, this simpleton was a favored subordinate of old Master Qiao, someone no one dared to offend. Not even team leader Zhang. Though each of them harbored grievances and an unwilling spirit, they had no choice but to rise. Last night, they had been spared the burden of working until darkness fell. This alone was a considerable mercy. A dozen or so souls begrudgingly climbed out of their beds, donning their clothing. Unbeknownst to them, someone had let out a loud, overnight fart, further tainting the already foul air of the underground chamber, which now bore an even more pungent aroma, akin to a noxious gas bomb. Meng Fanxing had departed early, otherwise he too would have been subjected to that acrid stench. His departure could be seen as a fortunate omen, a means of evading impending misfortune. The simpleton exited the male youth's underground chamber, turning to call the female youths awake. However, he suddenly recalled that it was inappropriate for him to do so, as they had returned close to midnight the previous evening. If he were to approach them now, would it not provoke their discontent? Would he risk being splashed with last night's foot-washing water, or having a few smelly socks and shoes hurled at him? He dared not contemplate it further, especially as a female youth, still in a daze, donned her clothing and made her way toward the adjacent toilet. Alas, fortune indeed smiled upon him. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. The simpleton stood at the door, gazing into the shadows of the night, involuntarily swallowing hard. After all, he was no longer a child but a grown man, at the cusp of youthful desires. Yet, in the next moment, a frown marred his countenance. The autumn breeze compelled the townsfolk to huddle, striving to conceal their exposed skin within the folds of their garments, each one hastening towards the collective's quarters. For all essential tools of production were stored there. Even a mere kitchen knife was a rarity within the confines of their homes. Such was the nature of the collective. During the years of steel production, every household had surrendered their iron and copper utensils to the community, including even the family's iron pot. The only remnants might be some wooden furniture and the hinges on their doors. Thus, everyone resided and dined in the communal spaces. Were it not for the fact that one's spouse and children were deemed personal possessions, the collective spirit might have evolved into a large family. However, this was a product of a unique environment, a distinctive form born from a specific period. Meng Fanxing quickened his pace, feeling the chill of autumn winds prickling his skin. He needed to move, to warm his body and loosen his stiff joints. His morning exercises were a necessity, as his physical condition remained woefully inadequate. Following the rugged dirt path, Meng Fanxing jogged away from the small mountain village of Kuaishantan. Gradually, he felt the long-buried memories of his morning workouts resurface, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Nevertheless, as he continued running, warmth enveloped him. The muscles that had felt rigid and unyielding the previous day now ached, yet he persevered. For he had barely covered a kilometer, with a long journey still ahead and myriad landscapes to behold, each vista deserving of thorough contemplation. As his feet echoed upon the mountain trails, he distanced himself from the village. The dark, looming mountains ahead resembled a colossal beast poised to devour all in its path, threatening to engulf his diminutive figure. Yet, like an inquisitive child, he pressed forward in exploration. A pale hue of white on the eastern horizon began to breathe life into the still earth. Behind him, the roosters at the homestead had begun their morning calls, stretching their necks and raising their proud heads, their crowing rousing the slumbering laborers. The mountains were tranquil. Even the mice that had ventured out for food the previous night, and the small nocturnal creatures had retreated to their nests with the dawn's early light. Perhaps they understood that a brief return to slumber at this hour was more delightful than anything else, so they quietly succumbed to sleep's embrace. Yet, some animals had already awakened, ready to greet the new day, embarking on their industrious quests for sustenance. Like the inhabitants of this land, they are bound by the toil of their existence. if they do not venture forth to seek sustenance for even a single day. They are unable to provide a delectable meal for their children who remain nestled in slumber. This embodies the principle of labor's reward, as well as the unyielding customs of this era. The adults rise early, while the adolescent girls and boys, reluctantly urged by their elders, don their garments. Yet their faces remain etched with the frost of discontent, harboring a desire to revolt. However, such thoughts remain confined within the recesses of their minds. They are, after all, frail and insignificant. Even with the stirrings of rebellion and the fervor of aspiration, they remain apprehensive of the harsh consequences that follow a transgression, particularly the threat of the broom or the menacing feather duster. In this quaint village, the feather duster serves as an instrument of discipline, ubiquitous in every household, ever ready to be wielded. Should anyone dare to challenge the authority of their guardians, they should not be surprised when the feather duster becomes their inevitable fate. Especially for those mischievous children, their bond with the feather duster is akin to that of inseparable siblings from a past life, often finding solace in each other's company at night to evade the erratic wrath of their elders. After running several kilometers, Meng Fanxing suddenly perceived a shadow lurking on the path ahead, crouching in wait. In an instant, a chill coursed through her spine, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. It was a black bear, seated upon the mountain trail, grooming its fur. What a cruel fate! Meng Fanxing's mind raced with despair. She had merely sought to improve her health through exercise. Could the heavens not bestow upon me a special skill or a life-saving talisman? Must it unfold in this manner? Her scalp tingled, and her limbs felt weak, as though her once vibrant blood had come to a standstill. She stood trembling, feeling the tension in her very core, as if her body were on the brink of surrender. Mountain God, Earth Goddess, Jade Emperor, Supreme Old Lord, Queen Mother, I am your kin. I implore you, grant me your protection. May that black creature remain oblivious to my presence. In her heart, she fervently prayed to every deity she could think of. Yet, in the next moment, her heart constricted as a small, rotund figure emerged from the brush opposite the imposing bear, rolling into view like a ball. When its plump form came to rest on the trail, it stood upright, its bear-like face now directly confronting Meng Fanxing. Moreover, in a moment of sheer misfortune, he trembled upon perceiving two bipedal creatures observing him. Uncertain whether she would alert Mama Bear or Papa Bear, Meng Fanxing felt his heart constrict. Numb and paralyzed, he realized that if he did not flee now, death was imminent. He contemplated turning around, yet his legs felt utterly unresponsive, stiff and rigid, as if they belonged to a corpse, perhaps borrowed from some zombie. Memories of tales he had read flooded his mind. He recalled that should a black bear charge at him, lying still on the ground might allow him to escape. Or perhaps this formidable creature would coexist with him harmoniously, akin to the bears nurtured by the Soviets. At that moment, Meng Fanxing's emotions were a tumultuous sea, his thoughts a chaotic whirlpool. He was uncertain of what to contemplate, yet one word reverberated insistently in his mind, the most pragmatic of all: run. At this critical juncture, he could no longer tolerate his rigid, numb legs. His upper body shifted, and though his legs stumbled, he managed to lift them. He took his first step forward. The second, the third, how many steps he did not know. He only sensed that he was treading as if on a cloud, his movements resembling the slow motion of a film. Although his body felt devoid of sensation, it seemed as if he were soaring. In the next instant, Meng Fanxing propelled himself into the ravine by the roadside, experiencing neither pain nor cries of distress. When his body finally came to a halt, he felt utterly disconnected from his weighty form, as if the 120 pounds were not his own. No, he must rise, he must flee. His sole thought was to escape swiftly. Only by distancing himself from this towering black figure, from this perilous place, could he hope to survive. The imperative was clear: run. Cautiously, he crawled from the ravine to the roadside, where the dark, colossal silhouette remained, leisurely grooming its fur. The small balls of fluff on the hillside had multiplied. Now two dark, rotund forms. With newfound strength surging through him, he clenched his jaw, feeling invigorated as if the fall had miraculously revived him. His blood seemed to pulse with renewed vigor, as if he had been infused with life once more. With the wind at his heels, his legs propelled him forward, moving with fervor. Perhaps if Neza were present, he too would sense that his wind-fire wheels had lost their allure. Meng Fanxing's legs moved with relentless determination, advancing until he felt a surge of gratitude for Su Xinyue's foresight in bringing him into this world. He harmoniously coordinated his two legs with his body, and the remarkable length of his legs allowed him to recognize his own strengths, as well as the benefits bestowed upon him by his mother, Sun Xinyue, which might even save his life. He sprinted out of the mountain pass, glancing back to see that the imposing figure and his 2 children had vanished from the distant trail, perhaps obstructed by the bend in the path. A profound sense of relief washed over him, prompting him to express gratitude to the mountain deity and the Jade Emperor, as well as to Taishang Laojun. After all, it was they who had preserved his fragile life. He resolved to cease his incessant curses upon fate, for such utterances might invoke its wrath. Could it be that this was a punishment for his previous blasphemies? Frustrated, he thought, if the heavens wish to silence my complaints, they might as well provide me with some form of assistance to spare me from such tribulations. Even a moment of strength would suffice, allowing me to deliver a few solid blows to that hulking figure, leaving him bruised and weeping. How I wish for a firearm, even if I couldn't fell that giant. At least it would bolster my courage. I could still manage a few shots. After all, in my past life, I was an accomplished marksman, a fact I do not exaggerate. As he uttered his last curse, tears streamed down his face, for he had truly escaped a dire fate. His blood surged with warmth, boiling with the newfound sensitivity of his senses. He could hear his heartbeat resonating clearly in his ears, so distinct and pronounced. Was this a gift from the heavens or a manifestation of latent human potential? Some tales suggest that external stimuli can awaken dormant abilities within us. Could this be the divine favor he had received? At that moment, Meng Fanxing was unaware that his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, dragging across the ground as if he were intoxicated, stumbling toward the village. Each step brought him closer to the settlement, the outline of the small mountain village magnifying in his vision. He could see the dogs of the village, early risers in search of food, glancing in his direction, likely curious about the swaying figure approaching them. Perhaps breakfast was being prepared, and he resembled one of those inebriated men from the village, swaying in a manner reminiscent of last night's festivities. The dogs, too, seemed to be in a state of frenzy, engaging in a dance akin to that of the village shaman. Meng Fanxing pondered the peculiarities of these village dogs. Why did they differ from those in other regions? Why were they already leaping with exuberance in the early morning light? Could it be that these dogs are also descendants of shamans, inheritors of their legacy? Why do they meander instead of taking the straight path? Why can't they behave normally, with such unrefined antics? Meng Fanxing stumbled forward, inching closer to the quaint village. Although the sun had yet to rise, a glimmer of light bestowed upon him an unprecedented warmth, enveloping him in a cozy embrace akin to being submerged in a soothing hot spring. Upon reaching the threshold of the first house in the village, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and plopped down at the entrance. The dogs gathered around him, eagerly anticipating a sumptuous feast, yet this man, lacking in decorum, had nothing to offer. Could he not bestow even a modest gift? Is it too much to ask for a semblance of decency? And yet, he laughed, a hollow, mocking laugh. Did he truly believe that such a disingenuous grin would provide me with a grand meal? The dogs circled Meng Fanxing, sniffing curiously, their suspicions aroused by the absence of the familiar, intoxicating scent of past revelries. Barking in frustration, they sensed betrayal from the 2-legged creature before them. Where, they wondered, was the promised feast? Was there not a shred of dignity left, that even these loyal companions could be deceived? Meng Fanxing, barely able to lift his arms, leaned against the wooden fence, indifferent to the potential rips in his clothing. Yet, amidst it all, he felt a profound sense of joy and surprise. At the very least, he had preserved his life, having escaped the clutches of the bear. Had he been caught, his visage would likely have been unrecognizable, bloodied and bruised, and even the fate of his dark, flowing hair would have been uncertain. "Oh son, hasten your ascent. Why does it feel as though the warmth has dissipated?" Meng Fanxing lifted his gaze towards the pale light of dawn, his mind fervently shouting and questioning. He pondered the antics of some mischievous child who had roamed the streets and vanished without a trace. Even he, a grown man, had not caught sight of them. "Wait for me, little rascal. I have no sweets in my pocket to share with you, tempting though you may be." Slowly, Meng Fanxing closed his eyes. A small, unknown kitten cautiously approached, observing this unfamiliar face from a distance, its tail erect, as if bracing for a sudden leap from the human before it. Meow meow. As the little feline drew closer, it lingered for a while, assessing the lack of danger, before finally settling beside Meng Fanxing, its little head raised, gazing intently at the stranger. With a gentle demeanor, the little creature emitted 2 friendly meows, affectionately nuzzling its small head against Meng Fanxing's thigh several times. The blissful expression on its face accompanied a soft purring sound, seemingly offering solace to Meng Fanxing, as if to say, "I won't harm you if you don't harm me." At least there was this small being capable of providing him comfort. Tears streamed down Meng Fanxing's cheeks as he raised his arm, tenderly stroking the kitten's head with utmost delicacy, as if afraid of startling the little one away. For over 10 minutes, every household appeared to be in a state of stillness, as if the inhabitants had vanished, none venturing out of their yards. Perhaps they were soundly asleep on their heated beds or already toiling in the fields. Suddenly, a creaking sound from a door hinge, lacking the lubrication of oil, broke the silence behind Meng Fanxing, resonating like a heavenly melody that filled him with joy. This indicated that someone in the household had risen, and the prospect of being seen again made his body feel numb and rigid, rendering him immobile. In his heart, Meng Fanxing cried out, waiting anxiously, as if a lump of cotton was lodged in his throat, causing a painful, burning sensation. Tears welled up in his eyes once more. Chapter 25. Happier than being awake. He longed for that voice to approach him swiftly, faster, just a bit quicker. He had begun to hear the sound of footsteps, so light, so familiar, that it sent his heart racing. His body leaned back against the door, and as it opened, he fell inside, losing consciousness in that fleeting moment. The little kitten, startled, raised its tail and jumped aside in fright. A gasp of alarm escaped from a pale face that appeared beside Meng Fanxing. Even in his dazed state, he could scarcely believe who stood before him, for fainting felt like a blessing, indeed, a happiness surpassing that of being awake. Only in this unconsciousness could he escape the embarrassment of being frightened nearly to death by a mere black cat. Such a humiliation, even if others remained unfazed. He felt utterly stripped of dignity. Upon seeing the youthful, refined figure before her, Xiao Lanzi experienced a flicker of familiarity. Yet she could not place where she had encountered him before. A sense of recognition lingered in her mind, elusive yet persistent. She set down the chamber pot and extended her delicate, lily-white arm to assist the young man before her, striving to lift him from the cold ground. She was acutely aware of the chill that pervaded the earth, even though frost had yet to settle. With great effort, she managed to raise the youth. But each time he attempted to let go or move away, his frail form would collapse once more, placing her in a precarious position. Her own strength was waning. Yet she could not bear to watch him lie there, exposed to the biting cold, for she knew all too well the dangers it posed to the health and life of someone from her humble background. Resigned, she cast aside her concerns, understanding that in their village, aside from the immobile elderly and children, very few adults remained. It was only through her utmost exertion that she could bring him indoors. With a weary yet determined smile, she wrapped one arm around his head, maneuvering herself behind him, bending down to embrace him, and began to drag him toward her home. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. At last, having exhausted all her strength, she managed to pull him onto the earthen platform. Now utterly spent, she gasped for breath, inhaling deeply the fresh air, reclining back against the platform, beside the young man whose slightly gaunt face lay close. He was quite handsome, indeed, though his frame was too slender. If he were any heavier, she might have struggled to move him at all. Fortunately, he was not excessively tall. She gently caressed her own somewhat ample bosom with her soft, pale hand. Listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing reassured her that he was still alive, though she pondered when he might awaken. As a young widow, she could not help but wish for a man like him in her life, especially after years of single-handedly sustaining her household. With a forlorn sigh, she closed her eyes, her expression one of melancholy, as she inhaled the distinct scent of masculinity emanating from the young man beside her, causing her limbs to feel numb. Yet, in the next moment, her cheeks flushed with warmth. After so many years, she found herself so close to a man, gazing intently at his face. Even the fine hairs on his cheeks were clearly visible. She recognized that the young man was indeed very youthful, likely still in his teens, yet to experience the sacred moment of manhood. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, her gaze drifting downward, where she could discern the burgeoning contours beneath him. It was quite significant. Unmistakably so. In such a state, with such markings, she could not help but wonder. The woman dared not entertain further thoughts, perplexed by her own discomposure. Had she truly become as desperate as the other women in her village had suggested over the years? The woman felt her heartbeat quickening, and the peculiar sensation within her was distinctly different from before. Was she experiencing the stirrings of youthful affection once again, or perhaps something more provocative? Her thoughts were alive, and she gazed intently at the young man beside her, her hand moving almost involuntarily towards his face. Her fingers trembled like a startled rabbit, retracting just as they were about to brush against Meng Fanxing's cheek. Yet, the insatiable desire within her summoned a surge of courage, and her delicate hand reached out once more. At last, after a relentless internal struggle, her soft palm made contact with the tender skin of the youth's face, feeling the youthful elasticity beneath her fingertips. In that moment, her heart raced with fervor, thumping with a mix of restraint and exhilaration. A tidal wave of emotions that had been absent for years surged back, reminiscent of the moment on her wedding night. She recalled that night vividly. Despite the simplicity of the surroundings, she had been overwhelmed with excitement, for she too was about to embrace the sacred transition from girlhood to womanhood, to become a true woman. A wave of warmth surged from deep within her, coursing through her body and igniting her senses, filling her with an intoxicating vitality that caused her to moan softly, a sensation more exhilarating than that fateful night. Her legs instinctively pressed together, as a rush of heat surged towards her mind, painting her cheeks with a rosy hue, a feeling akin to ecstasy, a spark of excitement igniting her every pore. She felt as though she had melted into a puddle beside the alluring form of the young man, her arm resting on his chest, absorbing the warmth and the masculine essence emanating from him, as she closed her eyes tightly, lost in a dreamlike state. How could this be? Who was this young man? Why had he come to the village so early in the morning? What was his identity, and could he pose a threat? A myriad of questions flooded her mind. Indeed, who was this youth? Why was he here? Could he be a drifter, or perhaps an escaped convict? Society does not label its people based solely on their handsome appearances. Every individual carries their own story. Gradually, her thoughts began to sharpen. After all, in this vast expanse of the northern wilderness, ill-intentioned individuals were not uncommon. Although she sensed no weapons on him, if he were indeed a rogue, he could bring peril to the village. The consciousness of women is gradually awakening, compelling her to swiftly ascertain whether the young man harbors any perilous weaponry, fearing that he might, in a moment of carelessness, spring forth and overpower her, causing her harm or pinning her down. Meanwhile, Meng Fanxing has succumbed to a profound slumber, perhaps as compensation for a restless night prior. In this state, he is devoid of sensation or thought, enveloped in a deep and blissful sleep, reminiscent of an infant's tranquility, akin to the warmth felt within the womb, a sensation he has not experienced in ages. Such undisturbed repose is a coveted dream for many, characterized by a mind free from distractions. The woman's delicate hand roams over the young man's body, discovering that his pockets are bare. She wonders where else on his person he might conceal something. Unbeknownst to her, her soft fingers venture between his legs, where they encounter a hidden object. Her gentle grasp reveals a familiar texture, reminiscent of something she once possessed, her very own. As dawn breaks, the light of the eastern sky gradually liberates the world from darkness, illuminating every inch of the small village. The scenery transforms, becoming clearer and more vivid, a breathtaking sight. In the fields, laborers bend their backs, tirelessly swinging their arms, the sickles making rhythmic sounds as they sever the lowly soybean stalks, gathering them behind them in continuous rows. As time passes, the workers create a staggered formation, once marching in unison but now varying in pace. Some advance swiftly while others lag behind, hindered by age, illness, or inexperience. Early in the morning, taking advantage of the dew's moisture, the pods remain intact, not bursting at the slightest touch. This reflects the wisdom of the laboring populace. They seize the opportunity provided by the previous night's dew, commencing their harvest before the pods dry and become prone to rupture. Otherwise, the shattered pods would scatter beans across the ground, rendering the year's toil futile, a sentiment echoed in the adage, raising children only to feed wolves, a lament of wasted effort. Thus, the ingenuity of the laborers is boundless, though they may lack formal education. The ancestors of China boast a rich legacy of 5,000 years of struggle. One cannot claim inability or incompetence. This is the heritage passed down through generations. Each generation, flourishing and propagating, has steadfastly transmitted various forms of wisdom and skills, etching these crystallized insights into the totems of Huaxia, ensuring their legacy endures through the ages. The wisdom of the working populace is boundless, not only ensuring that their labor's fruits remain intact, but also safeguarding their hands from the prick of bean pods, as well as protecting their faces and other parts of their bodies. For instance, the corn leaves in the early morning do not scratch the cheeks, for it is well known that the leaves of plants possess countless serrated edges capable of inflicting harm upon human skin. If they are somewhat moist, they become softer, thus further preventing injury to the laborers. Dawn is also the most opportune time for harvesting other crops, such as millet, foxtail millet, and sorghum, which lay exposed as grains. This reflects wisdom, tradition, and the profound accumulation of 5,000 years of Chinese heritage. Within the production team, the women, alongside the elderly son Laoyan, busily toil, as the entire village of hundreds prepares to provide a warm meal for those returning from labor. They serve as the logistical backbone for all, ensuring that everyone receives the nourishment necessary for survival. A large pot simmers, filling the courtyard with an enticing aroma. Although the absence of meat may not whet the appetite, the unique fragrance of the potatoes offers a tantalizing invitation to the palate. Sun Laonian's large smoking pipe flickers with life, while he inhales deeply, his weathered face marked by deep wrinkles, possibly bearing the stains of time or the remnants of a life well lived, each fold faithfully recording the passage of years. Chapter 26. I see clearly a few women deftly layered cornmeal in the steamer, adding it gradually, evenly spreading it until it reached a thickness of 1 or 2 inches. The heavy wooden lid of the iron pot was placed atop, with cracks sealed by cloth. The flames in the fire pit roared, licking the bottom of the pot, with waves of heat intensifying, even illuminating the cheeks of the elderly man tending the fire, roasting the oils from his skin. After much contemplation, the woman made a prudent decision. The situation had exceeded her emotional capacity, compelling her to report to the village's highest authority, Elder Chiao. For this matter was critical to the life and death of the entire community. She stepped out of the house, glancing back thrice, though she cherished her youthful form. The lives of the villagers outweighed all else, driving her resolutely toward the sanctuary of safety. She sprinted along the dirt path of the village, swift as the early morning chill sliced against her cheeks, unperturbed, as if her legs possessed boundless strength. At last, she arrived at the imposing entrance of a heavy door at the end of the vacant street. Bang, 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 bang. The delicate, fair hands incessantly pounded on the door, seeking to rouse the venerable Mr. Chiao or any members of his household, urging them to discover the identity of the visitor. As commotion stirred in the courtyard, Mr. Chiao emerged, impeccably dressed in a 4-pocketed uniform, followed closely by a young girl named Arya, who shuffled in her footwear. The duo, one tall and one petite, appeared at the threshold, and upon the door's opening, they beheld a woman, breathless and anxious. Xiaolan, you've been unwell. What brings you here so early? Mr. Chiao reproached the woman who had just caused him some concern, noting her pallor, a remnant of her recent brush with death. Uncle. This morning, at first light, a stranger collapsed at my doorstep, Xiaolan stammered, her urgency palpable as she conveyed the alarming news. Oh, where's that person? He collapsed at your entrance? Mr. Chiao's demeanor shifted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by vagrants who might wreak havoc if allowed to roam unchecked. As the leader of the local team, he felt a renewed sense of responsibility, his expression hardening with seriousness. In an instant, he regained his composure, standing tall like a steadfast pine, instilling a sense of reassurance in the village. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scrutinized the frail woman before him. Yes, he has indeed lost consciousness. I managed to drag him inside, Xiaolan affirmed with a solemn nod, providing Mr. Chiao with a clear and swift response. Very well, let us go see Mr. Chiao declared, relieved to learn of the man's state. With purpose, he set forth towards Xiaolan's home, followed closely by her, while Arya hurriedly fastened her clothing, still wearing her mismatched shoes. Uncle, do you think he might be a vagrant? Could he pose a danger to our village? Xiaolan asked timidly, her heart heavy with apprehension and unease, uncertain of the stranger's intentions. Let us assess the situation further. How old is he? Quite young, perhaps in his teens. His attire is clean, unlike that of a destitute wanderer, and he appears rather handsome. I doubt he is a villain. Xiaolan offered her impression of the young man. Oh, a mere lad? Indeed, a mere lad, but his clothing resembles that of an urban youth, exceptionally tidy. He could not be a runaway from another village, could he? Xiaolan's mind began to clear, piecing together the essence of the situation. That is also possible. Perhaps he succumbed to the fatigue of autumn harvest, or made some misstep. Mr. Chiao pondered the potential circumstances surrounding the young man's arrival, hoping fervently that he was neither a vagrant nor a criminal, for that would pose a significant threat. Let us hope he is not a vagrant. Such youth, how tragic. Sister Xiaolan, is she beautiful? Arya, unaware of the reason, asked from behind. Not knowing what the little girl was truly thinking, she blurted out a question that would make even her father want to give her a couple of kicks. Quite handsome. Not unlike the urban youth, and seemingly unburdened. Perhaps he had fled in haste. Xiaolan spoke well of him, not wishing to label him with a derogatory tag. That is, the urban youth, who shy away from labor. But, you say he brought nothing with him? Suddenly, old Master Chiao comprehended. If he were a runaway or a drifter, how could he be so unprepared unless he had fled in a panic or... This person's clothing was quite clean. Could he possibly be a lost urban youth from the vicinity? With this thought, old Master Chiao felt a significant sense of calm wash over him, and his pace became less urgent. After all, he was merely a young lad, just a child. He could not possibly be a drifter or a fugitive, and his heart was finally at ease. The three of them walked in unison, with Arya keeping pace with her father, her shoes dragging along. She laughed and frolicked, carefree, occasionally playfully running backward in front of the two. Early in the morning, the streets were deserted save for a few stray kittens and puppies wandering out from their yards. Not a single human figure was in sight. Even the mischievous children had vanished, likely still nestled in their warm beds enjoying the morning's gentle embrace. The trio arrived at the west end of the village, at Xiaolan's home. Cautiously, Xiaolan pushed open the door, revealing the young man still soundly asleep on the heated bed, his legs sprawled apart, and a tent-like formation between them. Arya quickly covered her mouth, for she recognized the familiar face of Meng, the urban youth, which sent a jolt through her young heart. "What are you yelling about?" Old Master Qiao grumbled, yet the next moment, his expression mirrored Arya's astonishment. He too recognized the young man lying on the bed. Wasn't that Meng? What had caused him to faint? A flood of questions surged within him. Even if he had not gone to work on the mountain this morning, why was he here, lying directly at the doorstep of the young widow? Was this intentional? Or was there another reason? Old Master Qiao approached, reaching out to turn over Meng Fanxing's clothing, performing a cursory examination. From the state of his garments, he assessed whether this was deliberate. There was a tear on the back of his shirt, and the marks indicated it had been snagged on branches, suggesting that this tearing was not intentional, but rather a result of some loss of balance. "Meng, wake up! What is wrong with you?" Arya exclaimed, rushing forward and shaking him vigorously. Meng, urban youth? Xiaolanzi murmured softly to herself, her head spinning in a whirl of confusion. How could it be that her savior was none other than Meng Jiqing? What could possibly explain this? Who could enlighten her? "Oh, he is the one who rescued you from Jiangchazi that night. Alas, he is not a bad person. But why did he faint?" Xiaolanzi's gaze was fixed anxiously on Meng Jiqing, who lay upon the heated kong, her eyes brimming with uncertainty, occasionally sparkling with a barely perceptible glimmer. He was simply too handsome, far too striking, this young man. Once more, her eyes darted to the youth resting on the kong, inadvertently catching sight of the propped-up flashlight, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth, even to the point of fever. "Arya, must you be so rough? You've nearly dismantled a good man," Lord Qiao lamented. How could a living person fall apart?" "He won't," Arya replied playfully, her enthusiasm unabated as she turned to her father. As she spun back, her gaze locked with Meng Fanxing, that rascal, while she playfully grasped the man's shoulders. Yet, Arya remained true to her nature, giggling and brimming with excitement. "You are finally awake. What happened? Were you chased by a ghost, or did a black bear lick you?" I nearly fell victim to that black bear, but I managed to escape. We must warn everyone. The black bear has descended the mountain, and it brings 2 little ones with it." Meng Fanxing's voice was weak and hoarse, a sound that grated upon the ears like sandpaper against iron. "Is that so? You truly saw the black bear?" Arya could hardly believe her ears, her bright eyes blinking in disbelief, revealing a hint of schadenfreude, as if to say, "You've hit the jackpot. Congratulations." Indeed, before Dui called out to everyone today, I had already ventured out, traveling 7 or 8 li wen. Although Meng Fanxing felt justified for not having worked, the presence of the black bear was a serious matter, one that pertained to the safety of the entire village. He dared not speak lightly of it. "Arya, come down." Young Meng Jiqing would not lie. "Allow him to rest," Lord Qiao admonished, his tone not as simple as a child's. "I observed clearly. At first, I saw a great black bear sitting on the mountain path, and then a small black bear tumbled out from the bushes, likely from a slope, and then I saw a second little black bear. I am certain I could not be mistaken." Meng Fanxing insisted, striving to recollect his thoughts. Reflecting on his psychological response upon seeing the great black bear, he pondered that some things could be shared while others, more shameful, must remain unspoken. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself unable to continue, having been so frightened that he had fainted. "Rest here for a moment. I shall return to make arrangements. It seems the time has come to work the fields, and the militia must come armed for precaution," Lord Qiao declared, turning to step outside. "Lord Qiao, I too." Meng Fanxing struggled to rise. Yet the pervasive ache throughout his body rendered him utterly reluctant to move. Indeed, he felt as though he were paralyzed, his legs numb and unresponsive, akin to foreign limbs beyond his command. "Do not move, Arya. Attend to Xiao Meng and knead his muscles," Xiao Laoi remarked without turning back as he approached the door, leaving behind a heartfelt phrase that brought tears to Meng Fanxing's eyes. He understood well that his body craved gentle manipulation and relief. Thus, the recently awakened Meng Fanxing found himself the recipient of the attentions of 2 women. However, in the next moment, he jolted as if stung by a hornet, his form contorting into a V shape atop the earthen kong. There was little he could do, after all. Arya had inadvertently struck his flashlight with her arm, her youthful exuberance evident as she stood tall, even maintaining her vigil in slumber, safeguarding his modest plot of land. Chapter 27. A pen of swine. Xiao Lanzi, being no stranger to such matters, discerned Meng's reaction with understanding, while Arya, still naive, remained blissfully unaware. Growing up in a rural village, she had gleaned some knowledge of men's affairs, yet her carefree nature rendered her unreserved. Without a second thought, she knelt upon the Kong, tending to Meng Fanxing's shoulders and arms, while the remaining duties fell to Xiao Lanzi, the widow standing nearby. Meng Fanxing lay in a state of confusion, neither able to sit nor recline comfortably. His legs continued to throb painfully, a consequence of the extreme fright he had experienced, leaving his muscles taut and, upon relaxation, excruciatingly tender. Moreover, it was his first day of exertion, a fact that added to his discomfort. "Thank you for saving me that day," came Xiao Lanzi's voice, delicate as a mosquito's buzz, likely inaudible to him. Yet, Arya, wide-eyed, absorbed every word. "Why are you being polite? Meng is a good person, unlike other youths," she retorted, her candidness effectively conveying Meng Fanxing's rejection of any delayed gratitude, treating him more like a brother than a stranger. Meng Fanxing remained silent, for Arya had already spoken on his behalf. To him, such expressions of thanks held little weight. He had acted instinctively, without anticipation of gratitude or desire for recompense. Meng Zinking, "Tell me, were you afraid when you encountered the black bear?" Arya queried, her tongue swift, as she leaned directly onto Meng Fanxing, her small head peering forward, the warmth of her breath enveloping his face. Though the young girl is still quite small in age, her physique is notably well-proportioned, with flesh in all the right places and a modest figure elsewhere. Her chubby little hands encircle Meng Fanxing's neck, her infantile plumpness evoking a sense of sisterly affection in Meng Fanxing. When Arya posed her question, Xiao Lanzi too was curious. After all, they had seen the black bear from a distance, merely observing from the confines of their home during a frigid winter several years ago, when it had approached their village in search of food. "How could you not be frightened? I nearly wet my pants. Just imagine. A towering black figure a few hundred meters away. What a sensation that is." Meng Fanxing thought she had perhaps spoken too candidly, but it was too late to retract her words. It is only natural. In this region, it would be unusual not to have encountered such formidable creatures. Xiao Lanzi, perceptive as ever, voiced the unspoken thoughts of the group. "How embarrassing. Almost wetting your pants. Let me see if you did." Arya chuckled, lowering her head. "Stop messing around. If you were that close, you would be terrified too. You might have even fainted." Meng Fanxing replied, somewhat exasperated by the girl's apparent lack of fear. Was she naturally bold or simply naive? "I've seen them too, including wolves and tigers. In winter, when food is scarce in the mountains, they come down to the village looking for trouble. Fortunately, we have militia and firearms, a few shots and they scatter. The fur of a tiger is truly exquisite, extremely rare." Arya remarked, her tone lighthearted. "You are remarkably brave. If you encountered them in the wild, I doubt you'd still be so nonchalant. You wouldn't even be able to muster tears." Meng Fanxing lamented, her body still aching from a recent encounter with a bear. "Now get off me. You're no fun. A grown man is less courageous than a little girl. I wish I could be courageous, but my legs simply refuse to cooperate. If I saw a bear, would you have me stroll over and chat with it? Do you take me for a fool?" Meng Fanxing rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about? If you see one, just run." Arya replied, sounding incredulous. "Well, I did run back, but at that moment, my legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, as though enchanted. Do you believe I could not move?" "I do. That's human instinct." Xiao Lanzi interjected before Arya could retort. "Ah, Sister Xiaolan, I know that." But her earlier reaction was not typical of us Northeasterners. Who among us has not encountered a few large beasts? We are accustomed to it. At that moment, Arya resembled someone seasoned in the ways of the world. "Enough of the bravado. Wait until you come face to face with a bear. I wonder how you'd fare." Meng Fanxing, after all, is a city dweller, accustomed to seeing creatures only in cages. As the two individuals engaged in a heated argument, Meng Fanxing felt increasingly superfluous, burdened by the palpable distance between them. A bitter smile escaped his lips, realizing that he was utterly incapable of navigating the complexities between the two women. Perhaps it was best to maintain a distance. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, a sharp pain coursed through him, likely a muscle strain, leaving him to ponder how he would endure the next few days. He smacked his forehead, consumed by inner turmoil. His anguished cry abruptly halted the quarrel between the two women, and 4 eyes turned toward him in unison, their hands instinctively reaching out. "Meng Jiqing, are you all right?" Their expressions were tinged with concern. "I'm fine, really. It's just that my legs are aching a bit," he replied, gently waving his right hand in reassurance, though the anxiety on their faces remained evident. With cautious determination, Meng Fanxing attempted to rise again, initially testing the waters. Once his legs acclimated to the discomfort, he slowly lifted his hands from the edge of the bed, taking tentative steps toward the door, one careful stride at a time. He was acutely aware of Xiao Lanzi's circumstances, recognizing her status as a widow. Despite having Arya by his side, he understood the village's dynamics all too well. Should the villagers discover his presence here, it could lead to a cascade of rumors. Alas, he was uncertain of the reasons behind Xiao Lanzi's tragic leap into the river. But if harmful gossip were to circulate, it would be akin to pouring salt into an unhealed wound. In the village, particularly in such a small mountain hamlet, rumors spread with alarming rapidity, making one vulnerable to the whims of idle minds. The villagers, often at a loss for their own lives, found a peculiar solace in gossip, making it exceedingly difficult to elicit any kind words from them. Arya promptly leaped from the heated bed to follow him, offering her support while her mischievous eyes glimmered with curiosity, observing the beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Are you truly all right?" she inquired tentatively. "Of course. Do I look like someone who is in trouble?" Meng Fanxing shot her a glance. "Then why the grimace?" she teased. "Well, it's merely that my legs are sore from being still for too long," he confessed, revealing his true feelings, well aware that he could not conceal them from the perceptive girl. "Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why not rest a little longer on the bed?" Sighing, he realized that reasoning with a child still in her formative years would yield little fruit. Instead, he quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from this contentious place before the workers returned. "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." As Arya momentarily lost her train of thought, she observed Meng Fanxing striding out of the door without any intention of pausing, making her way towards the center of the village. "Just look at you, with your legs not quite cooperating," Meng Fanxing teased Arya intentionally, for the peculiar workings of her mind often left him flabbergasted. Once he recalled the earlier topic, who could say whether he would again ponder the question that had just been raised? Under Arya's watchful eye and supportive assistance, Meng Fanxing was escorted to the youth cadre's underground dwelling. The youths had already risen, engaged in their morning routines in the yard. After all, the confined space of the dwelling could accommodate only a few at a time without descending into chaos. "Arya, what are you?" Upon seeing Arya intimately linking her arm with Meng Jijun's, Qin Ge was taken aback but quickly masked her surprise with a cheerful greeting. Though she contemplated inquiring about Arya's actions, she held her tongue, realizing that voicing her curiosity might result in an embarrassing situation. "You're all awake. Meng Jijun injured his leg, and I happened to see him, so I brought him back." Arya cleverly refrained from mentioning that Meng Jijun had been startled by a bear, as that would have compromised his dignity. "Ah, is he all right?" Qin Ge, eager to approach Meng Fanxing, discarded the towel she held and made her way over, driven by a desire to uncover the details of his injury, fueled by her innate curiosity, especially as a young woman. "He is fine, just needs to rest. I'll take him inside," Arya remarked to Qin Ge, noting Meng Fanxing's determination to continue onward. She then jogged a few steps to lift the door curtain, only to be met by an overwhelming odor that assailed her senses. "Is this how your youth cadre point is maintained? No wonder they refer to men as stinky men." Arya retreated a step. "Well, I suppose I'll endure for a while longer. I'm contemplating spending my own money to acquire a proper underground dwelling, which would be an improvement." Meng Jijun, observing the furrow in Arya's brow, understood her thoughts. "Are you serious?" Arya's eyes widened in surprise. "Of course I am. I've been considering moving out before the new year." Meng Fanxing, also frowning, stepped inside, followed closely by Arya. When Qin Ge approached, the unpleasant odor within the room was striking, yet her curiosity propelled her to enter. The underground dwelling was a disarray, littered with yesterday's refuse and personal belongings. The bedding on the Kong was haphazardly strewn, presenting a scene of utter neglect, yet as this was the residence of male youths, he felt it was not his place to pass judgment. One could discern a pair of undergarments conspicuously abandoned on the Kong, causing both girls to flush red in embarrassment. It must be said that Arya's forthrightness shone through as she assisted Meng Fanxing to a position at the head of the Kong. This moment made Qin Ge forget the earlier awkwardness regarding the undergarments, for she was aware of the unspoken rules at the youth cadre point, where only the group leader was permitted to sleep at the head of the Kong. With Meng Fanxing's arrival, had the leadership of the male youth cadre indeed changed? In the pigsty, a chorus of pigs echoed with Arya's elongated voice, tinged with indignation. Hee hee, hee hee. Qin Ge's melodious laughter resonated in the underground space, its enchanting timbre uplifting the little sprite, who soon joined in the laughter. Alas, Such is the distinction between men and women, sighed Meng Fanxing. All right, I shall tidy up for you, she continued, pondering the idleness of the others. Furthermore, Group Leader Zhang has been negligent in management. I wonder if Captain Xiao would reprimand them upon seeing this. With a mocking smile, Qin Gu busied herself. She first lifted the door curtain and hung it on the hooks of the door frame, then seized a broom and set to work, her chatter incessant. This is the essence of womanhood, laboring diligently while incessantly chattering, leaving one to wonder if her future husband could endure such a spirit. Having a woman in the house is indeed preferable. In mere moments, every bit of clutter in the underground space was collected into a heap of refuse. Even the discarded shoes were kicked aside into a corner. One could only speculate whether the returnees would unjustly accuse Meng Fanxing. Chapter 28. Finally found the organization such as Qin Ji's nature. She is one who oversees the killing but not the burying. She was pleased, indifferent to the new arrival. Meng Fanxing. With the curtains drawn aside, the air in the room became fresh, and everyone felt a bit more at ease. Thank you, Meng Fanxing said, seated on the edge of the Kong. Oh, we are fellow townsfolk. It is nothing to lend each other a hand, Qin Gu replied nonchalantly, raising her hand in a casual gesture. It was indeed surprising for Meng Fanxing to encounter someone from the capital in such a desolate place. Such meetings are serendipitous, worthy of cherishing. Discussing anything else seemed rather dull. Meng Jiqing, I'll fetch the food container from home when it's time to eat, Arya chimed in, her voice light with laughter. Thank you, but no need. I wish to stretch my legs and inquire of second brother how deep the excavation has gone. It would give me a clearer idea, and I need to check with your father regarding the timing for purchasing plastic sheets in town. Given your state, you still have the leisure to concern yourself with such trivialities? Alas, is this not the task assigned to me by your father? I suspect the workers will soon return as well. Do not worry, just sit here. When the meal is ready, someone will go to the fields to gather everyone. The village will ring the bell, and upon hearing it, everyone will rush over. Missing a meal is unacceptable, unless one chooses to forego it entirely. Arya chuckled. In that case, I shall also go over. And do remember to bring the food container from home. Otherwise, how shall we dine? Indeed, you are right. You two continue chatting. I shall return shortly. With that, Arya dashed out of the underground space, leaving only Meng Fanxing and Qin Gu in the room, where an awkward silence settled. After a considerable time, Qin Gu finally lifted her head, her cheeks flushed as she softly said, Meng Jiqing, I too hail from Beijing, residing in a small alley west of Chaoyang Park. My name is Qin Gu, and from now on, let us assist each other, at the very least. We are fellow townsfolk, haha. Meng Fanxing, residing in the military district's family quarters, was uncertain about what matters concerning her home she should share with Qin Gu, as she had no intention of returning to that household, essentially severing ties with it. It's not far from my home. By the way, what caused your injury? Qin Gu suddenly became curious, gazing intently at Meng Fanxing. Observing her features, it was undeniable that she possessed a certain charm. No wonder Captain Xiao had taken special care of her upon her arrival. Indeed, such care was warranted. Considering she had heroically leaped into the river to save someone on her very first day, that was a commendable act. Others in the village had spoken of the river, where even in broad daylight, one dared not venture due to the lurking dangers. She had achieved such a great feat, yet remained humble. Rising early to labor without a hint of arrogance, performing her tasks admirably. Who could not admire such a person? Reflecting on her own arrival and the fact that many other young intellectuals had struggled to distinguish between crops and weeds after nearly a year, she sighed at the evident disparity. One might argue that even a leader would be aware of whom they favored, especially considering that when the rescue occurred, she was not the only one present. 3 other newcomers had been there, yet they had not moved a muscle. This illustrated not only a gap in capability, but also in character. Having inadvertently sprained her ankle, Meng Fanxing pondered the words of Arya from earlier. Why does this little compatriot have such a poor memory? Did she perhaps witness something that prompted her inquiry? How long have you been here? Meng Fanxing was unsure what to converse about with this young compatriot. Nevertheless, it was pleasant to have someone to talk to in the room, especially since the other person was quite pleasing to the eye, with 2 long braids reminiscent of a past life, a pair of small tiger teeth, and dimples that appeared when she smiled, embodying kindness and being a genuinely good person. At present, she could only describe her as a good person. For many who came to the northern wilderness harbored their own hidden agendas. One could never be sure of the thoughts swirling within others, or whether betrayal might lurk just around the corner. Everyone remained wary, as the knife that might stab one in the back was often wielded by an unseen hand. Frequent skirmishes occurred every 3 days and larger conflicts every 5, rendering the citizens of Beijing intimately familiar with such disputes. Those from the courtyards and alleys had become accustomed to this reality, each individual having endured these struggles throughout their lives. They were well aware of the brutal nature of such encounters, having been instilled with a sense of caution by their parents from a young age. They understood that the most terrifying threats were not the ferocious beasts or the demonized ghosts, but rather the incomprehensible and unseen hearts of men, which could be treacherous and brutally exposed. Over the course of more than a year, I have encountered numerous experiences and undergone significant personal growth. Although I have not faced starvation in this city, I have endured trials of life and death that are unique to Beijing, marking a profound transformation within me. Qin Gu reflected, her gaze becoming increasingly bewildered. This is an inevitable journey. These years are a painful phase we must traverse. Once we endure this period and secure sufficient food, life will surely improve, murmured Meng Fanxing, aware that a bountiful harvest requires time. The prolonged drought of the past 3 years has inflicted deep suffering on many, and while he cannot publicly disclose these grim realities, he endeavors to take small preventive measures within his capacity. Should he widely declare the impending drought, he would risk being labeled a fearmonger, thus he must tread carefully, recognizing that some truths remain unspoken due to the constraints of our times. Indeed, you are absolutely right. The experience of living in the countryside over these years has fostered our growth and equipped us with essential life skills. If we were still in Beijing, what could we possibly have achieved? Qin Ji's voice faltered, her eyes misty with emotion. Qin Jia, everything will be all right. Do not be sorrowful. Meng Fanxing gently observed as he noticed her tears. What did you call me? Qin Jia? Qin Ji's wide eyes and agape mouth revealed her astonishment, leading her to question whether this young man truly understood her age, as she gazed at him intently. Come now, you are an experienced youth, while I am merely a novice. Is it excessive to call you Qin Jia? How old are you? Do you even know my age? How can you presumptuously refer to me as elder sister? Think about it. You have been here for over a year, part of either the second or third group of youths sent to the countryside. Surely, you must be a bit older than I, as I am only 18. Is it wrong to address you as sister? Besides, it does not disadvantage me in any way, does it? Why do you say that? Am I at a loss here? Elders naturally look after their younger siblings, which is a perfectly reasonable explanation, is it not? When has a younger sibling ever been responsible for their elder? Meng Fanxing chuckled, delighting in his cleverness. As he recalled his earlier thoughts, he felt a twinge of shame, pondering why he thought of the neighbor, old Wang. Was it possible that he harbored a penchant for mischief, even contemplating the neighbor's daughter? A wave of self-reproach washed over him, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. Well, it seems I am indeed older than you. Calling me sister is not amiss. Very well, from now on, I shall look after you. Alas, even in this place for the youth, there are intrigues and deceptions. They claim to be comrades, yet why do they turn against one another? Qin Gu sighed deeply. This is the world of martial arts, where conflict is inevitable wherever humanity exists. Since a small circle has already formed here, the world of martial arts has taken shape, and strife has become an integral part of society. Enjoy it slowly, Meng Fanxing said with a mischievous grin. You, my dear brother, resemble a cunning little fox. Speaking of which, never mind. Do you hear the bell ringing outside? It's time for us to dine, and after our meal, we must attend to our tasks. Qin Gu felt a surge of joy within. He finally had a brother, someone to care for. Struggles have fostered our growth. Yet they have also imparted a crucial lesson, the necessity of unity. With the protection of my sister, I now have a support system, allowing me to act without reservations. Meng Fanxing chuckled. That's just right. If anyone bullies you, I will take care of it. If you wish to bully others, I will assist you. Remember, we siblings stand united. Whether we are the victims or the aggressors, we will face them together. Their laughter echoed in unison as they voiced the sentiments that lay within their hearts, a continuation of Meng Fanxing's memories from a previous life. Qin Gu was indeed a person worth befriending. Although Meng Fanxing had been resting for quite some time, the strain in his muscles meant that he could not engage in strenuous activities for at least a day, unlike the previous day when he could work. Regardless, he was supervising, not toiling in the fields like others. Qin Gu supported Meng Fanxing out of the cellar, and just in front of the female educated youth's quarters, they encountered all the young women. Upon seeing Meng Fanxing being assisted by Qin Gu, discussions sparked among them, with many whispering, particularly He Qianu, who spoke with a sour tone. Qin Gu, what happened to Meng Jiqing? Zhang Shiyue approached briskly, her eyes filled with concern. Meng Jiqing twisted his foot and strained his muscles. Let's go eat together, Qin Gu replied with a gentle smile, tightening her grip on Meng Fanxing's arm as they walked ahead. The few trailing behind exchanged hushed conversations, likely not of kind nature. In these times, one must remember a fundamental truth. Never offend a woman, and certainly do not cross the path of petty individuals. He Qiaonu and Liang Shuyun epitomized such individuals, currently weaving rumors about Qin Gu and Zhang Qiuyue. Sometimes the old adage about sweet sugar and sour vinegar rings true in mere moments. Some of the female-educated youth who were close to Liang Shuyun and He Qiaonu began to believe their lies and concocted a tale with vivid details. Meng Fanxing, Qin Gu, and Zhang Qiuyue were unfamiliar with these happenings. They were cheerfully discussing delightful matters. After all, encountering fellow villagers and those with whom they could share heartfelt words at the educated youth station filled them with immense joy and lifted their spirits. Arya sprinted ahead, quickly catching up with 3 individuals. As before, she bounded backward, her youthful face illuminated with joy. The prospect of being reunited with her meal companion filled her heart with sweetness, her unguarded delight evident on her countenance. Dia followed suit, surpassing the youth behind her. Upon catching up, she overheard several young women conversing, which caused her brow to furrow momentarily. Yet, being a few years older than Arya, she possessed a certain wisdom and chose to keep her thoughts to herself. The group ahead had now expanded to 5, 4 women and 1 man, engaged in lighthearted banter, all while attending to Meng Fanxing, the limping boy. Despite his slow pace, he was flanked on either side by supportive companions, his heart brimming with happiness. He had gained sisterly figures and finally found a sense of belonging, a reassurance that he would no longer be bullied. This newfound confidence, the essence of a man's strength, served as the wellspring of Meng Fanxing's present joy, his beaming smile eclipsing any pain in his legs. A cheerful group arrived at the production team's courtyard, where the tantalizing aroma of food captivated everyone's appetite. Even Liang Shuyun and He Qiaonu momentarily set aside their gossip, refraining from disparaging Meng Fanxing and Qin Gu, illustrating the undeniable power and allure of food. This morning's fare consisted once again of a hearty stew of cabbage and potatoes. After the meal, Arya and Meng Fanxing, now an inseparable duo, exchanged their potatoes and cabbage, further strengthening their bond. Initially, she had shared meals with her sister and the village girls, but now they were joined by the young intellectuals Qin Gu and Zhang Qiuyue, thanks to Meng Fanxing's role as a connecting link, fostering their camaraderie. As they dined together, they engaged in hushed conversations, sharing their innermost thoughts. Meng Fanxing reflected on the monotonous winter meals of cabbage and radishes with potatoes, which had become unbearably dull. He pondered why they did not utilize the cabbage and radishes to create some pickled vegetables, providing a slight culinary reprieve for himself and the villagers. Unbidden, his memories of pickled delicacies surfaced, as other food options were simply unattainable. In this era of scarcity, essential condiments were lacking, yet pickled vegetables were relatively easy to prepare, with simple ingredients that paired well with rice. He sat quietly, chewing slowly, a demeanor that elicited disdain from many villagers and young intellectuals, occasionally met with their derisive laughter. Meng, why do you eat so slowly? Can't you be a bit quicker? Arya, reminiscent of a previous occasion when she forgot that Meng Fanxing had once addressed a similar query, continued to blink her large eyes in innocence. If I eat too quickly, my stomach struggles to digest the food, leading to discomfort. If I chew a bit more, the pain subsides, Meng Fanxing replied nonchalantly. He recalled having seen on social media that savoring each bite and chewing thoroughly could aid in weight loss. Yet, could he truly utter such sentiments regarding losing weight? Everyone's stomach is devoid of ample sustenance. It is parched, leaving little room for weight loss. However, Arya was an exception. It seemed that even drinking plain water could add a few pounds to her frame. You city folk are so pretentious. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine, Arya retorted defiantly, taking pride in her voracious eating habits. Do you think everyone is as carefree as you? Meng Fanxing rolled his eyes. Hee. Of course. You are just being dramatic. Just look at your skin, as fair as the yuz. You hardly resemble a man. Now look at the men on Sima Road or Zhangwei with the crooked neck. They are all dark as night. That's what real men look like, Arya compared. Who said that dark skin defines masculinity? Are all fair-skinned foreigners not men? Meng Fanxing scoffed. You claim all foreigners are fair-skinned, but do they share the same complexion as yours? Arya was taken aback. My skin tone belongs to the yellow race. Hence we, the people of the Great Huaxia, are representatives of the yellow race. Those foreigners with fair skin are even lighter than your sister. Their eyes and hair are often blonde or grayish-white, primarily due to their differing diets. My goodness, how terrifying. Yellow eyes and yellow hair. Wouldn't that be akin to a ghost? Arya exclaimed. Who claim that yellow eyes and yellow hair are ghostly? They call themselves blondes. Meng Fanxing was genuinely astounded. It seemed alarming that a little girl could be so ignorant. Would she, upon encountering a white person from the Soviet Union, rush to attack them? Who looks like that? If that is not a ghost, what is? How frightening. Uft. Have you ever seen a ghost? Do you even know what a ghost looks like? Aren't they always disheveled, with long tongues hanging out, eyes dripping blood, and mouths as wide as basins? Meng Fanxing began to humorously describe the appearance of a ghost. Ah, please stop. How can you be so ridiculous? Saying such things? Arya, now somewhat frightened, drew the attention of everyone around. Daya, Qinggu, Zhang Xiuyue, and several older girls around them chuckled knowingly, aware that this young Meng Jiqing was merely joking to frighten the little girl. In a moment, everyone began to speculate why the words of this young, educated youth had startled the eccentric heir yet into an exclamation. Curiously, the older individuals did not intervene, but rather laughed. Meng Fanxing chose to remain silent, for he wished to avoid drawing attention to himself. His meticulous and deliberate manner of eating had already elicited disdain from many. He certainly did not want to attract further scrutiny, opting instead for a discreet and humble existence in this small village. From the murmurs of the villagers, Meng Fanxing learned that due to his report, a black bear had ventured into the village. Master Qiao had arranged for the militia and accountant Feng to request firearms from the brigade, and it was anticipated that they would return late, despite riding on horseback. The journey back and forth covered a distance of 80 to 90 miles, which was no short trek. Once the firearms were retrieved, the villagers' courage would undoubtedly swell, alleviating their fears of wild beasts and thereby resolving a significant safety issue for the community, a commendable act indeed. Although he did not overhear their discussions about him, this was, in a sense, a blessing, as it allowed him to conceal the fact that he had fainted from fright. This could be interpreted as Master Qiao's deliberate effort to shield him from embarrassment, which, in turn, fostered a growing fondness for the man in Meng Fanxing's heart. Gradually, those who had finished their meals departed the queue to rest at home. Even a brief respite could swiftly replenish their strength. Lying down for half an hour was better than nothing. Unfortunately, neither the villagers nor the educated youth had a clock to measure time. Instead, they relied on wooden sticks planted in the ground, using the shadows cast by the sun to gauge the hour, an invaluable legacy from their ancestors, allowing them to discern the approximate time of day. The three segments of morning, noon, and evening were unmistakable. Who could argue with that? Arya and Meng Fanxing did not return to the youth station. Instead, Meng Fanxing inquired about the progress of the excavation from Erlungzi, deciding against visiting the site. He intended to discuss his thoughts with old Sun in the kitchen, seeking at least an excuse to enjoy his meal. Uncle, I will need to hold on to your liquor for a while longer, Meng Fanxing remarked as he and Arya strolled into the kitchen, noticing old Sun sitting there, puffing on his dry tobacco, the pipe occasionally emitting wisps of fragrant smoke, casting a casual glance in his direction. Speak your mind. Do you realize that those few swigs you took equate to my consumption over half a month? Old Sun recalled that evening with a pang akin to being cut by a knife. Hey, uncle, didn't I mention that I would buy you a bottle when I next find time to visit the town? I keep my promises, Meng Fanxing replied, understanding that he must sit down to ensure his health, as the icy waters of the river could easily bring about illness if he did not consume those few sips of liquor. All right then, you are indeed a savior. I was merely jesting with you. The team leader said I would receive compensation. That won't do. When I promised to buy you a bottle, it was not mere empty words. A man's words are like nails driven into wood. The compensation you receive from the team is a matter for the team itself. I suspect I will be going to buy plastic sheets soon. When I do, I will bring some back for you, Meng Fanxing assured, raising his right hand in promise. Enough. Do not linger on the thought of going to town. Captain Xiao has already arranged for the purchase. Speak of your needs. Do not dawdle. Sun Laonian remarked with a sly smile on his face at that moment. Ah, so soon. Then let us wait. Meng Fanxing was uncertain when the next opportunity to visit town would arise, for selling goods in town also requires tickets. Moreover, one does not receive false promises without significant reason. Even if one has earned some merit, compensation is still managed through overseers. Meng Fanxing could only directly state, well, I was thinking that our daily fare of radishes and cabbages is rather monotonous. I thought perhaps we could improve it by making some pickles. What do you think? Isn't that just salter? What is the point of that? Isn't it a waste? Sun Laonian retorted, rolling his eyes at the two. Old Sun, why must you be so obstinate? Meng, the educated youth, possesses great abilities. Why not try a little experiment? Arya suddenly jumped up, pointing her finger at Sun Laonian and exclaiming. After all, Arya is the little daughter of old Qiao, well acquainted with everyone, and adored for her endearing clumsiness. Her candidness and playful banter had accustomed her to speak freely, which gave her the audacity to address Sun Laonian so directly. Does your father know? Sun Laonian, instead of being angered by her informal address, chuckled and looked at Arya with amusement before turning his gaze back to Meng Fanxing. What does this have to do with my father? It's merely a matter of preparing some dishes. Old son, if Meng makes something delicious, we shall be the first to enjoy it. If it's unpalatable. Arya fell silent, pondering whether she would be treated as a test subject. All right, you handle it as you see fit. Whether it turns out well or poorly is your concern, Sun Laonian concluded, gesturing towards the storeroom adjacent to the kitchen. He instructed Meng Fanxing to help herself, reaching to his waist to toss a long string of keys directly to her. Meng Fanxing took the keys and opened the storeroom door, with Arya skipping joyfully behind her like a little shadow. Her lively spirit a source of comfort for Meng Fanxing, ensuring that there was someone to witness her actions and dispel any accusations of theft. She plucked several strands of dried chili peppers from the wall, found a clean, large basin, trimmed the ends off the peppers, and set them upon the stone grinder, beginning to push the stone to crush the dried peppers until they transformed into a fine powder. The pungent aroma of the dried chilies filled the air, causing Arya to sneeze repeatedly. However, she was also curious about how adeptly Meng, the educated youth, could handle the stone grinder, wondering if such tools were also found in the vast city of Beijing. These are the genuine thoughts residing within Arya's heart. However, they remain unspoken, as she observes attentively, filled with anticipation for what Meng Jiqing might do next. Meng Fanxing meticulously crushed the chili peppers and placed them into a large basin, adding vinegar, salt, and minced garlic. Though he wished to incorporate some apple or pear juice, along with syrup, sugar, and monosodium glutamate, he found himself lacking these ingredients. After pouring everything in, he stirred the mixture with a spoon, then set it aside as he poured warm water from the pot. He ventured out to bring in the sun-dried cabbage, tidying away the wilted leaves and debris, which he then blanched in the boiling pot before placing them on a cloth to drain, waiting for the excess moisture to escape. Arya followed Meng Fanxing step by step, silently aware that he was undertaking the process of pickling sauerkraut, though she was curious about the purpose of the chili powder. The sun had risen, blazing down with warmth, tempting one to lounge beneath its rays for a restful slumber. Perhaps there is no greater comfort than dozing in the sunlight on a warm day. Sun Laonian exemplified this, perched on a small stool at the doorway, eyes squinted in contentment. He appeared utterly at ease, relishing the moment, knowing there was ample time to prepare for the midday meal, while the older women, nimble in their tasks, would soon have everything ready. They enjoyed a brief respite, a privilege not afforded to those toiling in the fields under the scorching sun or amidst rain and wind. Here, within the shelter of the house, they prepared sustenance, even as others rested on rainy days. Chapter 30. This awareness is remarkable, such as the division of labor, each bearing their own responsibilities and contributing uniquely. While laborious, the task of cooking is not suited for everyone. Among them is Qin Yuqin, who watches Meng Fanxing diligently at work. The cabbage has drained sufficiently, and Meng Fanxing takes the now softened cabbage, applying the prepared chili paste meticulously onto the stalks, spreading it evenly with great care, akin to crafting an exquisite gift. The once tender white cabbage now dons a vibrant crimson hue. Arya yearned to assist in applying the chili paste to the cabbage, yet Meng Fanxing intervened, aware that the spiciness of the chili could harm the delicate skin of her small hands. He understood the irritation that chili could inflict, and he did not wish for her tender fingers to suffer the sting of the fiery powder. Arya gazed eagerly at Meng Fanxing as he worked, while Qin Yuqin quickly grasped the task and joined in, her movements far more adept than Meng Fanxing's, given that she dealt with vegetables daily, repeating each action countless times in this simple yet laborious endeavor. Meng Jiqing, what is the name of this pickled vegetable you are preparing? Qin Yuqin inquired amidst her work. Spicy cabbage. If we had white sugar, apples, or apple pears, along with flavoring agents and syrup, the taste would undoubtedly be enhanced. However, we only have these ingredients available, Meng Fanxing explained, knowing that this was his first disciple. How long should it be left to ferment? Does it require a month like the sauerkraut? No. Just an hour will suffice. I noticed that everyone eats either cabbage and potatoes or radishes and potatoes daily. Such monotony can be tedious. Thus, I thought to improve our diet and offer some variety, he replied. Youth is indeed a blessing, and the mind is sharp. Meng Jiqing, do you know how to cook? A little. Children from impoverished families often take on responsibilities early. I have cooked at home, he responded, feeling somewhat guilty for this admission, as no one would verify such trivial matters at his home. It was merely an excuse to validate his own abilities. Indeed, children from poor families mature quickly. That is well said. Sister-in-law appreciates your words. You are different from the other educated youth. Your speech is pleasant, and your actions are decisive. You fit in with the folks in our village right away. Sister-in-law, I might be here for many years, perhaps a lifetime. Since I have come, I will consider this place my home. There is no point in feeling out of place, Meng Fanxing expressed with sincerity. What you say holds true. Since 68, only a few people have left our brigade, either to factories or to be recommended for agricultural universities. They have escaped this remote valley. Unlike us who must scrape by in the dirt, they will be the ones enjoying a prosperous future. Indeed, but better days are ahead. We too shall reach a point where we need not worry about food and clothing, Meng Fanxing mused, reflecting on Qin Yuqin's words. Is that truly the case? Will we really no longer have to worry about basic needs? Qin Yuqin's emotions were stirred, her eyes intently fixed on the young man, as if she could draw from him the promise of sustenance. Absolutely. One day, our harvests will flourish, yielding over 1,000 pounds per acre, and we will no longer fret about our meals. How long will this take? 3 years, 5 years, or even 8 or 10. High yields depend on fertilization. Currently, we only have ammonium fertilizer. Other countries have urea, which is crucial for increasing production. Additionally, we need to cultivate high-yield seed varieties, which is an indispensable condition. Meng Fanxing reflected, contemplating whether he could contribute to this effort by experimenting with seed cultivation himself. If I can assist the villagers in developing quality seeds, what might the future hold for us in the coming years? He wished to contemplate, yet action proved to be an entirely different matter. It was indeed challenging, as certain technological devices required oversight from higher research institutions, of which he possessed no expertise. Thus, he could only embark on a journey of trial and error, necessitating the assistance of Captain Xiao and the need for land to cultivate those thriving crops. Repeated attempts at planting would demand both time and the right environment, each element being indispensable. Meng Jiqing, you speak of things we lack here. Even the term urea is foreign to us, and we cannot afford to purchase it. Qin Yuqin's spirits plummeted at this revelation. Furthermore, the quality seeds you mentioned are non-existent in our vicinity. Are they available in the town? I must find time to investigate. Meng Fanxing, how could such items be found in the town? Not even in the county, city, or province are they available. However, he could not voice these thoughts. Expressing such sentiments would only deflate spirits, and once a person's morale waned, disappointment would surely follow. Yet, some truths remained, and it was crucial not to allow despair to extinguish hope. Encouragement must be repeated tirelessly. He sighed, reflecting that perhaps his own indiscretion had led him into trouble. He resolved to speak more cautiously in the future. Arya quietly observed the two busy individuals, her little mouth moving as she fixated on the bowl of spicy pickled cabbage. The aromatic scent of garlic had already ignited her desire to indulge. Her throat involuntarily swallowed in anticipation, a fact that did not escape Meng Fanxing's notice. He picked up a small piece of the spicy cabbage from the bowl and offered it to the little girl, gesturing for her to open her mouth. Try this. How does it taste? He encouraged. Delicious, Arya exclaimed after tasting a small bite, not finding it overly spicy. The unique flavor had captivated her palate, and as she chewed, her eyes narrowed in delight. In her experience, pickled vegetables merely involved adding extra salt, a flavor she was already familiar with. Is it truly that delectable? Qin Yuqin questioned, skeptically tossing a small piece into her mouth. Well, I must admit, it is far superior to the pickled vegetables we used to make. Meng Jiqing, you are quite remarkable. After about an hour, the cabbage would absorb the flavors, becoming even crisper and tastier. For now, they could only savor a hint of the taste, as the cabbage's signature tangy crunch had yet to fully emerge. If everyone was willing to partake, they could attempt to prepare more, given the abundance of cabbage and radishes available. Meng Jiqing, may I take a little home for my father to try? Arya's eager gaze locked onto Meng Fanxing, her eyes shining with unbridled anticipation. The little girl showing no signs of restraint. Of course, Meng Fanxing casually placed a well-seasoned cabbage into the small bowl beside her, as if it were his own. Let us allow Captain Xiao to sample it as well. After all, this is a new dish we intend to promote. We should hear his thoughts. Qin Yuqin remarked with a smile, her eyes brimming with encouragement, for he was a respected elder in the village, possessing considerable influence. Without uttering a word, Arya swiftly seized 2 bowls of rice and dashed away, her mouth full as she shouted, likely attempting to stuff spicy cabbage into her mouth, her speech muffled. Qin Yuqin wore a broad smile. After all, this simple task not only alleviated the monotony of meals, but also allowed for long-term preservation, saving them considerable time. Who doesn't have their share of trivial matters at home? Meng Jiqing, do you have other methods for preparing pickled vegetables? Here, we have more than enough radishes and cabbages, but not so many potatoes. Will we really be consuming these all winter? Qin Yuqin gazed eagerly at the young man before her, hoping for an affirmative response. Of course, for radishes, we can dry them out. removing about 90% of their moisture. In the vernacular of our village, we refer to this as wet but not dry. Just ensure they feel soft to the touch and appear slightly withered. Then, rinse them and mix with this kind of chili seasoning. Another option is to steam them in a bamboo steamer and combine with the same ingredients. I wonder what other vegetables remain unharvested. Let us see what can be made. Is your home truly in Beijing? I feel like you could be a chef. You wouldn't believe, a few years ago I visited relatives in the city, and their soy sauce pickled vegetables were simply exquisite. However, we lack soy sauce here, Qin Yuqin lamented. Soy sauce, soy sauce. I can make it. The soy sauce we produce ourselves will undoubtedly surpass that of large factories, with a rich flavor and no additives, Meng Fanxing excitedly exclaimed, inadvertently using terms not common in this era. Is that true? Is making soy sauce troublesome? Qin Yuqin's interest piqued, for she had observed the entire process of making pickled vegetables and had grasped the essence of preparing spicy cabbage. She envisioned mastering the technique of soy sauce production, which would afford her the ability to use it whenever desired. Dishes made with soy sauce not only taste delightful, but also boast an appealing color, unlike the pale, unappetizing fare currently produced. It's not troublesome at all, though it does require some yellow soybeans and a jar, Meng Fanxing replied with a faint smile. Knowing that yellow soybeans were a staple crop for their team, essential for both oil extraction and tofu production, he wondered how much would remain after paying their dues and whether it would affect other aspects. There's plenty of soybeans, you need not worry. As long as we can brew soy sauce, Captain Xiao will have no objections, Qin Yuqin reassured him. Her statement was crucial. They couldn't afford to use the soybeans without facing criticism from Captain Xiao, which would not be favorable. Very well, let us prepare a small batch first. And we can make more as the new year approaches, Meng Fanxing thought calmly, reassured by the knowledge that Captain Xiao supported the endeavor, enabling them to proceed boldly without the fear of exhausting themselves to no avail and facing subsequent complaints. Two individuals were preoccupied with their tasks when, at that moment, the young girl, Arya, took her father, Lord Xiao's hand, and confidently walked in. It was evident that she had effectively brought her father along with her. And upon observing the tranquil expression on Lord Xiao's face, Meng Fanxing felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Lord Xiao's demeanor was remarkably serene. Yet it bore an unmistakable hint of suppressed amusement. This joy was something Meng Fanxing was entirely certain of. After being liberated by his precious daughter, Lord Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, regaining the authoritative presence befitting his status as a leader. His previously stoic expression returned, resembling that of a calm and unyielding surface. Ah, splendid, Lord Xiao remarked, and Meng Fanxing bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful and appropriate. Captain Xiao, do take a look at these fellows. They truly are commendable. I have heard that one of them injured his foot, yet he still actively seeks work, eager to contribute in any way he can. This sets him apart from those young intellectuals. Furthermore, Meng Jiqing is keen on establishing roots here in Kaoshantan. His words, laden with praise, served as a commendation for Meng Fanxing, particularly the notion of settling in Kaoshantan, which was likely to evoke discomfort in many ears. Very well. I appreciate this awareness, Lord Xiao succinctly responded with 3 words. You, my friend, are quite lacking in spirit. Mere verbal commendations will not suffice. Young Meng Jiqing wishes to settle here, yet you cannot arrange a home for him? At the very least, a cellar should be provided, no? Qin Yuqin's words struck a chord deep within Meng Fanxing's heart. As he gazed at his sister-in-law before him, he longed to approach and embrace Qin Dajia, expressing his gratitude for her understanding and fulfillment of his wishes. However, he knew that should he act upon this impulse, it would be deemed inappropriate, leading to his confinement in a small dark room, and consequently, he would have a place to stay during the new year, exempt from laboring in the fields. Chapter 31. I merely speak the truth nevertheless. The coldness and solitude of the dark room were intolerable to Meng Fanxing, especially as he could not bear the biting northern winds of this winter. Thus, the consequences of this era's transgressions and the labels that could be affixed to him were matters he dared not confront. Lord Xiao fell silent, his gaze lowered to his own toes, as if he were captivated by some exquisite pattern upon them, or perhaps he imagined a stunning beauty pressing against his large, unwieldy feet. Very well, however, you must fund your own construction. For the beams, simply inform the carpenter, and the team will record his contributions. It would be prudent to discreetly gather some timber from the mountains, Lord Xiao relented. Ah, that won't be necessary. Are we not currently constructing a cattle shed? I was contemplating accompanying the gentleman at the cattle shed, and I have another idea, perhaps to set up a small greenhouse over there to experiment with growing vegetables. If successful, our village could avoid the monotony of cabbage and radishes next winter. Meng Fanxing's reasoning was driven by his aspirations. After all, if one were to construct an underground dwelling independently, it would undoubtedly provoke reactions from others, particularly dissatisfaction among the educated youth. The reason why Elder Qiao had been observing the tips of his shoes was that he had come to a realization. He was a man of considerable resolve. Otherwise, had it been any other team leader, the winter storage initiative would have met with staunch opposition. His earlier contemplation of the pros and cons of the situation was also aimed at binding Meng Fanxing to the community, encouraging her to contribute more. Having arrived at the settlement less than 2 days ago, she had already accomplished a multitude of tasks and was even considering the group's dietary needs. While the other educated youths, having been there for years, had shown no initiative. Merely by virtue of these few actions, she could silence everyone. Even the locals would have no grounds for complaint. This was precisely why Elder Qiao was resolute. Yet now, he was confronted with a shocking notion: winter cultivation. Is that feasible in the depths of winter? This revelation left him momentarily speechless, as he was not alone in his astonishment. Qin Yuqin and Eryo were equally wide-eyed, staring incredulously at Meng Fanxing. Indeed, I am not mistaken. It is possible to cultivate vegetables in winter. I have already devised a plan for the cattle shed. On one hand, I am assisting the elder in caring for the cattle, allowing both of us a bit of ease. In the harsh winter, should he fall ill, I would be able to lend a hand. Besides, the sloped terrain near the shed is unsuitable for planting anything else, making it the perfect spot to establish the cattle shed. The upper layer of humus can be utilized to grow vegetables. I shall attempt this year. If successful, I shall plant more next year, ensuring everyone has access to fresh produce. Yes, you. No, I shall discuss this matter with the carpenter. The house should be built larger, without concern for anything else. Indeed, you have great ideas. Arrange it as you see fit. Whatever you need, just let me know. The team has some funds. Elder Qiao seemed determined this time, not even inquiring about the details. Now, Elder Qiao's mind was brimming with thoughts of enjoying verdant vegetables in winter, akin to the urban dwellers savoring rare delicacies. What a sensation it would be to feel no less than the city folk, perhaps even more fortunate, as many city families might not have access to greens this year. His heart swelled with excitement and joy. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, truly achieving more than others in the region. If, by chance, the Koshan settlement managed to navigate through this year peacefully, enduring the harsh drought ahead, then he would be quite accomplished indeed. He envisioned the future, picturing a prosperous life in Koshan settlement, and his face subtly reflected his emotions, the creases of his weathered skin revealing their hidden stories. This is how it should be, right? At your age, you ought to be more prudent, allowing the younger generation to handle their affairs. Even if young Meng spends a bit of money, it is for the promise of a better tomorrow. Frankly speaking, living day by day on nothing but potatoes and cabbages is truly trying. Although one can make tofu during winter, it is hardly a daily fare, is it? Qin Yuqin stoked the flames of enthusiasm once more. Indeed, it is settled. Venture forth boldly, engage with confidence. Should any challenges arise, I shall shield you. Master Qiao has come to a profound realization. Observe this spicy kimchi. Truthfully, it surpasses the enjoyment of cabbage. A mere hint of chili and garlic suffices. Otherwise, these ingredients would merely be added to the dish. How could one truly savor it? Rest assured, Master Qiao, I shall never squander resources. I am committed to utilizing everything to its fullest potential, ensuring success this year while accumulating experience for the next, so that our land may yield greater wealth and prosperity. Meng Fanxing is immensely grateful and exhilarated to receive such recognition. In fact, Master Qiao is even more pleased. Not only has he silenced the naysayers by assigning them to the cattle shed, but this also demonstrates true capability. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves washing and slicing the large radishes for drying. There was no need for experimentation this time, for if spicy kimchi is delectable, how can pickled radish be lacking? Everyone harbors an inexplicable trust in Meng Fanxing. At noon, Old Man Sun prepared a stew and shared some of Meng Fanxing's spicy kimchi with everyone, earning widespread acclaim. Previously, the pickles they consumed were truly salty and bitter, merely serving as a side dish to accompany their rice. However, in comparison to the spicy kimchi, they are worlds apart. Arya squatted beside Dia, Qinggu, and Zhang Shuyue, her large eyes squinting with pride and joy as she introduced Meng Fanxing, declaring that the spicy kimchi was made by her. This revelation captivated all the young women nearby. Isn't it delightful? Do you know who prepared it? This is the handiwork of Meng Jiqing, Arya excitedly proclaimed, not allowing anyone to guess, but directly pushing Meng Fanxing into the spotlight. What? Made by Meng Jiqing? Several voices echoed, their gazes shifting to the modest Meng Jiqing. who was quietly eating, their eyes sparkling with disbelief and admiration. Indeed, it is all made by Meng Jiqing. Isn't it delicious? Arya lifted her chin proudly. Delicious. Indeed. By the way, Meng Jiqing, how do you know how to make pickles? Qin Gu inquired, puzzled, for this was not a dish from Beijing, and she had never tasted it there, leaving her with countless questions. Well, a relative from my family made it once, and I learned from that, Meng Fanxing explained. Opting for this modest justification, he would never reveal that he was a person of the world, nor would he expose his rebirth. Even if he did, no one would believe him. It might even lead to rumors that could result in him being apprehended by the militia or police as a representative of feudal superstition, subject to public denouncement, or worse, imprisonment for laborious tasks. After all, during this period, feudal superstition is a perilous endeavor, and as a newcomer, he could never compare to the likes of Qin Yuqin and Old Lady Sun, who hold social standing and influence, while he remains merely an obscure figure. The dish is utterly delightful. Rather than merely being a pickled vegetable, it can be more aptly described as a refreshing cold dish. The flavors burst forth, with the essence of garlic and chili awakening the palate, compelling one to indulge in another bowl of rice. Zhang Qiuyue expressed his genuine excitement. Indeed, this is no simple pickled vegetable. I have never been particularly fond of cabbage, yet this preparation renders its texture infinitely more enjoyable than when stewed, offering a satisfying crunch. The tangy and spicy flavors are undeniably bold, as Arya chuckled while savoring a bite. If one enjoys it, they should partake liberally. It seems our kitchen will frequently prepare this in the future. Are there other pickled dishes? Meng Jiqing, do you know how to make any other pickled delicacies? Qin Gu resumed his inquisitive nature, intrigued by this young man who shares his hometown. Certainly, Meng Jiqing has also made pickled radishes. Those drying outside were prepared by him and us. Once they are sufficiently dried, we can create pickled radishes. Additionally, the small, uncut ones are also drying. Meng Jiqing mentioned they will be made into sour radishes, which are tangy and crisp. Arya eagerly interjected, proudly acting as Meng Fanxing's spokesperson. It seems we shall be fortunate in our culinary experiences. Previously, aside from the summer bounty of various vegetables, the autumn and winter seasons offered little variety, leaving us to endure a monotonous diet of radishes and cabbages, which truly tests one's appetite. Who could sustain such sameness throughout the year? Qin Gu lamented. But that will no longer be the case, for our Meng Jiqing has arrived, Arya replied with a smile. Deya, with wide eyes, observed this extraordinary young man. While her father and accountant Feng frequently praised him, over the years, they had never commended any other youth like this, not even the likes of Erlungzi. With praise comes criticism. The discontented voices of Liang Shuyun and He Qiaonu emerged, grumbling about Meng Fanxing's pickles. However, Meng Fanxing was surrounded by Qin Gu and Zhang Qiuyue, basking in their admiration. Their discomfort was palpable, for it was due to Zhang Qiuyue, Qin Gu, and the captain's daughter, Deya, that they felt this imbalance. While they savored the fruits of Meng Fanxing's labor, they uttered untimely remarks, akin to biting the hand that feeds. What is so remarkable about him? A grown man, perpetually lingering around the kitchen, lacking ambition. Why can't he engage in more masculine pursuits? Liang Shuyun scoffed. Indeed, just look at his demeanor, always hovering around women, his intentions obvious. That feigned shyness is revolting, truly nauseating, He Qiaonu added, echoing Liang Shuyun's disdain, and in the next moment, she took a fierce bite of the spicy cabbage, seemingly harboring animosity toward Meng Fanxing, who says otherwise. Every day, they revolve around women, lacking the demeanor of true gentlemen. Moreover, the interactions between Arya and the others, with their casual sharing of chopsticks, blatantly reveal their actions, which sets a poor example for the younger children. How disgusting, Liang Shuyun spat towards Meng Fanxing. Shameless, utterly shameless. Bringing disgrace to our educated youth. The girls surrounding them exchanged glances, yet remained silent, for their hearts were conflicted. On one hand, Meng Fanxing's courageous act upon arriving at Kaoshan village sparked a desire to be close to him. In this era, everyone idolizes heroes, although Meng Fanxing was not truly heroic. If he were to perish while saving someone, that would be considered a sacrifice, a noble act. Thus, there exists a deep-seated admiration for heroes, particularly among young men and women. Meng Fanxing's fearless behavior resonated strongly with them, and in their hearts, they had already elevated him to the status of a hero. Filled with infinite admiration and longing, it is difficult for some girls to demean, criticize, or insult their imagined hero, especially since he had prepared such delicious spicy cabbage. Alleviating the monotony of bland radishes and cabbages, they could hardly refuse to eat or even consider making a scene at the table. Arya, being just a child of only a few years, was hardly equipped to understand such complexities. Wang Kursin could no longer bear it, and articulated the true thoughts of most of the female educated youth. How could you not see that little hussy is merely a temptress? He Qiaonu felt her words under attack and, unwilling to fulfill others' wishes, immediately retaliated. I merely speak the truth, addressing the matter at hand. If you dislike cabbage, why can't you exchange it with others? And she is just a child. Isn't that perfectly normal? But others enjoy cabbage. Isn't that forcing them? Such words cannot be so easily dismissed. On one hand, Meng Jijun indulges his younger sister like a brother, while on the other, it's possible that Meng Jijun dislikes potatoes as well. Ultimately, Meng Jijun might simply be magnanimous. What do you mean by might? Is there not an aspect of seeking favor with Captain Xiao in all of this? Liang Shuyun sensed that He Qiaonu might struggle against her opponent's rhetoric and quickly interjected. Haha, does everyone lack the shame that you possess? Hasn't everyone previously sought favor with Captain Xiao? Back then, where were your sarcastic remarks? Wang Kursin began to see the true nature of the two. Who have you seen courting favor with Captain Xiao? Name them. Liang Shuyun has crossed a line. She has directly forced Wang Kursin into opposition against all the educated youth. One might say that naming one person incurs the ire of another, and naming two invites the scorn of many. It is a test of one's courage. Indeed, I am referring to both you and He Qiaonu. When Captain Xiao disregards you, do you not feel even a hint of shame? Thus begins the drama of confrontation. Several female educated youths have discerned the underlying truth and gradually retreated, for they are not foolish. They are well aware of the character of Liang Shuyun and He Qiaonu. Consequently, they hold these women in disdain. After all, it is an undeniable fact that Meng Fanxing is a hero, and Wang Kursin's words carry weight. Everyone knows who embodies virtue and who embodies vice. This is the truth. Liang Shuyun and He Qiaonu have recognized the gravity of the situation and sensed a subtle shift in the collective gaze of those around them. They understand that they may have genuinely offended everyone, leading to a sense of alienation and the creeping realization of impending crisis. Ahem. Was that not merely a moment of frustration? Liang Shuyun softened her tone. For once one has antagonized the entire group, survival in the educated youth camp becomes exceedingly difficult. Is this merely a matter of frustration? It is a question of principles. Setting aside the matter of Meng being a hero, let us acknowledge that his preparation of spicy cabbage serves to enhance the meals of all. If one does not wish to partake, one is free to abstain. Yet one has no authority to utter disparaging remarks. Su Yun's assertion holds true. Is there anything erroneous in that? He Qiaonu too has perceived the changing atmosphere. You may choose not to eat. I can certainly assist in requesting Uncle Sun to withhold Wang Kursin's servings from you. That would be a truly ruthless move, striking directly at both individuals' vulnerable points, conveying a clear message. You may dislike it, but do not complain incessantly. Kursin, I merely spoke in haste, she contended. Why must a grown man hide among women? Is that not inappropriate? After all, he is an educated youth like us. And I am merely striving to protect the dignity of all educated youths. Liang Shuyun suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She had grown weary of the monotonous fare of radishes and cabbages. How could one resist the allure of the delectable spicy cabbage? To abstain would be akin to poisoning their own sustenance. Although she recognized that her words had wounded the collective spirit of the educated youths, she was fixated on leveraging their shared dignity to elevate her and her companions' inappropriate remarks, thus dragging everyone into their contentious battle, a truly contemptible intention. This is a matter between the two of you. Do not entangle us all in your mess. You may choose not to eat, but you have no right to complain incessantly. Given your previous display of petty grievances, I could certainly inform Captain Xiao that you may forego the pickles prepared by Meng in the future. Wang Kursin knew she had struck a nerve, having uncovered her adversary's Achilles heel. Where would one so easily let go of another? Even if one cannot prevent another from savoring spicy pickled cabbage, one can still evoke discomfort and revulsion, thereby achieving one's objective. After all, the mask has already been torn, so it may as well be completely ripped off. Day by day spent in each other's company, one cannot help but feel a lack of ease and joy, unlike the camaraderie shared with Qin Ge and his companions. Thus, Wang Kursin has decisively chosen her allegiance. For Qin Ge, Zhang Qiuyue, and their circle exhibit remarkable magnanimity, devoid of ulterior motives. We find ourselves at a juncture where, since the conversation has treaded into uncomfortable territory, let us disregard any mention of Liang Shuyun. She is acutely aware of the looming crisis. For should Captain Xiao become aware of this matter, it could significantly impact their futures. Employment prospects, returning to the city, and recommendations for agricultural and industrial colleges all hinge upon Captain Xiao, the stalwart leader of their group. To provoke his ire could lead to dire consequences. especially considering He Xiaonu's assertion regarding Qiao Leoi's precious daughter. Everyone knows of his indulgence towards her, as she is indeed his cherished gem. At this moment, He Xiaonu's heart races with anxiety, for it was she who spoke ill of Arya. Meanwhile, the male youth from the commune have fallen silent. Although they harbor discontent towards Meng Fanxing, her combat prowess is not to be underestimated. One swift kick had left Wu Jiangang gasping for breath, likely with broken ribs. Moreover, it was Wu Jiangang, Lu Jianwei, and team leader Zhang who confronted the formidable Meng Fanxing directly, while others merely spectated, content to observe the unfolding drama without animosity. They indulge heartily in the delectable dishes before them. After all, enjoying such appetizing fare is a delight in itself. Why engage in conflict or foster enmity with Meng Fanxing when there is no need or justification for it? The indigenous inhabitants of the commune are equally jubilant. Though accustomed to a monotonous diet of potatoes and cabbage year after year, they too possess desires. The opportunity to relish diverse foods fills them with joy. And upon learning that it is the young Meng Zhixing who has prepared such meals, gratitude and respect for him radiate from their faces. They are also aware of the significance of winter storage, understanding the value of livestock as a source of labor. They are grateful for the prospect of ensuring these vital workers are well fed and cared for, further deepening their appreciation for the delicious dishes that evoke a sense of kinship. At noon, Meng Fanxing and Arya eschewed rest, opting instead to begin sorting yellow soybeans. Screening is the initial step, ensuring that no impurities or foul beans are present. This is the foremost requirement for soy sauce production, and they must execute this step with precision. Meng Fanxing, having watched instructional videos on the process, successfully crafted soy sauce, which proved to be quite palatable. A hint of MSG enhanced its flavor, making it an excellent choice for seasoning. The entire afternoon was spent meticulously selecting beans. It was only after dinner that I began soaking the yellow beans in a large basin, anticipating that they would be ready for steaming by tomorrow. This marks the initial step in the art of soy sauce production, followed by drying and fermentation, where each process must be executed with utmost precision, ensuring no impurities infiltrate the mixture. The excavation for winter storage has made significant progress, nearing completion within a day or so. The carpenter, accompanied by his team, has already transported the timber down from the mountains and commenced processing it. Each individual is diligently performing their respective duties with dedication and responsibility. That night, Meng Fanxing enjoyed a restful sleep, having refrained from indulging in the leisure activities that occupied the young intellectuals during their downtime. Although selecting beans was not physically exhausting, the fatigue it bred was not significantly lighter than that incurred from laboring in the fields, nor was it less than that experienced by those digging for winter storage. Particularly, his leg muscles needed time to recuperate, having been startled by the bear, which left an indelible mark on his muscles, memories that required healing. Such restful slumber serves as the best remedy for muscle relaxation. At dawn, Meng Fanxing was the first to awaken. The foul air in the underground dwelling made it nearly impossible for him to continue sleeping. He dressed, donned his shoes, and stepped outside, engaging in gentle movements to stretch his arms and legs, a form of restorative exercise, albeit minimal. Before long, Erlungzi came rushing over, his neck craned in excitement. Upon spotting Meng Fanxing, a grin spread across his face, for he had already learned of Meng Fanxing's predicament from old Master Qiao. As a native of Kaoshinton, he bore a sense of pride. "Have you risen? Were you not terrified yesterday?" Erlungzi teased, his playful demeanor bordering on mischievous. "Brother, must you really bring up someone else's fright?" Meng Fanxing understood that certain matters could not be concealed, and recognizing Erlungzi's awareness of the situation, he felt no embarrassment. A thicker skin was all that was needed. "I was merely curious. One bear frightened you so thoroughly. What would you have done if you encountered a pack of wolves or a tiger? Would you have fainted in fear?" Erlungzi showed no mercy in his jesting. "Brother, you are unarmed. Tell me, would you not be afraid?" Meng Fanxing's implication was straightforward. Stop the banter. If he were to witness such a scene, would his legs not quiver? If he didn't wet himself in fear, he would consider it a victory. Why would I not be afraid? That beast does not care whether I'm a local. It cannot comprehend my words, can it? Erlungzi displayed no hint of embarrassment, likely having faced such situations before. Then what's the issue? It was my first encounter with a bear, and so close at that, especially one with cubs. If it became aggressive, even 3 or 5 people would be in peril, let alone I was alone at that moment, utterly defenseless. Meng Fanxing was left speechless. "Enough. You should take the day off. I will oversee things over there. It's time for everyone to rise and get to work. They are all as lazy as pigs." Merely eating without contributing, he concluded. With a mischievous grin, The fool boldly lifted the curtain and barged in, his voice echoing from the depths of the cellar. Meng Fanxing paid little heed to the torment he inflicted upon the intellectual youths, for they were hardly deserving of pity. To feel sorry for them would be tantamount to self-torment. If they could endure the initial trials, then she would ensure they suffered further. The fool was enacting his revenge, and Meng Fanxing felt a warm satisfaction within her heart, relishing in these moments. Unable to act directly, she found solace in using the fool as a proxy for her own machinations. After all, why should a sage dirty their hands when a pawn could do the bidding? Impatient roars reverberated from the cellar, yet the fool's voice rang out even more furiously. For he had already conducted a covert reconnaissance of the intellectual youth's encampment the previous night. Will you shut your filthy mouths? Don't you have any sense of time from last night's escapades? With this single retort, he silenced them, seizing upon their vulnerabilities and triumphantly grinding them into the ground. This was a true catharsis, and Meng Fanxing felt elated, secretly cursing these individuals in her mind. Look at you intellectuals, boasting of your knowledge, culture, and learning. Yet, what contributions have you made since arriving here? You shamelessly flaunt your arrogance. The fool's words were nothing short of a scathing rebuke. Not only did he label these individuals as utterly useless, but he also branded them as learned yet engaged in actions that contradicted their supposed intellect. Instead of applying themselves to their studies, they were merely here to indulge in frivolities. Who would dare respond to such accusations? Even team leader Zhang hung his head, too intimidated to utter a word. As the leader of the intellectual youth, he bore responsibility and risked punishment, feeling powerless in the face of such disdain. It must be said, the fool had shown remarkable insight. Previously, Meng Fanxing viewed him as merely a lackey trailing behind the old master, a mere underling. Who would have anticipated that he possessed such a cunning and darkly shrewd mindset? It was a chilling revelation that few could accept. At that moment, Meng Fanxing's heart was bursting with joy, her laughter reminiscent of a pig's squeal. Though they could not be thoroughly beaten, should their misdeeds be substantiated, their future records upon returning to the city would bear a mark of disgrace. No one dared to speak up, nor could they bear the consequences. Hope of returning to the city or regaining their recommendations was bleak, and even the right to work as laborers could be stripped away. How could these intellectual youths remain oblivious to such realities? Perhaps the three who later joined Meng Fanxing had an inkling of this truth as well. A flurry of chaotic sounds emanated from the cellar, and this time, collective silence became their sole recourse. It was anticipated that upon their arrival in the fields, they would receive additional labor reform penalties. As they emerged, heads drooped and spirits low, they beheld Meng Fanxing. The eyes of many young intellectuals reflected a sense of helplessness. Wu Jiangang, Lu Jianwei, team leader Zhang, and two newly arrived young intellectuals directed their resentful gazes towards Meng Fanxing. They were acutely aware of whom the dim-witted one aligned with, more than anyone else could fathom. Yet, what did it matter? Meng Fanxing was spared the grueling toil in the fields, unburdened by the necessity of rising early from the warmth of his bed to engage in labor. Alas, such is the plight of a wretched existence. The faint light on the eastern horizon had yet to illuminate this small mountain village, nor had it heralded the arrival of a new day. However, amidst the inky darkness of night, the chill was palpable as the cold wind whipped against their cheeks. Truly frigid. Hey, feeling comfortable? Satisfied? The dim-witted one sauntered over to Meng Fanxing with a sly grin. Thankfully, he had refrained from playing cards with them the previous night. Tell me, have you set your sights on them? Meng Fanxing replied with a mischievous smile, his gaze fixed on the dim-witted one's eyes, relieved that he had retired early the night before. Huffed, with their character, do you think I could be unaware? Even if they hadn't played cards, what difference would it make? My words hold weight. Dare you refute me? I could easily relay certain matters to Captain Xiao. They were filled with trepidation. Just ask who isn't afraid? Big brother, you've earned my admiration, Meng Fanxing remarked, giving a thumbs up. The two stood silently in the darkness, and there was no need for the dim-witted one to call out to the female young intellectuals. After all, who could resist the allure of venturing into the cornfields with both men and women? Old Master Qiao's strategy was to separate them. Who among them would have the audacity to venture into the cornfields at such a time? Old Master Qiao's eyes and ears were spread throughout the village. Even the smallest child served as his watchful sentinel, each a capable little spy. One must acknowledge the cunning with which old Master Qiao had governed the village over the years, not only controlling the elders, but also keeping the youth in check, who often proved far more effective. A few words of praise could ignite exuberance among the children. The militia returned, bearing 10 rifles. As for the ammunition, I could not say, but Accountant Feng's satchel was brimming. Would you like to fire a few shots? The dim-witted one tempted, as if presenting a treasure. Of course, but the guns must be wielded purposefully. At the very least, a bullet should be used to bring down a wild boar for everyone to enjoy a feast. We cannot squander it. Meng Fanxing understood that regulations regarding the use of the militia's firearms and ammunition were not particularly stringent at that moment. Yet, he also did not wish to waste them. They must be employed wisely. The fact that the dim-witted one could speak to him in such a manner indicated that he too could access those rifles and bullets, which rendered the situation all the more intriguing. After Meng Fanxing and the others departed, he continued to train in the darkness. He now felt a sharp pain in the muscles of his calves, akin to a tearing sensation. It seemed that this rigorous exercise would need to persist for at least a week, serving as a means to endure the repercussions of the fright he had received from the towering figure. The lights in the female youth's quarters flickered on, and shortly thereafter, someone emerged from the room, clad in a robe, to relieve themselves. Meng Fanxing refrained from glancing that way, as it would be inappropriate to intrude upon their privacy. However, he could not shake the feeling that the young woman was aware of his presence, as she deliberately squatted at the corner of the building not far from him, and the sound of water flowing reached his ears, ringing cheerfully, despite his desire to ignore it. For nearly a minute, he endured the torment, wrestling with his curiosity to steal a glance. Yet, despite inhabiting a youthful body, he felt as if he bore the weight of decades. Thus, he found little desire or excitement in such matters. It must be said that in his previous life, he had encountered women of all kinds, and those fleeting glimpses in short films were now mere secrets of his past. Presently, he found himself devoid of any genuine interest in women. With the house established, the next step was to design the greenhouse and determine which crops to cultivate. The selection of suitable vegetables was crucial for the success of the greenhouse plan for the upcoming year. Meng Fanxing contemplated various vegetables that thrived in the village. Leeks were ideal for winter, as were chili peppers, particularly the hardy varieties, which were practical in the northern regions. A stir-fry with shredded potatoes and dried tofu, accompanied by a bit of meat during the new year, would be most fitting. Cucumbers, although delicate, warranted an experiment for next year's plan. If he could successfully cultivate such a challenging winter vegetable, it would bring hope to everyone in the village. He also considered wild vegetables from the fields. The common shepherd's purse thrived in less than ideal conditions and was beloved by the locals. It was refreshing and easy to gather for planting, provided the environment was suitable, making it as manageable as leeks. Counting on his fingers, he mused that once shepherd's purse was planted and blossomed, it would yield abundantly year after year, an ideal vegetable that also offered health benefits. This would indeed be a worthy addition. He could easily transplant a portion, as it grew abundantly in the mountains and along the farmland, requiring minimal maintenance, a promising choice that instilled confidence in Meng Fanxing. As for eggplants, he dismissed the idea. There was little interest in them among the rural folk. Tomatoes, however, seemed a splendid option. He envisioned the delight of enjoying a plate of ripe red tomatoes amidst the snowy winter, and the thought was undeniably enticing. Tomatoes have once again made it onto Meng Fanxing's planting list, for he has a particular fondness for sugar-coated tomatoes. The taste of a dish of these delectable treats is simply exquisite, and a couple of small drinks accompany them perfectly, much to Meng Fanxing's delight. In the biting cold of winter, savoring a bite of this delicacy surely brings smiles to the faces of the villagers and children alike. His efforts are driven by the desire to establish a stable foothold in Kaoshan village in this new life, for he does not want to toil as he did in his previous existence. If only he could leisurely stroll about the village like Lord Xiao, hands clasped behind his back, it would be splendid, far better than the strenuous labor he endured before. After all, what would be the point of this rebirth if not to live more vibrantly and savor life as pleasures? He dreams of the day when the college entrance examinations will resume, allowing him to enroll in a fine university, study for a few years, and secure a good job. Alternatively, he envisions the freedom to pursue his passions when the time is right. Otherwise, this life would be a wasted opportunity. In essence, he seeks stability in Kaoshan village. And that stability certainly cannot mirror the exhausting toil of his past life, nor can he allow himself to be bullied by the educated youth, subjected to their whims. Oh, the mountains also offer wild vegetables. Not far up the slope lie plenty of tender shoots. These used to grow naturally, and it wasn't until years later that the villagers discovered their culinary value. Yet, no one pays them any heed now. After all, the sharp thorns can inflict painful wounds, causing swelling and inflammation, a most unpleasant experience. Nevertheless, this time, he intends to let the villagers relish the bounty of the mountains. A gift from the heavens, a thought that fills Meng Fanxing with joy and excitement. Tender shoots are indeed a treasure, best enjoyed in the spring, and there are numerous ways to prepare them. For instance, they make a delightful filling for dumplings when mixed with pork, creating a dish that is fragrant without being greasy. The unique aroma of the tender shoots is bound to tantalize the palate. Even when simply blanched and dipped in savory sauce, they serve as an excellent accompaniment to meals. If one were to fry them with egg sauce, the flavor would be extraordinary. Meng Fanxing recalls that in his previous life, tender shoots sold for exorbitant prices of 40 to 50 yuan per pound, a luxury far beyond the reach of ordinary folk. As he contemplates this, he finds his mouth watering, momentarily forgetting the woman from the neighboring commune relieving herself outside. In this day and age, the priority remains to fill one's belly. With his thoughts in motion, Meng Fanxing begins to plan the necessities for the greenhouse. Lacking bamboo and steel bars, he resolves to use wood, sawing it into beams. In his mind, he envisions the structure of the greenhouse, nestled in the mountains, with the Jiangkazi River below the earthen mound beside it. There are myriad considerations, such as the insulation of the plastic sheeting. With scarce fabric available for clothing, the thought of cotton curtains is out of the question. Instead, he opts for the bulrushes found in the Jiangkazi, softening them to weave into thick mats, rolling them up to be placed from the top down. On a day blanketed with heavy snow, one must sweep away the snow atop the structures, allowing the sunlight to stream in and bestow upon the vegetables a modicum of photosynthesis, thus creating an optimal environment for their growth. The choice of location is also advantageous for the sun's rays to bathe the area throughout the day, reflecting on his own brilliance. One cannot help but marvel at how astutely he recalls these details, such as the ingenuity of a person who has experienced rebirth. Contemplating the direction of the heating flue, Meng Fanxing considers the dimensions of the house as well as the greenhouse area, determined to design it meticulously. Regarding heat dissipation, there exists a type of thin, plate-like stone that not only serves to insulate, but, when coated with mud, excels in radiating heat. This material is widely utilized by every household in the region, a testament to the wisdom of the mountain folk, which he is eager to apply in the cultivation of vegetables within the greenhouse. It is imperative to celebrate and propagate the ingenuity of the laboring populace. As Meng Fanxing pondered, a sudden chill enveloped his neck, jolting him back to reality. He felt not only the cold that heralds the transition from autumn to winter, but also the numbness and pain in his legs, a consequence of standing for far too long. His entire being felt dulled, prompting him to gradually shuffle towards the street, gently swinging his arms, twisting his hips, and lifting his feet in a light, kicking motion, thereby sensing a gradual restoration of his vitality. Upon reaching the courtyard of his team, he spotted familiar figures bustling about in the kitchen, Sun Laoyan and Qin Yuqin, the latter being particularly familiar to him, while he struggled to recall the names of a few others. Approaching them, he offered to help stoke the fire. For while he was unable to assist with more substantial tasks, this small chore was within his capacity. "How is your leg today, Meng Jiqing?" Qin Yuqin inquired warmly, extending a greeting. "Much better. Walking today is considerably easier than yesterday," Meng Fanxing replied as he tossed a branch into the stove. Observing Sun Laoyan adding sorghum and beans soaked overnight into the pot, covering it with a lid, and pulling out a kettle hanging from his waist, which he began to fill. Sun Laoyan was a man of few words but approached his tasks with utmost seriousness. Aside from attending to the health of the villagers, he dedicated his time to the kitchen of the team. Since the great leap forward, when all iron utensils were requisitioned from every household, communal dining had commenced, and he had remained there ever since. Over the years, he had gradually relinquished much of his medical expertise, apart from minor ailments like colds. The major illnesses in the community were primarily afflictions of the elderly, nearing the end of their days. Nevertheless, Sun Laoyan possessed a remarkable skill in healing, often resolving ailments with just a few herbal remedies, herbs he foraged from the surrounding mountains at no cost, thereby providing the villagers of Kaoshan Tun with the invaluable benefit of free medical care. Chapter 34. Do not mind him. As for the situation in other villages, Meng Fanxing was unaware, yet he knew that for many years, the residents of Kaoshan village had silently contributed without any demands, never once asking the patients for a single penny. This exemplified a form of unassuming dedication. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sun Laoyan suddenly fixed his gaze on Meng Fanxing. "Well, Uncle Sun, I was just thinking that if you had been treating patients in Beijing all these years, you must have earned quite a bit. Hee hee. If I were to open a clinic for you in the capital someday," Meng Fanxing left the rest unsaid. But the implication was clear to anyone listening. However, Sun Laoyan showed no reaction, as if the conversation did not concern him at all. Money, to him, was merely a piece of paper. After all, having shared a lifetime with Sun Laoyan, Meng Fanxing held deep respect for the elder and admired him greatly. Thus, he genuinely wished to provide for both Sun Laoyan and his wife, Madame Sun, in their old age, especially since it was the elder who had healed his ailments. Just ignore him. This old fellow is as stubborn as they come. You can't get a word of sense out of him, Qin Yuqin complained while bustling about, puffing on her cigarette. It was unclear why she spoke thus, as there had been no prior conflicts between them in the past. Uncle Sun is a modest man. Let me just point out that he has treated countless patients without ever accepting a fee. If he had charged, his life would have been much more comfortable over the years, Meng Fanxing stated, advocating for Sun Laonian. That is not entirely fair. Sun Laonian has never done manual labor. He has never engaged in strenuous tasks. If you don't believe me, just ask him if I'm speaking the truth, Meng Fanxing continued. Different roles necessitate division of labor. One cannot expect a doctor to butcher pigs or grind grain, can they? Meng Fanxing chuckled again, asserting that his words were not mere banter, but rather a statement of fact. His reasoning stemmed from a desire to one day stroll through the village with his hands behind his back, much like the esteemed Mr. Chiao, enjoying a life of ease. While he was capable of physical labor, he questioned why he should toil when there was an opportunity to take it easy. He did not hold disdain for the hard-working individuals in the countryside. Rather, he believed that there must be a distinction. Those devoid of intellect should engage in labor, as their circumstances dictated such outcomes, and only through work could they find their worth. Ultimately, Meng Fanxing concluded that if one could avoid strenuous labor, why would they exert themselves to the point of exhaustion? Who would willingly bend and toil in the fields, sowing and reaping, when it seemed a waste of resources? This was his perspective ever since he realized he had been granted a second chance at life. Scholars like you possess knowledge. I cannot compete with you, he remarked. Sister-in-law, I speak the truth. In the future, possessing knowledge is essential to mastering technology. Technology is a primary factor in our nation's rise, and without education, life will become increasingly arduous. It is imperative that the children in our village acquire cultural knowledge and technological skills, for the future belongs to them. Meng Fanxing recalled some videos he had seen before his death, reporting on the new technologies and inventions emerging from our nation, which undoubtedly place us at the forefront of the world. He felt a profound pride for his country, especially regarding its technological advancements. However, as technology evolves, many human jobs have been supplanted by it. In sanitation, significant changes have occurred. Streetlights have been replaced with intelligent systems that require no management, and tasks such as cleaning and snow removal are now mechanized. This transformation has led to unemployment for many older brothers and sisters. This is only a fraction of the impact. There are numerous technological advancements, such as weapons in warfare, that are superior to those of other nations. A missile can reach the Atlantic Ocean in roughly half an hour, achieving several times the speed of sound. What does that signify? Even the United States, which has historically dominated the world, feels a sense of crisis, realizing its strength has become outdated and must retreat to develop anew, aspiring for greatness once more. Yet, some matters are delayed, and catching up proves exceedingly difficult. Is what you say true? Qin Yuqin suddenly felt bewildered and at a loss. Indeed, do I have any reason to lie? Even cooking is now performed by specialized machines. This is the advancement of technology. Technology is the primary productive force, and this proposition is on the verge of realization. Qin Yuqin fell silent, uncertain of the true nature of technology. However, she understood that in the future, meals would require no human preparation. What purpose would humans serve? What would she do? Could it truly be as such? Sun Laonian remained silent. Having grasped an important truth, the future is wondrous, to the extent that certain tasks may no longer require human intervention. Thus, the next generation must learn cultural knowledge. With education, they will not be rendered obsolete. Silence enveloped the group. Everyone was contemplative. The fire in the stove crackled, casting a warm glow on several faces, creating a coziness that was quite comforting. Meng Fanxing also felt his leg muscles relax, the pain subsiding somewhat. That person, Meng Jiqing, take this back and apply it to your leg multiple times, massaging until your palm warms. Sun Laonian handed Meng Fanxing a peculiar little bottle, which was neither wooden nor glass, and its material remained unclear to him. Thank you, Uncle Sun. Meng Fanxing softly expressed his gratitude before returning his focus to stoking the fire, watching the steam escaping from the pot lid, swirling like a steam engine. The individuals in the kitchen busily attended to their tasks, oblivious to the expressions of the three, each engrossed in their work. Sun Laonian's pipe also emitted gentle puffs, perhaps containing his own philosophy within it. A faint blush of dawn has emerged on the eastern horizon, and the fog enveloping both banks of the river is particularly dense today. Visibility diminishes to mere meters, rendering the faces of those across the water indistinct. Such phenomena have not been uncommon in the past. However, this year, both the onset and the density of the fog have arrived much earlier than expected. Lord Xiao stands atop a high ridge overlooking the distant mist, lost in contemplation. He has lingered here for nearly half an hour, sensing an unarticulated awareness. After residing by the river for so many years, he is well acquainted with this scenery, yet this year's arrival has caught him off guard. He understands the implications of such a sight. After all, seasoned farmers possess an innate wisdom that guides them in determining the optimal times for planting corn or soybeans. Even the cultivation of vegetables and scallions adheres to established traditions. These are invaluable legacies passed down from ancestors, not easily articulated in mere words. As a thoughtful individual, Lord Xiao continually reflects upon and synthesizes this ancestral knowledge, striving to grasp the most profound insights. He stands at the riverbank, pondering the surprises brought by the young man, surnamed Meng, who has recently come to Kaoshan village. He recalls all that Meng, the educated youth, has shared with him, as well as the transformations that have occurred in just 2 short days. Subtle, yet significant shifts in the most ordinary village of Beidahuang. Winter feed storage. The relocation of cow barns, spicy pickled cabbage, and the greenhouses for winter vegetable cultivation that Meng proposed. These are ideas he had never contemplated before. The selection of the barn's site, and a myriad of other details, had escaped even the minds of the village's elders. Yet this young man, he approaches every conversation and task with remarkable composure. At merely 18, he exhibits a level of poise that surpasses that of someone who has lived for decades. His own daughter, with her spirited nature, maintains a distance from the young educated youths, yet in just 2 or 3 days, she has formed a bond with Meng that resembles the affectionate camaraderie of siblings. Lord Xiao shakes his head, casting aside all distractions. He rolls a cigarette and ignites it, allowing the smoke to dissipate before his eyes as his thoughts flicker by like scenes from a film. That young man is extraordinary. He has seamlessly integrated with his younger brother, utilizing him as a conduit to introduce ideas and elicit inquiries, all appearing remarkably natural and appropriate. Yet, he finds it difficult to resist the pull of this young man's influence. Indeed, this youthful educated youth is quite remarkable. His actions are intricately interconnected, leading Kaoshan village into his rhythm and drawing the community ever closer to him. The winter feed storage seems distant, as does the heavy snowfall anticipated this winter. And the drought expected in the latter half of next year also feels far off. However, the delightful flavors of spicy cabbage and pickled radishes have already graced everyone's tables, transforming dreams into reality. Yet again, the allure of greenhouse vegetables has been presented. Mr. Xiao finds himself increasingly perplexed by the young man, unaware of the future technologies that the youthful intellectual shared with Sun Laoyan and Qin Yuqin, as well as the promising visions he conveyed to Heir Lungzi. Should he learn of these, how astonished might he be? If Meng Fanxing were to replace human labor with future technologies, encroaching upon humanity's space and rendering people subservient to capital, constraining their will, what thoughts would Mr. Xiao entertain? A soul from the future, returned to the arduous days of decades past, possesses boundless knowledge of technology and experiences unknown to all. What might they think? Standing on the riverbank, Mr. Xiao gazes into the thick fog, feeling somewhat lost. The sun has risen, revealing half of its grand visage, embodying both a curiosity about the world and the shyness of a bride encountering her future. The rough laborers and young intellectuals toiling in the fields now glimpse the dawn of hope, for at this hour, they realize mealtime is approaching. Their bellies already protesting with insistent growls. Some feel a thrill at the prospect of returning for a meal, yet the long, winding furrows ahead seem interminable. Who made the decision to stretch each furrow so far? Why not break it in the middle? Where there is joy, there is also lament. The locals rejoice. For in the agricultural labor, they hold undeniable advantages, leaving the self-assured intellectuals trailing far behind. One can only imagine the fate of the young intellectuals. Even the elderly team leader Zhang is left far behind. The most unfortunate are the 3 new intellectuals, whose hands have become riddled with blisters and inflammation from days of labor. Each time they toil, they grimace in pain, burdened by the discomfort, particularly in the hand gripping the tool, which has developed numerous blisters, some already burst. Only those who have endured such experiences can truly understand that pain. Yet, they must continue to work the fields, enduring the suffering. To abstain is to forfeit their rations and daily wages. They cannot expect to reap the benefits without effort. As if they could partake in communal meals without labor, such a notion is preposterous. Is it not true that within your hearts, there exists a modicum of awareness? You, the educated youth, who came to the countryside to compete with the locals for sustenance. Without you, the villagers would still cultivate these lands, and with you, they would still cultivate the same expanse. As the old adage goes, whether you are present or not, the yield remains the same. In Chapter 35, I am mentally prepared. Reflect upon your own thoughts. With that prominent visage of yours, can you truly claim to be devoid of any sense of self-awareness? Is it unjust to suggest such? As you continue with your incessant murmurs and idle chatter, perhaps it would be better to forego your meals, for the cook may only serve you a meager broth, which would be a generous offering indeed. Let us all exert ourselves. We are not far from the field. At this moment, Team Leader Zhang felt compelled to rally the group. After all, he is the leader, the figurehead of the educated youth. In the past, he would have turned back to assist the lagging members, igniting hope among them. However, since the arrival of Meng Fanxing, who had decisively bested Wu Jiangang in the fields, his spirit has dwindled. Everyone is acutely aware that Team Leader Zhang has lost his charisma and the vigor he once possessed. He lacks even the strength to feign enthusiasm. Just observe his feeble exhortations. It is evident to all, for no one is a fool, the newly arrived Meng Fanxing has assumed the role of overseer, effortlessly embodying the authority of figures like Master Qiao and Accountant Feng, while the once venerable Team Leader Zhang toils tirelessly. Such despondency breeds a detrimental atmosphere, one that has enveloped the educated youth, though he remains oblivious to it. Meanwhile, Meng Fanxing is industriously engaged in the kitchen, washing beans and progressing towards the preparation of soy sauce. In stark contrast, there is no need for the villagers, who are adept at gossiping and discussing trivialities, to voice their opinions on who is right or wrong. The disparity is glaringly evident. Team Leader Zhang is rapidly becoming a relic of the past, utterly unaware of his diminishing relevance and devoid of self-awareness. The educated youth resembled defeated soldiers on the battlefield, their morale shattered, heads hanging low, each bearing a countenance of despair. This is the state of their spirit, remarkably low. The cause of this malaise stems from the leadership of Team Leader Zhang and the presence of the three newcomers, Wu Jiangang and his cohorts. Once morale declines, it is exceedingly challenging to rejuvenate. The locals have begun to jeer, issuing their chants. And even the last of the indigenous people have caught up with the elders during their respite. Is this not infuriating? Is it not a slap in the face? Such is the stark reality of life in the village. Team Leader Zhang has been humiliated, losing the esteemed position that ought to be his as a leader. The sun hung in the eastern sky, casting its watchful gaze upon the weary faces of the young intellectuals, its great eyes wide open, mocking their despondency. You have taken their sustenance. Should you not feel a pang of guilt? Should you not, like me, feel a flush of shame? What has become of everyone? Can we not display some manliness? At this moment, Ma Jiantao stepped forward, his eyes blazing with indignation as he glared at the other youths beside him. Without uttering a word, he marched towards the newly arrived young intellectuals, and with a surge of fury, he began to cut the crops. Indeed, we should not be underestimated nor belittled. We, too, are men of stature, standing tall. Sule also moved towards the stragglers at the back. Once one began to act, others followed suit, creating a ripple effect akin to a flock of sheep rather than a pack of wolves. This was due to the former leader, who stood foolishly by, watching as Ma Jiantao usurped his role as group leader. This shift had already begun to undermine the leader's position, causing him to gradually lose the support of his peers. This was a psychological blow, a question of pain and hunger. What would he do now, as the leader of the young intellectuals? As the front runners turned back towards the laggards, they exchanged glances, and a few more joined in. Zhang, the group leader, and Lu Jianwei were rendered numb, their faces betraying neither heat nor pain. It was indeed a slap in the face. Former Iron Brothers had become subjects of ridicule, now reduced to mere slogans. While Ma Jiantao and Su Lei set an example by positioning themselves before the group leader, the locals, too, began to stir, led by the simpleton who had arranged matters at the cattle shed and hurried over. He understood that Lord Qiao did not wish to witness the labor of these individuals, as his mind was occupied with greater considerations for the future of the entire village. Accountant Feng had returned late the previous night, at his age. The day spent bouncing on horseback was exhausting, yet he, a favored confidant of Lord Qiao, understood the necessity of alleviating the burdens of two significant figures, assuming a leading role. Thus, he arrived, ready to lend a hand to anyone lagging behind. This was his purpose. This time, he took the initiative to turn back and assist the young intellectuals, and with that, everyone sprang into action, their morale lifted. It was akin to a besieged battlefield, where the sight of friendly reinforcements reignited hope. Even Zhang and Lu Jianwei began to move, and all joined in the labor, the sickle blades ringing out in rhythmic harmony. These vigorous young men were suddenly invigorated, their hormones surging, howling with fervor, while even the three new recruits, Wu Jiangan and his companions felt their fighting spirit ignite, scrambling to join the fray. Yet, in the next moment, despair struck. The blisters on their hands burst painfully, exposing raw skin to the wooden handles. And their cries of anguish echoed sharply, a true, piercing pain. Master Qiao arrived at an indeterminate hour, hands clasped behind his back, observing Erlongzi as he descended from the overseer's position to lead the others in a hurried harvest. A sense of satisfaction welled within him, particularly as he witnessed the young leader's initiative in assisting the knowledgeable youth. Indeed, this exemplified the qualities of a true successor. Accountant Foam also arrived, albeit with some difficulty, for he had not ridden a horse in quite some time, leaving him with a painful and swollen posterior. Yet he persevered, enduring the discomfort as he made his way over. The native workers, seasoned in their tasks, approached the work with effortless ease, swiftly reuniting with the knowledgeable youth and efficiently harvesting the remaining crops. Their familiarity with agricultural labor rendered them adept, showcasing their inherent advantage. Behind them, ox-drawn carts and horse-drawn wagons were already stacking the cut beans, bound with sorghum stalks. A long rope, thick at one end and slender at the other, was firmly embedded in the bean stalks, twisting and compressing the harvest into a compact load. The sun rose higher in the sky, smiling down upon the scene with a sense of fulfillment, for it bore witness to humanity's kindness and unity, the joy and excitement radiating from the faces of the people. Though it had seen this tableau unfold countless times before, it continued to beam with delight. As the people returned, a blend of excitement and resignation marked their expressions. The natives were elated, having completed their morning's labor, eager to return home for hearty meals, to satiate their rumbling stomachs, and to savor the tantalizing spicy cabbage, an irresistible temptation at that moment. Meanwhile, Wu Jiangang and several new arrivals bore the evidence of their toil. Their hands were raw and bloodied, the skin worn away from labor. Their grimaces betrayed the pain, a stark reminder that their rural assignment was a test of endurance, a competition for a meager meal against those they had previously looked down upon. The message was clear: one must pay a price for what one seeks, and nothing is ever obtained without effort. The injuries they sustained were the cost of their endeavor. The question remained: did they grasp the lesson? Though they perceived the pain, they had yet to endure the harsher trials that lay ahead, for this was merely their initial baptism into hardship. Greater tribulations awaited in the form of subsequent tests, even for those who had come before them. Master Qiao's demeanor remained stoic and frigid, yet a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. For Erlongzi demonstrated a degree of maturity. It was evident that he had much to learn and experience in the trials that awaited him. Upon their arrival at the team's gathering spot, Meng Fanxing was diligently preparing the soaked beans in a large iron pot, ensuring they were perfectly cooked before laying them out to dry on a cloth. His meticulousness was evident, though many were puzzled by his actions, as it seemed premature for making soybean paste. As people held their bowls and enjoyed their meals, Meng Fanxing busily toiled away, nearly ready to retrieve the second pot, which awaited its turn to be cooked. Once he completed these tasks, he approached Arya, who had already finished her breakfast and was waiting for him, her dining companion. The potatoes had been sorted through by Arya, leaving only the cabbage. Meng Fanxing disregarded this and began to eat directly, while around him, Dia, Qinggu, and Zhang Qiuyue engaged in lively conversation, sharing camaraderie. "What are you up to, Meng Jiqing? This isn't the appropriate time for making soybean paste, is it?" Zhang Qiuyue was the first to break the silence, as everyone, though unspoken, yearned to know the answer. "Brewing soy sauce," Meng Fanxing replied succinctly, leaving the listeners astonished. "What? Making soy sauce? Do you know how? Isn't it just brewing soy sauce? Is it really that difficult?" Meng Fanxing glanced at Zhang Qiuyue. "That requires a high level of skill and knowledge of many processes, including high-temperature sterilization equipment." Zhang Qiuyue was somewhat familiar with the art of soy sauce brewing. Hence her surprise upon hearing Meng Fanxing's declaration. Our ancestors possessed brewing techniques that were not limited to modern methods. They had simpler techniques as well. In the past, our forebears created soy sauce without high-temperature sterilization technology and equipment, didn't they? And what about Baijiu? There's plenty of that. You're right, but it carries risks. If something goes wrong with all those soybeans, you could be held accountable. Have you considered that? Qinggu interjected with concern, her big eyes blinking, her worry stemming from their shared hometown connection. "I won't fail. I am mentally prepared, and moreover, my traditional method of brewing soy sauce has a proven track record of success." "That's reassuring. Will we have soy sauce to eat? Is it like the soy sauce from the city?" Dia timidly chimed in, her voice barely rising above a whisper. This was her first foray into the group's discussion. She had always been a quiet listener, accustomed to remaining in the background. This will taste better than that produced by city factories, as it contains no additives. It embodies the purest brewing essence. Even a spoonful can enhance a bowl of rice, Meng Fanxing stated, not exaggerating in the slightest, but speaking the truth. This traditionally brewed soy sauce, akin to the finest homemade paste, stands in stark contrast to those laden with various additives. It possesses a unique flavor and texture, a testament to the wisdom of our ancestors and a legacy of 5,000 years of Chinese heritage. Regrettably, many ancient cultural traditions have been lost, with numerous old crafts hidden away in remote mountains, cut off from the world outside. Without the insights and technological advancements from previous lives, these ancient legacies risk becoming extinct. When can we expect to taste it? Dia eagerly pressed on. In just over half a month. Now that it is late autumn, it would ferment faster in the summer due to temperature and environmental factors. However, placing them in the kitchen should pose no issues, Meng Fanxing replied patiently. Chapter 36. I found myself somewhat distracted. It truly was delightful to marinate scallion leaves in soy sauce. It was simply exquisite. Dia had once experienced this dish during her visits to relatives in the city, and the memory lingered in her mind. She believed that scallions marinated in soy sauce were far superior to those dipped in thick sauce. Particularly in early spring, scallion leaves possess a unique richness that, when soaked in soy sauce for an hour or two, create an extraordinary taste. As Meng Fanxing spoke, she recalled that in her previous life, scallions were considered the best tonic for vitality, especially the spring scallion leaves, rich in that unique essence. One could not help but wonder if people today understood the significance of those rich scallions. Was she not being rather cheeky in front of a few young ladies? Meng Fanxing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Indeed, marinating those rich scallions in soy sauce results in a delightful flavor. Dia seemed to share in this sentiment, her excitement palpable. After all, finding common ground with Meng Jiqing brought them closer, something she cherished deeply. Thus, wherever Arya went, she felt compelled to accompany him. Meng Fanxing gently patted her chest, her heart racing with relief that they had not uncovered the rumor. A fortunate turn of events that spared her from being misjudged as improper. It was indeed a blessing. She had narrowly escaped the potential calamity. Henceforth, she vowed to exercise greater caution in her words and actions, avoiding the unrestrained speech of that day. This served as a solemn reminder to herself in these peculiar times. Some matters required utmost care, as one could easily be mischaracterized. In a little over a decade, during a period of stringent crackdowns, even a petty theft could lead to dire consequences. The implications of one's words were significant. Whistling at girls on the street could result in grave charges of misconduct. Yes, I adore the flavor of that dish, especially the spring scallions at their prime. Meng Fanxing rationalized her fondness for soy sauce-marinated scallions. Isn't it risky to consume such foods? Could fermentation produce toxins? Zhang Qiyue, ever the rational one, questioned. Perhaps influenced by her family's experience in brewing. Not at all. The fermentation cultures are subjected to high-temperature sterilization. As long as they remain dry during the drying process and are not contaminated with rain or harmful substances, everything will be fine. We do this often at home. It's not our first rodeo. One batch can last for months. Wonderful. Could you invite me when you prepare it next? I would like to learn. Zhang Qiyue implored with eager eyes, longing to delve deeper into this traditional method of brewing. Of course, everyone is welcome to join. It's not a secret family recipe. Meng Fanxing replied with a smile. It is truly delightful. I have also heard of this brewing technique and have tasted homemade soy sauce, which is far superior to that produced in factories, though I have never witnessed the process firsthand. In fact, such traditional methods abound. For instance, the ancient art of fabric dyeing is remarkably authentic, utilizing no chemical agents and posing no harm to the skin. These are cherished memories passed down from our ancestors. Everyone gathers to dine at the entrance, for mealtime is brief, and finishing one's meal affords at least a moment of respite. Thus, diners hurriedly devour the food from their bowls, eager to return home for a brief rest. Meng Fanxing, however, savors each bite leisurely, chewing with the grace of an unwed young lady, indifferent to the gazes of others, for she sees nothing and cares not to see, focused solely on her meal. Arya, today, has not taken her usual spot at the table, knowing that Meng Fanxing would linger after the meal. A large pot of yellow beans simmers on the stove. She relishes the boiled beans seasoned with a touch of salt and garnished with chopped scallions, the flavor exquisite. Mindful not to overcook them, lest they lose their delightful texture. The little girl squints her eyes and mimics Meng Fanxing's slow, deliberate chewing, believing there is nothing wrong with such a pace. Even if she eats more quickly, it does not alter the quantity consumed. This, she thinks, is merely a way to pass the time. Meng Jiqing has remarked that it aids digestion and can help with weight loss. He has begun to notice his own figure becoming somewhat plump, much more so than the other children in the village, and yearns to be as slender as Dia. For such a form would make any attire appear splendid, accentuating every curve. This is the innocent vanity of a young girl in her teens. As most diners finish and depart, Meng Fanxing hands her bowl to Arya and retreats to the kitchen. She lifts the pot lid and scoops a spoonful of the contents for a taste, realizing it requires another half-hour to perfect. Yet, recalling Arya's eager expression, she fills a large bowl and sets it aside, crushing coarse salt with a cup. She combines it with chopped scallions, stirring until the salt dissolves, allowing it to rest for Arya, that greedy little one. Amused, she thinks to herself how clever the little girl is, aware of her own worth. Having completed her tasks, she meticulously spreads the yellow beans out to drain, ensuring they dry quickly in the autumn sun. Once sufficiently dried, they will be placed directly into a jar for fermentation, sealed tightly. Given the kitchen's warmth, she estimates that within a fortnight, the soy sauce will be ready. As Meng Fanxing gently stirs the beans, she treats them as tenderly as one would a newborn. Her thoughts drifting back to Beijing, wondering what her mother might be doing at this moment and whether she thinks of her. Has she truly forgotten him? Or has she cast him aside as a burden? Have they truly found peace? Or is she merely a foundling? Meng Fanxing was taken aback by the sudden emergence of this thought. How could such an idea have crossed my mind? Xiaoming, you should try a bite. It's delicious, Arya offered, scooping up a portion with a small spoon and bringing it to Meng Fanxing's lips, hoping he would take a taste and share in her culinary delight. After all, she was feeding him. Go on, savor it slowly. Beans are not easily digestible. A bittersweet smile graced Meng Fanxing's face as he pondered his solitude over the past 3 days. Did his family miss him? Were they concerned about how he was faring here? Did his little sister, Meng Fanxing, think of him while eating? But how fragrant it was. Time seemed to stand still as he chewed. The more he savored, the more flavorful it became. Arya displayed a look of utter enjoyment, with remnants of the crushed beans visible from her small mouth, revealing her tiny, pearly white teeth. Like her sister, Arya possessed a pair of small canine teeth and charming dimples, her slightly rounded baby fat enhancing her cuteness and mischief. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of the Qiao family's genes, giving rise to such a beautiful little sprite. Listening to Arya's coaxing, Meng Fanxing slightly parted his lips, taking only a small half-spoonful. It wasn't that he disliked the food or lacked appetite. It was simply that he couldn't bring himself to take more from the hands of a little girl. After all, he regarded her with the affection of an older brother. Arya, unfazed by the meager portion he consumed, promptly tossed the remainder into her mouth, giggling, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, reminiscent of a lazy little kitten. Not far away, Sun Laoyan and Qin Yuqin observed this scene with keen eyes, nodding and shaking their heads in a rhythm whose meaning eluded them. Nevertheless, it mattered little. In this era, it was commonplace for children to indulge in treats while older ones snatched a few bites. What family did not experience such moments? This was a primary reason for larger families. Before the implementation of the one-child policy, households aspired for a son or idly pondered life, all intertwined with the absence of entertainment and electric lights. To conserve a bit of oil for lamps, they would procreate in the dark. Thus, which family did not have 3 to 5 children? It would be abnormal for a household with several daughters not to bear the weight of societal expectations, to carry on the lineage, and for someone to bear the household registration. Families often faced severe penalties for failing to produce offspring, driven by a desire for a male heir. Meng Fanxing was acutely aware of this reality. Many families, in their quest for a son, had been reduced to mere shells of their former selves, with pregnant women treated like livestock, forcibly taken away for abortions. In this age, no one seemed to care, especially the village or township officials, who showed no regard for the term of a woman's pregnancy. Even those 6 or 7 months along were treated as if they were being loaded like pigs onto a cart, their hands and feet bound, and their mouths silenced. Forget it, let us not dwell on that. Meng Fanxing's heart stirred with increasing intensity. While the policies above were commendable, their interpretations at the grassroots level often strayed from the intended meaning, and any attempt to rectify such distortions could lead to dire consequences for those enforcing them. This encapsulates the stark reality of the current era. Sometimes, the mere contemplation of it sends shivers down his spine. Thankfully, he has been granted a second chance at life and strives to make amends, determined to use his abilities to alleviate the suffering of those unfortunate women, hoping to spare them from further anguish. What are you pondering now? You've piled the beans into a little hill. Arya giggled, her two bright, obsidian-like eyes sparkling at Meng Fanxing as if she had stumbled upon a delightful secret. Oh, I seem to have lost my train of thought, wondering how much longer it will take to excavate the winter storage pit. Meng Fanxing deftly redirected the conversation, for this clever little girl would undoubtedly pester him with endless questions. Her curiosity and energy were boundless. I'll go take a look shortly. Just wait here. Does your leg still hurt? Arya suddenly made a sharp turn, catching Meng Fanxing off guard. She truly possessed a knack for interrogation. No need for that. The fool will inform me when he returns. What are you, a little girl, wandering about for? Where could there be any danger? I have nothing to fear, he chuckled. I didn't mean to. Arya protested, her large eyes blinking as if she had been wronged, conveying a silent challenge. Dare to say otherwise? Sigh. Enough of that. Meng Fanxing found himself at a loss for how to comfort the little girl. Nearby, old Master Qiao and Qin Yuqin were murmuring to one another, their conversation a mystery to him. However, he had no intention of eavesdropping. Such behavior was beneath him. In the courtyard, everyone was absorbed in their own tasks. And before he realized it, nearly an hour had elapsed. Sun Laoyan lifted the pot lid and ladled out the beans, bringing them to the yard. Although he was not one for many words, he possessed a warm heart. The two spread the yellow beans from the large pot onto the cloth in the courtyard to dry. After an hour of sunbathing, they noticed old Master Qiao standing at the door, his posture as upright as a pine tree, steadfast against the cold winds, embodying the spirit of a soldier. You, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Old Master Qiao's face bore a hint of a smile, yet the eternal weight of his demeanor rendered his facial muscles rigid. Nevertheless, his excitement betrayed him as he spoke. Meng Fanxing approached old Master Qiao at a leisurely pace, maintaining a composed expression and refraining from conversation, for he understood the old man's character. He preferred not to be questioned or chattered at. Such behavior seemed undignified. I heard from your sister-in-law about your previous discussion. Initially, I intended for accountant Feng to relay this matter to you. Observe, what are your plans? It is indeed alarming that the children in the village lack education, especially given the considerable distance of nearly 40 miles to the town. Are there suitable accommodations available over there? I seek your advice. Ultimately, Mr. Qiao expressed the turmoil within his heart. Chapter 37. I did not lie. This matter is easily resolved. The team requires a place to dine as well. During summer and autumn, it's manageable. But in the depths of winter, one cannot expect everyone to squat on the ground to eat, can one? Meng Fanxing refrained from mentioning the children's schooling. Instead, she spoke of meals and the discomfort of eating while squatting. Are you planning to construct a building? Breakfast and lunch could be served here, and the remaining time could be devoted to the children's studies. This would serve two purposes and is indeed feasible. As Mr. Qiao spoke, he discerned the intentions of the young educated youth, feeling an increasing sense of collaboration within himself. After all, to build a house, everyone must contribute labor, which requires work points. Currently, the team is quite constrained. The meager funds on the books are insufficient for such a grand project. Is this not merely establishing a designation? The tasks of creating earthen bricks, crafting doors and windows, and constructing tables and benches all require work points to be recorded. Thus, once a designation is established, does this not resolve the issue? Work points can be earned, yet the provision of grain and funds entails further discussions. The young man before him understands the predicament. Indeed, this could alleviate significant challenges. We should also produce additional tables and benches, aside from their use for meals and lessons. They could serve for meetings or joyful occasions in the village. The foremost concern remains the children's education. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest. This year, we shall commence preparations. No, we shall erect the building this year. We must swiftly gather the land. Once the land is secured, all tasks must progress rapidly. The earthen bricks can be made at night. With some overtime, I believe there will be no objections. We aim to complete everything this year so that next year, we may attend to other matters. Why the urgency? Uncured earthen bricks may suffer from moisture, which would be detrimental to the structure. Historically, the bricks were quite thick. Thus, let us reduce their thickness to 1/3. This will expedite drying, and by incorporating more straw, we shall ensure sufficient tensile strength. My intention in suggesting we complete much before the snow arrives is to prepare for the spring. We cannot rely solely on nature for sustenance. If we can cultivate some of the vast open land on the field, it may yield more grain, even in the face of natural disasters. Access to water for irrigation will be more convenient. Meng Fanxing fixed her gaze on Mr. Qiao's eyes. What about the children's education? Teachers, learning materials, and books all require funding. Here is my thought. The county has a youth league, and the town has one too. Our brigade should establish a youth branch similar to the party branch, as this represents the future and hope of our nation. Meng Fanxing did not respond in accordance with old Master Qiao's expectations. Instead, he asked, what exactly do you mean? Just tell me directly. Old Master Qiao felt a bit impatient. In the future, Dia needed to take action or seek recommendations from above to secure a promising future. Thus, the village's youth league was established under his leadership. Through the organizational activities of the youth league, the educated youth could be sent in batches to teach the children, allowing Dia to learn alongside them. This would also serve as a political achievement, wouldn't it? Moreover, the educated youth in the village could work during busy seasons and study during idle times. Only by acquiring more knowledge could they assist the village in the future. However, they would eventually leave, just as you would, right? It is unrealistic to expect them to remain rooted in our team indefinitely. Who knows when policies might change? Perhaps there will be a shift as soon as next year. Old Master Qiao's eyes dimmed as he spoke. While the situation was indeed as he described. Have you ever contemplated this question? Suppose, hypothetically, that the country might recall them to the cities one day or restore the college entrance examination system. At the very least, we should provide them with time to study or review. This would place us at the forefront of the nation, or at least within our province or county. Wouldn't Diya's achievements be monumental? Once these individuals leave Kaoshan Tan, will they remember the kindness of the old and young here, and the benefits bestowed by Diya? Meng Fanxing fell silent. Old Master Qiao remained quiet, and Meng Fanxing could only wait in silence, perhaps allowing him time to ponder the matter and weigh its pros and cons. For only by understanding his intentions could he truly grasp the benefits for the village. Knowing this, one could firmly establish oneself here, living comfortably for a few years while awaiting the thrilling opportunity of the restored college entrance examinations. What is your true purpose in this? Old Master Qiao fixed his gaze on Meng Fanxing. What benefits do you seek? Meng Fanxing pointed to himself, feeling an overwhelming urge to cry. Why had he worked so hard only to be met with suspicion? It was truly absurd. Do you think I need to attend the Worker-Peasant-Soldier University with the knowledge I possess? After completing that school, what will I truly learn? To work in a factory tightening screws? Meng Fanxing chuckled. So what do you truly desire? He pressed. There is no one else here. Speak honestly with me. Old Master Qiao's expression grew grave, as if the mere thought of Meng Fanxing withholding the truth might prompt him to call out and have the militia take him away. First, I want to find some stability here. I don't want to be bullied. Second, I wish to accomplish something. Consider this your territory. I am simply striving and making an effort. What is wrong with that? At worst, I'll settle down here. However, I have my own plans to achieve greater things and earn more money. Isn't that sufficient? Meng Fanxing had never anticipated such profound suspicion and scrutiny from a team leader. Was he perceived as a villain? Did he not harbor any other thoughts? Was he perhaps enamored with Dia? Lord Xiao's gaze bore down on Meng Fanxing like that of a ravenous wolf, conveying a silent threat that any such notion would be met with dire consequences. Lord Xiao, consider this. I am a child of the military district. What subversive ideas could I possibly entertain? Wouldn't that merely incite animosity towards my parents and siblings? I am but 18 years old, and my sole desire is to secure enough sustenance. Who would willingly abandon the comforts of home for this desolate place? Though Meng Fanxing refrained from mentioning Dia, his insinuations were unmistakable. I remained perplexed. Surely, your actions must serve a greater purpose? Lord Xiao, my singular aim is to survive. The living conditions are set to deteriorate year by year. The meteorological department in Beijing predicts a drought in the coming years. Would you wish to experience the pangs of hunger? Meng Fanxing sighed deeply. He pondered for a moment before continuing. Your hunger implies my own, as well. Regardless of my aspirations, consider the reality. Venturing outside requires a letter of introduction. As a young intellectual sent to the countryside, you can only provide me with a letter for visiting home. What else can you offer? Am I to wander aimlessly like a vagrant? Furthermore, I have my own plans for the future, contingent upon my ability to safeguard myself. I believe you. Should you require anything, feel free to ask. Lord Xiao finally relaxed. I seek nothing from you, merely permission to work in the cattle shed, to explore the feasibility of winter vegetable cultivation in greenhouses, to assist in caring for the livestock, and to find a tranquil environment. As for our previous discussion, let it remain between us. I agree. Alas, I can empathize with your current sentiments, Lord Xiao sighed. Fully aware of Meng Fanxing's plight, as a young intellectual thrust into this situation. After all, survival was paramount. Children require books and supplies for school, which incur considerable expenses. You focus on your tasks. I shall devise a solution, Lord Xiao said, preparing to leave, his hands now turned behind him, suggesting a waning of suspicion. Lord Xiao, I have a plan regarding finances. Adhering strictly to your approach would be challenging, Meng Fanxing stated candidly, not sparing Lord Xiao's feelings. What scheme could you possibly have? You are a young man in unfamiliar territory. Well, have you noticed the pickled vegetables I have prepared? They represent a profitable venture in the city. The surrounding production teams must have an abundance of cabbage and radishes that they cannot consume or choose not to eat. This is my path to prosperity. Meng Fanxing smiled, sensing a fleeting glimmer of hope in Lord Xiao's eyes. Pray tell, to whom do you intend to sell these goods? Who would be inclined to purchase this? Once consumed, it will inevitably lead to its own creation. Are you perhaps placing too much significance on yourself? Such words should not be uttered. As long as I acquire what I desire, I shall elevate this spicy cabbage to new heights, a feat even the most skilled chefs cannot replicate. This is my secret. Is what you say true? Am I jesting with you? This is a matter of great importance concerning the children. What do you require? Perhaps apples or pear apples, along with white sugar and syrup. These items are indeed difficult to procure and necessitate documentation. We do possess a few sugar tickets allocated by the village to our team. But as for apples, we truly have none. Mr. Qiao finds himself in a predicament. No need for concern. I shall investigate this further. Once we conclude the winter storage arrangements here, I will send someone to the city where these items can be found, and I have ways to acquire them. Meng Fanxing smiled again. However, our village lacks sufficient funds. Without money, matters become challenging. I will find a solution. With money, one can accomplish tasks, and without it, one must navigate accordingly. Everything is within my grasp. By the way, what about the guns and ammunition? Yes, can we request a few more rounds? Meng Fanxing's thoughts were consumed by this. Quick cash requires bullets. As for ammunition, that is not a concern. We can simply claim that we fired a few extra rounds to drive off the bears. Retrieving a few packs of cigarettes from the village is merely a matter of words. What are your plans, young man? Mr. Qiao inquired, perplexed. I intend to hunt a few wild boars for profit. Isn't that a way to secure capital? Young Meng, do you understand how challenging those creatures are to hunt? Even the tigers and bears in the mountains steer clear of wild boars. Are you truly contemplating such a dangerous endeavor? Our seasoned hunters avoid them entirely. Those beasts are fierce. Mr. Qiao, I have a plan. As long as I have access to the guns and ammunition, along with a few experienced hunters, I believe this will resolve all our dilemmas and yield profit. Meng Fanxing spoke with a hint of excitement, his arms raised in fervor. Alas, I must contemplate this matter further and discuss it with accountant Feng. This is no trivial issue, and I cannot afford to jest. Mr. Qiao lowered his voice, issuing a warning. I do not speak falsehoods. I hail from a military compound. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Let us set this matter aside for now. The cellar is nearly excavated as well, and I estimate it will be completed by this afternoon. I have also inquired with the carpenter, and preparations there are nearly finished. The hay cutter from the brigade will arrive by noon. How shall you arrange this? Mr. Qiao seemed to be conversing with himself while seeking Meng Fanxing's input. Let us commence cutting hay this evening. The corn stalks cannot await drying any longer, as the moisture is just right. I anticipate that within a day and night, we can fill both winter storage pits completely, sealing them for half a month until they are ready for use, by which time the weather will have turned colder. Very well, I will organize the workers. Mr. Qiao concluded and departed, as he was taken aback by this young intellectual's plans. For even the seasoned hunters would not dare speak in such a manner. After Mr. Qiao departed, Meng Fanxing made a gesture of encouragement to himself. If he could take a gun up the mountain to hunt, he was confident of a bountiful harvest. After all, in his previous life, he had engaged in such activities numerous times, driven not by the pursuit of wealth, but by a sense of curiosity. Now, presented with the opportunity to shoot, how could he possibly decline? He held aloft the banner of justice. For it was all in the name of gathering funds for the children in the mountains to attend school, a cause more worthy than any other. Why did my father leave? I saw him speaking to you with such excitement. Did you intentionally provoke him? Ere you approached, her mischievous nature evident. Yet her intelligence shone through as she often interrupted her father's work with her antics. Do I dare to anger Mr. Qiao? Just look at my face. Can it withstand a beating? My father's fierce hand has given Lungzi his fair share of punishment. And that large behind of his has faced many kicks. Otherwise, why do you think he looks so frightened when he sees my father? Arya spoke with a blend of pride and childish delight, relishing the tales she knew. Indeed, do you think I would dare offend him? I believe you would. Your boldness surpasses that of anyone else. Everyone in our village behaves respectfully in front of my father, yet you converse with him so casually. Arya tilted her head, pondering. This is a serious matter. I am not being frivolous. Which of your eyes saw that? I saw it, so don't deny it. Tonight we begin cutting grass. The winter storage pit will soon be ready for use. Meng Fanxing hastily shifted the topic, fearing that the little girl would compel him to rehash their previous exchange. Really? That sounds splendid. I want to go too. Go for what? Everyone will be working, and it will be in the dark. Do you understand how late we might be out? It's a nighttime job. Tomorrow, we can work nearly all day. You should stay at home. I want tea. Arya insisted, her stubbornness evident as she pouted adorably. I will go tonight. Don't try to distract me. I want to see how you do things. In the future, when we store for winter, I want to direct everyone. Meng Fanxing smacked his forehead, realizing her intentions. This girl was quite the little official, eager to oversee even the simplest tasks. Was this talent inherited from her father, or was it a trait shared by their entire family? Tomorrow, all the commands will be yours. But do you realize that in the dark, we might encounter bears? It's no joking matter. Bears can come even in broad daylight. Meng Fanxing was genuinely exasperated with the little girl. When I get tired or sleepy, you can just send me home. It's no big deal. Meng Fanxing now felt truly helpless. This little girl was like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Once attached, it was impossible to shake her off. Had it been the same in his previous life? Meng Fanxing reflected on the fact that in his previous life, he had little interaction with the young girl. Even the few visits to their home were quite rare. Was this a privilege of the reincarnated, or perhaps a manifestation of his newfound charm, causing everyone to orbit around him? This notion left him somewhat perplexed. Moreover, Sister Qin's ability to convey his words to old Master Qiao served as a fortuitous assist for him. After managing the affairs within the team, Meng Fanxing stepped out, with the young girl eagerly trailing at his side, balancing two aluminum basins, sometimes walking backward while conversing with him, and at other times enthusiastically trying to please him. She resembled a loyal shadow, reminding Meng Fanxing of his time in the military compound. His younger sister, Meng Fanxing, was similarly close in age, making it entirely natural for children to play together. A sigh escaped him. Do you dislike me now? Arya's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. He was reminded of his sister, who was a few years older and had also walked beside him, and he missed her dearly. Wondering what she was doing now and if she thought of him too, Meng Fanxing's gaze drifted to a yellow dog wandering through the village, its tail tucked between its legs as it patrolled its territory. Are you homesick? At your age, still longing for home. Aren't you ashamed? Arya scratched her nose, her eyes squinting into a narrow slit, a charming smile lighting up her face, reminiscent of his sister's laughter. Meng Fanxing continued to walk mechanically forward, uncertain of his destination, his feet following the dirt path of the village. It wasn't until the two figures, one large and one small, arrived at the edge of the river that Meng Fanxing became aware of how he had ended up there. Turning to Arya, who was blinking her big eyes at him, he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Arya felt a bit flustered, as the gaze of the young intellectual was somewhat disconcerting in their remote surroundings. Meng Fanxing reached out a large hand to ruffle Arya's hair. You know about the wild duck nests in the fields, right? This simple question ignited Arya's enthusiasm. She immediately perked up and dashed toward the nearby fields. For a child growing up in the vast northern wilderness, the most delightful activities included gathering wild duck eggs, fishing in the river, catching shrimp, and foraging for wild vegetables. These were all within the realm of their expertise, and the mere mention of such pursuits filled her with glee. Although Meng Fanxing had not intended to search for wild duck eggs today, now that the topic had been brought up, he decided to give it a try. After all, with the onset of autumn, the little wild ducks would not survive. They would either freeze to death or perish shortly after hatching. Bringing some home for a meal wouldn't be a bad idea. Two figures, one large and one small, had already ventured into the wilderness. Meng Fanxing cautiously felt his way forward, fully aware of the dangers lurking in this treacherous terrain, where muddy pits could ensnare a person and lead to dire consequences. Observing Arya recklessly charging ahead, he hurriedly called out a warning to be careful of the mud pits and to proceed with caution. Fear gripped Meng Fanxing as cold sweat trickled down his back. If Arya were to fall into a pit, how could he possibly explain it to her father? Lord Qiao, I frequently traverse this area. I know where to step. Am I unfamiliar with mud pits? But wait, how do you know about them? You have only just arrived here, he questioned, noticing the little girl standing there, her large eyes filled with confusion. You foolish one, do you not know who I am? I possess knowledge and am well aware of many things here. Surely, the wisdom in books surpasses that of a mere child. Meng Fanxing chuckled, masking his deception. Knowing he had no other choice, the two proceeded cautiously deeper into the wilderness until they stumbled upon their first nest of wild duck eggs. Arya was about to shout in excitement when Meng Fanxing swiftly covered her mouth, for he had spotted a dark silhouette not far away. He urged the little girl to remain silent, cradling her in his arms as she squirmed, but her gaze met his, and she realized something was amiss. Do not speak. There is a wild boar over there, accompanied by several piglets. We must not startle them. It could be fatal. In a previous life, he had encountered wild boars and had proven to be quite skilled with a firearm. Wild boars epitomized savagery, embodying fierce and reckless combatants. Should one confront them armed with a gun or a stick, congratulations. You had unwittingly attracted the attention of a formidable opponent, plunging yourself into a perilous situation. Meng Fanxing glanced back at the path they had taken. If he and Arya were to sprint back to the small mound near the village, it would take at least 20 minutes at full speed. He was uncertain of how far Arya could run, but given his own leg's condition, he knew he wouldn't be able to go far before being targeted by the boar, sealing his fate. The shadow of death loomed over them both. Arya, seemingly unfazed, exhibited her carefree nature, embodying the essence of ignorance and fearlessness. Even if one were armed with a gun, a confrontation with a wild boar would not deter its frenzied assault. It would only incite its wrath. Arya, heed my words and refrain from speaking loudly. Let us quietly retreat. My legs cannot carry me swiftly, and should it notice us, you must run home as fast as you can and call for help. Meng Fanxing whispered urgently in her ear. It is of no consequence. This fellow is rather foolish. One can easily tell that his sole focus is on eating. Enough. I possess a greater understanding of wild boar behavior than you. Heed my words. Should you disregard my advice, you may as well cease following me, for I shall not share my potatoes with you. Meng Fanxing was left with no choice but to unveil his trump card, resorting to the meager advantage of those potatoes in a moment of desperation. Very well, wait a moment while I stow away these wild duck eggs, Arya declared, her small hands already reaching out to seize 2 eggs, placing them in her jacket pocket, and playfully turning to make a face at Meng Fanxing. Such ignorance and fearlessness are indeed astonishing. It is baffling how such a sprightly child could emerge from the venerable Lord Xiao, who is otherwise so composed. Is it possible that this little girl is not of his bloodline? Do you truly have the presence of mind to pursue wild duck eggs at a time like this? Is the value of your life less than that of a mere duck egg? Just as Meng Fanxing contemplated pulling Arya away, her tiny hand reached out again, extracting more eggs from the nest. This small action inevitably caused a disturbance. Not far away, the great wild boar, alerted by the noise, lifted its head and scanned the surroundings, uncertain of the source of the sound. It emitted grunts, signaling a warning to its young offspring, its beady black eyes darting about. At this moment, Meng Fanxing felt an overwhelming desire to chastise this reckless child, whose lack of awareness was truly alarming. If the wild boar were to set its sights on them, it would spell doom for both him and the little girl, marking the end of their existence as they would become prey to the beast, even armed with a firearm. Should the boar hear the shot and not be struck in the heart or head, it would charge relentlessly, undeterred by any initial attempt to repel it. A single charge would not suffice. It would return again, seeking vengeance with unwavering ferocity. What constitutes a martyr? The wild boar embodies such a relentless spirit, willing to eliminate its adversary without hesitation. Arya, in her own way, is another embodiment of this reckless bravery, prompting Meng Fanxing to exhale a resigned sigh. A gust of wind swept through, causing tall reeds to lean towards Meng Fanxing. He pressed a hand gently on Arya's small head, lowering himself cautiously, fearful of being detected. Fortunately, the wind was blowing towards them. Had it been directed towards the boar, their human scent would have surely been revealed. At this moment, Arya, her chubby little hands covering her pockets, bore no trace of fear, her face lit with joy, which tightened Meng Fanxing's heart with a sense of inevitable fate rising within him. He observed as the wild boar, after a brief pause, recognized the rustling of the reeds as merely the wind and relaxed its vigilance, resuming its low grunting while teaching its offspring the art of foraging for delectable sustenance. Meng Fanxing understood that they must flee immediately, racing against time. He turned Arya's face towards him, his gaze shifting to one of sternness and unwavering resolve, signaling her to bend low and retreat cautiously. Chapter 39. Wait for me. Arya had come to comprehend Meng Fanxing's intentions. Her petite form swiftly darted from under Meng Fanxing's arm, retracing her steps as she began to jog lightly. The dry reeds crunched beneath her feet, and the great wild boar raised its massive, elongated face, vigilantly scanning its surroundings. Meng Fanxing remained utterly still, grasping a stone beside him. He understood that this stone would be of no real use, yet he clutched it tightly, his gaze fixed warily on the boar, waiting for it to lower its head and let down its guard. Time seemed to freeze as Meng Fanxing monitored the wild boar, which, in turn, remained alert, scanning the area. This time, it did not grunt. Evidently, it sensed the imminent danger encroaching upon it. Its long face, now twisted with fury, emanated a fierce glint from its eyes, though it could not discern the source of the threat or where it might be lurking. This was likely the turmoil within its mind. Meanwhile, Meng Fanxing dared not move. The little girl's silhouette continued to dart rapidly toward the earthen mound. She displayed a remarkable sense of caution, each step taken with utmost care, yet her speed was akin to that of a sprite flitting among the reeds. At this moment, Arya seemed to grasp the peril surrounding her, for it was only now that she felt a chill running down her spine, as if she were being hunted by a ferocious wolf. She could not afford to look back, for the pounding of her heart resonated loudly in her ears. She pressed forward, her head resolutely facing ahead, her small hands withdrawing from her pocket, no longer concerned whether the wild duck eggs within might crack or be lost. She had already sensed the same foreboding she had felt upon encountering the black bear with Meng Fanxing the previous morning. Her short legs continued to propel her forward as her mind fervently urged her to run faster. Yet reality did not bend to her encouragement. The earthen mound loomed ahead, appearing both close and distant. Why could she not reach it? At this juncture, Arya also discerned the reason behind Meng Fanxing's leg cramps, which had led to his fainting in the final moments. However, she possessed a brave heart, reassured by the knowledge that Meng Jiqing was still behind her, providing cover, likely drawing the wild boar's attention with his tender flesh. As the wild boar once again relaxed its vigilance, Meng Fanxing made his move. His actions unfolded in an agonizingly slow manner, reminiscent of a slow-motion sequence in a film. Each step he took was executed with utmost caution, lifting his legs with the same careful deliberation, fearing even the slightest sound. As I ventured over 20 meters, I spotted a little girl ahead, straining to maintain her swift pace. Meng Fanxing quickened his own stride, realizing that once they reached the edge of the Jiangchazi, even the wild boars would dare not approach, for that territory belonged to humans. He caught up with the girl, swiftly grasping her collar and accelerating once more. In that moment, Dier felt as if she were soaring through the air, her legs still churning beneath her. How am I flying? Have I sprouted wings? She squinted with delight, her small legs moving even faster, though a tightness around her neck made breathing slightly uncomfortable. Yet, in comparison to the peril trailing behind them, she relished this sensation of flight until they reached the brink of Jiangchazi. Exhausted, Meng Fanxing felt akin to a spent dog, burdened by the weight of a small, hefty bundle in his grasp, and the piercing pain in his legs intensified. What nonsense! If you can fly, then do it again. Do you think you're a butterfly? Meng Fanxing's face was a mix of anger and the lingering fear of their narrow escape. Why did you return? Am I merely a shield to protect you from the wild boar, to serve as its meal? He muttered, glancing back at the dense reeds swaying gently in the breeze, their white tufts dancing in the wind. Why did I even think that way? That sensation was exhilarating. I thought I was dreaming. Yet, the discomfort in my breathing makes me giggle, devoid of any real sense of peril. Dier's face flushed with excitement. It was you who lifted me. You can't deny it. Your little legs were flailing like a puppy's. Were you pretending to swim or thinking you had become immortal? Oh, I knew you would never abandon me to feed the wild boar. That creature's face is elongated, even longer than our village donkey's. I saw its tusks, truly menacing. If it bit my bottom, would it leave 2 gaping holes? Dier's carefree spirit was evident. It wouldn't just leave holes, it would take half your backside. Meng Fanxing grimaced, moving his feet despite the genuine pain coursing through him, a tearing agony that made him yearn to collapse on the ground, indifferent to everything, even being gored by a wild boar. However, he could not bear the thought of leaving this little bundle of energy to face danger alone. After all, he had lived a full life, and she had yet to grow up, to experience true happiness. Perhaps I should just take her home and never let her out again. Not a single wild duck egg had been lost. Yet, Dier's next utterance made Meng Fanxing want to slap himself. What kind of reasoning is that? Is she even human? Ah, your little mind knows about wild duck eggs, does it? Forget it, let us depart. Meng Fanxing did not wish to frighten the young girl any further. After all, her innocence rendered her fearless. Let her heart remain untroubled. So, what do you suggest I ponder? Should I contemplate how that wild boar might charge at me, or how half my backside might be bitten off? Hee. But you are here, are you not? I know you would never abandon me, for you do not strike me as someone who would. I, however, am just that sort of person. Look at my face, see the cold sweat glistening upon it? Hee, spare me the theatrics. If you were truly the sort to disregard others, why would you not flee first and leave me behind? You thought I wouldn't notice you hiding away? The little girl chuckled again. I wasn't suggesting you draw the fire away, but rather to run while shouting for he. Meng Fanxing suddenly burst into laughter, and the girl joined in with her own giggles. They resembled 2 carefree fools as they made their way to the dirt mound. Meng Fanxing could scarcely continue. His calves were truly aching, and he plopped down on the mound, gazing towards the area where the wild boar lurked, 1,000 meters away. Only then did they genuinely exhale in relief. The muscles in his calves felt as though they had been torn anew, a pain that was truly excruciating. Even through gritted teeth, cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Suddenly, he recalled the little bottle given to him by the old man Sunday. He reached into his pants pocket, finding nothing, but then extended his hand to the other pocket and finally discovered the small vial. Upon opening it, a slightly unpleasant odor wafted out. However, it was an external ointment, requiring no ingestion. He rolled up his pant leg, examining the swollen calf, where even the slightest touch sent waves of agony coursing through him. Are you not feeling any pain? Not a bit manly, not a hint of toughness. The little girl's words made Meng Fanxing wish to smack her a few times. How could she speak so casually about pain when she had never experienced it herself? What sort of person behaves like this? However, engaging in a debate with a young girl seemed utterly pointless. After all, he was her brother, her protector, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, lamenting the unfairness of the world. In his 2 excursions, he had encountered 2 formidable beasts, a black bear and a wild boar. Was his fate to be so harsh? Why did he always clash with such menacing creatures? Why not a few timid rabbits or foolish roe deer, or even a wild chicken? As for whether I am manly, do spare me your comments. Just tell me, does it hurt? This is the 2nd time. If one of those beasts were to chase me from behind, can you imagine the feeling? Would that be amusing? Whether it is enjoyable or not, I cannot say, but I do know that next time I accompany you, I shall insist my father bring a gun. Your luck is truly dismal. How is it that you continuously encounter these fearsome beasts? Was my encounter merely chance? Forget it. There is no point in discussing this with a child. Can you truly elucidate any reasoning to him? Is it truly necessary? Or should one simply tend to their own wounds? Look at your clumsiness. Even applying ointment is a drawn-out affair, as if you were dawdling like a child. Tell me, what use are you, and what else can you do? With a tone that mimics an adult, Arya snatched the small medicine bottle away. Her chubby fingers plunged into the bottle's opening, retrieving a bit of dark ointment, which she began to rub between her palms. Once the salve was adequately warmed, she commenced applying it to Meng Fanxing's calf, one stroke after another. Could you be gentler? That really hurts. Meng Fanxing winced. Enough. I've already told you. You're not tough at all, not a bit manly. Did I speak incorrectly? Arya giggled, her small hand scooping more ointment, massaging it onto the other calf with growing familiarity. Is it impossible for you to ease up? You seem to derive joy from my discomfort, don't you? Now, do you realize your leg is injured? Old Sun's ointment is the best remedy. We have a dozen or so people in our village who have healed using it. Just wait, you'll feel it soon. At first, it will be a burning sensation, then a cooling breeze. How do you know this? Have you ever sprained your foot? You're the one who sprained your foot. My father has used it several times. He doesn't whine like you do, she said, her brows unknitting and her eyes still twinkling with mirth, revealing her resilience. Though Arya's words were youthful, they bore a seriousness and a hint of pride. Am I not in pain? How am I being delicate? Should I just endure it in silence? Not utter a single word. Meng Fanxing protested, having been pressed too firmly by Arya. You must be strong. Even if it hurts, do not cry out. I am a girl. I might look down upon you. Just imagine how humiliating that would be. Arya chuckled, deliberately pinching the flesh of Meng Fanxing's calf, her grip a tad too forceful. Oh dear. Could you not be gentler? Are you doing this on purpose? My leg aches, and what does your being a girl have to do with it? Just because you're a girl, does that mean my leg will stop hurting? Meng Fanxing exclaimed. Can't you have a little dignity? Must you not endure the pain? In tales, it is said that Yu Fei bore his trials with a calm demeanor. Arya suddenly recalled the heroic story of Yu Fei. That is merely a tale. The blood and pain involved, what is interesting about that? Must one endure such suffering to be loyal to one's country? Is it foolish to scream a little to distract from the pain? Is that shameful? Shameful? It's already reached my grandmother's house. Just wait until you sprain your foot or suffer a muscle strain like mine. Let us see how you whine then. Meng Fanxing shot a knowing glance at the little girl, one that conveyed a message understood between them. All right, it will be over soon. Do you feel a bit of warmth now? Strangely enough, it is a bit warm, though not quite the burning sensation you described. Precisely. It will hurt more shortly. Just endure it a little longer. Chapter 40. Why are you silent? What do you mean? Are you plotting against me? Meng Fanxing indeed felt a faint yet persistent pain, as if ants were scurrying within the muscles of her leg. This was certain. The ointment crafted by the old man's son was renowned far and wide, and with time, you would come to understand its efficacy. This little old man, remarkably, charged not a single coin. So, does this mean I have ensnared you, allowing me to further explore this sensation? You said it yourself. Hee. Do you harbor thoughts of being mistreated? Are you seeking pity? The conversation had reached a deadlock, leaving no room for further discourse. Meng Fanxing fixed her gaze upon the girl, her resentment palpable, rendering any further words futile. Why are you still silent? The girl seemed either purposely evasive or was simply relishing Meng Fanxing's predicament. How am I to continue the conversation when you have extinguished all light? Are you implying that I am seeking pity or that I am a masochist? You said it, not I. You truly lack sensibility. Do you not think I am providing you an escape? Am I not being considerate? When you speak to me this way, does your heart not ache? Alas, it is indeed challenging to be a good person. Meng Fanxing was profoundly distressed, finding it increasingly difficult to engage with this girl. The two sat atop a high ridge, exchanging idle banter. Strangely enough, this dark, foul-smelling ointment proved quite effective. Over time, the excruciating pain in her calves gradually dulled, eventually fading to numbness. With only the skin on her calves turning red, it appears that this remarkable ointment has its merits. Perhaps it was the playful banter with the girl that distracted Meng Fanxing, for she no longer felt the sharp agony. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had risen high above, signaling mealtime according to the customs of the village. The girl's stomach audibly protested, betraying her hunger. Let us return for a meal, she laughed awkwardly. Feeling a flush of embarrassment. I thought you were rather carefree, with an untroubled heart and mind. You're the one who is carefree. How can a grown man speak so to a young girl? Do you not realize how offensive that is? Not everyone in our village shares your perspective. As she spoke, the girl laughed heartily, her innocence causing Meng Fanxing to affectionately ruffle her hair. Meng Fanxing's gait was somewhat peculiar, yet the ointment had indeed penetrated her calves, alleviating the previous excruciating pain. As she ambled along, the girl had completely forgotten about her bowl left behind. Meng Fanxing also forgot the rice bowl. It was only when the two of them arrived at the entrance of the courtyard that the realization struck them. However, both had forgotten precisely where they had lost the bowl. Nevertheless, the young girl's pocket remained plump, for the wild duck eggs were still nestled within. In our rice bowl? Meng Fanxing glanced at Arya's empty hands. I don't know, did I not give it to you? Arya looked at Meng Fanxing, her eyes brimming with confusion. Did you give it to me? Think carefully. I remember you had it when we left the team. You didn't lose it, did you? Meng Fanxing too was at a loss, unable to recall when the two bowls had been misplaced. Frowning, he pondered, yes. I believe we didn't take them when we left. I've forgotten as well. I truly cannot remember. Stop thinking about it. When we get to the team, we can check. If they're not there, we can borrow one. We can share a bowl like little pigs, eating from the same dish. Arya's eyes sparkled with mirth. Alas, you really are carefree. Will you end up losing yourself one day? Meng Fanxing dismissed such thoughts. His mind was a muddled mess, unsure if he had taken the bowls. Am I going to lose myself? Don't be ridiculous. You should consider who I am and who my father is. At this point, Meng Fanxing could only slap his forehead in exasperation. How could someone so young be so reckless? Was he to become like many privileged ones, leading their fathers into trouble? Or was Master Qiao merely raising a child destined to cause chaos? Regardless, Meng Fanxing sensed that Arya was no ordinary girl. She was carefree and boisterous, living life in a manner that could indeed lead to trouble. Soon, Master Qiao and the workers returned, each holding a rice bowl, squatting in the corners of the courtyard, heads bowed in their meals. Master Qiao scanned the area but was unable to spot his precious daughter or the young Meng Jiqing. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. Had some young intellectual whisked away his beloved daughter? Had their earlier conversation prompted someone to kidnap her? As he wrestled with these thoughts, he saw his cherished daughter supporting the limping young Meng Jiqing as they entered through the gate. At that moment, Master Qiao's heart, which had been suspended in dread, finally settled. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This was an unfamiliar sensation. What if his fears were realized? How would he cope? Would he follow in Xiaolan's footsteps, plunging into the roaring river to appease the river god? He dared not contemplate it further. Nor could he bear to look at his daughter, his eyes clouded with tears. Arya remains as carefree and cheerful as ever, while Daya, upon seeing Arya return, is filled with ire, stamping her foot in frustration. This is due to the fact that as soon as she stepped outside, she noticed a gleaming bowl atop the earthen mound. Approaching it, she discovered there were indeed two bowls, and immediately understood the implications. Yet she could not find the two individuals anywhere nearby. Assuming that Arya, in her playful nature, had carelessly left the bowls there, an occurrence that has happened more than once, she thought little of it and took them away, intending to inquire about it during mealtime. However, upon seeing Arya and Meng Jiqing enter with jovial expressions, her anger flared once more. Where have you been? What is it that you have in your pocket? Daya approached, chiding her sister, and instantly noticed the bulging pocket that resembled a duck egg, thus comprehending everything at once. Look what I found, Arya exclaimed, eager to reveal the wild duck eggs she had discovered, only to be halted by a significant glance from Daya. After all, at Arya's tender age, some tasks were permissible. But she could not be allowed to wander about aimlessly like a wayward child. Realizing the gravity of her sister's gaze, Arya stuck out her little tongue and hastily took the bowl, proceeding alongside Meng Fanxing towards Old Sun's place to fetch their meals. They walked silently toward Dia, Qinggu, and Zhang Qiuyue. I would like to say a few words. Old Xiao coughed softly before beginning his address. This autumn, we must hasten our harvest. I have conferred with Accountant Feng, and we plan to construct a house on the open land ahead. Although we can manage our meals now, come winter, when the snow falls, we will be unable to enjoy a warm meal. Thus, we have resolved to build the house this year. When not dining, the children can also use it for studying. I wonder if anyone has considered that our children are growing up without even knowing their own names, let alone being able to write them. It is truly lamentable. As old Xiao spoke of this lamentable situation, a glimmer of light shone in the eyes of the crowd. For they too were illiterate, yet they held great respect for those with education. After all, they were unaware of their yearly work points, and discontent brewed in their hearts. Their children spent their days idling in the streets or at home, and if they could acquire some knowledge, they would be considered educated individuals. This was their aspiration previously. There had been no means, but now, with the captain's initiative, there was no excuse for not learning. We also need to establish a youth league, a branch. Indeed, a youth league branch. According to its organizational principles, Xiao Huiling will serve as the leader, with Meng Fanxing and Meng Jiqing as deputies. Accountant Feng and I have discussed this. There are only the two of us as party members in our team, and the youth league branch cannot consist solely of 2 members. Therefore, we will recruit the youths from the educated youth points, as well as Lungzi, Zhang Reinek, Si Malu, Hia, and others to become members, teaching the children in classes organized by the branch. That one, young Meng Jiqing. Old Xiao called out to Meng Fanxing, who was squatting to the side, his meaning quite clear as they divided the responsibilities. Captain Xiao, I am here. Meng Fanxing stood up and raised his right hand. You and Xiao Huiling should discuss among yourselves to determine if there are individuals within our educated youth group or in our village who are suitable to teach the children. You both must take the lead in this endeavor, as it is of utmost importance for our team and significantly impacts our village. I am aware that Meng Fanxing is quite cooperative, addressing Xiao Lao Yi and the entire assembly, affirming that they will adhere to the captain's directives and strive to fulfill the task at hand. Young Meng's attitude is commendable. He is indeed exceptional. The pickled vegetables that everyone enjoys are prepared by him, a worthy endeavor that deserves encouragement. Additionally, his expertise in winter storage is something we had not anticipated. The winter storage process will commence this evening, addressing the needs of livestock during the harsh winter. I hope that all members of our team can emulate young Meng's spirit of contribution. As Xiao Captain spoke, her gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, searching for any dissent or opposition to this significant announcement. It is her customary practice to gauge the reactions of others when declaring important matters. Many bowed their heads in silence, even team leader Zhang, who felt genuine regret over his precarious position as a team leader of the educated youth. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that the new arrival, young Meng, had already captured Xiao Laoye's favor. Others were equally hesitant, as they lacked the standing to oppose. Young Meng had accomplished much, while they had merely lingered for an extended period without making any noteworthy contributions, often lagging behind in their efforts. Noticing that no one opposed or raised their hands, Xiao Captain proceeded to serve herself food. Reflecting her approach to organizing meetings, she shares her thoughts, finds satisfaction, and asserts her authority, solidifying the decision at hand. However, as she began to eat, many engaged in hushed conversations. Some regarded this as a positive development, others dismissed it, and a few were particularly excited, especially the female educated youth, who saw teaching children as an excellent opportunity, one that required no physical labor yet still earned work points. Several male educated youth, who fancied their educational backgrounds, were also intrigued by the prospect. After all, they were reluctant to toil in the fields under the scorching sun, sweating like beasts of burden. Numerous individuals shared this sentiment. Among the 20 or so educated youth in the team, some had graduated from high school, others from junior high, and some were entirely uneducated, all yearning to escape labor and its accompanying hardships. The decision-making power now rested with young Meng and Dia. The first to sidle up to Meng Fanxing was Lungzi, eager to seize the opportunity for learning. He approached with a playful demeanor, squatting beside Meng Fanxing with an overly cheerful expression that bordered on flattery. "Brother, can I study like the others?" he inquired, grinning broadly at Meng Fanxing. "How could it be otherwise? During our idle farming seasons, we organize literacy programs for individuals like you, enabling them to at least recognize and write their own names. while also learning some basic characters. Meng Fanxing smiled, finding this earnest young man quite commendable for his ambition. I am certainly eager to learn. Please teach me more. Of course, I shall instruct you in the ways of culture just as I do with others. As long as you are willing to learn, the time is always right. Once the house is completed, I will personally ensure you receive special attention in your studies. Meng Fanxing expressed her fondness for this straightforward young man. What does this mean? Are you trying to curry favor with little Meng, the educated youth? Lingzi's teasing was unrelenting. You, little brat, don't you also intend to participate in the learning? He retorted without hesitation, fully aware that Arya despised both studying and labor. Others quietly shifted their positions, subtly gravitating towards Meng Fanxing, including both educated youths and the younger folks from the village, for they recognized that the most influential voices belonged to Ya and Meng, the educated youth. Arya found herself excluded from this circle, sulking alone with her bowl of food, her lips protruding in discontent as she nestled closer to her father, her large eyes blinking with a sense of grievance, the food in her bowl having lost its appeal. Are you off to collect wild duck eggs? Xiao Leoi shot a sharp glance at his precious daughter. How do you know, father? You wouldn't believe it. The wild boar has come down from the mountain, only a few hundred meters away. If it weren't for Meng, the educated youth, covering for me to make my escape, we would have surely been gored by that wild boar. It was truly terrifying, Arya exclaimed, as if recounting a recent event, her chubby hands patting her chest. What? It has come down? How many? Xiao Leoi's composure faltered. A large one accompanied by a litter of piglets. I saw its tusks quite clearly, and its eyes were filled with menace, she replied. Are you all right? Xiao Leoi inquired, concerned for his daughter's well-being, fearing she might have been frightened. I'm perfectly fine. Just look at me. Little Meng, the educated youth, was indeed in disarray, his calves cramping from fear, grimacing in pain, a truly embarrassing sight. Arya excitedly began to describe Meng Fanxing's embarrassing moment. Be quiet. Do you not realize that little Meng was covering for you? He risked being torn apart by the wild boar for your sake. You must understand that a wild boar with piglets is the fiercest of all. If it had spotted you, do you comprehend the consequences? Clearly, Xiao Leoi understood the gravity of the situation. Well, little Meng knows more than you do. He certainly warned me about the ferocity of that wild boar, and he was kind enough to let me escape first while providing cover. Truly, this companion is remarkable. Arya continued, oblivious to the near-death experience she had narrowly avoided. As I observed his return, I couldn't help but notice, much to my dismay, that his injuries had indeed worsened. Alas, you are such a source of worry. You ought to return home directly this afternoon. And you are not permitted to approach Master Qiao again, who is glaring at Arya. This simply won't do. I had made arrangements with Xiao Meng to accompany me to the winter storage pit, for he is to impart his knowledge of winter storage techniques to me. I must master this skill. Do you assume I am simply idle? Arya shook her little fist, puffing out her chest proudly, her youthful face glowing with enthusiasm. Master Qiao slapped his forehead, a look of profound anguish upon his countenance. This troublesome girl has truly matured and grown wise. How is it that with this rascal's arrival, everyone has undergone such a remarkable transformation? Not to mention, even the foolish Erlong is tailing him like a loyal dog. It must be acknowledged that he possesses an undeniable grip on the changes within the village. He is acutely aware of even the slightest stirrings. Now, his most capable henchman has become. Just wait by the winter storage pit. I shall come to fetch you later, and you absolutely must not wander about. Master Qiao relented. Rest assured, those wild duck eggs. Please take them home, Arya instructed, pointing to her little pocket and winking at her father, implying that he understood her intentions and that no one else should catch sight of them. Silly girl, just look at how bulging your pocket is. They are all too conspicuous. Do you think you can deceive anyone? Do you believe that you are the only clever one in this world? That big girl is even more foolish than I. She gestured for me not to reveal them. Haraha, old Xiao, you have truly gained some face today. Accountant Feng erupted into laughter upon hearing Arya's innocent remarks. A smirk plastered on his face, causing Master Qiao to cover his eyes in embarrassment. Get out of here, he scolded. This afternoon, you will stick with Xiao Meng and learn properly. Master Qiao was genuinely mortified. With such visibly bulging pockets, what could he possibly hope to conceal? What could he say to make anyone misunderstand the situation? How tragic, these two foolish girls. All right, father, you can rest easy. I am Xiao Meng's first apprentice. Arya puffed out her little chest once more, prompting Accountant Feng to double over with laughter, tears streaming down his face. After lunch, Erlong led a dozen or so men tasked with digging the winter storage pit, carrying several bundles of plastic sheeting as they walked ahead. He was supported by Arya, limping towards the ridge. It was said that the grass cutter would arrive shortly, allowing work to commence in the afternoon. A throng of eager workers arrived at the new location for the cattle shed. I must say, the diligence of the workers today is truly commendable. The winter storage pit was excavated to perfection, the bottom meticulously cleared, and even the surrounding walls were neatly trimmed, resembling blocks of tofu. The grass cutter had arrived, with the tractor hauling a tilted chute, which Meng Fanxing recognized all too well as he began coordinating the installation. The winter storage pit had already been leveled, and the grass cutter was promptly unloaded and secured in place. Ergo, please take the master to the team for a meal first. We must not lose our manners. Meng Fanxing instructed. I need to adjust the blade spacing of the chaff cutter. The tractor driver refused. No worries, go have your meal. I can handle this. You've traveled quite a distance. Take a break and get some rest. Meng Fanxing had not engaged in such tasks for a long time, and his hands were itching to work. Are you serious? This is no joke, the tractor driver said, looking at Meng Fanxing with skepticism. His expression conveyed disbelief, suggesting, I've been at this for years and still haven't figured it out. How can a young fellow like you, all delicate and tender, surpass my experience? Rest assured. Let me show you a thing or two. Meng Fanxing confidently opened the blade compartment and swiftly retrieved a wrench from the toolbox to adjust the blade's distance. This display left the driver astonished. Brother, you truly have skills. You're impressive. I'll head over for a meal now. I'm quite hungry. Just call me if anything comes up. The tractor driver, now genuinely convinced, followed the simpleton away. Meng Fanxing began organizing a dozen individuals to lay plastic sheets along the winter storage pit's orientation. The scissors in Arya's hands were put to good use, and by the time both pits were covered, nearly an hour had passed. With corn stalks being brought in below, Meng Fanxing grasped the crank handle and started the engine. With a series of muffled gasps, the machine roared to life the moment the crank disengaged from the engine's teeth. Without needing further instruction, the dozen workers took their positions, tossing bundle after bundle of corn stalks into the machine's mouth. Meng Fanxing raised his arm at the outlet, grasping a handful of freshly chopped corn stalks. Instantly, he felt the quality of the material. It was indeed excellent, uniform in length, and although slightly soft to the touch, the stalks had lost their rigidity, making them ideal for winter storage fermentation. If the stalks had been stored a fortnight earlier, it would have been perfect, but it was unavoidable. Some moisture had been lost. Meng Fanxing observed the diligent efforts of the workers. Hey, how do you know so much, big brother? Arya nudged Meng Fanxing with her elbow. What did you say? The roar of the engine drowned out her voice, forcing him to shout towards the excited little girl beside him, tilting his head to look at her bright, eager face. I said, big brother, is there too much wax in your ears? I spoke so loudly, yet you couldn't hear me. Let me ask you again. How do you know so much? Arya shouted, cupping her chubby little hands around Meng Fanxing's ear. Guess what? Hee, big brother knows even more. Meng Fanxing puffed out his chest, mimicking Arya's playful gesture, as if to flaunt his remarkable abilities. Cut it out. You have your own areas of ignorance too, humph. Arya replied, slightly displeased. The chaff cutter continued to devour the corn stalks, spewing out fine grass shavings that were directly deposited into the winter storage pit. Those below wielded wooden shovels, diligently pushing the material to the side and compacting it, as per Meng Fanxing's instructions. Observing everything being carried out according to their own wishes, Meng Fanxing ventured a short distance away to find a stone upon which to sit. Arya followed closely behind like a devoted shadow, heedlessly settling beside Meng Fanxing, her eyes shimmering with envy like twinkling stars. Yi, guiding the ox cart laden with corn stalks, glimpsed Meng Fanxing from afar and waved his arm in greeting. Meng Fanxing, still recovering from a leg injury, merely returned the gesture without rising. As Yi approached with the cart, he directly loosened the wide belt beneath the ox's belly, unloading a full cart of corn stalks. After reattaching the ox to the cart and setting it aside, he strolled over with a beaming smile, observing Meng Fanxing and the little girl seated together. Meng Fanxing spoke first. It seems tonight we must labor late into the dusk to haul the corn stalks. Otherwise, we won't meet our needs. Not to worry, Yi replied. I have spoken with the other cart drivers. We will work through the first half of the night. The 8 or so carts will not hinder your important tasks here. The forage looks far superior to what we used to cut. The livestock will certainly benefit from it. Why was it not done this well before? Yi, having inexplicably grasped a handful of fodder, wore a delighted expression. You simply had not invited young Meng, the educated youth, over before. You may not know. Even the driver praised young Meng's skills, claiming he is exceptionally talented. Before Meng Fanxing could respond, Arya boldly interjected to her uncle. You silly girl. Why can't you speak properly? Must you say everything that comes to mind? Yi raised his whip slightly, but did not bring it down. As this was not the first time he had attempted to frighten his niece, Arya had grown resilient. I speak the truth. My elder brother is truly remarkable. Just look at him. He can cook, prepare for winter storage, and much more. Suddenly, Arya reached up to scratch the back of her father's head. Grinning foolishly, Arya, it's simply a matter of adjusting the blade spacing. Previously, the distance was too great, resulting in longer cuttings. Moreover, I have tested the blade's sharpness and adjusted it to this distance, Meng Fanxing said with a smile. Indeed, you are quite impressive. You aren't just boasting. Arya commended. Without further ado, he turned and drove the ox cart away, his face adorned with a satisfied smile. Internally, Arya brimmed with joy. After all, many educated youths had come to Kaoshan village, yet none had made significant contributions. Young Meng had arrived and accomplished so much, even providing new homes for the livestock, something he had long desired to do. However, he felt his voice carried little weight, and despite being the brother of Captain Xiao, certain matters were delicate to discuss. It seemed inappropriate to seek personal gain, and he wished to avoid causing any trouble for his brother, the captain. Upon the arrival of the young intellectual Meng, not only did he relocate the livestock shed to a new site, but the mere discovery of this elevated ridge and its orientation suggested his remarkable abilities. This location basked in sunlight throughout the day, effectively alleviating the persistent odor of animal waste that plagued the village. The livestock, too, would experience considerable comfort. He had overheard the carpenter mention that if wooden planks were laid down for the animals, they would avoid muddy conditions in the rain and endure less hardship during winter. When have we ever considered such comforts for these large beasts? Even humans do not enjoy such luxuries. Who in the village does not know that the second uncle's greatest affection lies with these animals? His beloved yellow cow is akin to his heart and soul. Should anyone dare to strike it, he would argue vehemently for half the day. This act strikes a chord in the softest part of his heart, which is why he holds the newcomer Meng Fanxing in such high regard. Bah! A bunch of gluttonous creatures, full of excrement, the second uncle chuckled, twirling the whip in his hand, which cracked loudly in the air, echoing far and wide. As Meng Fanxing watched the second uncle recede into the distance, a sense of joy and contentment blossomed within him. After all, he had firmly established himself in the foothills, and his future days would not be as arduous as those of his previous life. The roar of the hay cutter continued to reverberate through the night, while the workers dined in staggered shifts, and the machinery toiled relentlessly. The winter storage pit was visibly filling, one pit already brimming, compacted and sealed tightly with plastic sheeting, covered with soil. The second winter storage pit was already laid with fodder at the bottom. Meng Fanxing and the young girl wandered beside the storage pit. While the moon rose in the eastern sky, though it lacked the brilliance of daylight, the diligent men continued their work in an orderly fashion. Meng Fanxing removed his coat and draped it over the little girl, who shivered in the autumn chill, yet stubbornly refused to return. Why can't you go back and sleep? It's much warmer in bed, he grumbled. I am learning, supervising the work, you know. The girl defiantly lifted her chin. You are like Mu Guiying, indispensable wherever you go. You are the one resembling Mu Guiying. This counts as my labor, and my father will surely have accountant phone record my work points. Look at those sniffling children. Who else can earn work points like me? The little girl's face was likely already cold. Your family is not missing much from your work points. Go home. I'll escort you. Look at this big pit. We must work until tomorrow morning. You should rest. Meng Fanxing urged. You don't know. Tonight there's a special meal. Cornmeal pancakes. Delicious. If I go back now, I'll miss it, the girl said, her eyes gleaming with desire. Who told you that? Meng Fanxing was well aware that the cornmeal pancakes were truly delectable. Ever since returning to Beijing, she had not savored such sweet and delightful treats. This was indeed splendid news. Sister Qin had confided in her, whispering that amidst the throngs of people during the day, they could only indulge in rice cakes, leaving no time to cook pancakes. It was only at night, with fewer folks around, that they could enjoy such delicacies. How delightful! Arya exclaimed with joy. You greedy little girl, it seems you have been yearning for delicious food, Meng Fanxing said, affectionately ruffling Arya's hair. You haven't tasted the sticky cornmeal pancakes. They are truly delicious, and you probably have never seen them. Soon, when you get to try them, you'll understand. Also, Sister Qin mentioned she would prepare a few dried chilies for the potato soup, which will be utterly fragrant. Arya's eyes sparkled with desire. How could I not know about the sticky cornmeal pancakes? I can make them, too, Meng Fanxing replied with a grin, for sticky rice pancakes and bean buns, as well as rice cakes, were her favorites. You just love to boast. Arya bit back her words, though the mischief in her eyes betrayed her thoughts as she stuck out her little tongue and made a face. Isn't it just sticky pancakes? So simple. I can also make stuffed bean buns, dumplings, and cooked dishes. Once the house here is built, you can come over. And I'll prepare delightful meals for you that will make your mouth water. Do you really know how to make dumplings? We only get to eat them during the new year. And although the filling isn't abundant in meat, the oily flavor is quite pleasant. Arya licked her lips. You little glutton, once I cook for you, I'll fill your little belly with meat. Meng Fanxing felt a pang of nostalgia. It was heartwarming to hear such words from the little girl. Alas, how cruel fate is to bring me back to endure hardships, she sighed deeply. Are you serious? Let us make a pact. You mustn't deceive a child, Arya insisted, pulling Meng Fanxing's arm, refusing to let go. Meng Fanxing playfully struggled. Yet Arya grasped her pinky, intertwining it with her chubby fingers, as if fearing Meng Fanxing might not keep her word. Rest assured. This year we will build a greenhouse, plant leeks and thorny sprouts, and use them as filling. I'll add some meat, ensuring that you'll want to swallow your little tongue into your belly. Meng Fanxing felt bittersweet, yet clasped her pinky in agreement. I knew my older brother would keep his word. I trust you. Arya beamed, her smile radiating pure sunshine. The wishes of a child are, after all, so simple. By 10 o'clock, the figure of Lungzi appeared at the mouth of the small hillside, carrying a burden. One side held a water bucket, and the other a clay basket. The little girl's keen eyes quickly spotted him. After all, he was the source of her longed-for treats. From afar, Meng Fanxing caught the enticing aroma of the potato soup, mingling with the alluring scent of the cornmeal pancakes in the clay basket, causing her throat to involuntarily swallow. Though he too longed to savor that dish, he was, after all, a person who had endured much, a soul reborn. Yet, the allure of the yellow cornmeal sticky pancake rendered him unable to resist the involuntary swallowing of saliva. In this era, being able to indulge in yellow cornmeal sticky pancakes was indeed a rare delight. In the production team, whenever there was laborious work or tasks akin to this evening's toil, the team would provide a supplementary meal, a gesture meant to reward those who toiled. This might include making tofu or cooking sorghum rice with beans. Such large yellow cornmeal sticky pancakes were truly a rarity, for the process of making them was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. One had to endure the scorching heat of a large iron pot, flattening a dough filled with bean paste, and continuously patting it until it achieved an even thickness, which could be regarded as a skilled craft. The preparation of yellow cornmeal sticky pancakes was also quite oil-intensive. Bean oil, a precious commodity, was seldom wasted, reserved only for significant occasions. This was likely orchestrated by Master Chiao and Accountant Feng, primarily as a treat for Meng Fanxing. Delicious. Can't you hurry up, Erlangzi? Arya has already approached with eager anticipation. I have rushed to finish and delivered it right away. Why the hurry? Erlangzi replied cheerfully, moving at a leisurely pace. Well aware that the bucket contained tonight's potato soup, which he knew was Arya's favorite. Be careful, second brother, Meng Fanxing chimed in, stepping forward to help take the shoulder pole from Erlangzi. He could not afford to exhibit the same gluttonous demeanor as Arya. That would be embarrassing and contrary to his nature. Don't worry, brother, I can manage myself, Erlangzi said, pausing to crouch down gently, securing the bucket before placing the other basket in a safe spot. Only then did he remove the pole and set it aside. Others, not engaged in crucial tasks, were drawn by the aroma, gathering around with expressions of delight as they caught a whiff of the bean oil and yellow cornmeal sticky pancakes. After all, enjoying a large yellow cornmeal sticky pancake was a source of immense happiness for them, akin to the joy of feasting on dumplings during the new year. Hence, everyone was filled with joy, even surpassing the merriment of the festive season. As the large yellow cornmeal sticky pancakes were distributed among them, bowls of potato soup infused with the smoky flavor from the hearth were served. The taste was such that even Meng Fanxing, having lived through multiple lifetimes, found himself elated. Although accustomed to indulgent feasts of rich meats and exotic delicacies, he could not resist the profound allure of this northern specialty. The thin, large yellow cornmeal sticky pancake exuded an aroma of bean oil and the distinct fragrance of grains that wafted into his nostrils. In his hands, it represented more than just a pancake. It was a heartfelt offering from the local community. One could surmise that the educated youth at the commune could hardly have imagined being treated to such a splendid meal. Isn't it delightful? Take a bite and savor the flavor. The delightful sight of Arya's eyes crinkling with joy was akin to a crescent moon gracing the horizon, a vision so enchanting. The aroma wafted through the air, and even without tasting it, Meng Fanxing could sense its allure. Though tempted to indulge, he couldn't bring himself to do so upon witnessing the gluttonous demeanor of Arya, who seemed to harbor a childlike craving. After all, each person is unique. And he noticed others discreetly stashing the cornmeal pancakes into their pockets, wrapped in paper, likely having received the news beforehand while he had remained oblivious to such delightful tidings. "Why aren't you eating?" Arya inquired, her large eyes blinking inquisitively at Meng Fanxing. "I'm not hungry yet. I'll suffice with a bowl of potato soup later." "You can take this home for when hunger strikes," Meng Fanxing replied, placing the cornmeal pancake into the little girl's hands, a smile gracing his face. "I knew you would say that. Sister Qin made an extra for you," she chimed, as if she were already aware of Meng Jiqing's intentions, promptly retrieving another pancake from the basket and placing it into his hands with a knowing smile. "Brother." Meng Fanxing hesitated, for life in the village was undeniably harsh. It was rare to even enjoy a meal, and on days when there was work, sustenance often dwindled to 2 meager portions, the watery gruel in their bowls shimmering with transparency, and even the cornmeal was pitifully scarce. Such cornmeal pancakes were reserved for the primary laborers, as the strenuous tasks required considerable strength that only a select few possessed, thus allowing them to enjoy such privileges. Meng Fanxing felt his eyes welling up. The villagers' sincerity was palpable, despite their limited education and scant opportunities to experience the world beyond. They recognized those who treated them well, and in their own way, they reciprocated kindness, valuing their feelings above all. This was the essence of genuine, intricate emotions. Although their expressions might not mirror those of city dwellers, their silent gestures conveyed profound gratitude and appreciation. "You're being wishy-washy. Captain Xiao has said it. Your contributions are the most significant, and you deserve to eat too," the village boy urged upon noticing Meng Fanxing's reluctance to bite into the pancake. He had to employ his trump card, for in the village, everyone adhered to Captain Xiao's words as if they were divine decree. "Brother, just look at that little glutton. I truly am not hungry. I know we'll be working late into the night, and I've already eaten quite a bit." Meng Fanxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a bittersweet sensation washing over him, his voice tinged with emotion. "Ah, what can I say? You treat Arya like a little sister. Fine, I'll fetch you a bowl of soup. There's plenty to go around," the boy said, taking up a spoon and getting to work, recognizing that this brother of his was indeed a good sort, both cherishing the little girl. As everyone took turns savoring a bit of potato soup, they, like their neighbors, discreetly concealed their precious cornmeal pancakes in their pockets, destined for their elders or children at home. This was a profound expression of love and camaraderie. No one would mock them, for every household faces similar struggles. It is indeed a challenge to enjoy a hearty meal. Throughout the year, such occasions are rare, limited to the busy farming season or the New Year celebration. Even during the festivities, the meals are scant and unsatisfying. Life is genuinely arduous and filled with hardship. With a determined spirit, the little girl, Arya, extended her tiny, greasy hand towards Meng Fanxing's mouth, a waft of enticing aroma wafting towards him, bringing a smile of contentment to his face. Unable to resist the pleading gaze of the child, Meng Fanxing took a small bite of the sticky pancake, savoring its delicious flavor and feeling a warm sense of satisfaction within. Only when Arya saw Meng Fanxing consume the pancake, she offered did her face light up with joy, her laughter ringing out like a melody amidst the roaring noise of the straw chopper, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the night. During the Qingming festival, the rain falls incessantly, and passers-by seem to wander in a daze. It is yet another season of sorrow. May all friends in the world find peace. For the act of living is truly not easy. As the clock approached 1 in the morning, everyone remained busy until, urged by the persistent tractor driver, they finally ceased their work. After all, such prolonged labor weighed heavily on the driver's heart, for his tractor and straw chopper were his prized possessions. He was the most esteemed individual across the many villages, respected by all for his work as a tractor driver, enjoying the occasional small feast every few days. Thus considered a person of high standing. Meng Fanxing walked Arya home, his steps uneven as he navigated the darkness. Upon reaching her door and seeing the lights flicker on, he knew she had entered safely. Turning, he made his way back to the youth station, the night air sending a shiver through him as he tucked his neck deeper into his clothes. Upon returning to the cellar, he shook off the dust and straw, washed his hands and face hastily, and then shed his clothes to crawl into bed. The warmth of the quilt enveloped him in comfort, a true delight. Meng Fanxing sighed in satisfaction, unwittingly drifting into a deep sleep, feeling as if he had not slept long when the voice of Erlong called out to awaken the others for work. Though Erlong's voice was soft, Meng Fanxing stirred, his biological clock reminding him that it was time to rise and harvest the autumn crops. "Meng Fanxing, you returned late. Sleep a little longer. Let them start working over there," Erlong said thoughtfully, as everyone else had already departed. He had grown accustomed to stealing moments to rest in the corner, enjoying that privilege. In the village, there is a popular saying, The first-class person becomes the secretary, their children achieve great things. The second-class person becomes the team leader, lounging after the bell rings. The third-class person becomes the accountant, enjoying good food with the sound of the abacus. The fourth-class person becomes the storekeeper, with pockets full yet no one to oversee. The fifth-class person becomes the security guard, roaming freely without a care. The sixth-tier individuals are akin to the Women's Federation, entangled in trivial familial disputes. The seventh-tier folk toil away, transporting women to labor. These rhymes aptly encapsulate the current state of rural life, reminiscent of the previous night when, under the sweltering sun, the captain and the accountant seemed oblivious, either slumbering at home or absent altogether. This reflects the authentic reality of the countryside. Those with intellect manage others, while those lacking it must exert their strength in labor. Such circumstances are commonplace, after all. A lack of education often relegates one to arduous toil. Then there are those who possess sharp tongues and nimble minds, akin to the simpletons. Yet they are relatively young or of advancing age, contributing nothing while spending their days like the esteemed Xiao and accountant Feng, earning the title of village lords. Truly impressive. Meng Fanxing, however, rose from his slumber, feeling a marked improvement in his calves. Yesterday, during his idle moments, Arya had diligently massaged him with the foul-smelling ointment bestowed by old Sunday. Despite grimacing in discomfort, he found himself considerably restored today. In his past life, such a remedy would have been lauded as a miraculous cure, especially for athletes, a life-saving elixir. Meng Fanxing felt a profound sense of gratitude for his rebirth, no longer cursing fate for its injustices. Even possessing old Sun's prescription could lead to untold riches. He donned his clothes and got out of bed, invigorated. Yet the noxious odor wafting from the cellar was unbearable. After slipping on his shoes, he lifted the curtain of the cellar door and dashed outside. One can only imagine the stench lingering within the confines of the house. Stretching his limbs, he relished in the sensation of being alive. He refrained from overseeing the work at the earth mound, as the workers were already adept at their tasks. Instead, he headed to the team, hoping to curry favor with old Sun and possibly acquire the coveted formula, an opportunity for lifelong prosperity. Upon arriving at the team, he observed figures bustling about in the kitchen, each silently engrossed in their duties. He entered the room, spotting old Sun squatting by the stove, puffing on his pipe. With a playful smile, Meng Fanxing approached. "Uncle Sun, thank you. The ointment you provided works wonders. My leg injury has significantly improved." He beamed, his expression radiating a sycophantic charm. "Thank you for what?" "It was merely a little concoction I whipped up," old Sun replied, glancing up briefly before returning to his smoke, seemingly indifferent to the compliment. Meng Fanxing felt a twinge of awkwardness at old Sun's lack of acknowledgement. It was disheartening to have his warmth met with such coldness. Pay him no mind. Old Sun is just that way. Hard to impress. Qin Yuqin observed Meng Fanxing and instantly smiled, stepping in to defend him against old Sun's indifference. "Sister-in-law, I truly owe my relief to Uncle Sun's ointment. Otherwise, I would still be unable to move today. You must have noticed my hunger. Yesterday, I suffered a second muscle strain in my calf, and I am uncertain how long it will take to heal. Uncle Sun's remedy is indeed effective, as everyone in the village can attest. Do not misunderstand. Uncle Sun provides this service for the community, not solely for your benefit." Qin Yuqin chuckled. "One cannot express it that way. Uncle Sun is well-meaning. If he had not offered it to me, I would have had nothing to say. It is a matter of gratitude. I cannot ignore it verbally, nor can I forget it in my heart. When I visit the city, I will bring Uncle Sun a bottle of wine." "Ha ha. You see, old Uncle Sun, Meng Jiqing is a lad of principle and loyalty. You are indeed fortunate." Qin Yuqin approached Uncle Sun, playfully nudging the old man who sat silently, as if to say, "What are you waiting for? Sister-in-law, I know Uncle Sun is a good person. I am well aware of that. It is nothing to worry about." "Ha ha. So you truly intend to bring your Uncle Sun a bottle of wine? That is indeed precious to him. He seldom shares it with anyone. Do you understand? That small bottle is worth more than several bottles of ordinary wine." Yes, I believe it. Uncle Sun, in the future, I will honor you." "Enough. It is just a bottle of ointment. There are not many pickles left," Uncle Sun remarked, his simple words revealing his current sentiments. "You should understand, lad. Do not just stand there speaking sweetly. One must give back." "Hee, I will get it done right away." Meng Fanxing, as if receiving an order, promptly began to work with dexterity, washing the dried radish shreds in clean water. He then heated oil in a large iron pot, adding a bit of chopped green onion, along with some soybean paste and coarse salt. The entire process flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a seasoned cook. Qin Yuqin observed from the side, learning the young man's new techniques. After all, It was surprising to find someone like Meng Fanxing possessing such skills. Who in the city would know how to cook like this? He placed the radish shreds into the pot, adding water to simmer. If only there were soy sauce, it would have been simpler. A quick marination would suffice. However, the soy sauce would not be ready for another 10 days, and they were truly lacking in such essentials, along with MSG and other seasonings. Radishes and cabbages were staples in the village until the wild vegetables and greens emerged in May. This was a shared nightmare for all villagers. The mere sight of radishes and cabbages could induce nausea. But what could be done? This was the countryside, where food was scarce. Such a fresh method of preparation at least ensured that one would not suffer from an upset stomach and could enjoy a meal. Even a seasoned cook like Uncle Sun was quite pleased, and Qin Yuqin wore a smile that lit up her eyes. "Young Meng, do you know any other recipes?" Qin Yuqin inquired with a laugh. "Of course. I often come by to cook for everyone. Soon, you will all learn how to do it. Once the busy farming season is over, I will think of more methods. Otherwise, this winter will be truly difficult. Indeed. Do not think that just because you are new here, we have not endured our share of hardships. However, we find ourselves lacking in resources. By the way, I heard from Captain Xiao that you intend to construct a greenhouse to cultivate vegetables even in winter. Is that feasible?" Qin Yuqin gazed at Meng Fanxing as if he were a curiosity. "Of course, it is indeed true. The only challenge lies in our current scarcity of supplies. Many areas lack the necessary conditions. I plan to utilize the structure for the cattle shed, as the land there receives ample sunlight. We could attempt to grow a few crops. If we succeed this year, we might enjoy summer vegetables during winter next year, thus improving our quality of life. With so many people in the village, can we sustain them? Yes, much like the vegetables grown in the earth. However, the winter crops suitable for cultivation would primarily include leeks, hot peppers, and cucumbers. We might need to experiment with beans and other varieties." Though Meng Fanxing did not elaborate fully, aware that he lacked the expertise. This plan is already promising. Just imagine consuming fresh, vibrant leeks, hot peppers, and cucumbers in the depths of winter. Surely, our lives would surpass those of city officials. I suspect city dwellers are deprived of such luxuries. Oh, there is hope for our future. In the cities, winter sustenance often consists of potatoes, radishes, and cabbages. I have also contemplated attempting to cultivate wild herbs such as shepherd's purse and dandelion. If successful, we could barter these in the city for money. For we cannot simply hibernate through winter. We must earn some income to purchase provisions for the new year. Just hearing you speak of this fills us with optimism. The notion of enjoying green vegetables in winter is a remarkable advantage, one that would undoubtedly incite envy among the urban populace. Sister-in-law, city dwellers are not as enviable as they seem. At least, if we can secure some game during winter, we will have meat to eat. The plight of city residents during winter is truly arduous, with their stomachs rumbling in hunger. Meng Fanxing reminisced about the winters spent in Beijing. Indeed, winter brought a dearth of food, with frigid temperatures compelling one to remain indoors. Each household had but a meager supply of honeycomb coal, barely sufficient for cooking, and one often had to scavenge for coal remnants and recycle unburnt boiler refuse from work. Meng Fanxing had endured enough of such hardship. He pondered how his family would fare this year, no longer having to vie for rations. Would their situation improve compared to previous years? Would they think of him, their little fifth child? Meng Fanxing's mind was consumed with thoughts of why his family remained indifferent to him, even though he was taken in by them. Was he truly a child they had found? This unrealizable notion echoed in his heart, and he could not fathom why they exhibited such coldness. Alas, life in our village is not much better. Those who are industrious take advantage of this time to gather firewood, collect twigs, and prepare logs to keep their homes warm during winter. It is not as idyllic as one might imagine. Even the chickens and ducks at home are emaciated from hunger. By the way, could the winter feed be used for the chickens and ducks? Qin Yuqin's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, of course. Fermented feed can indeed be given to the chickens and ducks. That is indeed a relief. We can save a bit of grain. Even if the food is sparse and inadequate, it is certainly better than having nothing to eat while relying on medicine. You have truly resolved a significant issue for our community, which explains Captain Xiao's willingness to invest so generously. You may not be aware, but the millet pancakes from last night were a reward for you, and the others have also benefited from it. Sister-in-law, At that moment, Meng Fanxing felt as though his throat was stuffed with cotton. He was genuinely moved, sensing a form of reciprocation from the villagers for his efforts. For so many years, life has been exceedingly tough for everyone. It's not just the food. Even the clothes we wear are patched upon patches, layer upon layer. Seeing the children without sufficient spare clothing truly pains my heart. How Qin Yuqin could not continue, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 44. What do you know? You little brat? Sister-in-law, Uncle, life will improve. I am contemplating ways to ensure everyone can lead a better life. Let us not speak of anything else. This winter, we must make certain that no one goes hungry. It would be best if we could provide some clothing for the children. Meng Fanxing immediately felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow heavier. Perhaps the heavens have granted him a second chance in life solely to subject him to this torment, to once again experience the trials of hardship. Others who are reborn often receive various benefits. Why must the heavens allow him to return to such a difficult time? Is this your way of repaying me, O heavens? I refuse to accept it, nor am I content. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Although Meng Fanxing's words as a young intellectual were immensely encouraging, everyone understood that hard times do not simply transform overnight. So, young Meng, are you referring to the thorny branches on the mountainside over at Shipa? Qin Yuqin suddenly recalled what Meng had just said, and it now astonished her. Indeed, sister-in-law, those thorny, newly sprouted shoots are excellent vegetables, a type of wild green. The city dwellers adore them, Meng Fanxing quickly explained. You speak the truth. That plant is also a medicinal herb. Old Sun finally lifted his somber face and knocked the pipe against the threshold of the stove. Uncle, that plant is not only a herb, but also a rare natural vegetable. I was thinking of having it sprout early in the winter, so we could sell it in the city for a good price, allowing us to buy stationery for our children's education. Isn't old Xiao concerned about not having money for supplies? But can that plant fetch a decent price? In spring, we might manage with a little from our own garden, but city folks are quite particular. Would they even eat it? How could they not? It is a wonderful delicacy. You are a doctor. You should know its medicinal value. Yet, have you not considered its economic worth? In the depths of winter, it is an exceptional green vegetable, so rare that even wealth cannot secure it. I am thinking of planting it right after the first snowfall. Can the branches truly sprout green buds in winter? Sun Laoyan found it hard to believe. Indeed, it is entirely possible. By constructing a small pool with plastic sheeting and placing sand within, one can plant the branches there. With ample moisture, not only can roots develop, but it can also nourish the buds above. By plucking the tender shoots in spring and planting them on the mountainside, a grove of tender shoots will flourish, promising a bountiful harvest the following year. If you believe it can be done, then let us proceed. As for me, I am but an old relic and cannot offer much assistance. When it comes time to handle that task, I shall help you. Ah, my sister-in-law, it is commendable that you encourage learning. It is vital for children to read and recognize characters. Since Meng Fanxing's arrival in Kaoshan village, Sun Laoyan had spoken more than he ever had before. Indeed, uncle, I shall ensure that my daughter and son also receive an education. Otherwise, stepping outside this village, who knows if they might get lost, unable to recognize a single character? I worry for them, Qin Yuqin remarked, though she smiled, her sincerity evident in her words. Furthermore, you mentioned that dandelion greens can also grow in winter. Aren't they seasonal? Uncle, these can thrive in all 4 seasons, albeit they flower and seed just once a year due to environmental constraints. In our greenhouse, we can cultivate them out of season, allowing for multiple harvests. City dwellers greatly enjoy them. That is splendid, splendid indeed. You carry on. Should anyone voice objections, I shall lend my support. Uncle, we are merely taking matters into our own hands, not burdening the nation or government. While others hibernate in winter, we shall toil a bit more. Then deliver these greens to the state-run restaurants in the city. They will surely accept them. After all, those officials do consume food, and ours is still a healthy green vegetable. Very well, it can be done, Sun Laoyan concluded, falling silent as he lit his pipe, the smoke curling around him, revealing a glimmer of joy upon his face. Young Meng, as for the seeds of leeks and hot peppers, my sister-in-law will assist you in acquiring them. We have some in our village, and the team possesses them as well. Just let me know how much you need, and while you men handle the heavy lifting, my sister-in-law and a few of the older women will tend to the delicate tasks of planting. Sister-in-law, it is settled then. Let us also procure some tomato seeds. We will first plant these in pots to nurture seedlings, and once the greenhouse is constructed and the soil prepared, we will transplant them. I admit, my knowledge in this area is quite lacking. However, with your assistance, it becomes manageable. Very well, you have provided us with so many brilliant ideas. What need is there for me to labor? The sound of water boiling dry in the large iron pot rang out, prompting Meng Fanxing to hastily lift the lid and stir the shredded radish within. The radish had turned dark, not burnt, but rather stained by the rich color of the sauce enveloping the white shreds. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, not the unpleasant scent of radish, but rather a fragrance that compelled Sun Laoyan to rise and grab a piece with his 5-foot rake, tossing it into his mouth. Qin Yuqin's gaze was fixed on the expression of Sun Laoyan, attempting to glean the quality of the freshly prepared pickled radish through her countenance. However, she found nothing to discern, as Sun Laoyan's face remained as placid as a still pond. Even Meng Fanxing felt a flicker of anticipation, yet, frustratingly, Sun Laoyan revealed no hint of emotion, leaving them to assess their culinary prowess solely through personal tasting, for only by sampling could one truly ascertain the flavor and quality. Meng Fanxing scooped a portion with a spatula and offered it to Qin Shaozi, while she herself popped a piece into her mouth. Although it lacked the exquisite taste of soy sauce, it was infinitely superior to boiled radish, soft and glutinous, perfectly complementing a meal. The three individuals in the room wore smiles, for this new method of preparation promised to entice diners to indulge more, a chef's greatest accolade and honor. You old rascal Sun Laoyan, I thought the young Meng Jiqing's cooking was subpar. Look at you, aging and growing mischievous. Truly, the times have changed, Qin Yuqin remarked, pointing a finger at the grinning Sun Laoyan. You didn't even ask me, Sun Laoyan retorted, reverting to his former taciturn self. Did you not notice how we both were watching you? Surely, the meaning was clear? I understand, but my taste does not necessarily align with yours, he replied, eliciting hearty laughter from Qin Yuqin and Meng Fanxing. Others working nearby, unaware of the exchange, were nonetheless drawn in by the enticing aroma and gathered around. Meng Fanxing shared some more for them to taste. Contemplating in her mind, Meng Fanxing pondered the prospect of experimenting with greenhouse cultivation techniques from her past life, envisioning a bountiful harvest of tomatoes and peppers. If planted early in the spring, they could be sold ahead of the season. Imagining the expressions of those in the state-run restaurants in the city, the thought brought her joy, not only for the potential profits, but also for the ability to purchase fabric to make clothes for the children, transforming her knowledge into a means to uplift the impoverished village. Now, Meng Fanxing regarded Kaoshantan as her experimental ground, embracing the role of a leader for the community. This perspective was born from the weighty words of Qin Yuqin that had instilled in her a sense of responsibility. Throughout the morning, everyone busied themselves with urgency. Having processed a significant portion of the winter feed pit, with a concerted effort, they aimed to complete the task before nightfall, their motivation amplified. Lunch was taken in shifts. As the grass-cutting machine could not afford to pause, Meng Fanxing reflected on the collective vigor, believing that if they truly exerted themselves, all plans could be realized before the heavy snowfall arrived, particularly her greenhouse. The remaining plastic sheeting was sufficient to construct a greenhouse of 600 to 700 square meters, and she was determined to meticulously plan the warming walls for the structure. The young carpenter has nearly completed the framework of the livestock shed, and within a few days, it will be finished. They are all aware that constructing houses in the vacant lot of the collective is a significant undertaking for the group, one that must not be delayed, lest they hinder the progress of the team. Thus, everyone has rolled up their sleeves and worked diligently. Previously, they would chat and joke while working, as it was all the same to them in terms of work points earned for the day. However, ever since Meng Fanxing arrived, everyone has seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, and their spirits have united. At last, before dinner, they filled another winter storage pit entirely with feed. Meng Fanxing finally sealed the pit, eagerly awaiting the opening in half a month to observe the fermentation process. After dinner, those who had been laboring did not wait for Erlingzi to give directions. Each individual promptly returned to the earth mound with their tools, excavating the humus soil according to the previous markings for the location of the greenhouse Meng Fanxing had designated. They had heard Qin Yuqin mention that the greenhouse could allow for winter vegetable cultivation. The prospect of consuming fresh greens during winter, ones that even city dwellers would hesitate to eat, excited everyone. Consequently, their motivation to work surged. There was no need for urging. One merely had to speak a word, and they would complete the tasks at hand. The elderly and those with mobility issues in the village voluntarily joined in, preparing the yellow earth from the loess mound, while thatch was clumsily chopped into small sections with a crude sickle, readying for the earth bricks to be made the following day. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The villagers understood that once the houses were built, the children would be able to learn to read and write. Dia was primarily responsible for this aspect, and they believed that once the children in the village became literate, with education, they could escape this desolate place, this impoverished valley. It was this shift in mindset among the people that transformed the entire Kaoshan village. Everyone began to work diligently, seeking tasks to engage in. From the elderly at 70 or 80 years old to the young children of 8 or 9, all contributing in ways they were capable of. The once mischievous area had settled down, often following Meng Fanxing to learn new things, even taking on the dirty work of sifting soil for planting. This was certainly beyond her previous abilities, yet it brought peace of mind to her father, old Master Chiao. Brother, can vegetables grown without manure be good? Arya exclaimed anxiously, Watching Meng Fanxing toss clumps of soil and stones aside with a sieve, her little face flushed with worry. Isn't this raw land? In the first year, we don't need to apply so much fertilizer. It can fully support the growth of the plants. Fertilization should only occur once the soil becomes depleted. Besides, there is plenty of farm manure in the old cattle shed. We can use some whenever needed. Oh, I see. I thought your method of farming was rather slow. Almost akin to embroidery. You are unaware that cultivating vegetables necessitates quality soil, unlike the high demands associated with planting corn or soybeans. Consider the plight of a seed striving to sprout upwards, hindered by a stone or clod of earth pressing down upon it. How could it thrive under such conditions? This is a matter of growing vegetables, not merely corn seedlings. Furthermore, employing a sieve for this task would be exceedingly tedious, wouldn't it? What do you know, little one? If you do not provide the seedlings with a nurturing environment, how can you expect them to flourish? Much like yourself, you lament the absence of delectable treats at home. Yet you find yourself with a double chin, while your sister has become as slender as a twig. Meng Fanxing jested, chuckling lightly. When did you ever see my sister resembling a twig? Oh, I see. Is it that you are concerned for my sister's well-being? The little girl, amused, pointed at Meng Fanxing's head, as if she had caught him in a moment of vulnerability. What are you thinking, little one? Why do you harbor such fanciful notions? I was merely making a metaphor. Meng Fanxing was genuinely startled by the girl's remark. Should it reach old Master Qiao's ears, it would spell trouble. He truly harbored no such thoughts. Why should a grown man fear anything? I would never tell my sister that you compared her to a twig, she retorted. With your timid disposition, it's no wonder you were frightened away by the black bear and wild boar. Fine, I am timid, but do not solely cast stones at me. You too fled in terror. I did not see you display much bravery at that moment. If you are so bold, why not stand your ground and poke the wild boar? Meng Fanxing shot back. Isn't it true that I am not a girl? What business do you, a grown man, have comparing yourself to me, a child? Your standards are indeed different. To me, it's expected, but you are the one acting like a child. Hee, you are truly dull. Am I supposed to just stand here waiting for a wild boar to charge at me? You imply that I am foolish, lacking common sense, or perhaps even reckless. That was your assertion, not mine. She giggled triumphantly, as if she had triumphed in her exchange with the capable Meng Fanxing. Just as their banter reached a fervent crescendo, 3 gunshots echoed from the direction of the threshing ground to the west of the village. Both were startled, and the dozen or so workers nearby halted their tasks, standing upright and gazing towards the west. In the darkness, no one could discern the nature of the commotion. Yet the gunfire surely indicated that some great beast had descended upon the village, causing alarm among the workers. They quickly grasped their shovels and rushed towards the sound, eager to uncover the truth. Come on, let us see what is happening. The girl tugged at Meng Fanxing's hand, urging him to run. Slow down, it's pitch dark. Be careful not to trip, Meng Fanxing cautioned as the little girl, having regained her senses, hurriedly followed behind. The 2 figures, one large and one small, soon found themselves racing along, with Meng Fanxing effortlessly hoisting the little girl onto her shoulder, lengthening her strides to quicken their pace. Take it easy, don't fall. I'm on your shoulder, the little girl chirped, now free from the burden of running. If I fall, I won't drop you. Not necessarily. You're foolish. If you fall, you'll surely toss me aside first. Impossible. I'll protect you with my body. Don't kid yourself. If you tumble, I'd be the one cushioning your fall, and I'd be the one to suffer the most. Well, I share that sentiment. Otherwise, what use is a little meatball like you? Bah, you truly are incorrigible. As the 2 playfully bantered, they huffed and puffed their way into the village. Upon their arrival, they noticed a throng of people rushing towards the western edge of the village, moving with remarkable speed despite the darkness, far quicker than the 2 could manage. Put me down. There are no tree stumps here. Let me walk. Look at you. Panting like an old lady, the little girl complained. All right, down you go. You've grown so heavy. It's exhausting, Meng Fanxing replied with a chuckle. Hee, that's not being heavy. This is merely my weight. My father says it's a blessing. You have a point there, Meng Fanxing conceded, setting the little girl down. The small child, with her short legs, scurried off with surprising speed. Lightened of her burden, Meng Fanxing felt invigorated and quickly caught up. At the western edge of the village, near the threshing ground, a crowd had gathered around a massive wild boar, over a meter long, panting heavily, its wounds oozing blood. When Meng Fanxing and the little girl arrived, they found the townsfolk engaged in animated discussion, with the loudest voice belonging to Lungzi, who was animatedly recounting the events. It turned out that while most of the villagers, particularly women and children, were husking corn, a child had heard the grunts of the boar. One keen-eyed child spotted a group of wild boars about 300 meters away, their noses sniffing the ground. The child dashed back to the village, shouting and drawing the attention of several armed militiamen. The first to arrive were Lengzi and Sun Changyu, son of the elderly son. Upon spotting the boars, they began firing their guns. Though they were militiamen, they had little experience with firearms and were uncertain of their aim. Nevertheless, the sound of gunfire sent the boars scattering in panic. By sheer misfortune, one of the boars was struck by a bullet, though it was unclear who had fired the shot. Ultimately, that detail mattered little. The other boars fled in terror, ensuring the safety of the villagers. The little girl and Meng Fanxing squeezed into the crowd, where the little girl, both frightened and curious, blinked her wide eyes in terror at the struggling wild boar, which emitted its final mournful cries in its last desperate throes. A throng of individuals encircled it, as blood and froth gushed from its ribcage, streaming forth with each labored breath and anguished cry. Its four legs twitched incessantly, frantically kicking against the ground, perhaps unwilling to succumb to the fate imposed by humanity. Its eyes, filled with defiance, glared at the onlookers. From those unwilling orbs emanated a fierce light, yet as time wore on, that ferocity began to wane. It would not be long before it would meet its ancestors, but the creature remained resolutely unyielding. Quickly, lift it back to bleed it out, or else the meat will turn red, Meng Fanxing remarked, not as captivated by the spectacle as others. This wild boar must weigh over 300 pounds, a valuable addition to their provisions, especially as they had been laboring and required sustenance. Yes, take it back and swiftly slay it. Lengzi seemed to find his footing and echoed the sentiment. This beast was substantial, perhaps nearing 300 pounds, and it could enhance their living conditions. Master Qiao stepped through the crowd, his gaze fixated on the sizable wild boar sprawled on the ground, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Was this not a fortuitous offering, presented for their benefit? Approaching 400 pounds and over a meter in length, the meat of this wild boar was robust, far heavier than that of domesticated pigs. Meng Fanxing analyzed it based on her experience, sharing her insights regarding its weight. Can you handle this creature? Master Qiao suddenly inquired. Indeed, the hide of a wild boar is unpalatable, reeking of a peculiar oiliness. This one is likely around 4 years old. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attained such size. The skin is even less desirable. We could sell it or prepare it for some purpose, Meng Fanxing replied without hesitation. Very well, I entrust its processing to you. First, let it bleed out. Who among you? Lengzi, Sun Chang, you few militia members, carry it back to the camp and assist Comrade Meng in slaughtering it. Master Qiao commanded, hands clasped behind his back, issuing orders with an unhurried demeanor. All right then, you lot, lift together and proceed carefully. Do not allow this beast to struggle and bite Lengzi. He directed the nearby youths, exuding a commanding presence, suggesting he would soon take on a leadership role. Meng Fanxing glanced at the wild boar, now at the end of its strength, utterly drained of energy. The bullet had likely struck its heart. If the marksmanship truly was as precise, it would denote a skilled shooter. Having hunted wild boars before, she understood their vulnerabilities, specifically, the heart, located just behind the forelegs, and also the forehead and eyes. Strikes to any other area would not guarantee a swift demise. Only these 3 vital spots could bring the creature down in a single shot. If one failed to achieve a clean kill, congratulations would be in order for the boar, for it would charge with fury, perceiving its assailant as a mortal enemy. The outcome, as one could surmise, would be dire. Ultimately, the fate of the hunter would rest with destiny, reliant on whether they possessed the luck to evade peril. This is the formidable nature of the wild boar. Akin to the black bear, once provoked in a non-lethal manner, it will unleash its ferocity and undoubtedly tear you apart. This creature harbors deep-seated grudges, particularly against two-legged beings such as humans, showing no mercy or leniency. The crowd cheered, reminiscent of victorious soldiers parading their spoils as they returned to their ranks. Are you truly capable of slaughtering a pig? Aren't you afraid? Arya clung to Meng Fanxing's arm, trailing behind the others, her chatter reflecting her awareness of Meng Fanxing's earlier bravado. It's on the verge of death. What is there to fear? Meng Fanxing rolled his eyes. However, in the darkness, Arya could not perceive this gesture, rendering it pointless. Who was it meant to impress? Only you can do this. We have skilled butchers in our village. They can handle it. Your father asked me, could I honestly say I can't do it? That would be a slap in his face, wouldn't he? Just be cautious with the blood, all right? Didn't you claim that it smells terrible? Indeed, if the disemboweling isn't done properly, it could splatter you with filth. The little girl retorted with a pout. Yet, you expressed no complaints while devouring pig intestines, did you? You appeared quite pleased. Meng Fanxing chuckled mischievously, teasing the girl's inconsistency. That's different. They were cleaned and prepared properly, area defended, her delight at consuming pig intestines evident. Though a slight frown creased her brow. Just be happy with what you can eat. Why fret over the details? By the way, I'll secretly save you that particular part of the pig. Meng Fanxing affectionately ruffled her hair. I won't speak to you anymore, she declared, though her small hands remained firmly clasped around Meng Fanxing's arm as they made their way to the gathering. Throughout the journey, the crowd was animated. It seemed the massive wild boar had been struck in the heart, its organ ruptured, leaving it powerless to struggle or retaliate. Thus, they safely carried the hefty beast, estimated to weigh 300 to 400 pounds, into the courtyard over the course of nearly half an hour. The lights outside had already been lit, illuminating a wooden table set beneath their glow. The group worked in unison to hoist the wild boar onto the table, nearly causing it to collapse under the weight, a testament to the creature's heft, corroborating Meng Fanxing's assertions. The slaughtering knife had long been prepared, alongside a bone cleaver. Meng Fanxing seized the cleaver and raised it above the wild boar's front legs, bringing it down with force. The blade merely nicked the surface. It was not due to a lack of strength on Meng Fanxing's part, but rather because the boar's hide was coated in grease from years of rubbing against pine trees, forming a natural armor. Therefore, the wild boar possessed no fear of the tiger's fangs. Attention, everyone. Observe closely the muzzle of the firearm. It is positioned a hand's breadth away from the front leg, marking the location of the pig's heart. This is one of the most vulnerable areas of the swine. Alongside two other critical points, the wild boar's eyes and forehead. The ferocity of such livestock should be abundantly clear, thus one ought not to provoke them lightly. Even with a firearm in hand, one should maintain a distance of 200 to 300 meters, carefully aiming before taking a shot. As Meng Fanxing plunged the lengthy butcher's knife into the heart of the wild boar, he elucidated further. Meng Jiqing, how do you possess such knowledge? Are you skilled in marksmanship as well? Zhang Weizui inquired, his curiosity piqued, for he had not witnessed the young intellectual illustrate these points with his hands, yet seemed informed nonetheless. Of course I can shoot. Otherwise, we would bring shame to our courtyard. Every child in the courtyard has handled a firearm. Even girls as young as Arya, Meng Fanxing chuckled. And how do your shooting skills compare to those of Lungzi and Sun Chanyu? Si Malu chimed in, having joined the conversation. After all, he was also a militia member and had fired a gun before, though he felt a tinge of regret for arriving late today. Well, let us see once the harvest is complete. We shall ascend the mountain and give it a try, Meng Fanxing replied, engaging in light banter while deftly attending to his task. As the blood ceased to spray forth, he had already punctured a small hole in the boar's neck, deftly hooking it with his left hand while the knife in his right began to peel the skin. Initially, his movements were somewhat clumsy, but after making a dozen cuts, his speed increased. Skinning must be done while the flesh is warm. If it becomes stiff, not only is it difficult to remove the skin, but the meat will also toughen. With each swift incision, the blade glided between the skin and the flesh, the sharp edge of the knife ensuring a clean separation. A sizable crowd had gathered, watching in rapt silence, fearful that the slightest tremor from Meng Fanxing might mar the meat or that a tear in the skin could diminish its value. Mindful of the onlooker's sentiments, he continued to explain the process intermittently. Word of the night's hunt quickly spread, drawing the working women and children to witness the spectacle. Though the men had already retired for the evening, such a significant event in the village would not allow them to remain at home in slumber. Even the young men and women from the two sent-down youth groups rushed over, standing on the periphery to witness the excitement. They joined in the discussions, while Captain Xiao and Accountant Feng, disregarding their tasks for the evening, recognized that it was inappropriate to utter any words that might tarnish the atmosphere. After all, they could always catch up on work tomorrow. The group had been busy until past 9 o'clock, and with just over an hour left, a little merriment wouldn't hurt. With meat to eat the next day, they would surely have the energy to carry on, which was indeed a good thing. The bristles of the wild boar were truly remarkable, sharper than steel needles, effortlessly piercing one's fingers. Meng Fanxing, while skinning, shared a tale he had previously heard. During the anti-Japanese war, members of the resistance would use wild boar bristles to torture Japanese soldiers, inflicting excruciating pain until they succumbed. It was said that these bristles contained a substance that could drive a person to the brink of agony. Could you spare me a few bristles? I've heard they are far more effective than needles. Someone chimed in, intrigued. I'll just pluck some for myself when I have the time. How do you know so much, Meng? Another young man inquired. Have you ever hunted before? I heard you encountered a black bear recently and were terrified. Was that true? Zhang, with his crooked neck, interjected with a remark that piqued everyone's interest while also causing a bit of discomfort. After all, discussing such matters in front of a crowd could easily irritate others. Yes, I have hunted before, but the fear I felt was genuine. Do you know that the black bear was only a few hundred meters away, accompanied by a mother bear with her cubs? If discovered, the consequences are dire. Especially for someone from the mountains like you. I can't tell you how close I came to losing control. My mind went blank. People say that if you encounter a bear, you should play dead, but let me tell you, that's a myth. Bears can be ferocious, with one swipe. They could send half your head spinning. How could I not be terrified? Just returning alive was a stroke of luck. Moreover, I saw one just yesterday, again at a distance of several hundred meters. Meng Fanxing spoke candidly, his composure unwavering. It was inevitable, given the small size of the village. Such events couldn't be hidden. It was better to speak openly, allowing others to weave their own narratives. Indeed, encountering such formidable beasts is no trivial matter. Escaping from their clutches is a sign of great fortune. It's not something to be ashamed of, he remarked. Truly, Meng's survival was a testament to his good fortune. Sun echoed in agreement. Before Zhang could add anything further, he was silenced by a loud interruption from behind. This served to affirm Meng Fanxing's experiences. Everyone in the village had encountered such creatures, even tigers. To return alive was akin to a miracle, something that no one could deny. Captain Xiao and Accountant Feng exchanged glances, both sharing a wry smile. This time of year had proven to be remarkably unusual. Within just a few days, they had witnessed the emergence of large livestock, a phenomenon unheard of in previous years. Perhaps these wild creatures served as a harbinger of an exceptionally snowy winter ahead. After a mere 20 minutes, the hide of a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 pounds was expertly removed, revealing the gleaming white flesh resting on the cutting board. Meng Fanxing severed the boar's head with precision, and as he eviscerated it, he showcased the exact point of impact from his shot, which had indeed struck true to the heart. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around him, and admiration for the young Meng grew palpable. At this moment, it was evident to all that he possessed genuine skill, evoking looks of envy and respect. However, Meng Fanxing paid little heed to such sentiments. He was too engrossed in his task, his hands delving into the boar's chest cavity. With a firm grip, he pulled out the entire organ set, while an elderly villager with a large basin was ready to receive them. Continuing with deftness, Meng lifted the intestines, and with a swift motion of his knife, he expertly severed them at the boar's rear. Such skill was not possessed by those who had not slaughtered numerous pigs or large livestock before. An applause resonated around him. As the intestines were taken away for cleaning, Meng Fanxing commenced the dismemberment of the wild boar. Not only had he personally prepared such cuts before, but he had also honed his technique through numerous videos on pig processing, executing the task with remarkable speed. After removing the forelegs, he swiftly cleaved the boar in two with his cleaver. Old Master Qiao, shall we continue to divide this pork? Meng Fanxing inquired, deliberately seeking the guidance of the team leader, as he was the one wielding the knife. Old Master Qiao glanced at Accountant Feng, pondering whether the boar should be consumed by them, or if they should sell some meat for a bit of profit. He sought Feng's opinion before turning his gaze back to Meng Fanxing, clearly awaiting his input. Meng Fanxing remained silent, acutely aware of his status as a newcomer. Without a clear directive from the leaders, he felt it was inappropriate to assert himself. Yet, at that moment, Accountant Feng's eyes were fixed on Meng Fanxing's face. Both men turned their attention to him, eager to hear the opinion of the young man with the knife, which lent an intriguing air to the situation. The others in the team noticed the two leaders' focused gazes, realizing the unspoken tension. Old Master Qiao, Accountant Feng, why are you both looking at me? Shouldn't you be the ones making the decision? Meng Fanxing sensed the implication of their attitudes, his heart racing, and a flush creeping to his cheeks. What do you not understand? They are seeking your opinion, silly. The young girl directly across from Meng interjected, drawing everyone's attention and leaving him momentarily flustered. The young girl was suddenly displeased, and even her father and Accountant Feng wore smiles, their faces beaming as they directed their attention toward her. For a moment, the girl felt a pang of embarrassment, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Nevertheless, she quickly darted to Meng Fanxing's side, seeking refuge behind him. All eyes fell upon the two figures, one large and one small. Meng Fanxing, observing the trust in Lord Qiao's gaze and the slight nod of his chin, found himself in a predicament. Yet, since Lord Qiao had set the stage for him, he could not let the opportunity pass. Lord Qiao, Uncle Feng, I have been contemplating this. Everyone has been working tirelessly these past few days, and our bellies are quite empty. Given the laborious work, perhaps it would be prudent to offer everyone a bit more sustenance, Meng Fanxing said with a mischievous grin, kicking the ball back to the two men. His words were skillfully chosen, articulating the sentiments of the group without offending anyone. In truth, both Lord Qiao and Accountant Feng shared this sentiment. Meng Fanxing waited for their response, and the two exchanged knowing smiles, their agreement unspoken as they nodded in affirmation, their expressions brightening. The crowd around them erupted in laughter. In the future, we could sell a few more pigs, but before that, we must fill our stomachs so we have the strength to work, Meng Fanxing added with a subtle smile, noticing the eager gazes surrounding him. Young comrade Meng, you oversee the arrangements, Accountant Feng said with a smile. Meng Fanxing glanced at Lord Xiao, who nodded in acknowledgement, and he understood the task at hand. This large wild boar weighed 300 to 400 pounds, and it would not suffice to consume it all in 1 or 2 meals. I will begin by cutting the meat and curing it with coarse salt, ready for whenever we wish to eat. Tomorrow morning, we shall have pig's head, bones, and offal to kick off our feast, he declared. With that, he deftly commenced the butchering of the pork, his movements fluid and graceful, captivating everyone present and eliciting a round of applause. Once he had finished, he had a large pile of ribs, spine, and leg bones, which he skillfully chopped into uniform pieces, ensuring that each person would receive a fair share at the table. After all, in a village of several hundred, it was imperative that no one felt slighted. Younger comrade Meng, shall we cook the offal together? If the pig liver is overcooked, it will lose its appeal, elder son inquired quietly, testing Meng Fanxing's judgment. Uncle, let us save the pig liver for tomorrow morning. I will prepare a pig liver soup that guarantees tenderness and flavor, Meng Fanxing replied thoughtfully, recognizing the importance of presenting a good solution to ensure everyone enjoyed their meal. Well, I shall hang up now. Tomorrow morning, I eagerly await your arrival. Sun Laonian glanced at Meng Fanxing with a shared understanding, both feeling immensely satisfied and comprehending each other's intentions. After all, having completed their tasks tonight and tidied up the innards, it would be around 1 or 2 in the morning. By then, after simmering through the night, they could enjoy a sumptuous breakfast in the morning. One by one, people began to return home, including Meng Fanxing, as only a few elderly men and Sun Laonian remained. Upon Meng Fanxing's return to the underground dwelling, the others were animatedly discussing the evening's hunt of the wild boar. They eagerly anticipated the pork they had longed for. Though they were well aware that their share would be minimal, nonetheless, the prospect of having at least some fat, especially from such a large beast, was enticing. After washing up, Meng Fanxing chose not to engage in their chatter and simply lay down to rest, for he too needed to rise early the next morning to assist in the kitchen. The remaining tasks would be a collective effort. With the winter storage completed, only the livestock shed remained. Meng Fanxing was not oblivious to the expectations of others. He could not afford to be idle, lest he be seen as a burden to the kind-hearted Xiao Leoi. The arrangement of remaining work was under Xiao Leoi's purview, and Meng Fanxing possessed the self-awareness to not take advantage of another's goodwill or trust. After all, many eyes were upon him. As he settled onto the heated Kong, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. It was likely that the former leader, Zhang, experienced a similar sensation. Although Zhang did not lie down, he could evidently sense the shift in the atmosphere, with the respect and friendliness of the past replaced by a more subdued demeanor. This was not entirely unexpected. After all, he lacked the capabilities of the younger Meng, who had contributed significantly to the community. Furthermore, he had never considered building houses for the children in the village, merely drifting through the years. Reflecting on this was indeed a shortcoming of his. However, could one truly blame the young Meng for this? The failure to act stemmed from his own lack of dedication to the villagers and an absence of the responsibility that comes with education. Such was his flaw. With that thought, he decided to wash up and retire for the night. Before long, the sounds of other young intellectuals rising stirred him from his slumber. Although they were aware of the meat awaiting them that day, who would wish to rise so early in such cold weather to toil in the fields? One after another, they expressed their grievances, yet Meng Fanxing remained unfazed by their complaints. He was aware that he would soon move out, gaining his own independent space, and the anticipation of that prospect filled him with excitement and a renewed spirit for hard work. As others exited the underground dwelling, he too rose, donned his clothes, and after a brief wash with some water, closed the door behind him and stepped outside. The autumn chill had truly arrived, each day growing colder, making him acutely aware of the thinness of his attire. Drawing his neck in, he quickened his pace, although the muscles in his legs still ached. The pain had lessened considerably. He jogged lightly down the street, taking small, quick steps primarily for restorative exercise, hoping to hasten the recovery of his calf muscles. Upon reaching the team's quarters, the kitchen was ablaze with light. The cold air outside made the warmth from the kitchen billow out in clouds of white mist, dissipating into the atmosphere and imparting a delightful sense of everyday life to Meng Fanxing. As he opened the door, he noticed several individuals either seated or standing in various corners of the kitchen. Sun Laonian squinted his eyes. the glow of his tobacco pipe flickering as he took a drag, releasing a wisp of smoke. The charcoal fire in the stove illuminated his darkened visage. "You've arrived." Sun Laoyan was the first to spot Meng Fanxing as the door creaked. "Uncle, I'm here. You all must have had a sleepless night, right?" "The aroma of the meat is truly enticing," Meng Fanxing greeted them, expressing both gratitude for their labor and the joy that comes after hard work. "Indeed, it's meat," Sun Laoyan replied, his spirits high despite the lack of sleep. The prospect of everyone enjoying a meal of meat today brought him joy, a true celebration. "This morning, I prepared a soup with pig liver and lungs, so everyone can have a warm bowl." Meng Fanxing recalled his promise from the previous day, taking the initiative without needing a reminder from Sun Laoyan. What do we need? We seem to be short on spices," he inquired. "Uncle, could you slice a bowl of potato shreds? I need the starch from the potatoes. By the way, besides cabbage, are there any other leafy vegetables, perhaps cilantro or celery?" Meng Fanxing knew that the best way to mask the strong odor of the pig liver was to blend it with the flavors of other vegetables. "There's celery in the southwest corner of the yard. Just lift the corn stalks, and you'll see it," came the reply. "Excellent. Uncle, you take a rest. I will handle the rest," Meng Fanxing responded, stepping out of the kitchen, a knife in hand, ready to harvest some celery. Upon reaching the southwest corner of the yard, he spotted a small stack made of straw. Through the gaps in the corn stalks, he could see the vibrant green leaves within. In this autumn season, such fresh green foliage was not just appetizing, but also a feast for the eyes. With a swift motion, he began to cut, pondering to himself. Isn't celery also a type of greenhouse vegetable? This particular item is remarkably easy to cultivate and exhibits a commendable resilience to cold weather. It undoubtedly adds another dimension to the greenhouse, promising a lucrative return during winter sales, especially when the prices tend to rise, particularly around the new year. Who does not indulge in a meal of dumplings? Who does not yearn for the delightful taste of dumplings filled with the fragrant essence of celery or chives? Meng Fanxing felt a surge of motivation, realizing that even the celery roots in the field could be replanted to yield new sprouts. The more he pondered, the more delightful the prospects appeared, prompting him to whistle a cheerful tune, reminiscent of a popular melody, reflecting his uncontainable joy. Without realizing it, his hands moved deftly to gather a substantial bundle of celery, as he intended to use some for soup, while preparing a stir-fry of shredded potatoes and celery. Upon returning to the kitchen with his bountiful harvest of celery, he found several women already gathered around a large iron pot, their noses twitching and throats involuntarily swallowing in anticipation, an entirely natural physiological response. "Sister-in-law, please prepare some potato peels and cut the potatoes into strips. I've gathered a bit of celery to make a stir-fried dish, and we can also prepare a soup with pig liver and lungs." "That should suffice," Meng Fanxing suggested. Although there was also a pot of sizzling pork ribs and a pig's head, it was clear that such richness could not be consumed all at once, as the human stomach requires a gradual acclimatization to such indulgent fare. A light soup of pig lungs and liver paired with a refreshing stir-fry provides a well-balanced meal, one meat and one vegetable. In this era, such a modest yet fulfilling existence is akin to a blessing, especially for the children in the village, many of whom are painfully thin, their ribs visible beneath their clothing, stirring feelings of sympathy. Who among them resembles Arya, who, despite not eating meat, could still gain weight simply by drinking cold water? "All right, I shall heed your advice. Your reasoning makes this combination seem quite sensible," Qin Yuqin responded, deftly coordinating the efforts of the other women. Meng Fanxing then added, "Sister-in-law, soak the cut potato strips in clean water. I intend to use the starch released from them to make the soup." "Ah, is that starch? Can it truly be used for soup?" Qin Yuqin inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, I am aware that our team lacks starch. If the pig liver is to be tender rather than dry, it must be thickened with starch. The starch that seeps from the soaked potato strips is quite valuable. Well, we have never tried this before. We usually just throw the potato strips or slices directly into the pot to fry or stew them with some water. You city folks truly have a refined approach to cooking," she noted. "This is not merely a city dweller's culinary sophistication. It pertains to specific cooking techniques. For instance, beef must be stewed to tenderness. If lamb or beef is sliced thinly, coated with starch and marinated for 10 to 20 minutes before cooking, it results in a dish that is both tender and flavorful." "Hee, sister-in-law, you've truly acquired a new skill. From now on, why not join us in the kitchen? It doesn't require much expenditure to create such a variety of dishes. Soon, we shall see if the flavors truly match your claims. I intend to learn diligently from your technique. As you mentioned, I too have gleaned wisdom from your experiences. Our relationship thrives on mutual assistance, haha. You educated city dwellers possess a way with words that is truly delightful." Alas, I am determined to cultivate my children into cultured individuals. They must not endure the same fate as us, scavenging in the fields without prospects. Sister-in-law, in the future, this land has the potential to generate great wealth. So never underestimate the rural life. As Meng Fanxing realized that he was about to utter something inappropriate for the current environment, he abruptly halted, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before feeling relieved. What will the future hold? Qin Yuqin also sensed the underlying message in the young educated youth's words. Oh, it simply means that the days ahead will improve. Life will become more prosperous, with ample food, new clothes, and spacious homes, as comfortable as those enjoyed by city dwellers. Meng Fanxing carefully weighed each word, ensuring not to contradict the prevailing circumstances. He felt a sense of frustration. Why were certain truths and future aspirations deemed unspeakable? For someone aware of what lies ahead, it was genuinely disheartening. Sometimes, one cannot freely express their thoughts. Even though this place is remote and disconnected from the authorities, human nature is unpredictable and treacherous. One never knows who might strike from behind, betray you, or set obstacles in your path. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Jealousy and twisted hearts can easily emerge. Even the greenhouse he wished to establish required careful management. He needed to communicate clearly with Captain Xiao that it was for his own consumption, while the collective work of the village would also count as shared property. Only through such prudence could stability be ensured. Meng Fanxing took the pig liver from the beam, its exterior somewhat desiccated. He rinsed it with fresh water, then began slicing it into thin pieces, small enough for everyone to enjoy. After all, with over 100 people dining together, it would surely raise objections if anyone went without. Once he had sliced the entire liver, he soaked it in clean water to extract the blood. He then retrieved the wild boar's lungs from the basin, slicing them into small pieces as well. The lungs appeared quite large when removed from the pig's cavity, but shrank considerably upon cooking. If not prepared correctly, they would emit an unpleasant odor, necessitating a stir-fry with oil and the addition of chili for flavor enhancement. Once he completed these tasks, the shredded potatoes had already been prepared and were sizzling in the large iron wok. After Qin Yuqin finished sautéing the potatoes, she briefly blanched the celery leaves. Just as she was about to discard the blanching water, Meng Fanxing stopped her, directing her to pour it into a bucket for later use. This unexpected move left several onlookers speechless. The young Meng, a conscientious member of the educated youth, truly exemplifies frugality, wasting not even a drop of water used for stir-frying. This admirable quality inevitably endears her to some, though they remain unaware that the liver and lung soup requires the adhesive quality of starch and the flavor of celery to mask the inherent odor of pig liver and lung. The rice is already prepared in another large iron pot, and soon, those toiling in the fields, along with the elderly and children at home, will gather for their meal. Meng Fanxing resumes her work, heating oil in the iron pot, adding dried chilies for a fragrant infusion, followed by chopped scallions and the pig lungs. Once the lungs release their enticing aroma, she pours in the stir-frying water from the bucket, bringing it to a vigorous boil. Noticing the timing is just right, she adds the starch-coated pig liver directly into the bubbling broth, the heat transforming the previously soft liver into firm morsels. After a few more moments of boiling, she tosses in the celery leaves and lets it simmer as the line for serving food begins to form. Old Sun rises, wielding a large ladle to serve, with the basin filled with shredded potatoes mixed with celery and the pig liver and lung soup. With food and drink aplenty, both young and old indulge joyously, sharing cheerful banter over delectable dishes. In this moment, Meng Fanxing feels the profound significance of her rebirth and the manifestation of her worth. Arya, consistently lurking behind Meng Fanxing, carefully selects from their shared basin. Although she previously had no appetite for pig liver and lung, under Meng Fanxing's encouragement, she takes a tentative bite and her face lights up with delight. Thus, these dishes become her staple, and the little girl, displaying a sense of gratitude, saves some for her elder brother. While shredded potatoes had once been her favorite, today they are momentarily forgotten, for the allure of meat has taken precedence. Having eaten to their fill, it is time to muster strength for work. At the command of old Xiao, everyone takes their positions and begins to bustle. The elderly and those with mobility issues focus on shaping the mud bricks needed for building. A few strong hands begin mixing the clay, having prepared it yesterday, making today's labor much easier. The construction of the livestock shed is once again underway, with the young carpenter having marked the lines for the structure. A dozen individuals commence the foundational work, simultaneously planning the layout for the cow pen and greenhouse, awaiting the mud bricks to be ready before commencing the building. Everything proceeds in an orderly fashion. The harvesting in the fields is particularly lively, as everyone, now well-fed and energized, works with renewed vigor, doubling the speed of their efforts. Bountiful crops are gathered and transported back to the threshing ground. In the threshing yard, millet, foxtail millet, soybeans, and sorghum are relentlessly crushed and threshed using rollers. This represents the most primitive method of threshing in northeast China, and indeed, one of the oldest harvesting techniques. Meng Fanxing, in a flurry, enlisted a few young boys to gather river sand from the Jiangkazi beach, for he intended to cultivate tender prickly ash sprouts in the greenhouse. The river sand is essential for providing the necessary nutrients to the roots of the prickly ash, as it retains both moisture and hydration. The young boys willingly followed Meng Fanxing, a youthful educated youth, as he often regaled them with stories and fresh happenings from the outside world while they worked, tales they had never encountered before. Moreover, Beijing, our nation's capital, is a place all yearn to see. Although they cannot visit, they glean knowledge about the city's myriad matters from Meng, which they find immensely fascinating. Each individual harbors a deep affection for their homeland. While these young boys and girls may not comprehend the term sentiment, within their hearts lies a yearning for Beijing, especially for Tiananmen Square, which they regard as sacred. In their innocent minds, it is the mightiest and most magnificent place in the world, hosting the largest military parades globally and standing as a testament to the founding of New China. Though the children may not fully grasp its significance, they long to visit Tiananmen Square more than anything else. The square is vast, home to countless fearless doves that sometimes follow people in search of food. Meng Fanxing casually remarked, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia. He too missed home and his dear friend, the chubby boy who was his sole childhood companion. Little Meng, have you fed the doves? Are they afraid of you? Inquired Kazi, his face smudged with dirt, eyes brimming with curiosity and delight. Yes, I have. The doves have grown accustomed to being fed by everyone. Why would they be afraid of me? He chuckled. We want to feed the doves too, sighed Kazi. Known as such because he was the second in line at home. As a child afflicted by polio, he had developed poorly in his calves, yet he was remarkably intelligent. It's all right. In a few years when you visit Beijing, I will take you to see the flag-raising ceremony and feed the doves. You may not know, but every morning at sunrise, the flag bearers arrive early at the flagpole, grasping a corner of the national flag. With a grand flourish, the flag is gradually raised. Many people gather to witness the ceremony, all paying their respects, including young pioneers, and you must strive to join the young pioneers yourselves. What is the young pioneers? How can we join? Lu Damao asked eagerly, tilting his head upward. In our village, we have begun to study cultural subjects. Only those children who study diligently, aspire to improve, and cherish our homeland, unity, and public property qualify to join the young pioneers. Do you know the story of Wang Erxiao? Meng Fanxing understood that the children were unfamiliar with these matters, so he spoke in a detailed and patient manner, aiming to instill a proper worldview in the village's youth. Who is Wang Erxiao? Lu Damatzi asked, his mind filled with confusion. Wang Erxiao is our role model. He is a young hero. During the anti-Japanese war, his hometown was a base of resistance against the Japanese invaders, frequently subjected to raids. He was a member of the Children's Brigade and also a Young Pioneers member. Often, while tending to cattle, he would keep watch for the 8th Route Army. On October 25, 1942, when the Japanese came to raid again, they lost their way at the mountain path and captured Wang Erxiao, forcing him to lead them. With great courage, he led the invaders into the encirclement of the 8th Route Army, shouting at the top of his lungs to attack the Japanese while fleeing towards the ravine. Gunfire erupted from all directions, and only then did the invaders realize they had fallen into a trap. Tragically, they brutally killed Wang Erxiao, who was merely 13 years old at the time of his sacrifice. Just like you children, he departed from us forever. Meng Fanxing shared this story to shape the children's outlook on life. He aimed to foster a sense of unity and enmity towards the enemy. For in a place where even adults had no opportunity to venture out, it was essential for them to recognize who their adversaries were, the Japanese invaders. Such hatred must be ingrained deeply within them. He wanted to instill a love for their country and the land that nurtured them, to let them understand that unity could conquer all evil foes, and to make them aware of the hard-won peace they now enjoyed, his eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, the children fell silent, profoundly moved by Meng Fanxing's narrative, for they realized that Wang Erxiao, at just 13, had the courage to act for his country and sacrificed his life at such a young age. I want to be brave like Wang Erxiao. I'm not afraid of death. Lu Damatzi declared, his face flushed with emotion, though fear of death flickered in his eyes. Yet he persisted, raising his small fist. Oh, come on, with your little courage. It would be a miracle if you didn't turn traitor, Arya retorted, her eyes also reddened. Yet she understood Lu Damatzi's character well. I refuse to be a traitor. I want to be a young hero like Wang Erxiao, and I'm not afraid of dying, he insisted, his freckles reddening further with excitement as he defended himself. Arya, let us not doubt our friend's courage. He possesses the spirit to stand against the invaders. Therefore, we must embrace him. Simultaneously, in our struggle against the enemy, we must learn to outwit and outmaneuver them, just like Wang Erxiao, utilizing every resource around us to contend with the wicked while protecting ourselves and eliminating the foe. Indeed, I too possess courage and cunning. Yet where are the adversaries or villains? Wang Ermatzi, speaking these words, found himself in a predicament, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of confusion and helplessness. Lu Demaizi, there will undoubtedly be enemies in the future. Your foremost task now is to strengthen your timid heart. Do not let yourself be so frightened that you soil your trousers, lest Arya disdainfully roll her eyes at you. I shall not soil my trousers. I will first cultivate my bravery. I fear nothing. I shall be courageous. Lu Demaizi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he waved his tiny fists. Why is your father approaching again with that feather duster? Have you stirred up trouble once more? Arya teased, her large eyes blinking mischievously at Lu Demaizi, a devilish thought crossing her mind. Upon hearing about his father brandishing the feather duster, Lu Demaizi recalled having shattered their rice bowl that morning. Instantly, his small frame trembled, and he turned to flee. However, after a few steps, he glanced back only to find his father absent, causing him to halt in frustration. Meng Fanxing lamented that her nurturing environment for educating children was being disrupted by the mischievous Arya, casting a disapproving glance at the little girl. Nonetheless, the educational purpose had largely been fulfilled, achieving the day's objective. Once the house is built, you all must attend school. Only by acquiring knowledge can you learn greater strategies, enabling you to be braver and stronger. Meng Fanxing guided the children, recognizing that parental consent for schooling was crucial for their learning. Of course, I will study diligently. But my legs. The lame boy, said, his expression dimming as he realized his leg ailment would hinder him. Worry not. Consider how our nation requires a multitude of talents for its development. Although you may have a disability, you can still be self-sufficient and contribute in ways within your capabilities. Meng Fanxing encouraged, instilling hope in the young boy. Is that truly possible, little Meng Jiqing? Er's eyes glimmered with renewed hope. Absolutely. For instance, you could learn a trade, such as tending to the cattle and sheep in our team, feeding them grass and water. Not everything is the responsibility of adults. You can do your part, right? Meng Fanxing prompted, offering a glimmer of hope to the child. Very well, I shall heed your advice, little Meng Jiqing. I will tend to the cattle, ensuring they are nourished and plump, far more meticulously than Grandpa's son, declared, his face glowing with excitement as he envisioned his future contributions, his hands trembling with anticipation. Meng Fanxing slapped her forehead, exclaiming, alas, this child is so single-minded. How can he be fixated solely on tending cattle? Is this not a disservice to the future of our nation, to its hopes? Does he truly believe that feeding cattle is the only work he can undertake? What a pity. You could also cook for our team. Just think about it. You can do that too, can't you? Like your elder brother, who knows how to butcher pigs and cook, and even make pickles. Arya, seemingly inspired by a sudden impulse, coaxed Yes, I can do that, but I fear slaughtering pigs, the blood. It frightens me. Upon hearing the mention of slaughtering pigs, Kazi's complexion paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. How foolish you are. If you cannot kill pigs, can you not at least slay chickens or ducks? If you cannot manage the larger ones, can you not tackle the smaller? Arya remarked with a cunning grin, her large eyes blinking mischievously, as she encouraged Kazi with her tiny fists raised in support. Very well, then I shall kill the chicks and ducks, but does that not involve witnessing blood? As Kazi contemplated the scene of the little chicks and ducks struggling for life, his legs quivering at the thought, he immediately recoiled, his expression one of utter disappointment. Must you always think of slaughtering ducks and chickens? Cooking does not solely revolve around these. Meng Fanxing playfully chastised Arya, affection gleaming in her eyes. I merely wish to help him build his courage. You see, both Kazi and Lu Damao are equally timid, both a pair of cowardly souls. Arya cleverly dodged Meng Fanxing's hand. Hey, we are not cowards. Kazi and Lu Damao protested in unison. Indeed, you are not cowards. You are great heroes. Soon, you shall venture into the fields to catch a wild duck, and I shall see if you dare to dispatch it. Arya, in a fit of excitement, employed a challenge, her eyes sparkling with mischief. At that moment, Meng Fanxing comprehended the little girl's intentions. This was a method of encouragement, a way to ignite the spirit of bravery in the two boys, as children naturally possess a competitive nature and a fierce spirit. Who said that this little girl lacked cunning? It was indeed her strategy. Meng Fanxing felt a surge of joy, realizing that her approach to educating these children required refinement. Children possess their own perspectives, while adults have their distinct methods of operation. It seemed that this little girl had often overheard her father orchestrating tasks in the village, naturally absorbing the essence of his management style and the cunning of his old fox-like strategies. As Meng Fanxing quietly observed the children chattering and laughing, she truly felt the weight of her decades of life experience, recognizing the generational gap in her close interactions with these youngsters. Some matters must indeed be viewed from their perspectives to understand their concerns. Why do you all merely chatter without working? Do you not wish to contribute to the team? Arya exclaimed. During dinner, aside from Daya, Arya, Erlungzi, Qinggu, and Zhang Chiyue, Kazi and Lu Damao joined the lively group of young boys and girls, creating the most vibrant atmosphere in the courtyard of the team. However, the dining arrangement still revolved around Arya, as no one else was permitted to partake from Meng Fanxing's bowl. Arya remained as domineering and fierce as ever. If anyone dared to cast a glance at Meng Fanxing's meal, a swift kick would be the lightest of reprimands. A group of children laughed and joked, savoring the delicious food. Though they were quite fatigued from the day's labor, they were filled with excitement, having worked diligently and received encouragement and praise from the young Meng. The educated youth. Such is the nature of children. Accolades equate to righteousness in their eyes, and even their parents would not scold them. Each little face radiated pride and exhilaration. The evening's dish consisted of potatoes stewed with intestines, a recipe whose origin was unknown. The rich intestines and pig stomach had been prepared, though the potatoes carried a faint odor. Nevertheless, Meng Fanxing remained largely unfazed, while Arya initially frowned in distaste. Upon tasting a small piece of stomach, she found it tolerable, yet her preference still lay with the potatoes, considering that calling from Meng Fanxing's bowl would save her effort. After all, they were essentially the same. Old Xiao made no directives for dinner, allowing everyone to attend to their own tasks without concern for him or accountant phone. They had traversed several locations during the day, and the mud pits were overflowing with clay bricks, exceeding his expectations and yielding commendable results. In a few days, the crops would be fully harvested. In previous years, this time would have seen everyone dawdling, much to the annoyance of him and accountant phone. But this year, enthusiasm was palpable among the workers. Perhaps it was the glimmer of hope that spurred them onward. The grain piles of millet, soybeans, and sorghum were gradually diminishing, while golden corn baskets were stacked high, evoking a festive spirit and an irresistible urge to roll in them. This year promised another bountiful harvest. After dinner, while daylight lingered, Meng Fanxing led the children back to the small earthen mound, and the adults, without needing an invitation, joined in, their spirits buoyed. Even those from the educated youth contingent, unable to work the fields at night, flocked to her side, eager to engage with the favored leader of Qiao. Meng, we heard from the villagers that greenhouses are to be built here for winter vegetables? Ma Jiantao inquired with a broad smile, albeit a tad awkwardly, hoping to foster camaraderie among the educated youth. Indeed, I am considering a few experiments, as there are few vegetables to consume in the winter, and cabbage and radishes are generally unappealing. Meng Fanxing responded, not wishing to push anyone away. Will vegetables truly thrive in this snowy winter? Sule interjected eagerly, eager to share his experiences with Meng Fanxing. Although winter here is chilly, a simple covering of plastic sheeting can effectively shield against the biting cold. Within the greenhouse, we are constructing insulated walls to retain heat, thereby allowing the internal temperature to resemble that of spring. Additionally, the plastic facilitates sunlight penetration, providing the vegetables with the necessary conditions for photosynthesis. I intend to experiment and will assess the results afterward. If unsuccessful, it will still serve as a valuable learning experience. Meng Jiqing, you truly possess audacity. However, will this not incur substantial costs? Not at all. The expenses are merely for the plastic and a bit of labor. You see, for this small area, I can manage it myself. After all, winter is a time for hibernation, and idleness can be quite dull. Meng Fanxing smiled. For the prospect of harmonious coexistence with everyone promised a stable future. So, can we come over to assist? After all, idleness breeds boredom. Why not? If the greenhouse's vegetable cultivation proves successful, we can expand our efforts next year, and everyone will need to participate. With your education, scientific management will be essential for the greenhouse's future. That sounds wonderful. I will sign up here, just don't forget about me later. Ma Jiantao was the first to raise his hand, realizing he could no longer afford to squander time like others, nor allow himself to be looked down upon by the villagers as he once was. I want to join too. It would be unacceptable to exclude me. Meng Jiqing, I haven't graduated from high school. Do you think that's all right? I'm not afraid of hard work, nor of a little fatigue. As long as you allow me to contribute, Su Lei exclaimed with fervor. Cultivating vegetables doesn't require extensive education. It merely demands the ability to regulate the greenhouse's temperature and keenly observe the growth of the plants, ensuring they do not fall ill. In truth, it all boils down to experience and patience. Caring for vegetables is akin to nurturing children. It requires attentiveness and perseverance. Meng Fanxing realized her determination. It's perfectly fine. I possess those qualities. I could even go days without sleep. By the way, Jiantao, you are aware of my capabilities, right? Su Lei, fearing Ma Jiantao might voice his unspoken concerns, began to blink rapidly, signaling Ma Jiantao to speak a few favorable words. This Su Lei, while Ma Jiantao feigned a pause, savoring the suspense. When he noticed the beads of sweat forming on Su Lei's brow and the flush creeping up his face, he finally whispered. Su Lei is quite capable and approaches tasks with utmost seriousness and responsibility. Laughter erupted among them. You nearly frightened me to death. Do you realize that such heavy breathing could be alarming? I am always here to assist you. Su Lei soon realized he had been playfully tricked by Ma Jiantao. Yet upon hearing the affirmation he sought, relief washed over him. I welcome everyone to come and learn, for these tasks cannot solely rest upon my shoulders. Together, through our collective efforts, our village will be able to enjoy fresh vegetables throughout the winter. Just imagine, during the cold months, biting into a crisp cucumber, savoring its refreshing aroma, or the sight of those luscious, red tomatoes that only summer can bring. Meng Fanxing envisioned, sharing with everyone the enchanting prospects of winter's beauty. Thud. Thud. A few individuals, including children, were continuously swallowing saliva while indulging in tomatoes, cucumbers, and various other vegetables of their preference. Meng Fanxing contemplated that through such interactions, the educated youth stationed in rural areas could truly take root, dedicating a few earnest years to contribute to the community of Kaoshan Village. After all, living necessitates making meaningful contributions. It was imperative that they did not become burdens to the village as they had in the past, but rather harness their potential to fulfill their respective roles, thus accumulating invaluable experience. No one could predict whether they would later graduate to positions of authority following the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, thereby disseminating their experiences across the nation. Hailing from the four corners of the motherland, they would eventually return to their hometowns, bringing with them the greenhouse cultivation techniques from the north, thereby contributing to their native regions and addressing vegetable supply issues. A government official's tenure should benefit their constituency. Thus, the skills they acquired here ought to find practical application, marking their achievements during their time in Kaoshan Village as a form of reciprocity for their encounters. Meng Fanxing was acutely aware that the vast expanse of China was home to numerous greenhouse cultivators, particularly in Shandong, which stood as the largest vegetable-producing region in the nation and made significant contributions to the National Vegetable Supply Initiative. In northern China, Shandong excelled, while Liaoning Province also performed commendably in greenhouse cultivation, especially in Dandong, which had expanded significantly in strawberry production, becoming a major supplier of strawberries in the nation, a point of national pride. Reflecting on this, Meng Fanxing considered the cultivation of watermelons or cantaloupes, contemplating the collection of seeds to experiment with this year. Whether it would succeed was secondary. At the very least, conducting an experiment was a trivial endeavor. Meng Jiqing, how do you know so much? Asked a companion. The pig liver soup we had for breakfast was genuinely delightful. I used to detest pig liver, but today it was tender and fragrant, albeit I wish I had more, said Ma Jiantao, licking his lips and expressing his genuine thoughts. Haha. I suppose it's because I read extensively and often visited classmates who had attempted their own cultivation. The more one observes, the more one learns, Meng Fanxing chuckled, playfully dismissing the notion. After all, I can't very well tell the children that I am a reborn individual, and they should call me elder, can I? Meng Jiqing was right, lamented another. Alas, I simply did not study diligently. Otherwise, oh, spare me. I've never seen you with a book in hand. We all spend our days playing cards and engaging in idle chatter, gradually succumbing to indoctrination. It's not just him, we are all in the same boat. We shouldn't just bemoan how the villagers look down on us. Even we look down upon ourselves. Meng Fanxing recognized the genuine remorse among them. This was an opportunity. Truth be told, it wasn't that they lacked the desire to contribute, but rather that they were unfamiliar and unacquainted with rural affairs. Tell me, who among you can identify corn seedlings or barnyard grass? Do you know what millet seedlings or foxtail millet seedlings are? Everyone regarded these grain seedlings merely as weeds. An understandable perspective. In the future, let us take the time to gather and converse. If you do not hesitate to ask, I shall share all that I know. Meng Fanxing spoke earnestly. Meng Jiqing, with your vast knowledge and fresh insights, why not assume the role of our teacher? Su Lei boldly declared, voicing his innermost thoughts. Comrades, allow me to share my heartfelt sentiments. Are you aware that the party and the nation sent us from the bustling cities to various rural areas not because we were starving in the cities? As Meng Fanxing spoke, he stood tall, surveying the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across each face, seeking to understand their true feelings. Silence enveloped the gathering, for these were their unspoken truths. With a deep sigh, Meng Fanxing continued, in truth, the party and the nation have expended great effort in sending us here to cultivate our potential. Consider, you are all young, merely in your teens or early 20s. The construction of our homeland relies on our youthful vigor. If we lack understanding of what constitutes weeds or grain seedlings, how can we guide farmers in their cultivation or instruct factory workers in their labor? Thus, this is an opportunity for us to recharge and learn. As we are the future inheritors of our nation, Meng Fanxing declared with righteous conviction. At this moment, he felt a pang of conscience, questioning if he was merely indulging in lofty rhetoric. Yet, he recognized that standing here to express these thoughts was a meaningful endeavor, a chance to make a difference. The young intellectuals fell into a contemplative silence, for they all shared a common experience. Had it not been for the lack of food at home, they would not have been sent here. Their hearts were as clear as glass, yet they bore unspoken burdens. However, upon hearing Meng Fanxing's words, a flicker of realization ignited within them. Indeed, had they truly resigned themselves to becoming mere parasites, mere machines for excrement? How had they failed to grasp these truths? Therefore, we must cultivate a correct outlook on life. Enduring hardship here for a few years is a test imposed by the party and the nation, a spur to our awareness of farmer struggles and the significance of rural life. The party, the nation, and the people require us to achieve great things, starting from the countryside. Meng Fanxing proclaimed with fervor. Teacher Meng, your words resonate profoundly. Before arriving here, we had not contemplated these matters. However, now that we are here, we genuinely feel the hardships of rural life. To describe it as living day by day is no exaggeration. I truly wish to escape this desolate place. And your insights have struck me like a sudden awakening, Ma Jiantao lamented. Comrade Ma Jiantao, harboring such thoughts is without remorse, for we are all youthful. Indeed, our vast land in China is home to countless individuals who require sustenance. These matters are of paramount concern to both the party and the nation, which face their own adversities. However, it is also the duty of the party and the state to test us, fostering our resilience to cultivate rural development, ensuring that all citizens of China can enjoy adequate nourishment. This is our ultimate aim. Meng Fanxing perceives himself as a speaker of eloquence. You are correct, Teacher Meng. From now on, you shall guide us in our endeavors. We have previously acted foolishly, misunderstanding the intentions of the party and the state. Henceforth, let us demonstrate our commitment to them. Ma Jiantao's voice quivers with emotion. Therefore, we must steadfastly nurture our confidence, rising resolutely from this moment, beginning with ourselves. We can no longer live in a state of confusion as we have in the past. We must aid the areas we have been assigned to, labor diligently, and start with personal efforts. Through years of hard work, we will accumulate experiences and lessons for the betterment of rural production across the nation. These will serve as the foundation for future development, such as winter storage for livestock feed, greenhouses, and the cultivation of high-yield grain seeds to address the nationwide food scarcity. We remember this. Together we strive upon the hills, where all the educated youth roar in unison, releasing the pent-up frustrations that have long been bottled within. In this moment, Meng Fanxing is uncertain whether the words he speaks are sincere or not. Nevertheless, he recognizes that he is firmly rooted in Kaoshan village, secure from the bullying he endured in his past life. A sense of joy brings him a measure of satisfaction. At times, he feels disdain for certain grandstanding masters who once occupied the podium. Yet today, he realizes that some individuals must utter insincere flattery and nonsensical declarations merely to survive and ascend the social ladder. Failure to do so leads to poverty, suffering, and hardship. Now, he finds himself among such people, uncertain if his future will intertwine with theirs in unscrupulous ways. Yet, to thrive, he cannot dwell on such concerns. Survival is his foremost priority, as is the ability to enjoy a hearty meal. Although he can eat his fill each day now, he is acutely aware of the uncertainties that lie ahead during the agricultural off-season. He knows well the taste of thin gruel and bland vegetable broth, devoid of oil and salt, and the weariness of an exhausted body. These are the challenges he must confront in the days to come. He is determined not to live in such a manner. If he wishes for change, it requires the cooperation of all. Only when everyone contributes can progress be made. Is there not a saying that one cannot blame the masses for the actions of the few? He aspires to be one of those who embody this principle, for only then can he effectively safeguard himself. Until this moment, Meng Fanxing feels like an instigator, questioning how he could exploit the pure-hearted innocence of these children. Does this not reveal a potential for complicity within him? Is such behavior truly appropriate? As the group returned to the underground shelter, Ma Jiantao, Su Lei, and several other educated youth remained immersed in Meng Fanxing's words. In that moment, they truly grasped the essence of life and comprehended the expectations that the party and the nation held for them. The future appeared resplendent and brimming with promise. Amidst laughter and conversation, the atmosphere within the shelter polarized. Wu Jiangang, Lu Jianwei, and team leader Zhang, along with their companions, engaged in card games and gambling. After all, depleting their comrades' meager savings had long been their esteemed tradition. Their ultimate ambition was to coax others into willingly relinquishing their money into their own pockets, serving as both their highest aspiration and the wellspring of their endeavors. In the past, Meng Fanxing had harbored similar noble ideals, but in order to distinguish himself from them, he had abandoned such base thoughts. Nevertheless, he still found himself contemplating these ideas, albeit without the opportunity to act upon them. Exhausted after a day of labor, he returned home, performed a brief wash, and collapsed into bed, finding solace in the warmth of the quilt, which felt as comforting as a mother's embrace. The warmth beneath him made Meng Fanxing hum quietly. He feared that if he were to make a sound, team leader Zhang would hear and become irate. For anger could easily lead to illness. Currently, Meng Fanxing remained acutely aware of the larger picture, with countless grains still to be harvested. After the harvest, there were many ditches to be dug. Without them, next year's crops would lack irrigation. Weighing all these factors, he chose to let off a little steam at team leader Zhang's expense. That evening, the moon hid behind the clouds, akin to a bashful bride shying away from the painful debut of her wedding night, concealing her entire visage. In the corners of autumn, crickets chirped incessantly, seemingly awaiting the tenderness of their counterparts. As Meng Fanxing closed his eyes, he ceased to ponder anything further. The moment his eyelids descended, he drifted into slumber, his gentle snores revealing the depth of his fatigue. Though Lu Jianwei, Wu Jiangang, and team leader Zhang lacked the joy exhibited by Ma Jiantao and Su Lei that night, the abundance of food they consumed throughout the day had imbued them with a newfound vigor for entertainment. Their excessive excitement stimulated their imaginations, filling them with delight as they chose to pass the time in this unproductive manner. They were aware that the following morning would require them to return to the fields to harvest the last of the crops. Yet they questioned whether it was possible to refrain from enjoyment each day. Since labor awaited them, they resigned themselves to it, embracing their inner thoughts with a sense of apathy. Thus, they surrendered, particularly team leader Zhang, who felt disheartened by his lack of favor from Captain Xiao. The countless hours of effort, the relentless flattery, and the gifts sent from home to Captain Xiao were akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, utterly futile. Merely feeding the hound. This encapsulated his most genuine thoughts and intentions. The breaths of Ma Jiantao, Su Lei, and others gradually crescendoed from faint whispers to a harmonious symphony within the depths of the earth, a melodious chorus that filled the ears of the few, including team leader Zhang, who had yet to succumb to slumber with a sense of profound annoyance, for they had become estranged, drifting towards divergent paths. Unbeknownst to Meng Fanxing, he had failed to locate the daughter of the Duke of Zhou amidst the night's shadows. The raucous shouts of Lungzi arrived with the punctuality of a clock, suggesting that in a previous life, he must have been the most tormented soul, much like Lu Jianwei at present, who was lost in a delightful dream of a wedding that was abruptly shattered before he could even cradle the bride in his arms. Even if it meant allowing that filthy, sordid hand of his to reach into the garments of the indistinct woman, it would have been a moment of solace. Yet, it was cruelly interrupted by the foolish Lungzi. Lu Jian was on the brink of uttering a curse when a small wooden stick swung by Lungzi struck his arm, nearly sending him tumbling from the warmth of his bedding to the floor. Instead, he plopped down on the edge of the bed, causing a jolt of pain. The agony made him grimace, gasping for breath, as he suspected that this torment stemmed from the merciless edge of the bed. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he trembled uncontrollably, as if afflicted by a severe chill. Come on, haven't you any self-awareness about how late you all stayed up last night? Do you not realize how busy everyone has been these past few days? Lungzi seemed indifferent to Lu Jianwei's plight, his furious curses reflecting a deep-seated enmity. Who reported us? Have we delayed any tasks? Wu Jiangang was equally incensed, muttering under his breath. Then stop whining here and get to work. You are nothing but a laboring machine that consumes everything yet contributes little. Now that you are here, do your job properly. Don't think anyone treasures your presence. Upon hearing Wu Jiangang's retort, Erlingzi fumed. Who are you calling a laboring machine? Have we not worked? Have we not exerted ourselves? The little work you've done pales in comparison to what a good woman could accomplish. How dare you argue with me? Why not rest well at night? He continued. Oh. If you can't sleep at night and refuse to rise in the morning, I suspect you are not truly exhausted. I will petition Captain Xiao to have you all work through the night alongside those women peeling corn. Erlingzi chuckled wickedly, devising a plan to discipline these individuals. Listen, Erlingzi, everyone just struggles to sleep at night. It's merely for amusement. Team leader Zhang recognized that if he did not intervene and advocate for them, he would completely lose their loyalty. Thus, he hurriedly attempted to mediate. Yet, he faltered in his execution. I have not yet addressed you. Look at yourself. As the leader of the educated youth group, you have failed to set a commendable example, leading the way into gambling. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Are you feeling uncomfortable here, yearning to spend a few days in the team's darkroom? Erlingzi directly issued a threat. Am I not merely speaking the truth? After a day's labor, one deserves a bit of entertainment, a moment of relaxation. Chapter 51. I am educated. Very well. Let us ensure that you all unwind properly this evening. No, from tonight onwards, once we return, it will be rest, sleep, and absolutely no more games. Team leader Zhang was genuinely frightened. He knew well the solitude of the small dark room. Indeed, there are tales of those who have erred and faced the terror of being confined within its walls, and it is a true torment. In the past, some educated youth and villagers who made mistakes were locked in the small dark room, enduring the foul stench of their own excrement. The room was so cramped that one could neither stand nor stretch their legs, and the experience was utterly unbearable, exacerbated by the dampness. In just a few days, one's body would be infested with lice, driving them to madness as these tiny creatures feasted on their blood, robbing them of any hard-won flesh. Far more merciless than any thief, heedless of any pleas, crawling about indiscriminately. Meng Fanxing slept soundly, perhaps due to the exhaustion from sifting sand. He was awakened by the noise of several individuals arguing. Opening his eyes to find Erlingzi making a fuss, and he quickly got up to dress. Meng Jiqing, you need not work in the fields. Captain Xiao will look for you shortly. Erlingzi winked at Meng Fanxing, the implication clear. Oh, do you know what he wants? I do not know. He did not speak to me. Nevertheless, he has urgent matters to discuss with you, so do not leave. Very well. With a thud, Meng Fanxing lay back on his pillow. A dozen individuals departed, some muttering curses under their breath, unwilling to accept the stark disparity of their circumstances. Why should a newcomer like her enjoy an early rest? This perplexity ignited anger within Wu Jiangan and others. Meng Fanxing lingered in the warmth of his blankets for over half an hour, yet eventually dressed and prepared to head to the team. After all, assisting with the cooking in the kitchen was still a form of labor. Upon his arrival, everyone was bustling about. Sun Laoyan glanced at him, but continued his work without uttering a word, as was his customary demeanor towards all. Ah, Xiaoming Jiqing, you are here. Sister Qin Yuqin greeted him warmly, her kindness evident. Sister, I have arrived. Is there any work I can do? Meng Fanxing inquired, eager to contribute. Nothing much remains. We have mostly finished stewing the pig bones and pig head meat with potatoes. Everyone has a moment to rest now. Qin Yuqin chuckled, offering Meng Fanxing a small stool to sit upon. I rose a bit late today, and you all had already completed the chores, heh. In truth, it was merely a trifling task. This bowl was left for you by my sister-in-law. Qin Yuqin handed over a large bowl containing several pieces of pork ribs, likely a product of her personal inclination, taking advantage of her position. Sister-in-law, you should take this back for the children. They are growing and need nourishment. No wonder Captain Xiao holds you in such high regard. I heard from Erlingzi that you selflessly reserved the millet pancakes for Arya, despite your own desires. That was thanks to Captain Xiao's special arrangement, Qin Yuqin remarked, her words laced with mock reproach, yet her expression radiated warmth. The little girl is growing. Just the same age as my sister. We cannot let her go hungry. Kindness, old son, he tossed out a few words. I looked at Arya and saw a reflection of my own Xiao Lu. They are quite similar. In the past, any delightful morsels would be saved for them. A habit I had grown accustomed to. Meng Fanxing chuckled, as if such actions were entirely natural. Indeed, no household has much to spare, merely enough to stave off hunger. Gradually, things will improve. Once the farming is done, we shall begin selling pickled vegetables to earn some extra money for grain or fabric. Moreover, the children must attend school. Books and such require funds. Every day revolves around money. If that spicy cabbage could truly fetch a good price, wouldn't others be making it too? Qin Yuqin gazed into Meng Fanxing's eyes, hoping for a satisfactory answer, wishing not to be disappointed. Sister-in-law, it can be sold, but we must have specific ingredients, otherwise. With just garlic and chili, anyone could replicate it, rendering it meaningless. You are correct. If you lack a unique skill for stir-frying shredded potatoes, what use is a chef like you? Precisely. Thus, those ingredients must remain obscure yet yield a distinct flavor. This is the crux of our technique and the essential condition for the marketability of our spicy cabbage. Each element is indispensable, Meng Fanxing stated with utmost seriousness. But that will cost a considerable amount, won't it? The money spent can be earned back. As the old saying goes, you cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the child. If we add nothing but chili and garlic, anyone can do it. And it won't fetch a good price, wouldn't you agree? Meng Fanxing was acutely aware of the significance of this matter. You make a valid point. We can manage if we pool our resources. Qin Yuqin also supported Meng Fanxing's idea, for the children's education is their hope and the future of the entire rural community. And she does not wish to miss this opportunity. It's all right, sister-in-law. I shall find a way myself. Meng Fanxing acknowledged Qin's wisdom. Despite her limited education, she yearned for the children to be learned individuals, capable of venturing into the city or enjoying the privileges of the state. However, the people here are acutely aware of their circumstances, exhibiting short-sightedness and an intense fixation on the little money they possess. Even if it means squeezing out sweat from their palms, they are reluctant to reveal their financial situation, as they believe that having money firmly in their grasp is the only tangible truth that can provide them with peace of mind. Once that money is relinquished, it feels as though their wealth is leaking away, an inconceivable loss. Furthermore, the rural folk are genuinely terrified of poverty. The scant money they hold is akin to their very lifeline. Would you expect them to willingly part with what is essentially their existence? Thus, to comprehend their plight, one must adopt their perspective in order to navigate issues effectively. As a newly arrived educated youth, what leverage do you possess? If my sister-in-law has some resources, we can take it slow. After all, great things often begin from modest beginnings. One cannot expect to become prosperous overnight. I believe Captain Xiao shares a similar sentiment, and I intend to discuss this matter with him further during our meal. Sister-in-law, truly, there is no need for that. I have devised a solution. And Elder Xiao is also inclined to consult with me on this issue, so do not worry. Meng Fanxing offered a reassuring smile to Sister Qin. She understood that Sister Qin likely already knew about the situation, and she felt it was important not to shoulder this burden alone. Her goodwill reflected her self-affirmation. Otherwise, she would not have broached the topic of money with such openness. In the countryside, particularly during this era, people are genuinely fearful of poverty. No one knows when their meager finances might become the lifeline for their family. It is unjust to judge their mindset through one's own lens. They are frightened of both destitution and deception. While their hearts remain simple and sincere, they are akin to unmarked white paper, pure and lovely. Having endured much hardship and servitude, it is only upon awakening to their plight that they realize the depth of their sorrow. For instance, if one is deceived once, they might consider it a genuine loss. However, if the same person is deceived 2 or 3 times, even a farmer would not fall for the same trick again. No one is foolish. One must not take the simplicity of rural individuals for granted and exploit them as if they were inherently naive. The natural order will invoke retribution. Thus, the rural populace from the previous generation has developed a sense of caution, becoming vigilant against certain individuals and institutions. They have learned not to be easily swayed and have gained access to legal recourse and the media of their time, utilizing its power to voice their concerns. This is the reality, and it is a testament to one's growth and learning. One must not treat everyone as a fool. Fairness in dealings will foster mutual understanding and goodwill, for no one is simple-minded. Sister-in-law, having received an education, I find that earning money is exceedingly easy. If you do not believe me, let me resolve this issue, and you can treat me to a drink, Meng Fanxing expressed, admiring Sister Qin's character for her willingness to invest. Very well, if you find yourself at a loss, I shall reiterate, my sister-in-law possesses a modest savings. For I do not wish for my child to endure the same fate as I did, waiting in vain. Upon uttering this sentiment, Sister Qin fell into silence. This statement struck a profound chord within Meng Fanxing. It was undeniably sincere and unpretentious. It undoubtedly altered Meng Fanxing's perception of Sister Qin, revealing her as a woman weathered by life's trials, who desires to spare her offspring from the anguish of ignorance. This serves as a poignant reminder that not all rural dwellers lack awareness. Rather, many are simply oblivious to the pain and suffering they may unknowingly pass on to the next generation. Tragically, some do not even contemplate the future of their descendants. Yet, amidst this sorrow, there exist individuals like Sister Qin who possess clarity. Consequently, The weight upon Meng Fanxing's shoulders feels all the more burdensome, igniting a fervent desire to repay the land that bestowed life upon him in his previous existence, as if to express gratitude in this new life. While the two conversed, old Master Qiao approached, hands clasped behind his back, a rare occurrence for him to arrive at the team so early, and an even rarer sight for him to be awake at such an hour. This was due to the fact that no one in the village dared to challenge his authority or provoke his ire. His early arrival was prompted by the postman's visit. In rural areas, especially in the mountains, the postman serves as a vital link to the outside world, being the best source of information through his travels. After the postman's arrival, old Master Qiao invited him into his home for an extensive discussion, thereby gaining considerable insight into various matters. As a result, his regard for Meng Fanxing deepened. Still, with hands behind his back and an expression devoid of emotion, he stood beside the two, exuding an inherent aura of unspoken authority. Indeed, it was an aura of officialdom, although merely the leader of a production team. He commanded respect as the most authoritative figure within this settlement of over 100 souls. Before the townsfolk, he was the one whose words carried the most weight, embodying decisiveness. Perhaps this is how the gravitas of authority is cultivated, whether ascending from below or descending from above. A leader must possess a certain presence, an air of command. Thus, upon observing the silent yet imposing figure of old Master Qiao, Qin Yuqin felt that her presence was unwarranted. "You carry on. I must attend to some small dishes." She gracefully excused herself, allowing the two men space for conversation. "Come, let us retire to the house for a more detailed discussion," old Master Qiao said, his face still devoid of a smile, leading the way toward the only house in the village, the main residence, which also served as the team's headquarters. Chapter 52. Go ahead with confidence. Meng Fanxing, with a humble demeanor, followed closely behind old Master Qiao. It was not a display of arrogance or pride due to having found his footing. Rather, he understood that this was neither the time nor place for self-aggrandizement. The desires of others to manipulate one were akin to mere playthings. Take, for instance, the clumsy youth who had control over the educated youths. They complied obediently, laboring quietly without protest. Despite being a mere errand runner, he held conversations with significant figures like old Master Qiao or Accountant Feng. Should the clumsy youth choose to criticize Zhang, the team leader, claiming he had a detrimental influence, recalling the events of the previous evening when instead of ensuring a proper rest for everyone, Zhang indulged in gambling, albeit minor entertainment, one would hesitate to label it as such. If Zhang dared to bare his teeth, the clumsy youth could easily render him no longer a leader with a mere utterance, demanding more work from him. In these times, where resources were scarce, labor was paramount. Once old Master Qiao settled down, Meng Fanxing remained with his hands at his sides, standing attentively. Old Master Qiao lifted his eyelids slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction and inner contentment. Although one might be educated, they remained under his jurisdiction, allowing him to exert control over every aspect of their existence. This was the essence of his gratification. "Little Meng, please take a seat. I wish to discuss something with you. Yesterday, I held a brief meeting with Accountant Feng. Given your recent performance, I would like to propose that you become the deputy leader of our Kuaishan village. I would like to hear your thoughts on this," old Master Qiao stated, embodying the cunning of a seasoned fox, suggesting a potential trap. How one responded would reveal their character and adherence to propriety. Words were one thing, but actions told a different story, laden with intrigue and wisdom. If Meng Fanxing were naive or oblivious, it would spell disaster. "Old Master Qiao, your proposition is rather sudden. I have just arrived. Such an arrangement might be premature," Meng Fanxing replied slowly, as if contemplating each word. "As a member of Kuaishan village, I only wish to contribute to our community. I believe it would be prudent to wait a while, at least until I can earn the trust of others and demonstrate some tangible achievements." "Ah, you exhibit both wisdom and composure. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, during the upcoming labor, you need not toil away. Focus on the matters at hand. Our village is in dire need of funds and resources, which I trust you have observed," old Master Qiao remarked, ensuring that Meng Fanxing comprehended the underlying message, solidifying his own thoughts. Mr. Qiao continued, "Well, yesterday the postman arrived, and I inquired in detail about the circumstances in the town and the county. The apple pears you mentioned are not available in the town, and even in the county, they are supplied only with a ticket. Lacking an apple ticket poses a significant challenge. Even with one, acquiring apples is not guaranteed, as they are in high demand. Furthermore, we only have a few pounds of sugar tickets available in the team." Meng Fanxing understood the implications. These items are either unavailable or scarce, which is the reality. The shortage is inherent, especially in a county or town. It's not that people do not wish to buy. Rather, money is also in short supply. Mr. Chiao, some matters are influenced by human effort. I intend to make spicy cabbage and sell it to raise funds for the children. There are difficulties, but solutions do exist. Here, Meng Fanxing paused for a moment and asked, "Do we have beet greens? What do you need those for?" Mr. Chiao responded, "They are primarily for feeding pigs or adding to porridge." "There is plenty of that," he added. "That's good. There's no need to spend money on sugar and syrup if you can provide enough beet greens. I can resolve these issues. And the remaining beet pulp can still be used to feed pigs or added to vegetable porridge." "It's a win-win situation," Meng Fanxing said while pondering slowly. "Young Meng, is it not possible to forego certain ingredients?" Mr. Chiao inquired, voicing his innermost curiosity. After all, if something can be saved, it must be conserved. "Mr. Chiao, do you think that people would still buy spicy cabbage from us, even for simple seasonings like chili and garlic? Would they spend a fortune on our product? They know what's in it with just one bite. Can a chef replicate it?" Meng Fanxing reiterated Qin Yuqin's words, strengthening her argument. "You make a valid point. I want to elaborate further on that. Please share your solution." This was an acknowledgement, a form of validation from Meng Fanxing's voice. Consequently, the ensuing dialogue became easier, allowing Meng Fanxing to seize the initiative and assert her authority, ensuring a favorable outcome. "With beet greens, I can directly produce syrup, thereby addressing the primary concerns regarding white sugar and syrup. This is an area where the chefs lack creativity and would never conceive of such a solution, presenting us with a distinct advantage. Moreover, the flavor of syrup encompasses more than mere sweetness. It also enhances the fermentation of chili, improving its taste. I'm unfamiliar with this. So how do we resolve the remaining ingredients? Are there villagers who have made dried pears from mountain pears? What about wild berries? Dried pears are not the only option. Wild berries would suffice as well. It is autumn, and these are plentiful on the mountains, perfectly ripe for harvest. Even after the first light snowfall, they can still be picked, albeit requiring some labor. This approach saves considerable money compared to purchasing apples at exorbitant prices. No problem. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I will arrange for individuals to handle them at the appropriate time. Do you think the wild mountain berries and dried pears will suffice?" Mr. Chiao immediately became invigorated. With these issues resolved, everything would come together, and we could also prepare the spicy cabbage. "Very well, I entrust this task to you, Mr. Chiao. However, monosodium glutamate is indispensable for enhancing flavor and is crucial for the texture of the spicy cabbage. The supply cooperatives should certainly stock it, as such seasonings are essential items in large restaurants." Meng Fanxing directly put forth the final request. "Is this MSG expensive?" "It is not particularly costly. It is merely a synthetic substance. We do not have the necessary ingredients here, but if I had them, I could prepare it myself. However, the flavor of homemade MSG cannot compare to that produced in factories. The umami is paramount, and with it, our spicy cabbage will undoubtedly fetch a good price. Pray tell, how much do you think we could sell it for?" "The Napa cabbage and chili peppers cost us nothing. We have plenty. Could you calculate whether the proceeds from selling this spicy cabbage would cover the children's school expenses?" "Absolutely. There would be enough left over to buy new clothes for the children as well," Meng Fanxing asserted with great confidence, aiming to solidify Mr. Chiao's resolve to pursue this endeavor. It was imperative. Otherwise, the greenhouse and all future matters would remain unresolved. "By the way, there are also wild hawthorns on the mountain. They are abundant. Is that feasible?" Mr. Chiao suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling another type of wild fruit. "Isn't this similar in flavor to the mountain berries?" "Indeed. I almost forgot about this wild fruit. It will definitely suffice, and the taste will be quite delightful." "Huh. Then we shall have plenty of that. Rest assured. All that remains is the MSG. The team has just under 200. You may take it to purchase the MSG. Be bold in your endeavors, without any reservations," Mr. Chiao encouraged, as this was also an investment in the future of the village's children. "We won't need to buy too much at once. Let us start with a few bags. This business requires a steady approach, and purchasing in bulk is unnecessary. We should make some ourselves and taste it before making the final decision." Meng Fanxing admired Mr. Chiao's audacity in entrusting the entire team to her. This was a testament to his trust. "Should we incur a loss, consider it our tuition fee. We can afford this small sum. As long as our children have access to education, can recognize characters, and perform basic arithmetic without shame." "Your words are reassuring. With funds, we shall engage in profitable ventures. And when funds are scarce, we shall pursue modest endeavors. We will ensure our children receive an education. I guarantee that today's investment will yield greater profits for us. This year, we will break into the market with spicy cabbage, and next year, we will pave the way to develop greenhouse vegetables through the success of our spicy cabbage." Admittedly, there will be certain risks involved, which may lead to unnecessary complications. Meng Fanxing felt it essential to address these realities up front. Never mind. As long as the children have access to education, what does it matter? Since you say so, I feel reassured. We are self-reliant and, like planting crops, we should be fine. Even if the government intervenes, these are our own crops, cultivated from our own land. Your intellect is remarkably agile. Proceed with confidence. Even if it leads to dire consequences. Rest assured, there are indeed clandestine transactions for eggs and other commodities in the town. Our dealings are akin to surplus produce from a seller's home, trivial in nature. As long as no one reports us or engages in malicious gossip, we are safe. The essence of discretion is encapsulated in this notion. What is so significant about the fruits of our labor? We have engaged in it, after all. I have indeed taken action, yet the distance from the city is a considerable obstacle. The journey consumes an inordinate amount of time. If only we were closer to the outskirts or within the city itself, sighed Meng Fanxing. This reflects the reality of Kaoshan village, which lies over 30 miles from town, more than 100 miles to the county, and similarly to the city. Moreover, the state of the roads is appalling. As described by a traveler from a previous life, large potholes interspersed with smaller ones, each filled with water and debris. This is a stark truth of our existence and a fundamental reason for the backwardness of this era. Life in China during this period is undeniably arduous, not only for the nation but also for local governments grappling with their own struggles. The scarcity of resources is so acute it evokes tears. The nation's development must proceed step by step, necessitating generations of effort and sacrifice. However, there is hope, particularly for individuals like Meng Fanxing, who, having been reborn, possesses foresight into the strength of future China, instilling a sense of pride within him. Having expressed all this, Lord Xiao heaved a sigh of relief, his gaze softening as he regarded the young intellectual with satisfaction, indicating his recognition and esteem for Meng Fanxing. Each of his actions has been duly validated. Furthermore, he comprehended the words spoken by the second daughter of his family last night, albeit partially. Yet it was clear to him that this young intellectual truly grasps the essence of the down to the countryside movement, elevating the narrative to a national and party level, serving as a testament and training for the future populace. From this understanding alone, it is evident that young Meng is the most capable individual dispatched to Kaoshan village by the party and the state, a beacon of hope for their future. Lord Xiao, having seen the world, knows that the nation's future holds promise and potential. Chapter 53. I hold great value in your work ethic thus. He is acutely aware that if these endeavors succeed, the villagers of Kaoshan will reap the benefits and receive their rightful rewards. This insight is born from his experiences as a worldly soldier. Although retired, he still harbors the ambitions of youth. We are in the nascent stages now, and he is willing to invest his savings, daring to take a gamble. Without risk, one may achieve nothing at all. He is quite eager to wager a modest sum of 1 or 200 yuan, especially since it does not require a significant outlay. This prospect brings him immense joy. In recent days, the precious daughter Arya has been returning home, her little mouth chattering away with tales, whether of things she has heard or those yet to be discovered. This has significantly piqued her interest and bolstered her confidence. To put it simply, Arya serves as a covert agent among the educated youth, a little spy, something no one anticipated, not even Meng Fanxing, who remained oblivious to this cunning scheme devised by the old fox. This illustrates the essence of the old fox's intricate plots and the youthful playfulness intertwined within. Regardless of how seasoned you are, I too am a veteran hunter, one who meticulously plans ahead. You may claim to be the little fox, yet as long as your fur has not fully grown, you must patiently await my hunting rifle and nets. This is the greatest leverage and advantage of the old hunter. Master Qiao, whether you are willing or not, the hunting rifle and traps have already been laid bare before you. Even if Meng Fanxing becomes aware of it, he must willingly step into the trap, for he wishes to avoid the torments of his previous life. The house is now a certainty, a warm little nest that Meng Fanxing has long desired, and it will soon become a reality. Besides this, the greenhouse and other proposals he has brought forth will swiftly materialize, sparing him the toil of laboring under the scorching sun. Thus, he has been granted the title of deputy captain, a wise move on their part, a true testament to their ability to attract talent. You must decide whether to accept this opportunity. Master Qiao has paved the way for you. Even if you choose not to act, there is no escaping it. Showcasing the shrewdness of the old fox. While you labor, others study you. Can you outsmart those who engage their minds and words? After the new year, when the farming season slows, I will prepare the path for our emergence. This notion has long been in my mind, and you may rest assured. Master Qiao has readily agreed, providing a clear timeline. Haha, Master Chiao, you should elevate yourself further. Working alongside you indeed feels like a blessing. Meng Fanxing appropriately flattered him. As a small cadre, these were words he loved to hear, and it struck the right chord, bringing joy. I have yet to reach the level of awareness you advocate, to gradually accomplish tangible deeds for the villagers. At last, a smile graced Master Chiao's face, a sight Meng Fanxing had never witnessed before. However, this praise was not to my liking. I have encountered many prominent figures, and even county heads or directors do not possess your wisdom. Your ability to delegate tasks to your subordinates demonstrates trust and provides them with opportunities to showcase their skills. If they fail to strive, one must question their intelligence and prudence. This compliment momentarily ignited a glimmer in Master Chiao's eyes, fleeting yet perceptible to Meng Fanxing, who was keenly observing him. Both were scrutinizing each other, Meng Fanxing, the young educated youth, and Master Chiao, the seasoned veteran, each harboring their own secrets and intentions. Comparing a captain to a county magistrate is an audacious undertaking. In truth, this serves as a subtle reminder from Meng Fanxing regarding his own worth. I have encountered prominent figures, and now, whether they are directors or otherwise, they are not so remarkable. If you surpass them significantly, continue striving for excellence. Mr. Chiao, too, felt a quiet astonishment. An 18-year-old youth possessing such eloquence and an array of remarkable skills. Can one truly assert that saving lives is a feat achievable by a mere youth? Furthermore, the winter feed for the storage pits is a matter of great significance. Should success be achieved on this front, it would resonate throughout the entire brigade, the whole town, and even the entire county, an achievement unheard of thus far. This is a tangible accomplishment, one that can lead to direct elevation in status. Do others possess such a thing? No. The ability to attain this is a testament to one's wisdom. As for the cattle shed, I am acutely aware of its previous state. If heavy snow buries the mountains this winter, and I achieve a notable performance in this area that no other production team has, it would demonstrate my foresight, a quality absent in others. In the event that others suffer losses, and we remain unscathed, it would amount to an extraordinary achievement. Just the thought brings a smile to my heart. Moreover, should the greenhouse project succeed, it would not only provide us with sustenance, but also generate income and foster goodwill. In the dead of winter, presenting a few peppers, cucumbers, or tomatoes to leaders would surely bring them joy and praise, wouldn't it? Mr. Chiao, in all his endeavors, contemplates his own interests. Thus he is acutely aware of his future prospects. Would he face any obstructions? Undoubtedly not, whether in grand meetings or smaller gatherings. Receiving commendation and additional resources is a delightful prospect, and Mr. Chiao's heart swells with joy at the thought. Meng Fanxing considered that the fruit flavors could be resolved with wild berries, hawthorn, and dried pears, which brought him happiness. The remaining challenge lies in finding a market. However, the current marketplace still operates largely in the shadows. This so-called black market consists of individuals selling their home-raised chickens, ducks, rabbits, and other items to those in need in exchange for essential goods, typically found in a particular alley of the county town or on a street in the town. Such gatherings attract a crowd. This represents one of the most characteristic forms of private trade in the country today. Due to the suppression of capitalist tendencies, the state does not endorse these clandestine transactions, and local authorities strictly regulate them. Those caught may be sent to the police station or the Industrial and Commercial Bureau for detention and fines. The government often turns a blind eye to these clandestine dealings, recognizing that every household encounters difficulties. For instance, a family with a chronic illness may require long-term medication. Yet the meager wages or labor points earned are insufficient to cover the costs of such ongoing treatment. However, even those with better circumstances would be reluctant to engage in such furtive livelihoods. During this period, all commerce is monopolized by supply and marketing cooperatives, prohibiting private transactions, which is also a reflection of the state's centralized purchasing and selling practices. You may exchange the eggs and poultry from your household for currency at the supply and marketing cooperative. However, the prices offered are rather meager, and one must possess connections to even facilitate such transactions. Unless one possesses special goods, the cooperative will adhere strictly to directives from higher authorities regarding procurement. Consequently, selling any items can prove to be an arduous endeavor. When the cooperative acquires goods, various forms of tickets are required for resale. For instance, the commonly known grain tickets are categorized into local grain tickets issued by provincial authorities and national grain tickets, which are valid across the entire country. Local grain tickets are inherently limited in scope. Purchasing fabric necessitates supplementary tickets, acquiring sugar demands sugar tickets, and even procuring honeycomb coal requires coal tickets. Everything that enters the cooperative's inventory is encumbered by a layer of bureaucratic ticketing, presenting not only a price increase, but also an additional barrier. To purchase a bicycle necessitates a vehicle ticket, while a radio requires specific documentation. Larger items are subject to special state regulation and ticketing, as certain steel and electronic components must be imported or are scarce, necessitating applications, queues, and often connections, including gifts and other underhanded tactics. The black market operates differently, characterized by transactions devoid of tickets or the need for favors, relying solely on cash, often yielding better prices to supplement household income. Thus, black markets have emerged in cities and towns nationwide, catering to the clandestine trading needs of the populace. Meng Fanxing is aware that the relaxation of business operations will not occur for at least another decade, around the years 81 or 82, and for now, the black market remains the primary venue for such exchanges. However, Meng Fanxing understands that while trading eggs, duck eggs, and other goods in the black market is feasible, items such as his pickled spicy cabbage and salted radishes lack a market. Even if there is some demand, it constitutes a minimal share. Only state-run restaurants or the canteens of enterprises and mines serve as the primary outlets for such pickled goods. Therefore, his homemade spicy cabbage must find a specialized market. It is imperative for Meng Fanxing to venture into the city, to traverse that path, in a manner reminiscent of an elder's wartime strategy. He aims to encircle the city from the countryside, preparing for a decisive battle. Moreover, the vegetables produced in future greenhouses must be delivered to state-run restaurants and enterprises in the city, as these venues provide the ideal opportunity for him to showcase his skills. In his previous life, Meng Fanxing was well acquainted with the virtues and processes of these establishments. Old Master Qiao chuckled, who would not appreciate such flattery. The cunning old fox was thoroughly pleased with the young intellectual's compliments, admiring his approach and believing that Meng Fanxing was a promising individual. A good comrade who understood the nuances of advancement and retreat. Little Meng, go forth with confidence. Whenever you wish to enter the city, just let me know, and I shall provide you with funds. Also, ride the big mule over, it will be swifter. Choose a companion from the village, old Master Qiao concluded, having arranged for an informant. Master Qiao, I am not well acquainted with our village. Please make the arrangements, and find someone clever enough. At least, if I am unable to go to the city next time, it would be beneficial for him to directly procure these items. Meng Fanxing is indeed cunning. He wouldn't want you to assign a simpleton, would he? Let us speak plainly. Very well, then arrange for the simpleton to accompany you. He is quite reliable in his endeavors. Master Qiao was also pleased, for this young man is sensible and conducts his tasks with precision, unlike others who act recklessly. Indeed, this second brother is astute and methodical, Meng Fanxing commended. When do you plan to commence? I need to organize the personnel. Let us begin today, as you know. Once these are completed, they must be taken to the city for sale, and finding a market will take time. As our sales increase, we will establish a regular delivery schedule. Excellent. I admire your diligent approach. You do not procrastinate, and when you wish to do something, you do it. Hee. Meng Fanxing chuckled foolishly, scratching the back of his head, and this gesture brought even more joy to Master Qiao. For it was a sign that his praise had taken effect. During breakfast, Master Qiao arranged for a dozen women and elderly ladies, whose health was not robust, to gather in the courtyard to prepare the sugar beets. Additionally, he instructed others to set up 2 large pots in a corner of the yard, to be used for boiling syrup, and everything was well organized. As for those going up the mountain to gather hawthorn and mountain berries, Master Qiao gathered a group of young girls and boys. The children were adept at climbing, and he assigned several armed militia to keep watch. Especially considering the recent incidents involving wild boars and bears, which had instilled a sense of caution in everyone. After finishing his meal, Meng Fanxing began to busy himself. He was not required to perform the specific tasks at this moment, but he was intent on passing his skills to his sister-in-law, Qin Yuqin. She was efficient and quick-witted, and possessing such skills would be beneficial for him. In the future, should he be absent, there would still be someone knowledgeable about the entire process of making spicy cabbage. After all, it is impractical to do everything oneself. As long as there are willing learners, they will quickly grasp the techniques. At present, Meng Fanxing's top priority was to maintain the goodwill of the people. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, these individuals could support him, even if it were merely to speak a few kind words on his behalf. Moreover, Qin Yuqin was a person of considerable influence in the village. Sister-in-law, after boiling the sugar beets, remove them once their sweetness has dissipated. The remaining task is to reduce the water from the boiled beets until it becomes somewhat viscous. Meng Fanxing instructed Qin Yuqin earnestly. Young Meng, is this how it should look? Qin Yuqin inquired, scooping a spoonful of the somewhat thick syrup from the large iron pot. She knew that sugar could be made from the sugar beets, but she had never attempted it before. Indeed, if we delve deeper, we would find that white sugar is a product of extensive processing. However, our focus lies in the preparation of spicy pickled cabbage, which does not require prolonged cooking. This suffices. All right, sister-in-law, I comprehend. Are there any further requirements? None. We shall store these in a small vat, allowing us easy access when needed. Once all the ingredients are prepared, I will instruct you on the art of making spicy pickled cabbage. In the coming days, I plan to visit the supply cooperative in town to procure some monosodium glutamate for experimental purposes, Meng Fanxing remarked regarding her itinerary. Is monosodium glutamate available? Our team still has more than half a bag. That works perfectly. We need not purchase any. With this ample supply, I can create samples to take to the city. Should there be a demand for procurement, I will purchase more and prepare additional batches upon my return, Meng Fanxing replied joyfully. That sounds good. I will fetch it for you. Sister-in-law, there is no need to rush. The mountain berries and hawthorn have yet to be harvested, and processing them will take time. Additionally, these ingredients must undergo high-temperature sterilization. Otherwise, the spicy pickled cabbage will spoil within a few days, leading to customer dissatisfaction. High-temperature sterilization? How is that accomplished? We lack the necessary equipment here. In truth, it involves steaming in a large iron pot. As long as the larvae or other impurities within the fruit are thoroughly cooked, it qualifies as high-temperature sterilization. If these impurities are not removed, imagine if a customer encounters a long-placed worm. Would you be willing to serve that? Haha, you make a valid point. Very well. As long as you oversee the process, I shall undertake the task. Qin Yuqin understood that young Meng, the educated youth, was imparting his craft of making spicy pickled cabbage. Others had not been fortunate enough to receive such knowledge. Perhaps, by doing good deeds, one earns their rightful due. At this moment, her heart brimmed with joy. In recent days, she had felt the kindness of this young, educated youth and found him commendable for his integrity and diligence. Unlike other youths who often spoke grandly without substance, this reflects the rural adage that kindness begets kindness. A little goodwill reaps rewards. Qin Yuqin felt content and elated, having acquired skills and formed connections, leading to mutual satisfaction. The children from the mountains were also jubilant, aware that their efforts today would translate into books and stationery for their studies in the future. They were filled with excitement, eagerly gathering the ripe mountain berries and hawthorn with nimble fingers. Occasionally, they would pop a few into their mouths, relishing the sweet and sour flavors that brought them immense satisfaction. For the impoverished rural families, these treats served as delightful winter snacks for the children, as there was little spare money to buy food. When the day's work concluded, the children returned home laden with baskets of mountain fruits, embodying their hopes and dreams. Meng Fanxing gazed at them with a bittersweet feeling, her eyes warm with emotion, for the children aspired to change their circumstances, yearning to possess the skills and capabilities similar to those of the young educated youth. During dinner, the children and the educated youths gathered around Meng Fanxing, filling the courtyard with laughter. Despite their exhaustion, their hearts brimmed with a sweet, contented joy. After the meal, rather than resting, Meng Fanxing began to steam and sterilize the wild fruits that the children had gathered from the mountains in a large iron pot. He understood that these children harbored hopes for the future. He could not afford to delay their aspirations, nor let down the adults in the village, for their eager gazes urged him to strive relentlessly, with no room for idleness or pause. He worked diligently until past 1 in the morning before finally resting. Before retiring for the night, he attempted to prepare a pot of spicy pickled cabbage using the seasonings he had gathered throughout the day, intending to let it ferment overnight for everyone to taste the next day, thereby validating the authenticity of his efforts. In this way, Meng Fanxing was instilling hope not only in the villagers but also within himself, for hope is a remarkable guiding spirit. Once a person has a direction of hope, they are willing to endure hardship and fatigue, striving with determination. As dawn broke over the small mountain village, it resumed its familiar busyness. Those who needed to work in the fields climbed out of their warm beds, braving fatigue and the chill of autumn, armed with their tools to harvest the crops. Meng Fanxing, as usual, made his way to the team. Elder Qiao had already issued orders, relieving him from the labor that others were to undertake. Yet he understood the importance of fulfilling his own responsibilities, ensuring that no one could speak ill of him, for he was a member of the community. "Oh, you're here, young Meng." Qin Yuqin greeted him with genuine warmth. "Sister-in-law, have you tasted the spicy pickled cabbage?" Meng Fanxing asked with delight, confident in the success of his culinary creation. "I wouldn't dare without you. I've been waiting for you. Just look at everyone's eager faces." Qin Yuqin gestured around to the expectant villagers, all curious to compare this new batch of pickled cabbage with previous ones. Isn't it just a matter of savoring the flavor? There's no need to wait for me, Meng Fanxing replied, though internally he felt a sweet satisfaction. It was truly gratifying to be respected by the community. You say that, but we all eagerly anticipate this. Of course, you should be the first to taste it and see if it meets your standards. Qin Yuqin brought the large bowl over. Meng Fanxing gazed at the vibrant red and white pickled cabbage, inhaling its aroma. He closed his eyes briefly, savoring the dish he had crafted from the mountainous bounty, contemplating how it differed from what he had tasted before. The flavor remained familiar, yet he detected a delightful fruitiness that surpassed previous experiences, an essence absent in his past life. He mused, relishing the moment. The flavor exceeded my expectations, embodying an authenticity that truly delighted Meng Fanxing. Although he had not tasted it himself, he couldn't help but boast, his eyes and expression radiating a sense of satisfaction and contentment. Xiaomeng, my dear, do give it a try. Does it align with your expectations? Meng Fanxing washed his hands and retrieved an entire piece of spicy cabbage, deftly slicing it into smaller portions and arranging them beautifully on a plate. He picked up a small piece with the tip of his knife and placed it in his mouth. The crispness of the cabbage was immediately evident, accompanied by the flavors of fruits, garlic, chili, syrup, and the syrup stickiness, all coming together harmoniously. Perhaps it had been too long since he had savored spicy cabbage. This small bite intoxicated him, revealing the true essence of authentic spicy cabbage. He stood quietly among the crowd, relishing the moment and savoring the taste. Xiaomeng, do speak. How does it feel? Sun Laoyan, feeling the pressure, urged Meng Fanxing to voice his genuine thoughts, hoping for immediate success. Everyone understood the urgency of Sun Laoyan, a testament to how much he cared about the matter at hand. Uncle, do try it. Sister, you too. It has surpassed my expectations. It is truly perfect and more successful than I imagined. Even if there were a platter of meat before me, I would not take a single bite, Meng Fanxing laughed, his joy infectious. At the sound of Meng Fanxing's words, the crowd erupted with excitement. Though they had never tasted the most authentic and exquisite spicy cabbage, they saw a glimmer of hope for their children's education, and one by one, they leaped with enthusiasm. Don't get too carried away. Do taste it. From now on, you must replicate this flavor. These will be your creations to send to the grand restaurants in the city for the distinguished to savor. Meng Fanxing understood their elation. Do taste it. Yes, taste it. They eagerly picked up their chopsticks, and astonished expressions once again filled the faces of the crowd, bringing joy to Meng Fanxing. This time, he had truly found his footing, fully integrating himself among the people of Kaoshan Tun, becoming one of them. The sweet and sour flavor was perfectly balanced. The chili was not overwhelmingly spicy, making it palatable for both adults and children. Moreover, the cabbage became crisper and more flavorful, a feat that even city chefs would find exceedingly difficult to replicate, for they remained ignorant of the secret recipes and methods involved. Meng Fanxing recognized that his culinary skills were best kept within the community. This business could thrive for years to come. The state-owned restaurants in the city required unique dishes, and this was more than sufficient. With the addition of some radishes, they could easily cater to the diverse palates of city dwellers. At present, Meng Fanxing faces a significant challenge regarding the transporting vessels, as the contents are rather delicate. After some contemplation, he decided to enlist the skills of a carpenter to craft a suitable container, ensuring it is securely placed upon a well-cleaned cart. Otherwise, any potential interest would swiftly dissipate. While he pondered these matters, old Master Qiao entered, hands clasped behind his back. He was aware that everyone had toiled late into the night. Although he had not personally participated, he understood their endeavors. Captain Xiao, do try this. The flavor is truly divine, even surpassing our previous attempt, Qin Yuqing exclaimed, promptly offering her chopsticks to the newly arrived old Master Qiao. Have we succeeded? Captain Xiao discerned the joy radiating from everyone's faces and surmised the answer. Indeed, we have succeeded, Meng, the young intellectual, affirmed. It turned out even better than I had anticipated. That is splendid news. Old Master Qiao sampled a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment as the initial taste of fruity sweetness and a subtle tartness enveloped his senses. It was a culinary delight he had not encountered in many years, truly exceptional. What are your thoughts? Old Master Qiao's brow relaxed, and his expression conveyed joy to all present, for it reflected his heartfelt sentiments. This was the quintessential definition of success. Excellent, truly excellent. Are we now able to produce this in quantity? Old Master Qiao turned his gaze toward Meng Fanxing, eager to hear the answer he sought, filled with anticipation and hope. Yes, we can prepare a batch for sale in the city. However, transportation presents some challenges. We must ensure the cart is spotless and create a proper container. I envision wrapping it in clean plastic to impart a sense of hygiene and cleanliness, ensuring it is not off-putting. Meng Fanxing articulated his thoughts. Very well. Instruct the carpenter to commence immediately. Have Erlingzi gather a few individuals to thoroughly clean the large mule cart by the riverbank. And let us take the newly crafted cart for a trial run. Old Master Qiao expressed his delight, feeling reassured as he glimpsed hope on the horizon. The wooden cart had originally been crafted by the carpenter, who was well acquainted with its dimensions. Upon hearing Meng Fanxing's ideas, the carpenter instantly understood. Requiring no further elaboration, his craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. Rest assured, young intellectual Meng, we have ample planks available. A simple polishing with a planer will suffice, and I can have it ready for you in just over an hour. I guarantee your satisfaction, the carpenter assured. Recognizing that Meng Fanxing was favored in old Master Qiao's eyes. That will suffice. This vessel for the spicy cabbage must be durable for long-term use. With plastic lining to prevent any tearing, considering the liquid contents, would you not agree? Meng Fanxing reiterated his concerns. I understand, the carpenter responded promptly. Very well. You may continue with your work. I shall check on the status of the cart over there. You may attend to your matters. The task at hand shall certainly be completed before your return. Meng Fanxing made his way toward the eastern end of the village, where the river fork lay. For the large mule had already been sent there to be washed. Erlingzi, accompanied by several young boys, was shouting boisterously as they walked, their voices resounding. Little did Meng Fanxing know that by the time he approached the river fork, a lively scene awaited him. The flatbed cart had been overturned, nearly cleaned inside and out, merely awaiting the drying of the water before being returned. The group resembled attendees at a wedding, tending to the grand mule with care. Observing the large mule shivering in the autumn breeze, Meng Fanxing couldn't help but chuckle. He hurriedly called out to Erlingzi to lead the mule around. Should the mule fall ill, it would surely grieve Lord Qiao, even if they sold spicy cabbage, for this mule was the most formidable beast in the village. Erlingzi performed admirably, running the mule around the village a few times until it ceased shivering, its body drying off. As it approached, the mule affectionately nudged Meng Fanxing's face, seemingly expressing gratitude. Brother, do you think our spicy cabbage will sell? Erlingzi inquired anxiously, for despite his satisfaction with the food, he was unfamiliar with the tastes of the city folks. These are trifles. Today we shall merely test the waters and see if the state-run restaurants in the city have any demand for such fare. By the way, inform your family that we likely won't return tonight. We wouldn't want them to worry, Meng Fanxing advised. We won't be back? Then, where shall we stay in the city? Should I bring some fodder? Erlingzi asked. Of course. This trip is merely about scouting. If they accept our goods, splendid. If not, we will have to visit several establishments. We must inquire at every major factory or state-run restaurant along the way. Conducting business is never a simple endeavor. Should I bring a few changes of clothes? It seems we might be gone for several days. It's merely a round trip of 2 or 3 days. No need for extra clothing. Do you even have new garments? Meng Fanxing teased, knowing well that not only the villagers, but even the newly arrived educated youth possessed few clothes. Erlingzi's remark was a playful jab. None at all, just. Brother, there will be in the future, rest assured, with a brother by your side, I shall ensure you have the funds for new clothes. Meng Fanxing felt genuinely moved. In this era, it was not just a matter of excess funds. No one had the means to purchase new attire, leading to hardship for all. Most wore garments patched upon patched, particularly at the knees and elbows, areas subject to frequent wear and tear. He was resolute in his determination to change this reality, genuinely empathizing with these hard-working farmers who toiled like beasts of burden in the fields throughout the seasons, undeterred by wind or rain, finding solace only in the brief respite of the harshest winter, which was often dictated by the inability to work. Brother, I am a simple man, lacking in education, and in the countryside, one can wear anything. No need to dwell on that. The days ahead will surely improve. Meng Fanxing felt a warmth and slight soreness in his eyes, prompting him to turn away, for this simpleton was indeed earnest and sincere. Brother, when shall we depart? How long will it take for the pickled vegetables to be ready? Will we make it in time? The simpleton's thoughts were solely occupied with the prospect of earning money from the spicy cabbage, with no other distractions. There's no rush. Let the cart dry a bit. Otherwise, we will be soaked by the time we sit on it. Meng Fanxing turned back, gently patting the simpleton's shoulder. Very well, you head back first. Captain Qiao mentioned the payment, and I am hesitant to carry such a large sum. You should take it. The simpleton smiled broadly at Meng Fanxing, feeling that this brother was worthy of trust, and even contemplated buying him clothes, something he had never dared to imagine before. Brother, you are the future heir of our team. You must learn to manage. 100 or 80 yuan is trivial. In the future, you will be overseeing tens of thousands. When that time comes, what will you do? Oh my goodness, brother, please don't frighten me. Just 100 or 80 yuan terrifies me. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. How much is that? I can't even fathom it. I have never seen 100 yuan. The simpleton was genuinely shocked, his body trembling. It's not much. Money is merely paper used to purchase goods. If everything goes well, don't be surprised if you see millions or even billions. It could all be yours. Don't overthink it. Just keep pushing forward. Meng Fanxing knew that talking to him now was futile. Oh dear, brother, you have truly scared me. I'm genuinely terrified. Look at your lack of ambition. Very well, I shall return now to gather some things and meet up with the others shortly. With that, Meng Fanxing turned and walked away, knowing he wouldn't visit old Master Chiao, for the simpleton was the one he trusted, and he was also the overseer. Whether selling goods or collecting payments, he needed to have the simpleton with him. Otherwise, unnecessary troubles could arise. He didn't prioritize the money. But for the people in the village, earning was a significant struggle, indeed, a true hardship. One must remain cautious amidst these matters, should any conflict arise. He was well aware of the villagers' subtle concerns. Even if he didn't take a single dime, it was imperative to handle things delicately. As Meng Fanxing walked, he initially considered returning home to fetch the 9 yuan he had, but thought better of it. After all, carrying money could complicate matters. It was easier to be empty-handed and more agreeable. He returned to the team and saw Qin Yuqin and others diligently spreading chili paste over the stir-fried cabbage. Their attention meticulous, as if caring for a newborn. After all, these were their hopes and the future of their children. Meng Fanxing found a stool and took a seat, facing Sun Laonian. This was intentional. He casually withdrew his hands from his pockets, inadvertently revealing both of them empty. He patted his jacket pocket, which was also devoid of contents. You rascal, what are you up to? Are you trying to imply to me that your pockets are utterly bare? Sun Laonian directly addressed him, puffing on his pipe. Hee, uncle, nothing escapes your notice. This is my first time doing something for the team, and I wish to avoid any suspicion of foul play, for I truly do not want to be misunderstood. Meng Fanxing managed a bitter smile, thus expressing his sentiments. Not to worry, we country folk are not so cunning. We lack such intricacies. To be honest, if you wish to earn money, there are numerous ways to do so. You wouldn't even regard this trifling sum, Sun Laonian mused, not lifting his head, lost in his own thoughts. You understand me well, thank you, Meng Fanxing replied. Choosing not to say more, Sun Laonian continued to puff away, seemingly deep in contemplation, weighing his thoughts as he assessed the young man before him. He had scrutinized the educated youth in the village, finding none to his liking. Now, he encountered a young man who inspired a sense of satisfaction. However, one cannot truly know a person's character in such a brief time. It requires a multifaceted and prolonged examination to gauge an individual's essence. You are from the city, educated and knowledgeable. Do not judge us rural folk by the same standards. We are straightforward and lack the guile. I understand you are here for the greater good. As of now, there is no need for such heavy contemplation, Sun Laonian remarked, speaking more than he had ever done in their acquaintance, expending considerable breath. Uncle, I simply wish to avoid these matters. I came here out of necessity, but now that I'm here, I cannot remain silent while I see others suffer. I hope to do something to improve our village's circumstances, so the children can attend school, have food to eat, and clothes to wear, Meng Fanxing confessed, lowering his gaze. Indeed, uncle understands. Just do your best, Sun Laonian encouraged. I will. I was merely overthinking earlier. I apologize, Meng Fanxing said, mustering the courage to lift his head. After all, in this situation, it was his own insecurity that led to self-doubt. Why should I feel guilty when nothing has occurred? That is unwarranted. You sly young man, you have quite the cleverness. Very well, I am aware of your intentions, Sun Laonian replied. As long as you understand, uncle. Meng Fanxing chuckled softly, falling into a contemplative silence. After all, this seemingly honest old man had a clear understanding, sharper than most, and was anything but foolish. To be candid, Meng Fanxing felt a sense of clarity when an elderly man pierced through that thin veneer of pretense. Indeed, when one's conscience is clear, there is nothing to fear. After all, there exists a saying that if one harbors no guilt, there is no dread of ghosts knocking at the door. Why demean oneself? Meng Jiqing, do you think we should undertake additional efforts? Qin Yuqin's voice resonated from nearby, beckoning him to take a glance and seek his opinion. Sister-in-law, let us prepare a bit more. It's no small feat to travel to the city, over 100 miles. We ought to send more samples so they can have a taste before we sell, Meng Fanxing remarked, casting a glance. Some matters must be addressed up front. Rural folk often prefer to speak plainly. Must we really send it to them? Another woman beside him expressed her confusion. Are you foolish? Or do you think others are fools? When you shop, don't you carefully select your items? Next time you purchase thread, I dare you to just toss the money down and walk away. Qin Yuqin retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone, defending Meng Fanxing. Isn't that the case? When you spend your own money, you certainly take a good look, especially when it comes to food. How can one simply pay without tasting? Do you think money grows on trees? Chimed in a woman in her 40s. I'm just concerned about the expenses we incur in this endeavor, the woman justified. That is nonsense. Did the cabbage cost us nothing? Or the peppers? Stop making excuses. If you err in word or deed, you must apologize. Young Meng is tirelessly laboring for the education of our village's children, working from dawn till dusk, brainstorming solutions. How can you be so ungrateful? Qin Yuqin finally spoke the truth. Sister-in-law, it's nothing grave. We are all from the same village, thinking about our collective welfare. It's entirely normal to let them taste our products. As the saying goes, how can one know if something is good without trying it? Selling melons is the same. One cannot merely boast about the sweetness of old Wang's melons and expect others to buy them without tasting. Our spicy cabbage follows the same principle. Offering a sample is the best way to open the door to potential sales. A single gift might lead to a truckload of orders. Don't you think that's worthwhile? Meng Fanxing smiled, recognizing the importance of addressing matters up front, for which he felt a sense of gratitude. Should a careless remark arise regarding how much was given to whom, it could arouse suspicion among the villagers. Meng Fanxing understood the trepidation surrounding gossip, especially among those who relished discussing the affairs of others. Young Meng, your discernment is commendable. If I were to hear such words, I would simply abandon the endeavor. Let those who wish to take part do so. I bet you wouldn't even know where the buyer's door is located. Furthermore, young Meng is unfamiliar with the other party. Should he not carry some samples to facilitate his networking? It truly reflects a lack of experience. Qin Yuqin expressed her frustration. Young Meng, I may have misjudged you, truly. I harbor no ill intentions. The woman offered her apologies, and observing her somewhat bashful demeanor, Meng Fanxing found it rather amusing. However, this was the countryside. Sister-in-law, your words suggest that if you truly disregard the collective, it would be a grave mistake. Your intentions are not malicious. We all consider the children, hoping to earn a little extra whenever possible. This is entirely understandable. Yet, should you harbor ill intentions, I must warn you, Meng Fanxing cautioned, aware that some individuals might take undue advantage. Rest assured, little Meng, if anyone dares to gossip, I shall deal with them accordingly, the woman vowed, expressing her remorse for her earlier misstep. Thank you, sister-in-law. It's all in the past now. Meng Fanxing graciously waved her hand. You see, those from the city possess both knowledge and grace. If I were to retaliate, we must all refrain from gossip, as little Meng here does not require our meager contributions. Sister Qin, witnessing the resolution of the matter, sought to mediate and issued her own warning. Thus, the incident concluded rather effortlessly, turning a new page. In the rural areas, particularly in impoverished villages, earning a modest sum is indeed a daunting task. Spending an entire year toiling under the sun, bent over the fields, yields very little in return. Each penny earned is hard-won, and one can only imagine the sweat that falls to the ground. Fortunately, there are now oxen and horses to aid in plowing, whereas in the past, land was cultivated through sheer manual labor. Who could truly grasp the hardships of those times? Therefore, every cent is valued. And there have been many who face dire consequences over lost coins. Meng Fanxing empathized with them, feeling a deep compassion for the farmers who toil daily around the fields. Ere Lungzi arrived, driving a cart pulled by a sturdy mule, which was laden with a rectangular box divided into 3 sections. This design ensured that the spicy cabbage within would not be crushed. With each partition secured by a rope at one end, it formed a pouch. Meng Fanxing was quite pleased and called upon everyone to pack the spicy cabbage neatly inside. Once settled in the cart, the driver cracked his whip, and they set off towards town. They had scarcely traveled for a short while when old Master Qiao rushed over. Realizing he had yet to hand over the money to Heir Lungzi, others had mentioned that Heir Lungzi and his companions had already departed, and it dawned on him. Did they leave? Old Master Qiao inquired of the bustling individuals in the kitchen. Yes, it was just a matter of moments, Qin Yuqin replied, puzzled. Alas, how could they leave without receiving their money? This is my fault. I had intended for Heir Lungzi to fetch the funds, yet he seems rather hapless. Why didn't he keep track? Old Master Qiao lamented, a hint of frustration evident as he paced, losing his usual composure. What? They left without a single cent? Sun Laoyan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, without providing them with any monetary assistance, You see how Master Qiao is now striking his own forehead in regret. The matter truly reflects his overly cautious nature, failing to consider the urgency of these children. What shall we do? What shall we do? Young Meng, in an effort to demonstrate his integrity, even revealed his empty pockets, stating that he had taken not a single penny. Sun Laoyan recounted the events that had just transpired, lamenting his own role in this predicament. It was I who had sent Lengzi to fetch money from me, thinking he might purchase some MSG on his return. It seems that young Meng was aware of this arrangement and intended to prove his innocence in such a manner. Alas, this child. Sun Laoyan found himself compelled to articulate the thoughts he had just withheld. What business were you conducting? Just moments ago, Feng Ling remarked upon young Meng. And now there are these complications. It is no wonder that child came directly to sit with Laoyan today. Ah, you all, Qin Yuqin muttered complaints. Though her heart was heavy with concern, I instructed someone to ride forth and catch up to deliver the money to them. And suddenly Master Qiao realized the gravity of the situation. You ought to abandon such notions. Even if they sold their spicy cabbage, they would still have funds at hand. Young Meng is a city dweller, resourceful indeed. Next time, do not act in such a manner. Have faith in the children. Young Meng is a good lad, considerate and reliable in his endeavors, far more so than many of us here. Very well, we misjudged young Meng. I am at fault for this matter. I shall apologize to him upon my return. Look at this predicament. Alas, why have I become so muddled? Master Qiao lamented, striking his thigh in frustration, loathing his own actions. Do not feign ignorance here. I am well aware of your little schemes. Observe what young Meng has accomplished since arriving, each deed worthy of commendation. What intentions does he harbor for the betterment of our village? Yet, what have we contributed? Ah, you indeed. Sister Qin's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes reddening in earnest concern. I never claimed he acted against our village's interests. We recognize his sincerity. Is this how you acknowledge it? You are oblivious to what Lengzi has endured. Do you believe that young Meng would take interest in the meager sum you wish to claim? Young Meng is remarkably benevolent, even saving 2 large millet cakes for your family's area, treating her as his own sister, and yet you remain suspicious? Pray tell, how old are you? Qin Yuqin was genuinely exasperated. Alas. Master Qiao was truly distressed, striking his thigh with an audible smack. Meanwhile, Meng Fanxing, Lengzi, and the owner of the cart walked together, engaged in lively conversation. The autumn air was crisp and invigorating, and their spirits were high. For Lengzi, this outing was a first. Though he had visited the brigade before, he had never set foot in the town, let alone a grand city like Harbin, the provincial capital. He yearned to envision what life in a bustling metropolis would be like, pondering whether it was filled with many splendid things. Yet, the mere thought of his empty pockets instantly dampened his spirits. Brother, why are there 2 sticks on the yoke? Meng Fanxing inquired, glancing at the wooden poles tied to the cart, feeling puzzled as such tools seemed unnecessary. Ah, my brother, you are unaware. Whenever we venture out, we carry weapons. Just look at these sticks. They are quite handy for fending off wolves. Each of us holds one, while Uncle Li wields a whip, his signature weapon. Lengzi chuckled merrily. Have you ever encountered a wolf? Meng Fanxing turned to Uncle Li. Yes, in winter, during spring and summer. Those creatures refrain from descending to prey on humans. The mountains offer them sustenance and hydration. They are not foolish, recognizing the immense danger posed by humans. Would you not agree that they exhibit a certain intelligence? Uncle Li spoke animatedly, sharing his experiences. What? You forgot to bring money? Lengzi continued. Indeed, brother. You are unaware that wolves have tough hides and weak midsections. Striking them with these sticks is most effective. Our militia has undergone specialized training in this regard. As for me, I am quite formidable. You shall witness it when the time comes. He exaggeratedly mimicked a chopping motion with his stick. Let us not be absurd. You might find yourself trembling in fear upon encountering a wolf. Do you underestimate your elder brother? In my youth, I was simply enjoying a moment of bravado. I have listened to many tales. Lengzi awkwardly smiled at Meng Fanxing, realizing his boastfulness. Brother, how old are you this year? Why do you exude that air of a roguish wanderer? Sigh, we are not going out to fight. We are there to sell goods. Some matters require careful consideration when they arise. Just think, if you injure someone, will you not face imprisonment? Do you know what it is like to endure the harshness of prison food? Meng Fanxing understood that Lengzi's bravado against wolves was feigned, while his inclination for real conflict was genuine. Brother, I truly do not harbor such intentions. It is merely for self-defense. Seriously, you are the heir of our community, destined to accomplish great things for our township and lead us toward prosperity. Consider how you would confront the villagers, our uncles and brothers, if you were to engage in brawls or injure someone. Sigh, You are quite foolish. Meng Fanxing recognized why Lungzi was dubbed the simpleton, for he would not hesitate to act recklessly, his hands stained with the willingness to fight, unflinching even at the thought of taking a life. Dear friend, I find merit in the words of young Meng, who speaks with wisdom. If we can avoid conflict, we shall certainly do so. Captain Xiao has brought us together, envisioning that I might offer guidance and restraint. Moreover, young Meng's insights hold truth. You are to be the future of our community. Captain Xiao will soon retire, and it is you who must step up, leading our endeavors. You ought to learn from this. Young Meng is indeed a person of great wisdom, as Uncle Li is often praised. Uncle Li, your perspective is indeed valid. Brother, in this matter, heed Uncle Li's counsel. We are engaged in commerce to earn a living. Should we confront adversaries, you need not utter a word. I shall be the first to charge forth. Do not underestimate my resolve, for though I may lack your strength, I too possess a fierce spirit. However, when faced with our own people, there is no need for such impulsiveness. Do you not agree with my reasoning? Meng Fanxing, too, urged caution in this moment. It was imperative for Meng Fanxing to follow suit in offering advice, for Uncle Li enjoys considerable goodwill among our peers. This fool was once a fierce individual, unafraid to act decisively, having once injured the leader of a rival team over land disputes, resulting in repercussions that nearly broke him financially, despite avoiding incarceration. Hey, are you a worm in my stomach, knowing me so well? I jested. If I did not understand you, I would not pose such inquiries or unveil your hidden thoughts. Brother, consider this. We are in the business of trade, and this is not a fleeting endeavor. It will be a long-term pursuit. We aim to sell our spicy cabbage along this road, and not merely that. There will be vegetables from our greenhouses as well. We must establish a comprehensive industrial chain to uplift our community, ensuring each household is well-fed, clothed without patches, and that children can attend school while healthcare is accessible without the burden of financial strain. Meng Fanxing urged passionately, Brother, do you truly believe that our community can thrive? That we can wear warm clothes and be well-fed? A spark of excitement illuminated the eyes of the fool, invigorating him, veins pulsating on his forehead. Do you doubt my words, brother? Do you not trust what I say? Not at all. I merely find it hard to believe. You see, I have been deeply afraid of poverty. Captain Xiao has spoken to me on numerous occasions, urging me to study diligently as he guides me. Our community cannot remain in this state. With your arrival, Captain Xiao has seen hope. You cannot imagine how long it has been since he last smiled. Sometimes he even chuckles when he speaks of you. As he spoke, moisture gathered in his eyes. Brother, trust me. This year, let us lay a solid foundation. Come spring, we shall endeavor to achieve greater heights. For now, we shall subsist on cornmeal, but next year, we will strive for white rice, enough to fill our bellies completely. And we shall also purchase new clothing. Brother, I do not seek the luxury of white rice. My sole desire is for the villagers to have their fill of steamed buns at every meal. You cannot fathom the plight we endured during the agricultural off-season, where each meal consists of nothing but thin, watery porridge that leaves one utterly speechless in hunger. Have you ever awakened in the dead of night, your stomach gnawing with hunger? It is a truly unbearable existence. Consider the children. My younger brother cries out for our mother, his stomach empty, while I suffer as well. As Lungzi spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he covered it in despair. For a moment, the vehicle was enveloped in a profound silence. No one wished to utter a word, as if speaking would sap them of their strength, and silence could somehow conserve a meal, a single morsel of food. What Lungzi described is a stark reality. It is not merely his experience, but one I too have endured in a past life. If not, why would the state send educated youth to the countryside during the autumn harvest, intending for them to enjoy a few hearty meals upon their arrival? This embodies the slogan of enduring hardship before tasting sweetness. Yet I wonder, is there truly sweetness to be found? Honestly, I cannot comprehend why some deceive the youth sent to the countryside. Perhaps it is a well-meaning falsehood. They are left with no choice. As the nation has been in a state of fiscal scarcity ever since settling debts, striving to ensure that young children do not starve. The words spoken by Meng Fanxing, Ma Jiantao, and Su Lei yesterday reflect a grim reality. However, despite their intentions, what can a 17 or 18-year-old child truly do to support rural areas or devise strategies for their development? Sometimes, words are uttered in desperation. As the party and the nation indeed face hardships, how many individuals like Meng Fanxing, with their unique insights, can benefit the populace years in advance? Are many educated youth reborn? Dear brother, I have arrived, have I not? From this moment forth, I shall strive to improve everyone's lives, ensuring that all can enjoy a full meal. Trust me, Meng Fanxing is truly at a loss. My head aches. Do not mock me. I too have awakened from hunger. Yet, I do not wish to burden my parents, so I endure in silence, my stomach growling. They are well aware of my plight and understand that I have awakened due to hunger. Do they not suffer as well? Brother, why do I toil so diligently? Is it not for the sake of a meal? The hardship has truly frightened Erlungzi, his eyes bloodshot. Erlungzi is correct. No parent is a fool. The rumble of hungry stomachs is a reality, yet what can be done? The team has little surplus grain, and everyone endures hunger. As parents, witnessing our children's suffering is unbearable. Living through this is torment. What can we do? We are truly at our wits' end. As Uncle Lee's eyes reflect a deep sense of helplessness, life will improve. These hardships are merely temporary. This year, we will set up the greenhouses and send vegetables to the city in exchange for money, which we will use to purchase grain, ensuring that we have enough to eat and improve our lives. Meng Fanxing felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders grow heavier. She continuously pondered that the greenhouse represented a successful experience, and with this skill in her hands, why not pursue it wholeheartedly? The irrigation issue could be postponed. Planting could be completed in the spring of next year. The greenhouse could yield vegetables throughout the winter, which would undoubtedly solve our problems. Even if current policies do not permit it, those in power enjoy their meals. Do they dare to criticize the chef or smash his pots? If they have the courage, let us test it. At worst, we'll turn the table and share the fruits of our labor. If they are unwilling to live well, then as someone with nothing to lose, I fear nothing. Life is life. At worst, we can risk it together and see who dares to fight. Meng Fanxing smiled, though it was a bitter smile. Brother, we are not forcing you. Just do your best. We all lead humble lives. We cannot let you suffer alongside us. Erlungzi saw the smile on Meng Fanxing's face and understood the depth of her sorrow. This is what brotherhood is. This is the true bond among U.S. farmers. Akin to family. Second brother, I'm fine. I was just thinking that there's no need to wait until next year to fully engage with the greenhouses. Let us build a few more this winter. With more greenhouses, we can grow more vegetables. If we have more vegetables, won't we be able to sell more? If we earn more money, won't we have more grain? And with more grain, we won't face hunger, right? Meng Fanxing kept reiterating her thoughts. Of course. But didn't you say to try? Ah, I see now. You definitely have a plan, don't you? Erlungzi exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Indeed. Otherwise, why would I take such actions? I merely wish for everyone to trust my abilities. I don't want to disappoint anyone or leave them feeling uncertain. Even if I fail, it's just a bit of plastic sheeting. If I succeed, it solves the entire village's food problem. It's a risk worth taking. You are right. At worst, it means less sleep and more work. Why fear anything? That young Meng, a sent-down youth, was right. At worst, it just means a bit of fatigue. The men from northeast China fear no labor, as long as we can have enough to eat. We have worked hard. Surely we will receive compensation. We are not violating any policies, and I believe the men and women in our village share the same sentiment. Uncle Lee was also excited. He understood as well. That's good. Let us return and discuss this with old Xiao. For now, let us focus on making something from the spicy cabbage. Unbeknownst to them, the mule cart had already traversed the mountains, and in another 10 or 8 miles, they would reach the town. Everyone's spirits were high. It must be said that the speed of the mule was indeed far superior to that of the old yellow cow belonging to Heir de Yi. Brother, have you gone to Captain Xiao to collect the money? Heir Luanzi suddenly inquired. No, why would I go to old Master Xiao for money? I am merely a newly arrived educated youth. That would contravene the rules. Did I not agree with you? Are you the one carrying it? Meng Fanxing finally comprehended that this simpleton had not brought any money, leaving them in a quandary. Her gaze fixed intently on Heir Luanzi. Oh dear, this is disastrous. If we cannot sell the spicy cabbage, we are all finished, left with no means even to buy a meal. Heir Luanzi's previously exuberant demeanor transformed into one of dismay. What? You haven't brought any money? Uncle Lee looked at Heir Luanzi in astonishment. No, I thought Meng Jiqing had gone to retrieve it. Isn't this nonsensical? You truly are a simpleton. Uncle Lee scolded in frustration. However, I did not anticipate this. Heir Luanzi was left speechless. Fear not. Do we not possess spicy cabbage? Having goods means we need not fret about money. With products in hand, we can indulge in delightful meals. Meng Fanxing replied, equally vexed. Yet, having come this far, there was little choice but to proceed step by step, aware that each step could lead into a pitfall. Do you have a solution? Both Uncle Lee and Heir Luanzi turned their eyes towards Meng Fanxing in unison. We must devise a plan, for we have reached this juncture. Do you think we can return? Or should we teach Heir Luanzi a lesson to resolve our financial dilemma? Otherwise, shall we join forces against him? Meng Fanxing proposed with a mischievous grin. Please, I truly did not intend for this to happen. We simply went our separate ways. I thought you were the one to collect the money. Luanzi, though naive, was not foolish, realizing that a beating would leave him with no recourse for grievance. Then we shall each give you a whack, since you are rather sturdy, Meng Fanxing replied, truly at a loss for words. Come now, are we not brothers? Is this how you treat a brother? You would betray me so? I genuinely did not mean to. Did I not tell you to take the money? You said, second brother. Do I look like someone who can hold on to money? If I had some, it would surely be discovered. If I were to be robbed, do you think I would not consider hanging myself? Luanzi, now desperate, resorted to playing coy. Then you might as well die. Both Uncle Li and Meng Fanxing exclaimed simultaneously. Alas, for the sake of a few coins, you disregard our brotherly bond. Do you truly wish to drive me to despair? Hurry, find a gnarled tree and bring me that rope. I shall hang myself, Luanzi said with a bitter smile. You scoundrel, you have led us to our doom. Uncle Li cursed, cracking his whip with a resounding crack that echoed across the silent wilderness. The three of them fell into a state of speechlessness. Meng Fanxing pondered their next course of action, for she and Luanzi surely had no money. As for Uncle Li, it remained uncertain whether he had any funds. In her previous life, such business trips would have seen the driver advance a certain amount of money beforehand. However, that individual is merely the driver, while this one is the proprietor of the vehicle, essentially a mere coachman. The vehicle itself does not require fuel. A modicum of fodder suffices. Unless one were to sell the horse for a bit of coin to procure sustenance. Yet, could such a thing ever be feasible? Meng Fanxing contemplated that his original plan involved directly entering the state-owned restaurant, as the supply and marketing cooperative would not be an option. After all, should this endeavor provoke any reaction, it could significantly impact the future of his greenhouse. Now alas, the town's restaurant and supply cooperative are situated to the west of the train station, conveniently positioned for travelers disembarking to procure goods. The cooperative is adjacent to the station, while to the west of the state-owned restaurant lies the largest entity in the town, the Forestry Bureau, which stands as the town's most substantial industry and undoubtedly the wealthiest institution therein. Prior to their arrival in the town, Meng Fanxing, Uncle Li, and Luanzi had engaged in thorough discussions. During the sales process, Luanzi was to observe, learning the art of selling and how to persuade customers to willingly accept their spicy cabbage, all the while securing a reasonable price. With a palpable sense of apprehension, the trio approached the cooperative first. Meng Fanxing retrieved a small bowl and a pair of scissors from the cargo box, tools he deemed useful for allowing customers to sample and appreciate their product. With half a head of spicy cabbage in hand, he strode confidently into the cooperative, surveying the sparse array of customers and the dozen or so sales clerks. Some engaged in idle chatter, while others dutifully attended to each patron. Upon entering, Meng Fanxing's gaze fell upon a woman in her 30s seated at a desk beside the marketplace, sipping from a large enamel teacup. In comparison to her, the others in the establishment seemed to lack a certain poise, prompting him to quicken his pace toward her. At that moment, Luanzi's attention was thoroughly captivated by the various items displayed within the cooperative. His eyes wandered over the garments adorning the walls, and he found himself entranced, particularly by a pristine white polyester shirt and a four-pocket uniform jacket. The latter held a special appeal to him, reminiscent of the attire worn by the cadre from his village, and he recalled the slightly faded four-pocket jacket worn by old Master Chiao, reserved solely for those in positions of authority. He yearned for such a garment, as he aspired to become old Master Chiao's successor. Turning back, Meng Fanxing noticed Luanzi standing there, his eyes fixated on the clothing and the group of female sales clerks engaged in conversation nearby. A flicker of annoyance crossed his mind. Ergo, let us attend to business first before indulging in clothing. Reluctantly, Luanzi shuffled his feet, yet he followed Meng Fanxing, as if the very garments would vanish were he to divert his gaze. Greetings, comrade. May I inquire if the director is available? Meng Fanxing remained undeterred by Luanzi's distractions. It was imperative to sell the spicy cabbage, for without that, they would face dire straits come mealtime. Do you have business with the director? The woman lifted her gaze, casting a glance at the youthful figure before her, whose somewhat delicate features were marred by the patches adorning his clothing, prompting a slight furrow of her brow as she appraised him from head to toe. I seek the director regarding a business matter, an enduring and profitable venture, he stated with a demeanor that radiated warmth, his smile neither subservient nor arrogant, evoking a sense of discomfort in anyone wishing to dismiss him. This confidence was a skill he had honed in his previous life. Oh, and what business might that be? Is it merely the cabbage and chili peppers you hold? The woman noted a certain refined quality in Meng Fanxing, despite his patched attire. He was, after all, quite pleasing to the eye, though the youth accompanying him raised her discomfort. His shifty eyes darted about, reminiscent of a rustic bumpkin unfamiliar with the ways of the world. a type she had encountered frequently, as many who ascended from the rural depths bore such traits. Easily discernible at a glance. Nonetheless, she chose to disregard the imbecile, redirecting her attention back to Meng Fanxing, intrigued by the composure and steadiness he exuded. Suspecting him to be a young intellectual from a major city, possibly a youth sent to the countryside during a time of upheaval, a common occurrence in those days. A faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, it is the most authentic Korean spicy cabbage in my possession, freshly introduced to the market, possessing immense value and allure. Would you care to sample it? Meng Fanxing endeavored to articulate his proposition with care. Authentic Korean spicy cabbage? Is there such a thing as inauthentic? The woman, though taken aback, remained composed, her appreciation for the young man growing, prompting her to withhold her usual sharp retorts. Certainly, one of your discernment and taste must have encountered spicy cabbage that differs from ours. Ours is unique, enhanced by foreign spices brought from Beijing, meticulously prepared and fermented for 7 days and nights to achieve this exquisite flavor, setting it apart from any you've previously tasted. Would you care to try? You can't be embellishing your claims, can you? The woman widened her eyes, the young man's words proving to be quite persuasive. The compliment regarding her grace and taste had indeed scratched an itch within her, fostering a growing fondness for him. I assure you, I am not. Our carefully fermented spicy cabbage is not only delightful and appetizing, but also possesses restorative properties, enhancing beauty and even alleviating skin blemishes. I have observed that Korean boys and girls who consume their own pickled vegetables often have remarkably smooth skin. He recalled the youthful faces he had seen in the past. Are you jesting with me, young man? Are you suggesting that consuming your spicy cabbage could eradicate acne or sober up a drunken soul? The woman laughed gaily, her spirits remarkably uplifted. Sister, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. We have utilized a secret blend of spices, cultivating the capsaicin in the peppers to its optimal state. You are aware that peppers are typically exceedingly spicy, often unpalatable for both adults and children, correct? However, after our meticulous 7-day marination, the capsaicin reaches its peak, making it enjoyable not only for adults but also for children. What does this indicate? At this point, Meng Fanxing fell silent. Your words pique my interest. Previously, the spicy kimchi I consumed was indeed painfully fiery, leaving my tongue quite uncomfortable. Shall I give it a try? The woman cautiously glanced at the bowl in Meng Fanxing's hands. Sister, trust me, just give it a shot. If I speak an untruth, you may slap me. And I assure you, my brother shall not weep. Meng Fanxing chuckled, making a playful gesture with the corner of his mouth that caught the woman off guard. This sole intention signifies the successful completion of this transaction. For once the other party expresses a desire to taste, it indicates their acceptance of the salesperson and subsequently, the product itself. This represents the pinnacle of salesmanship. From the sautéed cabbage coated in spicy sauce to the journey of its preparation. The sauce has been thoroughly infused into the cabbage, imparting a rich flavor. Furthermore, this weather is ideal for preserving spicy kimchi, as the coolness enhances its exquisite taste. Meng Fanxing deftly snipped a piece from the leafy part and another from the root. Indeed, the root section had taken on a vibrant red hue, the color of the peppers fully absorbed. This state ignited within him a desire to taste it himself. With a sidelong glance, Meng Fanxing observed the woman's movements and facial expressions, filled with anticipation. Her throat involuntarily swallowed as she beheld the spicy kimchi, further solidifying Meng Fanxing's hope for the success of this first transaction and his confidence in his culinary skills. The woman extended her delicate arms, her slender fingers grasping the piece of spicy cabbage that Meng Fanxing had cut, and she tossed it into her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes widened, and she began to chew. This seemingly minor action eased Meng Fanxing's anxious heart. The taste was a delightful balance of sour and sweet. The spiciness of the pepper was indeed unique, entirely different from the pungent heat of northeastern peppers. Moreover, it was pleasantly cool. The woman gently closed her eyes. Meng Fanxing remained silent, patiently waiting. At this moment, he remembered the importance of refraining from speaking or questioning, allowing the customer to articulate their feelings. This is a crucial aspect of the sales process. Customer experience is paramount. Only when the customer acknowledges their enjoyment can the transaction be deemed successful. Providing the customer with time to reflect fosters a sense of desire, a feeling of I like this, I must have it, I will possess it. During this period, it is imperative to maintain silence. This is a vital phase in the sales process, allowing the customer to form their own opinions. And only after their choice should one offer praise, ensuring success. Chapter 59. I thank you on behalf of the child. It is in this very moment, in this profound sensation that emanates from the soul, that diners experience the instant when their taste buds awaken. This is not merely a culinary delight, but a guiding spirit that connects the customer with the words of the self-introduction, leading them to a deeper understanding. Remarkably, despite the abundance of chilies, I anticipated an overwhelming spiciness that might leave my tongue tingling. However, your spicy cabbage possesses a unique fruity essence that is truly exceptional. Is it not? At last, the woman opened her eyes, fixating intently on Meng Fanxing. Sister, does the root of this spicy cabbage evoke the same crunch as the ones you've tasted before? Meng Fanxing gently encouraged her, enticing her appetite further, inviting her to discover the flavors herself. The woman's delicate fingers reached for a small piece of the spicy cabbage root, examining it as if admiring a fine piece of art, reluctant to place it in her mouth. At that moment, the onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they were the size of copper bells. How could a simple spicy cabbage provoke such a reaction? It seemed he had never experienced such things before. However, he remained silent, for Meng Fanxing, the brother he admired, had advised him to observe and learn how to sell the spicy cabbage. Reflecting on his own missteps that day, he stood quietly, resembling a child who had erred. This is indeed delightful, crisper than the pickled vegetables. Truly remarkable, the woman sincerely praised, her fingers reaching for the bowl again. This time, she grasped a larger piece, seemingly forgetting her femininity and the decorum expected of her. Sister, with your elegance and taste, how could I possibly deceive you? Surely, I would be reprimanded. Meng Fanxing's playful banter resembled that of siblings, drawing their relationship closer and adding weight to the transaction. You cheeky boy, your words are sweet. But tell me, how is it priced? The woman, now warmed by the exchange, smiled, the previous distance dissipating as if conversing with family. The restaurant divides a pound into 2 plates, with each plate priced between 40 to 50 cents. A half pound is ample for every guest to sample, as this spicy cabbage serves as a side dish to awaken the palate and enhance the dining experience. Thus, the profit margin is quite substantial. Our price for a pound is 30 cents, allowing the restaurant to earn 50 to 70 cents in profit. For retail, I will offer you a bit more, ensuring you can spare your guests a tasting without incurring loss, with a minimum price of 80 cents per pound, yielding a profit of 50 cents. Rather than quoting a direct price, Meng Fanxing compared it to the restaurant's pricing, subtly conveying the profit while offering a considerate gesture. The profit is indeed appealing. However, what if we are unable to sell it? The woman smiled warmly. Sister, if this delectable spicy cabbage tantalizes your taste buds, wouldn't you consider purchasing a pound or 2? Of course, I would buy some for my family to savor, but if we truly cannot sell it, wouldn't that result in a loss for our supply and marketing cooperative? Furthermore, leaving it unsold is not a viable option. The woman's face remained cheerful. Sister, we will return in 3 days. Anything unsold, I will take back with me. I anticipate that before my return, you will run out of stock and seek more from me. We will also visit the state-run restaurants. Once customers taste it, they will recognize its exquisite flavor. They want to sell it in small quantities, and if they see that we have it available here, do you think they want to purchase directly from you? Very well. Then let me start with 50 pounds. We shall attempt to sell it. If it sells well, you will supply us regularly. If not, you can reclaim it. That way, neither of us incurs a loss, would we? Sister, trust me, let us reserve 20 pounds for now. It's not that I'm unwilling to set aside 50. I just want to ensure that I deliver it to you in 3 days, guaranteeing the optimal taste and quality of the spicy cabbage. This is to serve you better and consistently provide fresh goods. Wouldn't you agree? Meng Fanxing employed a strategy of allure and retreat. You truly possess an acumen for business and consideration for others. Let us proceed with 20 pounds for now, and if it sells well, you must be prepared for a steady supply. The woman beamed with joy, as she, too, wished to avoid bearing the burden of losses. Rest assured, you can have complete confidence in this matter. By the way, do you sell any vegetables during the winter? Meng Fanxing contemplated the necessity of utilizing the sales venue should the greenhouse be established. During the harsh winter, we primarily have radishes, cabbages, and potatoes. Most families have these stocked up. Our cooperative would not profit from acquiring them, making storage and waste unworthy endeavors. Even the state-run stores in the city do not sell vegetables, the woman patiently explained. Sister, I'm merely suggesting, hypothetically, if we could procure vegetables such as chili peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, and leeks during the winter, would they sell here? Meng Fanxing continued to express her thoughts with an air of calmness. After all, in my previous life, such vegetables were sold in stores, particularly within cooperatives like ours, which represented significant profit margins, comparable to other daily necessities. Thus, Meng Fanxing understood the need for thorough investigation in this area. Since these items were currently unavailable, it seemed that the state-run stores had not yet implemented any related policies. This would create a market for the vegetables from her greenhouse. Moreover, during winter, fresh and novel items are always in demand. Who doesn't indulge in dumplings during the new year? If such delightful products were indeed available, they would undoubtedly sell. Our cooperative exists to serve the populace, but is it feasible to transport them from the south during the frigid winter? Here, the winter is a harsh, icy landscape. Who would engage in such trade? Sister, if I supply goods to you this winter, would you be interested in selling? Little brother, do not jest with me. You are quite amusing, yet such humor is ill-timed. Consider, for instance, the transportation costs for goods from the south, which could surpass the price of fresh vegetables. With such exorbitant costs, to whom could I possibly sell? Fresh vegetables are so delicate. If they spoil, it would be a great pity, for that represents lost income. Rest assured, I shall provide you with supplies. Meng Fanxing's eyes gleamed with brilliance, akin to obsidian, radiating wisdom and exuding a sense of confidence and sincerity that fostered an extraordinary warmth. Very well, as long as you supply at a reasonable price, sister, I promise you. Excellent. Second brother, please fetch me some spicy cabbage. After Meng Fanxing's request, he instructed Erlingzi to gather the goods, then turned to the woman and said, Sister, please prepare a container. I will take a cabbage home for the children and elders to sample, as I have nothing else to offer this time. Meng Fanxing felt elated to have secured the sale of vegetables, a smile illuminating his face. Isn't this inappropriate? The woman hesitated. However, under Meng Fanxing's resolute gaze, she ultimately chose to relent. After all, this is not a particularly extravagant gift, and is therefore acceptable. Sister, I crafted this myself. It cost me little. Take some home to taste, and you may also assist your little brother by spreading the word. Is it not acceptable to sample this? This is hardly a bribe. To suggest so would be to insult my brother. Money or gold would hold far more appeal. Haha. You possess a silver tongue. I cannot counter your words. Yet, sister, I await your promise. Do not let me down. Just imagine, in the depths of winter, to savor a bite of fresh vegetables would make all our efforts worthwhile. The woman felt a surge of emotion and a fondness for Meng Fanxing. You see, sister is a responsible leader, mindful of countless patrons and the dining tables of countless households. Sister, do you believe your brother would disappoint you? Such an idea would be heartless. Meng Fanxing delivered yet another compliment. Haha, you little brother are quite charming with your words. Where are you from? The woman asked casually, not thinking much of it. Sister, I hail from Beijing, currently stationed in Kaishantan. I've only just arrived not long ago. Ah, that explains it. Your demeanor differs from that of other educated youth. By the way, are you headed towards Harbin? There are 3 towns ahead. The directors of the supply and marketing cooperatives there are all part of the same system. I will jot down their names for you. When you arrive, mention my name, and they will surely extend some courtesy, though I cannot guarantee anything. The woman, quite pleased, began writing down the names. It seems I have encountered a benefactor. After conversing for so long, I still do not know your name, sister. I am Meng Fanxing Meng, meaning prosperous, and Fanxing, referring to the stars of the vast ocean. Meng Fanxing's heart brimmed with gratitude. My dear younger brother, you are truly remarkable. And this spicy cabbage is equally delightful. By the way, when you visit the state-run restaurant later, seek out the plump gentleman named Fong. Simply mention that I sent you. He will certainly require some. If he declines, do not hesitate to give him a couple of slaps. The woman enthusiastically introduced business to Meng Fanxing. How could I dare to do that? You are all benefactors of our community, thanks to your acceptance of our spicy cabbage. The children in our village now have funds to purchase educational supplies, enabling them to pursue their studies. Meng Fanxing skillfully played the emotional card, a method of heartfelt marketing. I see that you, dear younger brother, possess a kind heart. Director Su from the city's headquarters is also a commendable leader. When you meet him, kindly mention me. Our relationship is quite amicable, and he will assist you. You may call me Sister Lu. My name is Lu Weiwei. The woman smiled even more joyfully, promptly writing her name on a note. Meng Fanxing was genuinely moved. The people of this era are truly sincere. By invoking the plight of the children's education, he had inadvertently broken through the defenses of this kind-hearted woman. He pondered whether he might face inner reproach. Yet he resolved to endure it for the sake of the children and his fellow villagers. This was a marketing strategy he had learned from his previous life. After all, marketing entails numerous techniques. In this time, people remain untainted by malice, still embodying the kindness and protective love for the vulnerable. Sister Weiwei, thank you for your care for the children in the mountains. On behalf of the children, I express my gratitude, Meng Fanxing said, stepping back and bowing slightly to Lu Weiwei to convey his heartfelt thanks. This was his most sincere and humble expression of gratitude, for it was all he could offer at that moment. After all, the 3 of them had not a single coin to spare. With such a promising beginning, Everything began to unfold smoothly, instilling hope for their forthcoming journey and providing Meng Fanxing with an intangible encouragement. Lungzi brought in the spicy cabbage. Meng Fanxing added an extra head of cabbage and discreetly took Lu Weiwei's lunchbox to fill it with a bunch of cabbage, quietly placing it on her desk before the three departed. Brother, why didn't you give that leader 50 pounds when he asked? Wouldn't we have sold much more? Lungzi inquired, perplexed as they got into the vehicle. Brother, consider how much cabbage we have brought. This time, we are merely testing the market. Still unsure of how much we can sell here. Moreover, when selling our products, we must not think solely of ourselves. We should also consider our customers. This is a win-win situation and a form of collaborative success. We must not jeopardize our clients for fleeting, trivial profits. This is our principle and the guideline for our future development, Meng Fanxing explained patiently. Oh, I don't quite understand what you mean. But I know in my heart that what you are doing is right. My dear brother, we have taken our first step. Moving forward, we will require their assistance in selling vegetables and in undertaking more tasks. Hence, our relationship is one of mutual support and reliance. Without them, we would lack a sales platform and window. Conversely, without us, they would struggle to procure suitable products. Therefore, our collaboration must thrive under conditions that satisfy both parties, rather than resulting in a mere transactional relationship that could be detrimental. What you said eludes my comprehension, yet I place my trust in your words and in you. Have faith in me. After I accompany you a few times, I may not have as much time to join you later. Each time you visit a new place, remember the names of the responsible individuals and their addresses. We are not merely selling goods to them. We must also provide excellent service, ensuring they do not run out of stock or accumulate excessive inventory. As for the shelf life of our spicy cabbage, I am uncertain at this moment. But we must guarantee that its flavor remains delightful, so that our customers do not perceive our products as unappetizing. I will follow your lead. However, I fear that my clumsiness may hinder me from expressing myself. Upon hearing that he would frequently be required to come and work, Lungzi felt a sudden loss of confidence. Do not worry, I reassured him, I will pave the way this first time. And you can observe and learn as much as possible. After a few instances, I will stand by while you attempt to communicate with them. In truth, conducting business is not as daunting as it seems. As long as we put our hearts into it, we will succeed. Yet, there is one crucial principle to remember. Do not be tempted by petty gains, and never take anything from the other party. Furthermore, we must safeguard the recipe for our spicy cabbage, as it is the secret to our profitability and the assurance of our long-term success. Meng Fanxing felt compelled to articulate certain points in advance, ensuring that no mistakes would occur during future deliveries. Rest assured, I am quite discreet, and such occurrences will not arise. Moreover, I am not one to engage in petty theft. What belongs to others remains theirs. Although we may be poor rural folk, we possess dignity. Lungzi, too, sought to reassure Meng Fanxing. I believe in you, he said, and this simple declaration ignited a fervor within Lungzi. I knew you were a brother worth having. You are the one who trusts me the most. Honestly, I have never felt this level of trust from anyone in the village. I will certainly heed your advice. As he spoke, Lungzi struggled to articulate certain thoughts. Yet Meng Fanxing understood his sentiments clearly. Consider what you said, brother. We must think ahead for our business. Currently, we are selling spicy cabbage, but in the future, we will rely on the peppers, cucumbers, tomatoes, and other produce from our greenhouse to generate income. Once we have funds, we can afford the school supplies and books for the children, and we will have the means to purchase clothing. They are our benefactors. How did you come to express that? Was it too much? Brother, without them, do you truly believe we would have a bright future? Reflect on that deeply. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Meng Fanxing stepped inside and immediately observed several tables occupied by patrons who were dining and drinking. However, judging by the remnants of food on their plates, it seemed they were nearing the conclusion of their meal. The guests, flushed and visibly intoxicated, had clearly indulged in ample libations. At the cash register sat a plump middle-aged man, slightly over 5 feet tall, whom Meng Fanxing surmised to be the fatty Fong that Lu Weiwei had mentioned. She hastened over to him. Hello, Manager Fong, Meng Fanxing greeted softly, a smile adorning her face. Beside her, Lungzi nodded in agreement, attempting to mimic her slight bow, suggesting he had learned from past experiences. You are? Manager Fong inquired, regarding Meng Fanxing with a puzzled expression, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Manager Fong, I have come to introduce you to our spicy cabbage. Here is our product. Please take a look, Meng Fanxing said, accepting a small bowl from Lungzi's hands and presenting it to him. Isn't this merely cabbage with a hint of chili? Our restaurant can prepare that without any issue, Fong dismissed, shaking his head. Though his face retained its habitual smile, a remnant of years spent accommodating various guests. Manager Fong, this is not just any spicy cabbage. It is the most authentic Korean-style spicy cabbage. I shan't delve into the intricacies of its preparation in your esteemed presence, but I assure you, if you were to taste it, you would be captivated. It serves as a delightful accompaniment to alleviate the effects of alcohol. Why not allow your guests to sample it? Meng Fanxing remained undeterred by his rejection. It is merely spicy cabbage. There is nothing worth tasting. Our restaurant has an abundance of meats waiting to be chosen by the guests. Such a side dish is unnecessary, Fong replied curtly. Manager Fong, I am well aware of the guests' preferences. Just observe those tables. They have consumed considerable amounts of alcohol and are likely preparing for a meal. I require no payment. Simply let them try it as a complimentary appetizer from your establishment, allowing them to provide feedback. It won't be a waste, Meng Fanxing persisted. Determined not to retreat so easily, she refrained from mentioning her acquaintance with Lu Weiwei, knowing that while some connections could be beneficial, others were best left unspoken due to the nuances of certain professions. Despite Lu Weiwei's apparent ease in discussing such matters, the hearts of individuals often conceal secrets they prefer to keep hidden. Very well, but should the guests find it unappealing, do not attribute it to my greed for your trifling offering, Fong conceded. Thank you, Manager Fong, for this opportunity. It also presents you with a chance for prosperity. With our delightful dish, your grand establishment is sure to flourish, attracting throngs of delighted patrons, Meng Fanxing declared, joyfully handing the bowl to Manager Fong, her heart brimming with elation. For this approach relied on the acceptance of the product by the guests, whose favorable reviews would compel Manager Fong to take notice of this new dish. After all, she had framed it as a complimentary tasting from their restaurant. If the guests enjoyed it, and if the flavors of their own preparation proved inferior, would that not tarnish their reputation? Meng Fanxing regarded this as a particularly insidious marketing tactic. When Manager Fong brought the spicy cabbage to the kitchen for the chef to prepare before serving it again, Meng Fanxing could discern a peculiar expression on Fong's chubby face, and her heart was filled with joy. At the very least, this maneuver had already astonished Manager Fong, effectively prompting him to accept her product without uttering a word. He simply tugged at the clumsy fellow behind him and leaned aside in silence, waiting patiently. It was crucial to remember that such waiting should not disrupt the restaurant's operations. After all, this was a place of business, and particularly in a dining establishment, patrons possess a consumer mentality that seeks enjoyment and comfort. Gentlemen, this is a new appetizer we are trying at our establishment. Please give it a taste and let us know how it is, Fong jovially announced as he approached a table of individuals who appeared to be in positions of authority, his face beaming with familiarity. Old Fong, what is this all about? Just as we're about to finish our meal, you present us with a plate of spicy cabbage? A man in his 40s jested, looking at Fong with a playful glint in his eye. Director who? I noticed everyone had nearly finished their drinks, so I thought a little appetizer might help alleviate the effects of the alcohol and make for a better dining experience. It's just a small gesture from me, Fong, he replied, his face radiating with cheerfulness and laughter. Well then, let us give it a try. We wouldn't want to offend Manager Fong's good intentions, would we? The leader-like figure picked up his chopsticks and, as he brought the cabbage to his mouth, his eyes widened in surprise at the delightful texture of the dish. The cool, tangy sweet flavor, with a hint of spiciness, immediately cut through the lingering taste of alcohol in his mouth. After a few bites, he reached for the plate again, prompting others to follow suit upon witnessing his reaction. Within a minute, the plate was completely empty, and astonishment adorned every face at the table. The lavish meal they had previously enjoyed now seemed less appealing compared to this newfound delicacy. Old Fong, this is quite a hidden gem. How come we didn't get this sooner? This isn't fair, the middle-aged leader complained, eyeing the empty plate. This dish is meant to be served last, as it not only helps with drinking, but is also the most suitable accompaniment for a meal. If I had presented it earlier, it would have lost its true value. What do you think of it? Fong teased, his smile growing even more radiant. At that moment, Meng Fanxing's heart was bursting with laughter. For Fong was indeed a seasoned operator in the restaurant business, possessing an uncanny ability to charm and converse adeptly, proving himself to be a master of innovative salesmanship. While I hold great admiration for this portly gentleman, I also sense that my own life experiences necessitate a deeper immersion into the grassroots. This journey serves as a profound learning process. It is only within the foundational layers of society that one can truly cultivate growth. In the course of his previous life, I discerned a certain void in his existence. There exists a saying that suggests true wisdom often resides amidst the common folk. It is within the lower strata of society that one can gain clarity regarding the world's treachery and the intricacies of human interactions. The rivalries of the upper echelons may appear fierce, yet the lower tiers, seemingly tranquil, possess their own unique allure. The subtle intricacies of a simple act of hospitality conceal significant wisdom, revealing an individual's astute philosophy in navigating life. A mere manager of a local state-run eatery can adroitly handle a particularly delicate matter, resolving it with a few well-chosen words. This represents a form of experience and accomplishment that captivates Meng Fanxing, who recognizes that in such a tumultuous era, individuals of this caliber are poised for remarkable advancement. Given the right opportunity, they can truly excel. Despite the rumors from the past suggesting that after the establishment of the nation, animals were forbidden from attaining enlightenment, this gentleman has indeed become an exceptional being. Meng Fanxing feels compelled to forge a close relationship with him, recognizing the value of having someone so credible by her side. This aligns with the notion presented in a certain film. True talent is evident even in seemingly trivial incidents, revealing the sharpness of one's intellect. Such insights cannot be gleaned without experience. His knowledge undoubtedly allows him to navigate this environment with remarkable ease. Meng Fanxing discreetly signaled to the simpleton to promptly fetch another head of spicy cabbage, knowing full well that the kitchen supply had likely run out. A replenishment was essential. Otherwise, the portly gentleman would face significant embarrassment, a consequence she had already anticipated. As expected, just as he contemplated departing, the middle-aged man spoke, and his words filled Meng Fanxing with joy, further solidifying her belief that this transaction had been a resounding success. The man was well aware of the secret recipe for the spicy cabbage, understanding that only he and Qin Yuqin could replicate such a dish. Even the restaurant's chefs would toil their entire lives without uncovering the existence of certain key ingredients like mountain berries, hawthorn, and dried pears. These were closely guarded secrets. Old Fong. As you can see, everyone is thoroughly enjoying themselves today. The side dishes you've provided have surpassed our expectations. Let us have 2 more plates. It seems everyone is left wanting more, the middle-aged man remarked, leaving Meng Fanxing momentarily taken aback. In Meng Fanxing's perception, or rather his thoughts, he would suggest that the next time this dish is presented, it should be served directly without prompting from them. This notion had surpassed Meng Fanxing's understanding and expectations. He chuckled softly. As long as the esteemed leaders are satisfied, we are here to serve you all, and we shall do our utmost in providing logistical support. Kindly wait a moment. I will ensure the kitchen delivers it promptly. Manager Fong felt a wave of joy wash over him. For these were the prominent leaders of the town, and serving them well could indeed translate into financial gain. However, upon arriving at the kitchen, Manager Fong was taken aback. For a considerable portion of the spicy cabbage had vanished without a trace. Several chefs were engaged in a fervent discussion about the preparation of the dish. Their brows furrowed as they analyzed and debated the situation. Should we cut up another couple of plates of spicy cabbage to send over? Though Manager Fong had not witnessed the scene, he knew that it was implausible for them to have devoured all of it so ravenously. Manager Fong. Everyone has polished it off. It's not overly salty, more akin to a refreshing cold dish, and we found it utterly delicious. We just couldn't resist. A chef said apologetically, his gaze filled with regret. At that moment, Manager Fong was at a loss for words, pondering how these chefs could neglect the tasting process. This was meant for a tasting, and they needed to provide a proper account. He felt a deep sense of incredulity. Yet, he was also helpless, with the only solution being to request more to be sent over. He could only hope that they had more available, or that they had merely brought a single head of spicy cabbage. If it truly was the last one, it would spell disaster for him, transforming a fortunate situation into a calamity. Beads of sweat began to form on Manager Fong's forehead. It was autumn, yet the warmth of the room made the situation even more intense. The chefs, realizing the gravity of their mistake, recalled that Manager Fong had previously mentioned sending over more. They were at a loss. Just then, Meng Fanxing's delicate visage appeared at the threshold of the kitchen, resembling a savior or an adored angel, embodying the essence of a compassionate deity. Most importantly, he bore a basin filled with spicy cabbage. Meng Fanxing's sudden entrance, coupled with his radiant smile, was akin to a life-saving doctor bursting into a hospital or a beautiful nurse cradling a newborn in the delivery room. Help! The basin in his hands was strikingly vibrant, brimming with life and energy, adorned with bright red chilies and crisp cabbage stalks. This sight instantly illuminated the faces of Manager Fong and the chefs. He was indeed their savior, the true beacon of hope, and Manager Fong smiled in relief. Do not linger. Hasten to serve, and prepare several more plates. If you present them to the leaders, other guests may express discontent. Allow me to treat everyone to a taste. Meng Fanxing observed the stunned crowd. her face adorned with a radiant smile that brought forth warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring, much like a small stove radiating heat. Several chefs swiftly wielded their knives, deftly chopping the spicy cabbage into bite-sized pieces, elegantly plating them before handing them to Manager Fong. The corpulent Fong wasted no time, immediately carrying the dishes out to the tables of several leaders. Just as he was about to turn, a voice emerged from the adjacent table. "Hey, Fong, what do you mean by this? Do you think we brothers cannot afford it?" A man in his 40s, with a round face, expressed his dissatisfaction towards Manager Fong, voicing his grievances. "Director Meng, you are placing blame on us brothers. You see, I was contemplating letting the town mayor and the director sample the dish first. However, before I could await their feedback, their remarkable resilience astounded me. The mayor and the director seemed impervious to any poison. Before I could offer my tribute to Director Meng, Fong let out a bitter laugh. Then what are we waiting for? We too are impervious, in our own indestructible realm. Quickly, bring forth the poison. I can hardly contain my anticipation." Director Meng playfully joined in the jest. "Let us prepare a few samples for testing. Alas, you all have no idea how challenging this is." Manager Fong raised his hands in exasperation and retreated to the kitchen, retrieving the spicy cabbage once more to serve. As two tables of guests watched eagerly, he had no choice but to return and serve the dishes. At this moment, Meng Fanxing felt a renewed admiration for the corpulent Fong. In such a setting, a few well-placed words had alleviated the awkwardness. This was true talent. He attended to each table with exceptional care, embodying the essence of a truly versatile individual. Such talent may lack formal education or extensive connections, yet they possess innate brilliance and stand as an elite in their own right. In matters of hospitality, they fulfill every need with grace, adeptly resolving issues without causing offense. All diners at the tables symbolically picked up a piece of spicy cabbage, yet in the next moment, they set aside their dignity and began to compete for more. This was largely due to the fact that these individuals were either local leaders or officials from the Forestry Bureau, accustomed to indulgence and well-versed in sumptuous feasts. Just observe their physiques and their rotund features, clearly indicating their ample sustenance. While current societal conditions may prevent many from enjoying meat throughout the year or leave them hungry, it is a matter of comparison. The town leaders and forestry officials, thriving in the mountains, have easy access to even the most elusive delicacies, such as the meat of tigers dwelling deep within the forest. What are they lacking, one might wonder? It is nearly 2 in the afternoon. Yet they are not at their posts. Instead, they are seated at a table, exchanging cups and indulging in drink, their faces flushed like the rosy figures in traditional paintings. This scenario highlights a significant issue, the disparity in wealth and social strata. Much like the fish and shrimp in the river, the larger fish inhabit the upper echelons of the food chain, devouring the smaller ones with impunity, for they possess innate advantages and conditions. As for the lower-tier shrimp, how absurd it is to think they could aspire to delicacies. They are merely scraping by, consuming the silt of the riverbed, which is already a generous offering. One must ponder, how could such small creatures ever dream of gourmet delights? They seem oblivious to their own insignificance, their weakness glaringly apparent. Presently, these individuals are not lacking in sumptuous food, but rather in alternatives that could soothe their digestive woes. They crave the refreshing coolness, the sweet and sour tang, and the mild spice of pickled cabbage, which serves as a remedy for their entire being. As Meng Fanxing astutely observes, his remarks on testing poison are not without merit. They reflect his profound understanding of these individuals and their true needs. Upon returning to the kitchen, Meng Fanxing witnessed several people heartily enjoying their meal, igniting an unnameable ire within him. Nonetheless, his cultivated demeanor prevailed, and his expression transformed into that of a benevolent grandfather, a warm smile gracing his face. "Can you replicate this pickled cabbage?" he inquired, still smiling. "I can detect the garlic, and the spice of the chili is unmistakable," he continued. Yet the head chef struggled to articulate his thoughts, appearing as a child caught in wrongdoing. Visibly flustered by his inability to handle such a simple task, an evident dereliction of duty. "Manager Fong, please, spare me the questions," protested the second chef, donning a white hat, shaking his head in dismay. "Are you equally incapable?" Meng Fanxing observed as one after another, they shook their heads like rattling drums, resulting in a long sigh escaping his lips. He turned and strode toward the exit, but paused just as he reached the door, pivoting back around. "Prepare an exquisite feast for me. I wish to entertain a few guests," he declared through gritted teeth, his eyes wide with intensity, as if the incompetence of those before him were akin to a grievous affront. Meng Fanxing and Lengzi stood near the kitchen, awaiting the final verdict. Meng Fanxing possessed an extraordinary sense of hearing. In his past life, even the sound of dice clattering in a cup was crystal clear to him. The cacophony of the room faded into the background as he focused intently on the sounds of the kitchen. Upon catching wind of Meng Fanxing's conversation with the chefs, it dawned on him that this old fellow was indeed a smiling tiger, an exceedingly cunning fox, already fixated on his prized recipe for pickled cabbage. As one becomes increasingly preoccupied with their own vulnerabilities, Meng Fanxing merely let out a cold, sardonic laugh. Even the simpleton beside him noticed this disdainful expression, feeling a sense of confusion. When the rotund Fong made his jovial appearance through the kitchen's curtain, the atmosphere took on a decidedly ominous tone. "Brothers, we shall partake in your delightful spicy cabbage. It is nearly 3 o'clock, Fong declared, glancing at the wall clock. Allow me to prepare a few signature dishes from the establishment, and we can enjoy a modest meal together, taking our time to converse." With a chuckle, Meng responded, "Well then, it seems I must impose upon Manager Fong. I hadn't even realized how late it had become. Oh, one becomes so engrossed in work that time slips away unnoticed." Having discerned Fong's true character, Meng saw no reason for pretense. It was a matter of practicality. If food was offered, one ought to partake. He bore no ill will towards such a cunning fox. On the contrary, he respected a man of strategy. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for companionship. "I admire your carefree spirit, young brother. I relish the chance to forge friendships across various circles. Today, I host a banquet to honor a few brothers. Don't be shy. This one's on me," Fong proclaimed, his generous demeanor evident as he waved his chubby hand with an air of authority. "Then I shall not hesitate. To be candid, our stomachs have begun to grumble. Encountering a man of such straightforwardness as Manager Fong brings me great joy. It appears I have made the acquaintance of a true hero today, and it is indeed an honor." Meng extended his large hand, grasping Fong's plump one with enthusiasm, as if greeting a long-lost relative. "I feel an immediate kinship upon meeting you, young brother. As you may know, those of us in the culinary management sphere must tread carefully in certain matters. I assure you, my previous actions were unavoidable. Offending a benefactor could lead to dire consequences." Fong spoke with a conviction that belied any hint of embarrassment or guilt. "We understand the challenges you face, Manager Fong. Your sense of responsibility towards your work is commendable. After all, who among us would wish to unsettle their own position by making a leader uncomfortable? This sentiment resonates deeply with me, and I fully appreciate the necessity of exercising caution while simultaneously welcoming guests from all walks of life. I am grateful for my brother's understanding. It seems he possesses profound insights into the culinary industry. Soon, let us indulge in a few drinks and engage in a hearty discussion. Please, brother, take a seat while I make some arrangements in the kitchen. Today, gathering with you is indeed a rewarding experience." Upon hearing every word spoken by Meng Fanxing, Fong Pengzi quickly realized that his companion was no ordinary individual. He hurried to prepare several dishes, acknowledging that his earlier arrangements had been somewhat hasty. After Fong Pengzi departed, Meng Fanxing leaned closer to Lungzi and softly instructed, "You go and arrange matters for Uncle Li and the cart. Shortly, we shall feast upon a complimentary banquet. Remember, at the dining table, you two must remain silent, merely playing the roles of drivers and laborers. This Fong Pengzi is astute. Should any careless word slip, it could jeopardize our finances." Meng Fanxing understood that mere words would not suffice. Only money could effectively control their tongues, for it is wealth that would stir their emotions. "Fear not, brother. Aside from eating, our lips shall remain sealed," Lungzi chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Let us indulge without reservation. A free feast is an opportunity not to be squandered." Meng Fanxing's grin widened, revealing a playful glint in his eyes. "Indeed, we are both hearty eaters. If we eat with such fervor, will it not raise eyebrows?" Lungzi expressed his concerns, noting their pockets held not a single coin. Save for the meager proceeds from 20 pounds of spicy cabbage, hardly enough for a meal. "Do not worry. Eat to your heart's content. Consume whatever you desire. It is uncertain when the next meal shall come, so we must first fill our bellies." "You are aware of the state of our finances," Meng Fanxing insisted, again invoking the topic of money to encourage hearty eating. "All right then, brother, rest assured. Since you have spoken, we shall comply fully. Apart from dining, we shall remain oblivious to all else, attributing everything to you," Lungzi replied, his innocent grin revealing the cleverness of a rural lad. "Precisely. No one from their restaurant must pry into your thoughts. Otherwise, you would be viewed as traitors," Meng Fanxing remarked, observing Lungzi's playful demeanor and firmly establishing their roles. "Indeed, should we utter a single word, we would no longer be considered human, but rather beasts," Lungzi declared with determination. It seemed that he was resolute. If questioned, they would surely remain silent. focusing solely on their meal. This was precisely what Meng Fanxing wished to see, and he eagerly anticipated the outcome. As Lengzi went to carry out Meng Fanxing's instructions regarding Uncle Li, the dining hall had nearly emptied, with most tables already finished. Those who had dined were visibly tired, yet the spicy cabbage had somewhat revived their spirits. As the last few patrons departed without settling their bills, Meng Fanxing couldn't help but reflect on the rampant issue of credit in this era, letting out a deep sigh within. The restaurant was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the clinking of dishes as the waitresses busied themselves with tidying up and the soft whispers exchanged among them. They were discussing the peculiar sight of a few tables indulging in spicy cabbage, their curiosity piqued, especially since this dish had never graced their menu before. Meng Fanxing sat quietly, contemplating the clientele introduced to him by Lu Weiwei from various supply and marketing cooperatives. Understanding who he would be dealing with would greatly facilitate his efforts. Should this venture prove fruitful, he would owe a debt of gratitude to Lu Weiwei, the warm-hearted elder sister who had extended her help. As Manager Fong emerged from the kitchen, his trademark smile illuminated his face as he approached and took a seat beside Meng Fanxing, radiating an infectious excitement akin to that of a friend's reunion. This was indicative of his astuteness, for he was well aware of who could be of value to him, who might serve as a benefactor on his path to promotion, and who would bear no significance, regardless of their acquaintance. After all, he was a man driven by profit and adept at navigating the complexities of social interactions. There was nothing inherently wrong with this approach. Who does not aspire for their position and financial status to continuously ascend? Such ambitions are rooted in personal interests and aspirations, particularly in this era where holding the managerial position in a state-run restaurant is a coveted and enviable career. "My brother, I apologize for keeping you waiting," he called to a woman with a pleasing countenance who was tidying up remnants of the meal. "Xiao Wang, pour us a few cups of tea using the tea leaves from my drawer." "Manager Fong, you are too kind. I am at ease today and actually have a few matters I wish to discuss with you, as they pertain to my forthcoming work arrangements," Meng Fanxing expressed, elevating his words to reflect his aspirations. "Oh, I am curious to know what inquiries you have, my brother. Since I have no pressing matters, let us converse. Besides, the dishes in the kitchen will require some time to prepare," Fong replied, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Indeed. I wish to gain insight into the pricing of several dishes at our restaurant and discuss with you the disparity between the prices in the capital and ours," Meng Fanxing ventured, attempting to steer the conversation towards the subject of vegetables. "Ah, I was unaware you had such concerns. May I inquire as to your purpose?" Fong inquired playfully. "Well, I was pondering what a plate of muksu persimmons might fetch in winter, or the prices of dishes such as green pepper with dried tofu, shredded cucumber with cold noodles, dumplings filled with tender shoots, and muksa chives." Meng Fanxing spoke as if discussing everyday matters. "That is improbable, dear brother. In the north, we are accustomed to dishes like sauerkraut with meat or stewed vermicelli, or perhaps chicken with mushrooms, stewed potatoes, and cabbage. Radishes are seldom featured, as few patrons order them in restaurants due to their unappealing taste. The vegetables you mentioned are typically reserved for high-ranking provincial officials and are far from commonplace at every table, as the transportation costs from the south are exorbitant. Then, what value might a plate of muksu persimmons hold in winter? My dear brother, consider the frigid winter months in our northern region, where the biting cold prevails. It is no small wonder that even a plate of wood ear mushrooms or a dish of spicy tofu would bring such joy." Reflecting on last year, during my training in the provincial capital, I was fortunate enough to encounter a dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers at a grand hotel. I was utterly astonished, imagine, amidst the snow and ice, to behold such a rare delicacy. I must confess, I too hail from a culinary background and had the privilege of apprenticing under Chef Xiao last year, which led to this delightful experience. "Oh, you must be aware of the price of stir-fried pork with green peppers, correct?" I was taken aback. $4.50. That is exorbitant. Even in the season when green peppers are plentiful, such a dish should only cost around $1.20 or, at most, $1.50. To see it soar to $4.50 is indeed hard to fathom. This is, however, quite normal, as the costs associated with transportation and the necessary insulation during transit are considerable. It is only reasonable that the price reflects these realities. Yet, if we could somehow bring these summer vegetables to our tables in the winter months, what price would you deem fair? Meng Fanxing was resolute, determined to embark on a significant endeavor. "Brother, surely you jest. Are you unaware that we cannot cultivate vegetables in our winters? Even if we attempt to grow a few indoors, the yield is minuscule and the costs are exorbitantly high," Fatty Fong patiently explained to the young Meng Fanxing. Chuckling heartily, Meng Fanxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. If he could leverage his expertise to ensure that these vegetables graced the tables of the citizens, and indeed the leaders of various cities, this could lead to prosperity for his fellow villagers in Kuaishan, alleviating their struggles with basic sustenance. While such an endeavor may seem daunting in the north, he possessed the requisite knowledge. His experience in horticulture had involved managing greenhouse cultivation, particularly during a challenging period in his life when he was relatively unnoticed in the logistics department. He had constructed a modest greenhouse, utilizing some resources from his workplace, which could be seen as a mix of public service and personal gain. Through these vegetables, he had established connections with leadership, ensuring a slightly easier life for himself, often engaging in casual games with them for leisure. What is so amusing, brother? I am not jesting, he retorted. Manager Fong, I possess the skills and the means to realize this vision. I have already commenced preparations in this regard. My visit to sell spicy kimchi is part of my market research. If this proves feasible, it will pave the way for future vegetable sales, preventing any last-minute scrambling for a market. Meng Fanxing conveyed earnestly. What? You truly believe you can achieve this? Indeed, I am not deceiving you. The first greenhouse can be constructed in about 2 weeks. Now that you mention it, I feel a sense of reassurance and newfound confidence, Meng Fanxing exclaimed, his smile radiating with brilliance. My dear brother, should you succeed in cultivating these crops, rest assured that I shall offer you a fair price. Monetary concerns are of no issue, and I can even provide you with an advance as a deposit. The excitement overwhelmed Fong, prompting him to rise abruptly. Manager Fong Meng Fanxing was yet to finish his sentence when he was abruptly interrupted by Fong. The sudden disruption caught Meng off guard. Yet he quickly realized that it was not a sign of disrespect towards him, but rather a testament to the value placed upon the winter vegetables. Such matters are of paramount importance, as they pertain to one's future and financial well-being. Brother, if you hold me in esteem, you may call me Brother Fong or simply Fatty Fong like everyone else. I consider you a true brother. Furthermore, I shall recommend your spicy cabbage as a featured dish. And you can rest assured that I will ensure its success, guaranteeing you a profit. Fong's face flushed with excitement, evoking in Meng a realization of how deeply the allure of wealth can captivate one's heart. Chapter 63. Brothers shoulder to shoulder, then I shall draw closer to you. Brother Fong, ideally, I ought to address you as Uncle Fong. The bond we share feels faded, and I sense a natural affinity between us. Addressing you as Brother Fong feels more fitting. Please refrain from calling me uncle, for that would only age me in spirit. Upon hearing Meng refer to him as Uncle Fong, Fong's countenance brightened with joy. Meng distinctly remembered that upon his initial entry, when he mentioned promoting the spicy cabbage, Fong's demeanor shifted from jovial to icy, reminiscent of a chameleon described in Maupassant's narratives, reflecting the quintessential visage of a shrewd businessman. Yet now, witnessing Fong's cheerful demeanor again, Meng found the transformation amusing. This immediate sense of affinity truly exemplified the most direct manifestation of a cunning merchant's nature. Indeed, he was a talent, a brilliant mind. In my past life, I had no acquaintance with him, and I was unaware that such an astute individual existed in this quaint town. Very well, Brother Fong. Meng replied with a grin. Excellent, brother. Hearing you call me Brother Fong fills my heart with warmth, and I feel rejuvenated by at least a decade. From now on, let us maintain close ties. Whenever you come to town, feel free to visit my shop. Regardless of my presence, simply declare yourself as Brother Fong Datong's friend. There will be no need for payment. Just put it on my tab. Should you require assistance with anything, do not hesitate to let me know, even if challenges arise. I will endeavor to resolve them straightforwardly. The more Fong spoke, the more animated he became. Fong Datong understood that during the biting cold of winter, possessing these vegetables would secure his managerial position firmly. Anyone attempting to unseat him would have to think twice. And he was also obligated to deliver the first batch of these vegetables to his superiors. What a feeling that would be. This serves as a testament to one's professional capabilities. Even the high-ranking officials of the province can only indulge in a humble plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers in the biting cold of winter. In contrast, I am able to offer the leaders of the town not only the same dish, but also cucumbers, leeks, tomatoes, and of course, those exquisite dumplings filled with tender shepherd's purse. What is shepherd's purse, one might wonder. Fatty Fong felt a twinge of confusion. Yet the thrill of the moment overshadowed his curiosity. It was imperative to forge a strong bond with the young man before him. He was a potential benefactor, a person of significance in his life. A broader smile blossomed on Fatty Fong's face. Brother, how expansive is that greenhouse of yours? He inquired, eager to gauge the scale of the young man's cultivation, ensuring he could plan his next steps accordingly. Approximately 600 to 700 square meters, which isn't excessively large. Meng Fanxing replied, bewildered by Fong's curiosity. "Ha, splendid. Let's have a couple of drinks soon and deepen our camaraderie," Fatty Fong suggested, his enthusiasm palpable. "Brother Fong, I must take a quick bite. I still need to head towards Harbin to sell more spicy cabbage. Selling requires time, and I must visit each shop individually. Not to worry, since we are brothers now, you can rest assured. I will write you a note. I have acquaintances in the state-run restaurants in several nearby towns. With just a word from me, they will eagerly accept your spicy cabbage. No need to rush. However, it's best not to mention your greenhouse project to them just yet. After all, whether your venture succeeds or your cultivation area is feasible, I can manage to supply them, but it may not suffice." Fatty Fong shot Meng Fanxing a knowing glance. Meng Fanxing instantly understood Fatty Fong's intentions, but chose to remain silent. It was commendable how Brother Fong considered his interests. "I won't say anything to them," he affirmed, recognizing the cunning nature of Fatty Fong's business acumen. Yet, one could hardly blame him. In these times, who doesn't he aspire for progress? "See, brother, you are perceptive. We clicked instantly. Rest assured, I will provide you with the most favorable prices. You can place your utmost trust in me. If that does not hold true, feel free to berate me directly," Fatty Fong declared. "Brother Fong, your words are a touch excessive. Since we are fated to meet in this vast sea of humanity, consider how fortuitous this is. From now on, you shall be like an elder brother to me. Do not forget us little ones once you ascend the ranks," Meng Fanxing replied, having grasped Fong's sentiments. It was clear they should mutually support one another. He understood the significance of reciprocity in relationships. Should he expand his cultivation area, there was no need to divulge every detail. Moreover, given that this was the closest township to Kaoshantan, future interactions with Fatty Fong seemed promising. It was prudent to cultivate a strong connection. One could never predict when such alliances might prove beneficial. Proximity mattered. Even the strongest relationships could falter from a distance. As a newcomer to Kaoshantan, he needed to establish close ties to navigate the next decade effectively. "Very well, rest assured. I shall promptly write down the names of the heads of those state-run restaurants for you. I will also pen a note for them, stating that you are my brother, urging them to receive you graciously and to ardently promote your spicy kimchi. You need not worry, my influence in Datong still holds weight." Just as Fong was about to fetch paper and pen, Erlung Zi and Uncle Li entered, both treading cautiously. After all, it was the first time a man from the mountains stepped into a state-run restaurant, and today, they would dine here without spending a single penny, as they were being treated by others. Uncle Li had learned from Erlung Zi that it was the general manager of the state-run restaurant who was hosting the young, educated youth, Meng, and immediately felt a deep admiration for this young man. He entered with a sense of reverence, gazing enviously at the restaurant's decor and the arrangement of tables and chairs. He had heard from Captain Xiao about dining in the town's canteen, a government establishment, but today they were dining in the state-run restaurant, a place where even Xiao Laoi had never set foot. Erlung Zi and Uncle Li shared the same sentiments, observing Meng Jiqing sitting calmly, sipping fragrant tea. Erlung Zi, seated next to Meng Fanxing, felt a bit dazed, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. "Second brother, Uncle Li, please make yourselves comfortable. The tea on the table is brewed from Manager Fong's own tea leaves," Meng Fanxing encouraged, noticing their awkwardness. "Young Meng, do we truly not have to pay for this meal?" Uncle Li asked, still unable to believe it, as he was the eldest among them. He worried that after finishing their meal, they might be asked for money, potentially jeopardizing his prized mule cart, prompting him to seek clarification. "Haha, Uncle Li. Manager Fong is treating us to this meal. There is not a single penny to pay. Eat with ease," Meng Jiqing reassured him. "Do you know this esteemed manager of the grand restaurant? Why would he treat you to a meal?" Uncle Li still questioned, unable to fathom why they were being treated so generously at their first meeting. "I do not know him. Today is also my first encounter with them," Meng Fanxing replied with a smile. He understood Uncle Li's apprehensions, considering he was a rural man dining in such a state-run establishment for the first time. Feeling rather unsettled, especially since he had no money in his pocket. "Will they demand payment after the meal? We do not have much money. Could they detain us? City folks are often quite cunning. Is there some hidden agenda?" Uncle Li glanced nervously at the dishes already set upon the table. "Rest assured, Manager Fong is exceedingly warm and straightforward. Though we indulge heartily, we still have a long journey ahead, and it will be evening by the time we finish," Meng Fanxing said, gently patting Uncle Li's hand to soothe his worries. Uncle Li appeared visibly anxious, fidgeting restlessly, mirroring the sentiments of his companion, Erlung Zi, who gazed eagerly at Meng Fanxing and then at the array of dishes on the table. His throat constricted, torn between reluctance to leave the food and a gnawing worry. Meng Fanxing surveyed the dishes before him and garnered a slight understanding of this state-run restaurant, realizing that the food was rather heavy-handed with oil. leaving much to be desired in terms of flavor. It seemed he would need to provide some culinary guidance during this meal. At the bar, Fong Datong was diligently composing notes, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. After all, the nature of their relationship was known solely to him. Yet, he felt compelled to make a bold statement, even if it meant lowering his pride for the sake of securing winter vegetables. When Fong Datong finally approached and sat down, he promptly handed Meng Fanxing the 2 notes in his possession. These were his keys to unlocking Meng Fanxing's winter vegetable supply, a matter he could not afford to take lightly. Brother, once you arrive there, please present my notes to their manager. I trust they will extend some courtesy to old Fong. As we are all colleagues and share a bond, he chuckled. Thank you, Brother Fong, for your unwavering support. I see you've prepared quite an array of dishes. It truly touches my heart. When I have the opportunity, I shall demonstrate a few culinary skills for you, Meng Fanxing replied with a warm smile, subtly laying the groundwork for his guidance. Could it be that you, my brother, can whip up a fine meal? Fong Datong inquired, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Just a little. Whenever I have some spare time, I often gather with friends to cook a few simple dishes and share a drink. So I've picked up some skills, Meng Fanxing replied, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Ah, then please, guide us and let us taste the flavors crafted by our chef. Fong Datong urged. Brother, this dish is excessively oily, creating an overwhelmingly rich sensation. Using only a third of the oil would significantly enhance the outcome. For instance, in the dry chili stir-fried tofu, wouldn't tea adding some vegetables, like carrot slices, elevate the sensory experience? Meng Fanxing pointed out, gesturing towards the plate. Could you perhaps showcase your skills for old Fong? I'd like to learn, Fong Datong asked eagerly. Why not? Since I've already taken up your bowl, I can certainly demonstrate, provided it's convenient for you, Meng Fanxing replied, indicating the kitchen with a nod. After all, this would encroach upon the chef's territory, necessitating their consent. It's your call, old Fong. Furthermore, this is an opportunity to impart skills. You can proceed without hesitation. I genuinely hope to be pleasantly surprised by you. My younger brother, I must confess, I've inquired with our chef, and they cannot replicate your spicy cabbage, Fong Datong admitted candidly. Very well, I shall showcase my skills. Now, Ergu and Uncle Li, please enjoy your meal without reservation, Meng Fanxing instructed the 2 men, who stood there in a daze. This meal served as a means of forging connections. Once they truly embraced one another as kin, future endeavors would become much more manageable. As you dine, please, do not stand on ceremony. Treat this place as your own home. My brothers and I share an immediate rapport, and without further ado, I hope you will visit often. Fong Datong rose eagerly, keen to discover Meng Fanxing's culinary skills, uncertain whether he was merely boasting or possessed genuine talent. In Chapter 64, I kindly ask for your leniency. It was evident that Meng Fanxing's skill in preparing spicy cabbage surpassed that of all their chefs, and he firmly believed that the other party was indeed capable, anticipating a delightful surprise. Upon entering the kitchen, Meng Fanxing noticed that several seasonings were lacking. However, this posed no challenge for her. She deftly peeled a potato and swiftly sliced it into thin strands, soaking them in cold water to extract the starch for her next dish. Brother, your knife skills are truly impressive. As chefs, we are taught the art of slicing, and this alone earns my admiration, Fong Datong remarked. Recognizing Meng Fanxing's genuine expertise and feeling a sense of respect, Brother Fong, I am merely demonstrating my skills before everyone. I hope I have not embarrassed you, Meng Fanxing replied. She then sliced green onions into thin strips and set them aside. The water in the large pot had come to a boil, and she briefly blanched the potato strands before rinsing them in cold water and placing them in a small bowl. In that bowl, she added a pinch of salt, a sprinkle of sugar, and some seasoning, drizzling rice vinegar and a touch of heated oil over the mixture. After a gentle stir, she arranged the dish, presenting the vibrant contrast of the potato strands and green onions. Even before tasting, the visual appeal surpassed their previous attempts, igniting their appetites. Next, Meng Fanxing began to chop dried tofu and chili peppers, her movements precise and methodical, reminiscent of seasoned chefs. This left Fong Datong and the others puzzled, as they observed that the process bore little difference from what they were accustomed to. However, when it came time to heat the oil, Fong Datong noted the reduced amount and felt a tinge of skepticism. As she stir-fried the tofu, Meng Fanxing waited for it to lose moisture before adding the starch and water mixture from the earlier potatoes directly into the frying pan. With deft hands, she tossed the ingredients together, sprinkling in the chopped green onions and plating the dish. The result was striking. Although she had used only a third of the oil, the appearance of the dish was markedly improved. The tofu glistened invitingly, a far cry from the oil-soaked texture they were used to, and the green onions served as a perfect finishing touch. Meng Fanxing stepped aside, allowing Fong Datong and the other chefs to sample the dish. Although it was a simple fare, a staple of northern home cooking, the essence of her creation was fundamentally different from what they had previously prepared. Indeed, the flavor is distinctly different. You all can see it, right? From now on, let's adopt this approach, Fong Datong exclaimed, tasting each dish and bursting into hearty laughter. He was already exceedingly satisfied. Within this simplicity, he could discern Meng Fanxing's exceptional craftsmanship. Indeed, it was evident that the young man before him possessed genuine talent, not merely boastful words, but authentic skill that far surpassed that of his own master. Even Master Xiao would likely pale in comparison. The two resumed their seats at the table, exchanging cups in a convivial atmosphere. This time, the rotund gentleman appeared even more content, as he persistently raised his small wine cup, while Meng Fanxing, unreserved, matched him drink for drink, engaging in lively banter. Lungzi and Uncle Li had refrained from partaking earlier, being mindful of the etiquette in someone else's establishment. It was unbecoming for guests to indulge heartily in the absence of their host. However, once the two began to eat and drink, witnessing Meng Fanxing's composed demeanor and the manager's expressions, they completely relaxed and savored their meal with great delight. After feasting to their heart's content, the trio, under the enthusiastic farewell of the rotund gentleman, embarked on their journey to the provincial capital. Uncle Li and Lungzi felt they had enjoyed the most delectable meal of their lives, surpassing even the festive feasts of their team, leading them to chatter incessantly once they were in the vehicle. Brother, that meal was simply divine. The chicken stewed with mushrooms was exquisite. Even better than what Uncle Sun makes for our team. Just the aroma and the colors were enough to fill me up, Lungzi exclaimed, his face radiating satisfaction. Indeed, young Meng, our little intellectual, dined at no cost and left with a full belly. It seems that traveling with Meng Jiqing guarantees we shall never go hungry. Uncle Li chimed in, clearly pleased. Uncle Li, I found common ground with him too. Manager Fong is affable and straightforward in his dealings. If we had encountered someone less understanding, we would have had to foot the bill ourselves. We cannot always rely on the generosity of others, Meng Fanxing replied, feeling a surge of pride bolstered by the wine. Let us not say that. Even if our superiors were to arrive, we wouldn't receive such treatment. It's your capabilities that have brought us here. By the way, why didn't you mention that it was Director Liu who recommended us? If you had, the manager would surely have treated us even better, Lungzi inquired, puzzled. That would change matters significantly. If I had mentioned Director Liu's name, we might not have been able to sell the spicy cabbage, and this banquet may not have been ours to enjoy, Meng Fanxing replied contemplatively. Are they not acquainted? I noticed that Director Liu seemed quite warm and attentive toward you. If you had stated it directly, things would have progressed more swiftly and favorably. They are old acquaintances. Their relationship would undoubtedly afford us special consideration, which means we may have wasted considerable time, Lungzi remarked. Brother, they are in a competitive relationship regarding the sales of our spicy cabbage. Consider this. They might choose not to endorse our product due to their own interests. Have you thought about that? Oh, your point is valid. So, moving forward, should we rely on the manager's endorsement? Or might competition also hinder our ability to sell the spicy cabbage? Lungzi pondered, somewhat bewildered. Of course, we shall leverage Manager Fong's connections. The distance of several dozen miles between them precludes any direct competitive rivalry, and we will capitalize on this relationship to expedite the sale of spicy cabbage, thus saving us considerable time, an opportunity not to be squandered. My brother is indeed insightful. Your cleverness surpasses my own, as these thoughts never crossed my mind. You are merely a gourmand. You shall never match the erudition of Xiao Meng, who hails from the capital. Can you claim the same scholarly prowess as he? Uncle Li scoffed derisively at the befuddled simpleton. I must concede that I cannot compare to my brother. This I acknowledge. Otherwise, how could I hold such admiration for him? Right? The simpleton threw an arm around Meng Fanxing's shoulder, bringing his large face uncomfortably close, an intimate gesture that made Meng Fanxing acutely aware of the simpleton's foul breath. Second brother, we are indeed the closest of brothers. However, could you keep your mouth a tad farther away? Meng Fanxing chuckled as he pushed the simpleton's large head aside, and the two began to playfully tussle, reminiscent of his carefree friend, Fatty. This moment inevitably brought to mind his dear friend from the distant Beijing, who had been occupying his thoughts for several days. He had yet to write him a letter to share his experiences here, to reassure him not to worry. The last thing he desired was to write home, considering that in his previous life, none of the letters he sent ever received a response. The reason behind this silence remained an enigma, leaving him to wonder if he was merely an abandoned child adopted by the Meng family, unwanted by others. A sudden tightening in Meng Fanxing's heart struck him. Why did such thoughts persist? This was decidedly abnormal. Memories from his past life surged forth. Yet he found himself unable to explain them. The remainder of the journey proceeded smoothly, thanks to the commendation from his good brother, Fong Datong. Meng Fanxing managed to sell over 100 pounds of spicy cabbage in the next 2 towns they passed, with over 100 pounds still on the cart. He estimated that in a bustling city like Harbin, opening a few more outlets would surely yield greater profits next time. By the time they arrived in Harbin, it was already a little past 2 in the afternoon. After several inquiries, they reached the headquarters of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative by 3 o'clock. Meng Fanxing thought it best to attend to business first. Should matters proceed swiftly, he could return directly tomorrow and promptly organize the next delivery of spicy cabbage. Greetings, comrade. I am here to see Director Su. Meng Fanxing approached the entrance without waiting for the guard to inquire. He understood the adage that while the king of hell is easy to meet, the little devils are troublesome. What business do you have with Director Su? Where do you come from? A man in his 30s scrutinized Meng Fanxing with a piercing gaze, as if he were a thief or a saboteur. It must be said, the people of this era are indeed quite responsible. However, to Meng Fanxing, some of this person's actions seemed to overstep boundaries. Coming to the headquarters to seek the top leader, any matters should indeed be discussed with the person in charge. As a mere gatekeeper, one should simply focus on their own duties. Is it truly expected that by merely being informed of a task, one could execute it? Nevertheless, these individuals are rather bothersome, as if their insatiable curiosity compels them to deny entry unless the future purpose is disclosed. Meng Fanxing had grown accustomed to encountering various people and situations. I have come from Kaishan to meet Director Su and promote spicy cabbage. I kindly ask for your understanding. Despite her unwavering smile, engaging in a heated exchange with a gatekeeper seemed utterly unnecessary, for such behavior was neither rational nor wise. Ah, you are the one delivering the spicy cabbage. Hurry. Director Su has already instructed that upon your arrival, you should be taken to see him. The gatekeeper's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He was unaware of the connection between Director Su and this plainly dressed individual, yet he dared not delay given the director's explicit instructions. Thank you, Meng Fanxing replied, perplexed by why Director Su would instruct a mere doorman and how he could ascertain her return so quickly. However, in the next moment, she understood, certainly. It was the kind-hearted elder sister, Lu Weiwei, who had spoken on her behalf. After all, she was the only one aware of Meng Fanxing's visit to see Director Su and had introduced her to him. Reflecting on the chain of events clarified everything. Meng Fanxing followed the man down the corridor towards the second floor of the courtyard. The architecture in Harbin possesses a distinct character, characterized by high ceilings and a hint of Soviet-era design. After all, during the anti-Japanese war, the Soviet Union provided considerable support to China, making this locale one of the most interacted with by both nations. Many Soviets came to assist in the economic and equipment transformation of our country, and at one time, a significant number resided here. Consequently, the construction of buildings adhered to the specifications outlined by Soviet experts. Before long, the two arrived at the easternmost door of the second-floor corridor, marked by a nameplate reading Director's Office. Meng Fanxing recognized that the individual within was the one she sought. Taking a moment to steady her mind, her breathing became calm, a habitual practice of hers. Regardless of the person she was about to meet, she always first centered her breath and emotions, as a form of respect for the individual she was about to encounter. Knock, knock, knock. The gatekeeper rapped urgently on the door, and from within came a voice, authoritative yet possessing a magnetic quality. The tone exuded an undeniable commanding presence, one that would not tolerate doubt. Chapter 65. Not a hair in place. The doorman's demeanor instantly transformed into one of utmost respect and obsequiousness as he gracefully pushed open the door. Leaning in, he beamed at the person inside, inquiring, Director, the individual you wish to see has arrived. Shall I permit her to enter? Please do. I have the time now. Came the woman's voice from within, calm and unhurried, which further solidified Meng Fanxing's impression of her commanding presence, one that exuded an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. I shall take my leave then, the doorman replied, his tone dripping with flattery, a stark contrast to how he had spoken to Meng Fanxing. This reflected his eagerness to curry favor with Director Su and illustrated his duality in treating superiors and outsiders. As the doorman stepped aside, Meng Fanxing walked forward with steady footsteps, exuding confidence. The moment she crossed the threshold, a radiant smile akin to sunlight brightened her face. She proceeded directly toward the center of the room, her gaze unwavering, deliberately avoiding any scrutiny of the decor. After all, this was an unfamiliar visit. One ought not to appear overly inquisitive upon entry. Maintaining poise and focusing on the host would convey a sense of maturity and respect for the encounter. Good day, Director Su. It is a pleasure to meet you, Meng Fanxing greeted, noticing Director Su seated behind his desk, his expression as inscrutable as a still pond. Not even inclining his body in acknowledgement, yet scrutinizing the young newcomer with keen eyes. You are the young intellectual from Beijing known for making spicy cabbage, are you not? Director Su paused momentarily. Yes, Director. My name is Meng Fanxing, a recent arrival from Beijing to serve in the countryside, she responded, her sunny smile illuminating her countenance as she stood just over a meter from Su's desk, halting her approach. This distance, too, was deliberate. It allowed the elder to observe her fully, fostering familiarity and acceptance. This approach is akin to the principles of sales, neither too close to invoke discomfort nor too distant to create a sense of alienation. Meng Fanxing found the positioning just right. Director Su nodded slightly, his first impression of her satisfactory, though he had felt a twinge of aversion to the exuberance with which Lu Weiwei had spoken of her. The sight of this young woman capable of crafting spicy cabbage, along with her appearance, shifted his perspective. Please have a seat. Lu Weiwei called to inform me about your situation. The spicy cabbage on her end is selling remarkably well. She mentioned that only a few kilograms are left and that a restock is imminent. Director Su's demeanor remained composed, his words measured and steady, exuding an air of natural grace. I appreciate you sharing this news with me, Director Su. Upon my return, I shall promptly arrange for a second delivery. Meng Fanxing gestured towards the container covered with plastic, indicating to Director Su whether he wished to inspect the goods, as he was indeed there to sell. Please, take a seat. To which locations have you sold the spicy cabbage on this journey? I traversed 2 townships, delivering to the supply cooperatives and state-run restaurants. With the recommendation of friends, everything proceeded smoothly, allowing me to arrive here much sooner than anticipated. Meng Fanxing articulated this to convey the success of his spicy cabbage sales. Oh, how many kilograms have you sold? What is the sales volume in the 2 townships? I did not reserve much stock for my initial clients, as I wished to conduct a trial. After all, this is a consumable product, and I am keen to avoid any risk of secondary contamination. Although we guarantee a return policy, as you know, unsold spicy cabbage can only be discarded. We would never compromise our customers by reselling tainted goods. This principle aligns with the quality of our spicy cabbage, Meng Fanxing concluded, subtly praising his own product. I heard from Lu Weiwei that you could supply cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers during the winter months. Director Su calmly diverted the conversation, seemingly uninterested in Meng Fanxing's spicy cabbage, instead expressing a keen interest in the vegetables that are scarce in the northern winters. This was intriguing. It appeared that Director Su possessed a keen observational insight, swiftly identifying the business opportunities presented by the winter vegetable shortages in the north. One could not help but notice the stark contrast and sensitivity to market opportunities between a high-ranking executive and a minor director at a cooperative. Indeed, our village, Kaoshan, is quite isolated, where children in their teens remain illiterate, having never attended school. Since my arrival, I have received considerable support from the villagers. Thus, I am inclined to contribute in any way I can to improve their living conditions, Meng Fanxing reflected, pondering how to appeal to Director Su's emotions while asserting his ability to supply winter vegetables, hoping to gauge the attitude of this esteemed leader. Well, what you describe is a common plight in our remote northern villages. It is an unavoidable situation, unlike certain areas in Heilongjiang province and the south. Here the land is vast and sparsely populated, with some locales devoid of villages for dozens of miles. Consequently, education remains a significant challenge. Indeed, I recounted the tale of Wang Erxiao's resistance against the Japanese to the children, their eyes glistening with tears, some even shedding them. In that moment, I resolved to utilize my capabilities to aid them in acquiring knowledge and pursuing their education. Meng Fanxing's tone grew somber, his head bowed in reflection. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat oppressive, influenced by his emotional shift. He contemplated breaking this heavy silence. Yet he realized he could not abruptly shift to a commercial pitch about selling spicy pickled cabbage. The ambience had been carefully cultivated and must be maintained. Now, it was a test of patience between the two, where the one who faltered first would undoubtedly emerge as the loser, ceding control of the dialogue and the initiative in negotiations. On the other hand, Meng Fanxing was acutely aware of women's vulnerabilities, specifically, the radiance of motherhood. Once their tender emotions were stirred, they would naturally reveal their true selves. This tactic might prove effective with women, but should he be facing a robust man, he would likely find it ineffective. Would a man fall for such stratagems? The answer is a resounding no. It's akin to playing a lute to a cow, employing the wrong tactics and schemes. It is best to distance oneself as far as possible. A man's capacity for sentimentality is notably fragile, particularly for those in leadership positions. As anticipated, Director Su's expression shifted to one of distress. Young Meng, how can vegetables be cultivated in the dead of winter? This is a formidable challenge. Your intentions are commendable, and I sympathize with the children in the mountains, yet. Director Su finally spoke after a brief pause, voicing his concerns. I am confident in my abilities. My experience and skills stem from assisting a classmate in Beijing with greenhouse vegetable cultivation. Although there is a temperature difference between Beijing and our Heilongjiang, with proper insulation and monitoring, these challenges can be managed, Meng Fanxing asserted with certainty. Oh, could you elaborate on that? Director Su inquired, pausing to contemplate. You may not be familiar with our supply and marketing cooperative system, which addresses the supply and demand of production materials in rural areas. If feasible, I could provide some resources free of charge. Director Su was keen to understand the situation better, directly presenting the enticing prospect of free supplies. There is nothing that cannot be discussed. Assisting the children of Kaoshan village is a noble endeavor, and if I can extend this assistance to more children in Heilongjiang, ensuring they have access to education and the joy of literacy, my aspirations will be fulfilled. Meng Fanxing elevated his vision to a higher purpose once more. Then, he noticed that Director Su did not exhibit much reaction, and continued, though the winters in northeast China are frigid, employing plastic sheeting for greenhouses and utilizing thermal walls can create a suitable environment for vegetable growth. The plastic serves to enhance the photosynthesis of the plant's leaves, allowing them to fully absorb the benefits of sunlight during the day. With proper temperature control within the greenhouse, the plants will thrive. Meng Fanxing spoke with an air of confidence. Indeed, your idea is commendable, Director Su replied. However, if the temperature is not managed effectively, how can a mere layer of plastic withstand the extreme cold of northeast China? Are you aware of how low the temperatures can drop in Heilongjiang? It can be so cold that spitting outside results in instant ice. I do have solutions for that, Meng Fanxing responded. Our village is located at the edge of the Jiangkazi, where bulrushes grow abundantly. This plant is soft and warm. We can weave them into thick curtains to be raised during the day and lowered at night to fend off the darkness and frost. However, we lack warm bedding materials like quilts. If only we had those. As he spoke, Meng Fanxing discreetly observed Director Su's expression. The earlier remark by Director Su about the cold temperatures in Heilongjiang, particularly the use of we, indicated her recognition of Meng Fanxing, thus strengthening their rapport. For someone in a leadership position, emotional sensitivity and maternal instincts would not suffice. One must possess a strong will and the ability to withstand pressure. This realization sparked another idea in Meng Fanxing, the possibility of collaborating on the sale of spicy cabbage and future cooperation on leafy greens. If he were to intensify his efforts, some resources could indeed be acquired at no cost. With newfound hope, Meng Fanxing's mind began to race. He understood that to connect with a woman, one must appeal to her emotional side and evoke a sense of care. For women are inherently less cold and calculating than men, a vulnerability to be leveraged. Having a plan is essential, and I see you are quite confident. However, Director Su paused, leaving her thought unspoken. The implication was clear. Failure must be something he could endure. It was entirely reasonable for a senior director to harbor such doubts, especially considering the youth and inexperience of the young man before her, reminiscent of the old adage that one must grow up fully before taking on significant responsibilities. This was indicative of the responsible attitude the other party maintained toward rural work. Speaking of which, it must be acknowledged that the support and assistance from the villagers of Kaoshan Tun bolstered Meng Fanxing's courage and confidence in undertaking this venture. Armed with assurance and expertise, he was determined to succeed, even if it meant shedding 10 or 20 pounds, to tackle the challenges faced by children in accessing education. He could not squander the opportunity afforded by the party and the nation to learn in the countryside. Meng Fanxing lifted his head, his gaze becoming resolute and determined. Chapter 66. The Affectionate Aunt Ah. With your indomitable spirit, I have decided to lend you a hand. I can supply a portion of the plastic sheeting, but securing warm bedding materials such as quilts poses a challenge, as both cotton and fabric are in short supply. I can only promise to do my utmost. How wonderful. Director Su. Meng Fanxing feigned excitement, rubbing her hands together. In truth, the moment I entered and saw you, I felt an extraordinary sense of familiarity. My mother bears the surname Su as well, and your visage bears a striking resemblance to that of my aunt, albeit you appear significantly younger. You seem to be merely 35 or 36, while my aunt has already reached the age of 47, making her appear considerably older than you. My dear child, Director Su replied, no wonder Lu Weiwei is so eager to assist you. She spoke highly of you on the phone. I too am 47, An old woman indeed. A smile finally graced Director Su's face, dispelling the sternness from moments prior. Director Su, you truly do not seem old at all. Those born in the year of the pig possess a natural warmth. Looking at you evokes the tender feelings I had when my aunt held me as a child. She was always the best to me, and seeing you reminds me of her, Meng Fanxing said, her expression dimming momentarily. Oh, this predicament leaves you no choice but to queue up like this, a burden for someone so young. It is truly unfortunate. Please, treat me like your aunt from now on. Feel free to visit whenever you can. Director Su stood and retrieved an enamel cup from the nearby cabinet. Meng Fanxing hurriedly brought the thermos from the table to fill Director Su's cup with warm water, then took the enamel cup from her hand, pouring in a bit of water before sitting down leisurely. In truth, those born in the year of the pig have soft hearts. Yet, you are all blessed individuals, beautiful and kind-hearted, unable to bear the suffering of others, even if it means enduring some hardship yourself. Meng Fanxing's smile radiated even more brightly. Pure as sunlight. You speak the truth. We pig-born individuals indeed have this flaw. We cannot stand to witness the suffering of others. Often, when I see someone make a mistake at work, I find it difficult to be harsh in punishing or criticizing them. This is a weakness of ours. A softness of heart, she chuckled softly. Indeed, Aunt Su, my own aunt has echoed similar sentiments. Your manner of speaking is strikingly alike. Look, your earlobes are more robust than my aunt's. This signifies a person of fortune. Like Guanyin Bodhisattva, you possess a heart that encompasses the world, often neglecting to care for yourself. Aunt Su, you must take care of yourself and not be consumed by work. Your health is paramount. Your repeated calls of aunt bring me such comfort. From now on, I shall be your aunt. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to approach me. Consider this place your home. By the way, did you make this spicy kimchi? Director Su's words grew increasingly warm and intimate. Indeed, dear aunt. I too learned from my classmate's mother, who is quite the culinary expert. It is she who taught me the art of cooking, asserting that a young man must not starve while away from home. This skill has become essential for my survival. One day, I shall demonstrate a few techniques for you. Meng Fanxing, as she spoke, removed a layer of plastic wrap from a small basin, revealing the spicy kimchi within. This plastic wrap was procured from the supply and marketing cooperative, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. Why are there so many chili peppers? How fiery must this be? Director Su observed the layer of chili atop the kimchi, her composure momentarily faltering as she gazed at its vibrant hue, swallowing in anticipation. Aunt, this kimchi may appear quite spicy, but did you know that I personally concocted the chili blend? I used various seasonings to temper the heat, so despite its appearance, even a child could enjoy it. All the ingredients are completely natural. Regular consumption of this kimchi also hydrates the skin and has beauty benefits, Meng Fanxing boasted. Imagining old Wang would be appalled by her audacity. Truly, you possess no modesty whatsoever. You dare to outshine old Wang in self-praise. Do you not consider his dignity? Traditionally, it has been said that old Wang sells melons and boasts about them. How can a younger generation boast even more shamelessly than old Wang, leaving him blushing in embarrassment? Is that genuinely the case? Aunt, do give it a try. My appetite has been quite poor these past few days. Everything seems tasteless. With the arrival of autumn, I feel a bit overheated, and I cannot quite fathom why. Director Su delicately pinched a small piece of kimchi, cautiously placing it in her mouth. And her eyes brightened instantly. Ah, it truly is not spicy at all. This cool, tangy, sweet flavor. How did you achieve this? I'm already contemplating dinner. Director Su exclaimed with exaggerated delight. Aunt, you must be in high spirits, casting all your worries aside. Meng Fanxing chuckled. Indeed, Aunt is in good spirits. Look, once you return, send me 2,000 jin of this kimchi. The remaining stock can be sold through our cooperative. As for the state-run restaurants in various regions, what do you propose? Director Su observed Meng Fanxing's sunny smile and felt compelled to assist him. Aunt, since you wish to pursue this line of business, why not take over all the state-run hotels? Your network spans the entire province, and we can encourage the cooperatives below to expand their operations. The future of vegetables will follow suit. I believe in letting professionals handle their respective domains, Meng Fanxing pondered. Though he was aware of the future shortcomings of the cooperative, the current lack of transport capacity was evident. Very well, I will ensure that everything is set in motion here, but regarding packaging, please prepare both 20 jin and 50 jin options to facilitate our transport, Director Su replied. This is feasible, but we must pay close attention to the storage conditions of the kimchi. It should be kept in a cool place, ideally in a refrigerated environment above 0 degrees or below -5 degrees. Otherwise, it will compromise the flavor. Please write this down for me so I can send it out directly. Additionally, it would be beneficial to include the characteristics of the spicy cabbage. To aid our salespeople in their promotions and potentially increase sales, Director Su mused with a smile. Very well, Auntie. Since our discussion has concluded, I shall reserve a portion of the spicy cabbage that remains in the car for you. The rest, you can decide. Meng Fanxing thought about the light-hearted conversation and hurriedly made plans to return home, as it was over 100 miles away and production must be expedited. How can one arrive at Auntie's and leave immediately? Look, it's already past 4 o'clock. Come, Auntie will take you to enjoy some delicious food. Let us go to the state-run restaurant. You can prepare a few small dishes for Auntie to sample your culinary skills. Didn't you claim your cooking was quite good? You mustn't be lazy about it. As they walked, Meng Fanxing realized that since this familial connection had been established, he could not simply depart without further engagement. It was essential to cultivate a rapport, at least to allow both parties time to understand one another, thereby ensuring a more solid partnership in the future. Moreover, this business venture encompassed the supply of all vegetables for the upcoming year, with the pivotal element being the free plastic sheeting, resources that would bring hope to the villagers and represent their first step towards prosperity. Director Su, influenced by the youthful energy before her, began to smile and mimic Meng Fanxing, and soon both were in hearty laughter. They resembled long-lost mother and son or old friends, joking as they closed the door and stepped outside. Throughout their journey, Meng Fanxing maintained a half-step behind Director Su, demonstrating that he was not swayed by the emotional bond they had just formed, nor did he become complacent. When they reached the door, he hastened a few steps to open it, executing a courteous gesture that perfectly portrayed a gentlemanly demeanor. Director Su found herself increasingly pleased with the young man's attitude and behavior. In a world filled with educated youth, few embodied the balance of decorum and eloquence that Meng Fanxing displayed. He knew precisely when to speak and how to navigate the conversation with exceptional precision, a quality she valued greatly. After all, she was currently at the departmental level, with aspirations for a deputy position, while at his age. Meng Fanxing was already engaging in work. When do you anticipate the vegetables will be ready for market? Director Su inquired, keenly focused on the vegetables she had long desired. If this endeavor were to succeed, it could potentially elevate her visibility within leadership circles, paving the way for her advancement. Furthermore, her investment was minimal, involving only a bit of plastic sheeting, which could be easily accounted for within their supply cooperative system. The usage was limited, perhaps amounting to a few thousand units of rice, yet the potential for success was boundless. The failure resulted in a complete disbandment, akin to the act of reporting a loss. However, once success is achieved, one can wield full control over the situation. This endeavor supports rural development, agricultural advancement, and the educational pursuits of children. Providing notebooks and pens is a testament to this achievement. Director Su is inwardly rejoicing, his heart blooming with happiness, and his smile radiates brilliantly. He feels as if his every step today is imbued with lightness and grace, almost as if he is soaring. And it will surely take at least 3 months. Some items might be ready for sale in 2 months. I also need to prepare the seeds. Currently, I have nothing to purchase, Meng Fanxing said with an awkward smile. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to ask for seeds after they just provided you with plastic sheets? Not at all, my dear. Let your aunt handle these matters. Just prepare a list, and I shall provide everything for you free of charge. Consider it a gift for recognizing our kinship. Isn't that generous of me? Director Su said, his smile unfurling. One must admit, this little rascal is truly endearing. Clearly, he is seeking something, yet manages to wear such an innocent expression. Who would believe that a child of merely a few years could possess such cunning? It compels one to prepare things for him. Isn't that a skill in itself? Meanwhile, his own child continues to depend on him and act spoiled. Oh, the disparity between people is striking. If only this child were his own, how comforting that would be. Yet, it also brings about unease, leaving him unable to enjoy his meals or find peace. Director Su sighed deeply. Do let me know if there is anything else you need. So I want to have to inquire item by item. Your aunt's modest gift seems a bit meager. If she knew, she would laugh at me. Don't you think? Director Su pondered, deciding to be more generous. After all, it is merely some vegetable greenhouses, which won't cost much. It might be better to be more forthcoming. It seems he truly should engage more with this youthful individual, as it is evident that one can never predict when support and assistance might be reciprocated. Consider it an investment. Now, Aunt, I have no worries on my end, but I do need to make some bold requests. We need sealing glue for the plastic sheets, a thermometer, baking soda, and perhaps a weighing scale. We must weigh the spicy cabbage before packaging, adding a few extra pounds to account for retail losses. Aunt, don't you think that is fair? Meng Fanxing grinned amiably. You clever child. Very well, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Let us dine at our own establishment. Choose whatever you desire. By the way, you've brought a few friends along. Haven to you? Don't be shy about sharing a meal with your aunt, Director Su kindly reminded. They are over there in the vehicle, with the mule taking a moment to graze. Meng Fanxing pointed at the two individuals waiting anxiously not far away. Clearly, after his prolonged discussions, their impatience had grown. Upon seeing him emerge, the young man leaped up, waving his hands, likely fearing he might miss him. The boy doesn't seem very old, does he? He appears quite lively. Just look at his excitement upon seeing you. Auntie, he has been quite helpful to me. You know, when I first arrived at Kaoshan village, the youth station felt rather unfamiliar. During the times I found myself in a scuffle, it was Erge who consistently came to my aid. He is highly esteemed by the team leader and is regarded as the future successor of our group. Meng Fanxing observed the eager eyes of the young man. You still face bullying? And you can fight as well? I would never have guessed. You're so slender and genteel. It's hard to believe you could engage in a scuffle. Have you been hurt? Director Su grasped Meng Fanxing's arm, her concern palpable. Hee, auntie, didn't I mention that I've never lost? One must be a bit ruthless, otherwise, they will be bullied. I understand that principle well, otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to survive in such an environment. It truly requires a measure of courage. Meng Fanxing felt a warmth in his heart from Director Su's anxiousness and care. Once I have some free time, I will come to you. Don't worry. With Annie backing you, I doubt any scoundrel would dare to bully my nephew. Just watch me deal with him. Upon finishing her statement, Director Su glanced at Meng Fanxing and couldn't help but chuckle. Auntie, your laughter is truly delightful. I miss my mother too. Meng Fanxing's eyes grew misty, and he couldn't help but recall Su Xinyue, the woman who gave him life. Why was she so cruel as to not even send him a letter? What could be the reason behind this? Child, don't be sad. When you have free time, come to my house, and I will prepare delicious meals for you. Director Su comforted him, her maternal affection overflowing as she embraced Meng Fanxing's shoulders. Erge was genuinely perplexed, wondering how his brother could return after such a brief time with a woman who seemed like a mother to him. What was happening in this world? Did his brother possess an irresistible charm that attracted such attention? Uncle Li shared similar thoughts as he engaged in lively conversation wherever they went, enjoying food and drink as if he were not just a young boy, but rather a figure of authority surpassing even old Master Qiao from the village. Uncle Li, Erge, let us unload the vehicle and go eat. Director Su is treating us to a grand feast, Meng Fanxing announced, his face adorned with a radiant smile, which stirred excitement in both men. Let us park the vehicle at the back of the restaurant. After dinner tonight, we can stay at the guest house. And tomorrow we will load the necessary supplies before heading back. Let us enjoy a hearty meal and get a good night's sleep, Director Su arranged, outlining a plan for their culinary adventure. Auntie, isn't this a bit extravagant? Will it cause any inconvenience for your work? Meng Fanxing pondered. A meal seemed reasonable, but the accommodations seemed excessive. Would it trouble others? The audacious Director Su waved his hand decisively, urging Meng Fanxing to follow without a hint of hesitation. Their group arrived at the restaurant, where some individuals, having spotted Director Su, approached to greet him. Observing the jovial exchange between him and the youthful, handsome Meng Fanxing piqued their curiosity about the latter. However, soon they were tasked with unloading goods. The two bystanders, Lingling and Uncle Li, found themselves sidelined as a dozen agile workers swiftly unloaded and weighed the cargo, leaving them feeling as though their business had been usurped. The warmth and hospitality of the city folk were truly commendable. Upon entering the restaurant, they were taken aback by its opulent decor. After all, this was the provincial capital's supply and marketing cooperative's reception venue. The grandeur was palpable, with several staff members bustling about, adorning the hall with exquisite ornaments. Is there a wedding banquet taking place? Meng Fanxing discerned the underlying nuances with a single glance. Indeed, tomorrow a child of a municipal leader is hosting a wedding here. It would be impolite to refuse, given our familiarity with them. Furthermore, it could provide a boost to the restaurant's revenue, Director Su explained with a smile. Your restaurant's hall is remarkably spacious, truly suitable for hosting weddings and funerals. Such a large area, if not utilized well, would be a tremendous waste. As people's living standards rise, such venues will inevitably see greater demand. How is it that someone as young as you possesses such insight? Auntie, I often assist a classmate's family in delivering food to large restaurants in Beijing, so I'm somewhat knowledgeable in this area. The ambience of a dining venue should foster an enjoyable experience for patrons. Regardless of status, a cheerful environment is essential. After all, everyone seeks a semblance of dignity. Wouldn't you agree? Your reasoning is sound, but how can our small town compare to a metropolis like Beijing? Besides, we've never even visited Beijing and thus have no lofty expectations. By the way, are you implying you have some good ideas to share with your aunt? Director Su's eyes sparkled with interest. If Auntie wishes for my assistance, I could certainly offer some suggestions, perhaps even replicate some of the best aspects of Beijing's grand hotels. This would undoubtedly attract substantial business, ensuring your restaurant thrives. Meng Fanxing pondered, determined not to accept hospitality without reciprocation, thinking of ways to contribute ideas or designs. After all, he possessed a wealth of memories from his past life, and creating an opulent interior for a restaurant was child's play, merely a matter of sketching it out on paper. That would be splendid. It seems you genuinely wish to bring fortune to your aunt. For tomorrow's wedding, let us see if we can innovate with our current offerings, crafting an unforgettable ceremony for the newlyweds while also promoting our restaurant. Meng Fanxing observed the areas where the staff were diligently working, examining the items they held, such as decorative streamers. She surveyed the restaurant's space and noted that their arrangement, designed to create a vibrant atmosphere, lacked originality. In her mind, she envisioned a comprehensive layout for the entire hall. After all, a wedding is a momentous occasion for a couple, a beautiful opportunity for friends and family to come together to bless and witness their union. Though it lasts merely a few hours, a splendid environment can leave an indelible memory. She contemplated what could bring joy to the newlyweds and delight their guests, recognizing that festivity was essential. Meng Fanxing fetched paper and pen, sketching a simple yet elegant wedding scene. Within half an hour, a beautiful design unfolded before everyone, earning applause and admiration even from the well-informed Director Su, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, let's proceed with this design, she affirmed, as it was both festive and cost-effective. Director Su was particularly invested because the couple getting married the following day were the children of her supervisor. A lively and joyful wedding would reflect her organizational skills, potentially opening avenues for her own advancement. Everyone craved opportunities, and this was a chance not to be missed. A successful event could lead to more prospects. Akin to an investment. Director, we have the materials, but none of us know how to shape them into flowers, a responsible individual lamented, their face contorting into a frown upon seeing the sketch. No worries, prepare the materials first. After lunch, I will guide you. It will only take a few hours. Also, do we have any quality potted plants? If so, bring a few, preferably large-leaved varieties in even numbers, as it is a wedding, Meng Fanxing interjected, seizing the opportunity to make a good impression. Your aunt has not been mistaken in her fondness for you, Director Su remarked with a smile, turning back to delegate further tasks to the responsible individual. Once everyone was seated, Meng Fanxing rose and headed to the kitchen. With the wedding approaching, the chefs were busy preparing a variety of dishes, and the kitchen was bustling with activity. After observing for a moment, she pondered what delicious dish she could prepare for Director Su. A pot was simmering with the small chickens for the wedding, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. An idea struck her as she spotted a large cabbage, the simplest and most economical ingredient of autumn. Moreover, as Director Su was a woman who preferred lighter fare, a dish that was both nutritious and flavorful was paramount. Recalling a dish from her previous life, the national banquet boiled cabbage, she thought it to be an excellent choice. With so many small chickens stewing, the nourishing chicken broth would be the perfect supplement for women. Swiftly, she removed the outer leaves of the cabbage, leaving only the tender and crisp inner portions. There are some tender cabbage stalks that should not be wasted. Select the finest ones, lay them flat on the cutting board, and slice them thinly along the grain of the cabbage. Rinse them in clean water, then marinate briefly with sugar. Just as Meng Fanxing was about to reach for the hawthorn preserves on the shelf, he noticed Director Su had already arrived, a warm smile gracing his face as he watched him busily at work. What dish are you preparing for your aunt? Surely it cannot be just cabbage? Aunt, I noticed you didn't seem to have much of an appetite today, so I thought to prepare 2 nutritious and appetizing national dishes. These are signature recipes often served to foreign dignitaries or heads of state. Meng Fanxing beamed with a radiant smile, his hands remaining diligently engaged in his tasks, showing no signs of slowing down. Oh, it seems I am truly in for a treat today. Are you really serving cabbage to foreign guests? Director Su was momentarily taken aback. After all, those guests were of such high esteem. Could it be that this young lad was pulling his leg? Aunt, you may not grasp the essence of our national banquet dish made from cabbage. Upon entering the kitchen and assessing the situation, I found no other suitable options. Just then, I stumbled upon some stewed chicken, which inspired me to prepare boiled cabbage, a national dish. Furthermore, it would be wasteful not to utilize the remaining cabbage stalks. Hence this appetizing dish of canned cabbage. You will see for yourself shortly. Meng Fanxing meticulously explained each step to Director Su, without neglecting his culinary duties. Oh, it appears today is indeed a fortunate day for you, Aunt. Director Su observed Meng Fanxing's continuous flurry of activity as he deftly chopped various seasonings and placed them in bowls. Engaging in light conversation while a chef in a white hat observed nearby. Meng Fanxing briefly sautéed the tender cabbage stalks in boiling water before immersing them in cold water. He then ignited the stove, stirring the simple seasonings until fragrant. He ladled 2 spoonfuls of rich chicken broth from the pot into a larger spoon and continued heating it, adding a touch of water. Once it reached a boil, he quickly tossed in the drained cabbage stalks, stirred them briefly, extinguished the flame, and served the dish. His movements were fluid and graceful, lacking any delay, even earning quiet admiration from the chef beside him for the young man's skill. "All done, Aunt. Please give it a try." Meng Fanxing offered a pair of chopsticks from the basket to Director Su. The autumn cabbage was crisp and juicy, and after soaking in the hawthorn syrup, it absorbed the syrup's pink hue. Though it appeared somewhat haphazard, the dish radiated an undeniable aesthetic charm. Serving as an exceptionally appetizing side, Director Su picked up a few strands with his chopsticks and placed them in his mouth, immediately awakened by the sweet and sour flavor of the hawthorn syrup. As he chewed the delicate cabbage shreds, the taste surprised him. Despite the simplicity of the ingredients, it exceeded his expectations. This was the most delectable ingredient she had ever tasted in her lifetime, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. It was simply exquisite. "Lao Lu, you must try this. This dish shall henceforth be the signature offering of our restaurant." The chef beside Director Su also sampled the dish with chopsticks. Despite being a chef himself, he had never prepared a dish using cabbage in such a manner. Although he was a man, he too was taken aback by the extraordinary creation derived from such a simple and commonplace ingredient, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. "Aunt, rinse your mouth with this cup of clear water and then savor this boiled cabbage," Meng Fanxing suggested, presenting a bowl of milky broth, from which all other seasonings had been removed, revealing a simple soup with a few crisp cabbage leaves. "Let me indulge in the flavors of our national banquet," Director Su stated as she extended her chopsticks, retrieving a small piece of cabbage and placing it in her mouth. Instantly, she was enveloped by the rich aroma of old chicken broth and the refreshing crispness of the cabbage, causing her to unconsciously close her eyes as she savored the dish's essence. The chicken broth was devoid of greasiness, imbued instead with a subtle fragrance, while the crunch of the cabbage heart allowed her to experience a delightful sweetness from nature. The exquisite fusion of the two ingredients left her utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that such a simple cabbage could possess such a remarkable flavor? As the group returned to the dining table, it was abundantly set with 6 dishes and a soup, now further enhanced by the addition of 2 more dishes, filling the table to the brim. Uncle Li and Heir Lungzi sat there, appearing rather reserved, particularly since they were dining alongside a high-ranking official from the provincial capital. Although the official was a woman, she was nonetheless a significant leader in the supply and marketing cooperative, and they were well aware that all the directors and salespeople of the cooperative were under her purview. While they had dined with managers from state-run restaurants before, this occasion felt different. "Please, take a seat. After the meal, you are to assist Aunt," Director Su said with a smile. Meng Fanxing gently pulled back Director Su's chair to help her sit down before returning to his own seat. Such seemingly simple gestures, though effortless, brought great satisfaction to Director Su. A small, unassuming action reflected a person's refinement and upbringing. She felt the warmth of Meng Fanxing's attentiveness and the meticulous care he exhibited, leading her to marvel at the young man's upbringing and etiquette. This child's family background was undoubtedly exceptional. Director Su speculated whether he hailed from a prominent lineage, perhaps a descendant of a distinguished family undergoing training. Despite the patches on his clothing, the repairs were executed with exquisite precision, suggesting that his family possessed considerable skill. Observing the little one's seated posture and facial expressions, one can discern a serene demeanor, utterly unperturbed by the array of dishes presented on the table. Unlike others who exhibit an eager anticipation for food, this child appears entirely indifferent, suggesting a familiarity with grandeur that renders these dishes beneath his notice. Reflecting upon the 2 culinary creations from the kitchen, Director Su felt a surge of astonishment. A state banquet. What caliber of individual could claim to have experienced or savored such a feast? Yet, not only had he partaken, but he also possessed the skill to prepare it, leaving her mind in disarray and sparking numerous conjectures. Nevertheless, it was imperative to safeguard this secret, ensuring that no one else became privy to the matter. Despite the outward expressions of surprise, did he genuinely care? Director Su resolved to offer her unwavering support. "Child, at your tender age, you ought to refrain from consuming alcohol," Director Su gently advised, handing her bottle of Moutai directly to Uncle Li. "Drink heartily after our meal. Rest well." A little drink will ease fatigue, and tomorrow we shall load the goods. It seems unlikely that we can transport everything in one trip, so we shall return on the next delivery. All right, Auntie, I will accompany you for dinner and engage in conversation, Meng Fanxing replied, filled with joy upon hearing Director Su mention that a single trip would not suffice, which lifted his spirits considerably. His gaze fell upon the bottle of Maotai. Feeling a sense of importance, neither Heir Lungzi nor Uncle Li dared to uncork the bottle, sitting in a daze, contemplating whether to partake in the drink. After all, their host had not indulged. Was it appropriate for two rustic fellows to indulge so freely? Their eyes simultaneously turned towards Meng Fanxing. Director Su said you could drink. Consider it a boon, she reassured them. This Maotai is reserved for entertaining significant national figures. In decades to come, a single bottle could hold the value to purchase our entire village. With a smile, Meng Fanxing encouraged Uncle Li to open the bottle. But, you all. Uncle Li stammered, suddenly feeling more self-conscious, unsure of how to proceed. Fear not. Treat it as if you were in your own home. Be at ease. Ignore the ramblings of this cheeky boy. It's merely a bottle of wine, and if we finish it, there's always more. Director Su cast a knowing glance at Meng Fanxing, amused by the child's antics. Quickly now, let us finish the drink and retire for a restful slumber, Meng Fanxing chuckled. All right, I shall first sample this spicy cabbage. To be honest, your culinary skills and the preparation of this dish remind me of my own good-for-nothing son. When will he cease to be a source of worry for me? Alas, it is quite distressing, Director Su sighed deeply. Why fret, Auntie? There is an old saying. Children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. Each person possesses their unique growth trajectory and plans. These cannot be forced, Meng Fanxing smiled, offering gentle counsel. For he was still unfamiliar with her family dynamics. In your presence, I find myself reflecting on my elder brother, who, at the age of 25, still resembles a child who is yet to grow up. Despite holding a respectable position as a teacher, he returns home with an air of entitlement, reclining as if he were a lord, devoid of any sense of responsibility. My dear aunt, consider this. He stands before his students for an hour each day, imparting knowledge, and it is only natural that he feels fatigued upon returning home. Once he enters the realm of matrimony, perhaps we shall witness a transformation. I doubt he will continue to lounge about in such a manner. Would not my future sister-in-law ensure he behaves more appropriately? In a few years, when he becomes a father, one must wonder if he will still enjoy such leisure. You are right. In my eyes, he remains a child, much like you. It is true that the fortunes of children are their own, so I shall allow him his freedom. Indeed, as you suggested, once he marries and faces the mundane tasks of daily life, he will inevitably mature. Your words have lifted my spirits. Just imagine the vibrant atmosphere of children crying and my sister-in-law bustling about. Such is the essence of home. Picture you cradling your grandchild. The harmony of that scene encapsulates the warmth of family. Life is but a fleeting journey, and we ought to cherish the joy it brings. At 47 years of age, with my child just 25, the notion of a four-generation household seems daunting yet precious. My dear aunt, cultivate a relaxed mindset. A positive outlook nurtures good health, and good health begets longevity. After all, life is but a matter of decades. With my brother slated to marry next year, the dream of a four-generation family does not seem insurmountable. Moreover, the hardships of recent years will soon give way to brighter days. Trust me, within a decade, our circumstances will ascend to new heights, and I shall take delight in bringing joy to you with my words. As we share a meal, the lively chatter contrasts sharply with the stunned expressions of the two onlookers, Uncle Li and the fool beside him. It is truly heartwarming to witness the camaraderie among my aunt, brother, and sister-in-law. In such a brief moment, we have become family. Is it merely due to the words exchanged? The excitement of accompanying young Meng on outings is palpable, not only because they enjoy sumptuous meals, but also indulge in the finest Maotai liquor. Today's meal with Director Su has been the most delightful in recent times, as he has been troubled by the affairs of his beloved son. At 25, his reluctance to cooperate with potential matches has left many questions lingering. However, after a heartfelt discussion with that incorrigible Meng, he has come to terms with the reality that each generation finds its own fortune. Despite my worries and the graying of my hair, fretting accomplishes little. One can only watch as life unfolds. Having contemplated these matters, I found myself consuming an additional bowl of rice, and instantly, a surge of vitality enveloped me. My interest in conversation was notably heightened as I turned to scrutinize Meng Fanxing intently, observing the young child's manner of eating, savoring each bite as if she were a refined lady of high society. Have you heard of any future events in Beijing? My aunt here is quite isolated and remains oblivious to significant news. Alas, This work is indeed arduous, filled with a multitude of trivialities, Director Su lamented, primarily seeking to extract some information from the youth. My dear aunt, not every piece of news is accessible in the capital, after all. These are matters concerning influential figures and even state affairs, Meng Fanxing remarked, reflecting on the numerous ways in which others had assisted her. Given that she was the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, she mused, let me bestow upon you a morsel of privileged information. This is merely my casual remark, and you may take it as you will, hee. You child, are you truly keeping your aunt in suspense? Is it necessary to cause me such anxiety? Director Su, upon hearing that there was indeed promising news, could not suppress a smile, playfully scolding as she patted Meng Fanxing on the back, akin to how an elder would encourage a younger relative. Chapter 69. The information revealed by Meng Fanxing. My dear aunt, I have come across some intelligence. This winter, we can expect an exceptionally heavy snowfall. Consider the implications. Such snow could lead to unwarranted disasters. Therefore, the supply system should prepare certain materials in advance to ensure you do not find yourselves unable to procure them later. Is this true? We have yet to receive any such news, she gasped in surprise. This information originates from the National Meteorological Administration. Furthermore, it is predicted that the latter half of next year will experience severe drought. You are aware that this is the most authoritative forecasting institution. Their predictions regarding rainfall are usually quite accurate, grounded in scientific data. Indeed, your assertion seems plausible. However, perhaps by disseminating this information too early, it could incite unnecessary panic below. The state does have its own plans. Yes, we should indeed prepare for winter supplies in advance. I must confer with the staff below. Indeed, dear aunt, I must share with you a peculiar phenomenon. During my few days in Kaoshantan, I have encountered numerous instances of livestock descending from the mountains. A phenomenon unheard of in previous years, according to the village elders. Scientifically speaking, these large animals possess a preemptive instinct. They instinctively know to store energy by consuming more to accumulate sufficient fat to withstand the cold. The elders possess ample experience, Meng Fanxing asserted, providing examples to bolster her claims. What kinds of livestock have descended? This morning, I sought to engage in some physical exercise, only to encounter a bear, narrowly avoiding a head-on collision that left me utterly terrified, fleeing back to the village in a state of sheer panic. The following day, I stumbled upon a wild boar. And on the third day, an entire horde of them invaded our settlement, reminiscent of a chaotic raid, only to be met with resistance from the militia, which managed to take down one while the rest scattered like smoke. Meng Fanxing, in an effort to heighten the atmosphere, remarked vividly on the situation. Child, how careless you are. You must exercise caution in the future. Those bears and wild boars are fierce, especially the latter. In our Heilongjiang, they reign as the tyrants of the forest. Even tigers dare not confront them, retreating in fear. Indeed, my lack of experience almost led to an embarrassing mishap, I replied, recalling the terror that nearly caused me to lose control. My leg muscles were strained from my hasty retreat. Thankfully, I quickly emerged to promote the sale of spicy pickled cabbage. Fortunately, with your strong support, the children in our village are now saved. Truly, it was a frightening experience. You silly child. Youth is on my side, and I recover swiftly. By the way, aunt, you should prepare more snow shoveling tools, such as shovels. Even if heavy snow does not arrive, these items are essential for daily life. Additionally, ensure you have warm clothing ready. If we do face severe snowfall, the leadership will likely conduct inspections for disaster relief, and they will need proper attire. Prepare blankets, cotton shoes, and winter coats as well. When the leadership comes down, they will undoubtedly bring warmth. Meng Fanxing is aware of the horror that this year's heavy snow can bring, exceeding half a meter in some areas. And in places like the Daxing-Anling region, it can reach depths of over a meter. Yes, these preparations are essential. Based on your observations, we should conduct an assessment to ensure we are well equipped for any eventuality. As you mentioned, this will undoubtedly provide warmth to the populace. And we must also stockpile essential supplies like grains and oils to secure food provisions. Indeed, these preparations are crucial should a heavy snowfall block the roads. Transporting supplies will become an arduous task. We must remain vigilant. As long as no lives are lost, all is well. However, should anyone perish due to this disaster, the responsibility will fall upon the leadership. By taking these precautions, you will alleviate their burdens. Meng Fanxing subtly conveyed a signal to Director Su, indicating that this is an opportunity, one that must be seized, as such chances are rare. I did not ponder too deeply. My primary concern is to prevent natural disasters from harming the lives of the people. Director Su felt a surge of happiness in her heart. This child, though youthful, spoke with remarkable insight and displayed a keen political awareness. Were it not for his humble beginnings, few would believe such wisdom. This only strengthened her resolve to protect him and offer assistance wherever possible. This is an investment. Director Su's perception of Meng Fanxing's mysterious background further solidified her internal convictions. Consequently, her subsequent words were imbued with warmth and familiarity, as she recognized the need to present herself as a principled and upright leader in his eyes. Your words resonate profoundly. They encapsulate the very essence of our cooperative's service philosophy. We shall expedite the procurement of these materials, preparing our fellow units for the future. Dear Aunt, have you considered the appropriateness of your actions in light of the fact that this matter has not been publicly disclosed by the state? Furthermore, this situation is known to only us and Meng Fanxing, who leaned closer to Director Su and whispered that it would be prudent to maintain discretion. It is only due to our familial bond that I confide in you. Were it anyone else, I would assuredly remain silent. Director Su cast a glance at Uncle Li and Heir Lungzi, who were devouring their meals, signaling to Meng Fanxing with a meaningful look, suggesting the potential risk of these two passing on today's conversation to a third party. As the saying goes, walls have ears, and we share the same table. Rest assured, dear Aunt, for the sake of the children in the village, who yearn for cultural knowledge and literacy, they would endure even the harshest treatment without uttering a word. They have lived in fear of poverty, with our village barely saving 200 yuan over the years. Your order alone could secure them over 100 yuan, and this is merely the first delivery. The entire village will keep their lips sealed and guard this secret. Meng Fanxing smirked. Oh, child, what do you mean by inflicting harsh treatment? Do you think we are still in the era of the Japanese invaders? Your words clarify your thoughts. Director Su nodded. Aunt, at times, certain achievements in governance must remain undisclosed, for human nature is unpredictable. Can you truly rely on others to keep your secrets? Though I am young, my experiences have taught me a vital lesson. Seizing opportunities is paramount. When a chance arises, one must pursue it with unwavering resolve, even at the cost of personal sacrifice. Aunt, would I lead you astray? Why are you so guarded, dear child? Is it that? Aunt, remember, only the dead can keep secrets. Do you believe you could take such a drastic measure? With your kind and gentle demeanor, you are simply not that person. At 47, you must ascend 1 or 2 ranks within the next 2 years. Currently, you hold a departmental position, and you must grasp this opportunity tightly, striving for a provincial leadership role before you turn 50. Do you have any idea of the tremendous effort and struggle required to attain such a rank? Do you think advancing a level is akin to shopping at a market? Alas, this is my final political gamble. I am already immensely grateful for my current position. How can I dare to aspire to your lofty expectations? Director Su sighed. Aunt, consider this. Isn't the ultimate goal of one's endeavors to enhance the welfare of the populace and to accomplish tangible results? You are only 47. With the retirement age for women set at 50, substantial achievements and contributions could warrant an extension of your position. Do you not wish to make an impact rather than silently fade away? Alas, my dear Aunt, without support, this journey is indeed arduous. Aunt, why do we seek a stronghold? We are our own stronghold, and the people are our stronghold as well. Trust me, as long as we exert our utmost efforts, you will find a broader political horizon. This matter is ours alone to know. If there is anything you wish to understand. Meng Fanxing hastily covered her mouth, as if she had let something slip, quickly bowing her head. This small gesture made Director Su perceive her as a youthful child who had misspoken, instinctively aware of her indiscretion and eager to rectify it, opting not to pursue the topic further. How could someone of her age not comprehend such things? After a moment of silence in her seat, she finally lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with fervor, fixing an intense gaze upon Meng Fanxing. Aunt, I heed your words. This matter shall remain between us. Aunt, although this is our first encounter, remember this. We are strangers, regardless of the circumstances. You simply need to say, that sweet-tongued child. We require his products for profit. Furthermore, regarding the winter vegetable project, place all responsibility upon me. This is not an act of disloyalty. It is a necessity of politics. At this moment, Meng Fanxing's gaze was clear, providing her counterpart with confidence. Ah, my dear child, why are you so kind to your aunt? Director Su felt somewhat moved. Aunt, you possess experience in struggle. Why then utter such naive words? There is no best outcome. Should any issues arise, you must be prepared to ensure your own safety. Ultimately, it is for the benefit of the supply and marketing cooperative. This falls within your normal scope of work, as well as your own responsibilities. It was unexpected that a young child could think so far ahead. Very well, I shall heed your words, Aunt. If anything arises, I will do my utmost to assist you. This is my promise to you." Director Su recognized that the young individual before her spoke the truth. After all, despite the current phase being lighter, it still bore its weight. "No need. Aunt, you know let us not discuss this matter further. I have means for self-preservation. Above all, remember my words. Safeguard yourself and avoid peril. This is our most crucial asset for future endeavors." For this supply and marketing cooperative serves as the launching platform and political capital. At that moment, both individuals were lost in their thoughts. Director Su continued to believe that Meng Fanxing possessed formidable backing, and his assertions indicated he had the capacity for self-preservation, thus protecting himself from involvement. She was filled with gratitude. Her interest in this young man's capabilities only deepened. Such political acumen at a tender age suggested he had been steeped in this environment, receiving guidance from a politically engaged family, which had led to his current insights. However, for Meng Fanxing, he indeed possessed the ability to safeguard himself, thus ensuring his own peace of mind. This reflected his assessment of the current situation. It was no longer a decade ago, even if one were to unjustly label him. Such an assertion must be substantiated with concrete evidence. Thus, he possesses unwavering confidence. Should a person reborn find themselves capsized in this narrow creek, it would indeed be an affront to the very essence of resurrection and a blow to their intellect. For the simpleton and Uncle Lee, the delectable dishes adorning the table are their primary focus, as they gaze at Director Su with rapt attention, particularly drawn to the spicy kimchi and the sweet sour cabbage, not to mention the bowl of cabbage soup. It remains a mystery why the women of the city are so captivated by such fare. Is there a scarcity of cabbage at home? Or has cabbage ascended to the ranks of gourmet cuisine? Nevertheless, they are immensely grateful to this dignified woman, who has graciously ceded all the meat dishes to the two of them, along with Meng Jiqing. Chapter 70. How joyful was it? A delightful dinner concluded amidst an atmosphere of camaraderie. After seeing off Director Su, Meng Fanxing busied himself, for in his previous life, aside from accompanying his superiors for card games and drinks, his spare time was often spent engaging with multimedia, which alleviated his boredom with a plethora of fresh experiences. He had earnestly dedicated himself to the art of silk flower weaving. Though initially clumsy and unskilled, his dexterity improved as he mentally reviewed the entire process. In a remarkably short span, he transformed several strands of colorful silk into vibrant blossoms. From a distance, they appeared strikingly lifelike, and even upon closer inspection, the peony, as large as a bowl, evoked gasps of admiration, resembling a genuine flower, elegantly adorning the archway. The array of floral arches created a splendid corridor, infusing the entire hall with a vivid charm. On the central stage, Meng Fanxing's design enhanced its opulence, leaving one to wonder whether tomorrow's host would seize the opportunity to make a statement upon this splendid platform. Failing to do so would indeed undermine his efforts. The backdrop featured a grand red silk banner emblazoned with the character for double happiness, complemented by intricate silk embellishments, vividly portraying the celebratory atmosphere of the day, instantly revealing the venue as a wedding feast, worthy of applause for its unique flair. The corners of the hall were adorned with large woven red flowers, enriching the festive ambience and preventing monotony. Each table displayed a floral arrangement crafted from wine bottles, featuring a bouquet of roses that seemingly dripped with vibrancy. Though merely silk blooms, they symbolized love. Moreover, a red carpet extended from the entrance of the restaurant to the central stage, further enhancing the celebratory spirit, allowing all who entered to partake in the joyous atmosphere. Meng Fanxing was acutely aware of the numerous limitations he faced at present. Given a modicum of time, he believed he could excel even further. As he patiently awaited the arrival of over 10 pots of fresh greenery, he meticulously selected 8 of them to adorn the aisle of the floral archway, undoubtedly enhancing the overall beauty. The vibrant greens infused life into the otherwise monotonous blossoms, offering an invigorating sensation, especially in the deep autumn season. The ambience of spring resonated within the hall, a testament to Meng Fanxing's creativity and arrangement. Uncle Lee and Heir Lungzi re-emerged from their room, while Meng Fanxing busied himself, finding the pristine white sheets and bedding dauntingly immaculate. They felt an unsettling anxiety at the thought of soiling them. Returning to the restaurant's main hall, they observed Meng Fanxing's diligent efforts. By the time everything was complete, both men were left in a state of astonishment. They had witnessed the transformation firsthand and were genuinely captivated by its beauty. They felt enveloped by a sea of flowers, something they had never encountered before, leaving them in awe of such an innovative setup. Heir Lungzi, in particular, trailed closely behind Meng Fanxing, marveling at his brother's remarkable talents. Cooking was a forte for Meng Fanxing. His culinary skills were unmatched, crafting dishes that left Lungzi craving for more. However, he never had the opportunity to indulge fully in the delightful meals prepared, which were simply exquisite. Even a humble cabbage made him salivate. Although his stomach longed for more substantial fare, he understood that daily access to meat and leisurely outings were not a given. Yet he felt a sense of pride in what he could boast about upon returning home. The wedding banquet hall was now splendidly decorated, and Meng Fanxing, alongside Lungzi and Uncle Li, returned to their room. Director Su had been exceedingly generous, assigning Meng Fanxing a private room, while Lungzi and Uncle Li shared a standard room. The two men, wearing solemn expressions, directed their gaze at Meng Fanxing. "Why aren't you two heading back to your room to sleep? It's nearly midnight, and dawn is just hours away. Aren't you tired?" Meng Fanxing asked, having shed his outer garments to reveal a grass-green military training uniform brought back by Meng Qinghe. "Ah, little Meng, with all this dirt on us, what if we soil those pristine white sheets? Will we have to pay for damages tomorrow?" Uncle Li hesitated before voicing his concerns. "But we can take a shower. There's a bathroom over there. Just fill it with hot water and wash up," Meng Fanxing replied. "Even if we don't shower, we won't dirty the sheets. If we do, professional staff will replace and clean them tomorrow. That's the protocol here." Meng Fanxing understood their reluctance to sleep was rooted in their anxieties. "But we don't know how to do that," Lungzi lamented, his face a portrait of despair. Meng Fanxing entered their room and turned on the faucet beside the large bathtub, allowing hot water to fill it. After adjusting the temperature to a comfortable level, he demonstrated the process to the two before retreating to his own quarters. There, he also turned on the faucet, filling his tub with warm water. Stripping off his clothes, he submerged himself in the soothing warmth, which alleviated the fatigue of his body, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had enjoyed such a luxurious bath during his time in the underground quarters with his fellow youths. Such an indulgence was a mere fantasy. The soothing warmth coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, eliciting soft, contented hums from him. As the water gradually cooled with his prolonged soak, he shook off the droplets clinging to his skin, dried himself with a towel, and slipped into his slippers before heading to the large bed. Although it lacked the comfort of a plush mattress, the cotton bedding was still quite pleasant and reassuring. Lying on the pillow, Meng Fanxing felt a wave of physical and mental relaxation wash over him as he reflected on the scenes he had experienced since arriving at Kaoshan village. The initial day had involved some laborious tasks, but the remainder of his time had been reminiscent of Mr. Qiao, overseeing work with hands clasped behind his back. He was acutely aware of the tranquility of his current life, had he not been granted the opportunity to relive this existence. Devoid of the memories from his previous life and the knowledge gleaned from various media, he would have been just like the other youths, toiling under the sun. Since fate had bestowed upon him the chance of rebirth, he resolved to make a difference, striving to elevate the rural landscape, at least ensuring that the villagers would not suffer from hunger or cold. Though he harbored no grand ambitions, he simply wished to remain in Kaoshan village until the restoration of the college entrance examinations. If he could succeed in the first round of exams and return to the capital, he would have the opportunity to address the regrets of his past life and discover why his family had distanced themselves from him. This lingering mystery had caused him endless torment in his previous life, leaving him with unanswered questions that haunted him until his last breath. He felt a deep sense of injustice, convinced that this rebirth was a divine chance to uncover the enigma of his identity. Otherwise, why endure such trials and tribulations? Had he offended fate in some way, or perhaps inadvertently caused a calamity? As Meng Fanxing pondered these thoughts, slumber overtook him. Just as he felt he had not yet fully rested and was still enveloped in the warmth of his blankets, a knock on the door jolted him awake. With a face full of morning grumpiness and displeasure, he reluctantly opened the door, responding to the voice of his brother outside. "Brother, the sun will soon be high, today." Dong's face was awash with excitement, a simpleton resembling Zhou Paopi, lacking both the time and opportunity to torment the educated youth, instead choosing to stir up trouble for Meng Fanxing. Perhaps he truly possessed the potential and legacy of Zhou Paopi. "I said, second brother, do you not see what time it is? We are in the city of Harbin, not in the fields. And there's no need for you to summon the educated youth and villagers to work. Why are you up so early?" Meng Fanxing's face was filled with morning grumpiness and lingering melancholy. "Ha ha, my brother, is this not excitement? Uncle Li and I barely slept last night. What was all that talk about transporting goods? Is there something special that the big leader from the supply and marketing cooperative is giving us?" Dong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Alas, does such a trivial matter bring you such joy? Can you not aspire for more? Brother, do you not know what our village is like? If the big leader could provide us with some clothing, that would be splendid. A bit of rice and flour would be even better. We could make dumplings for the new year, Dong exclaimed. What nonsense. Do you think they are providing us with aid and warmth? What could they possibly give us to bring back? Would that not leave us with empty joy? Empty joy? Director Su is supporting the greenhouse development in our village and providing us with a batch of plastic sheeting, adhesive, sprayers, and other materials. Would we have the funds to procure these ourselves? Meng Fanxing rolled his eyes in disbelief. Ah, for these. Do you not desire them? I could speak with Director Su and mention that Comrade Dong wants rice and flour, and perhaps some pork and vermicelli, for he is quite the gourmand. Meng Fanxing said, genuinely amused. Please, I never expected the big leader would provide us with such items. This plastic sheeting is excellent. The one on our window is already tattered and in need of replacement. Otherwise, when winter brings heavy snow, it will certainly let in the flurries. Others are in the same predicament. Dong was elated again. Alas, this is meant for our greenhouses. However, we can save some to replace for each household. It truly is vexing. Meng Fanxing acknowledged the current rural conditions. Who among them could afford glass? While everyone knew glass was superior, it required wealth. I know you care deeply for the people in our village, brother. We should strive to make do and only replace what is unusable. This way, we will not consume too much, and it remains important to focus on significant matters. If we can grow vegetables, we can sell them and buy books for the children. Haha. After enduring such torment from this simpleton, Meng Fanxing found sleep elusive and decided to rise, dressing quickly and washing up. She tidied her bed, smoothing the sheets and comforter back into place, a testament to her meticulous nature, which had always been so. Gazing at the desolate streets outside and the empty restaurant, Meng Fanxing realized it was likely just past 5 o'clock. She pondered why this simpleton possessed such boundless energy, exhibiting an almost tireless vitality akin to that of livestock. Brother, today we must traverse over 100 miles to return to the village swiftly, Meng Fanxing remarked with a mischievous grin. Have you encountered any hardships? He inquired. Oh, will we truly make it back? It is indeed over 100 miles. It took us 2 days to arrive here, not to mention eating and resting. Can that beast endure such a journey? Lingzi was momentarily taken aback. With your abundant energy, do you think that large mule can keep pace with you? He continued. I must insist, dear brother, you cannot compare me to a beast. As soon as Lingzi uttered these words, he felt he had fallen into a trap. How could I possibly be likened to an animal? And why would you place me in such company? Enough chatter. Let us hurry back and rest for a while. Let Uncle Lee catch a little more sleep. Do you not realize that the supply and marketing cooperative begins work around 7? We have some time before the local eateries open. I will call for you when it is time. Meng Fanxing urged them to take a brief respite, reminding them of the long journey ahead. What? They serve breakfast here? Surely we do not have to spend our own money? Lingzi gazed at Meng Fanxing, as if spending money would cost him his life. In the future, he would not only be known as a skinflint, but also a miser, showing great potential in that regard. It's free, Meng Fanxing replied. Oh, you truly are the heir of Lord Xiao. Brother, let us converse. Why is it that city dwellers enjoy themselves so? That water pool is incredibly smooth. Once submerged, I could hardly bear to leave. If it weren't for Uncle Lee calling me, I would have stayed until the water turned cold. Do you think, in the future, we could reside in such a house and have a pool as delightful as that? Lingzi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yearning for a reassuring response from his companion. What a grand affair. Is it merely a bathing pool? In the future, when we have wealth, we shall construct brick and tile houses. Not only will there be pools for bathing, but showers above where we can stand. Every meal will feature meat until we grow weary of it. And we shall have bowls of white rice at every meal, with the option of cornbread when we desire something different. Oh, spare me. Who eats white rice at every meal and longs for the hardships of the past? I, for one, do not wish to revert. I yearn for white rice and flour to savor. How delightful it is. One could eat several bowls without vegetables. It is simply delicious. Lingzi began to roll his eyes. Then let us work diligently, so we may return in peace. We must allow Uncle Lee to prepare the large cart for our journey of over 100 miles. Meng Fanxing felt obliged to emphasize the seriousness of their situation. Rest assured, that large mule is quite sensible. Even if you fall asleep on the cart, it will find its way home. Do you think it cares for you? Lingzi chuckled mischievously, finally gaining a measure of revenge. Oh, brother. How have you become so corrupted by a single trip to the city? Your thoughts are no longer pure? Meng Fanxing scrutinized Lingzi's eyes, pondering how once a person's horizons expand, it can indeed transform their character. I have not been corrupted. I speak the truth. That large mule truly knows the way. Those beasts are quite astute, possessing a certain intelligence, Lingzi declared, raising his finger as if to swear on behalf of the mule. It is understood that the mule possesses a certain spirit. If one is unwilling to rest, they should attend to the mule by providing it with fodder. For the journey ahead is pressing, leaving no time for feeding. Meng Fanxing, however, was already convinced. Upon rising in the morning, I had already fed the mule. How could I possibly forget about it? You see, throughout the seasons, laboring in the fields and hauling goods necessitates the presence of livestock. No one can afford to let them suffer from hunger, as they are our lifeblood and steadfast companions. At this moment, Meng Fanxing found herself somewhat vulnerable. Indeed, although the animals cannot speak, they are the very essence of a farmer's existence, serving as the principal workforce in rural life. Farmers care for these creatures with the same diligence they extend to themselves. This reflects their affection for their companions. In the countryside, whether plowing the fields or transporting goods, the aid of oxen and horses is indispensable. Fodder is supplied as generously as possible, and during the new year, special provisions are made for the livestock, often including bean cake, which even the farmers might hesitate to consume themselves, prepared in various ways to nourish them. As Meng Fanxing approached, she noticed Uncle Li had once again succumbed to slumber, his snores reverberating like thunder. Observing the sleeping middle-aged man, she noted the wrinkles etched upon his cheeks, a man not yet 50, yet his face bore the marks of time akin to the rings of an ancient tree. Gently, Meng Fanxing exited the room and noticed activity in the yard. The restaurant's doors had swung open. With little else to occupy her, she decided to stroll over. Lungzi was still brimming with unbridled enthusiasm. Despite the bloodshot eyes that betrayed his fatigue, his joy was palpable. The previous night, he had meticulously counted on his fingers. The 2,000 pounds of spicy cabbage, at 30 cents per pound, would yield 600 yuan, a substantial sum indeed. This money alone would suffice for the children's education, a boon for the entire village. Throughout the year, the village sold an abundance of grain. Yet after deducting labor credits and expenses for supplies, the effort from spring to autumn barely accumulated any savings. However, this trip to the city had already realized over 100 yuan, combined with the 600, rendering the village prosperous. Meng Fanxing remained unaware of these events. Last night, Uncle Li and Lungzi had conversed for hours, sharing dreams and aspirations, each expressing admiration for the young Meng, who had become an emblem of hope. Though numerous educated youth resided in the village, most were merely preoccupied with eating, their work ethic lacking, and many still unable to distinguish between grass and seedlings, laboring slowly while eagerly consuming meals. Only the young Meng had achieved significant accomplishments, inspiring the villagers with hope and courage for survival. At the very least, this return to the village would undoubtedly create a stir, igniting boundless motivation, as hope had been rekindled in the hearts of all. Thus, the two individuals engaged in conversation throughout the night, exhilarated and well-nourished, with their bellies fuller than usual. In that moment, they lacked significant activity, leading to a slight discomfort, a protest from their digestive systems. This morning, they were tasked with preparing the dishes for the wedding banquet. Meng Fanxing, seeking to make conversation, greeted the restaurant staff, having worked alongside them the previous day. Indeed, the morning was dedicated to the grand wedding banquet, which boasted nearly 40 tables, demanding no room for carelessness. As Director Su had specifically emphasized, the staff member looked at Meng Fanxing with a puzzled expression, asking why she was up so early. It's a habit. This is the time when we harvest in the village, and once I'm out, I can't sleep anymore. The staff member empathized, recalling their own home's autumn harvest and expressing concern for their family's well-being. In the past, I was like you, finding it difficult to adjust when resting. Indeed, the daily labor has ingrained muscle memory. Once the clock strikes a certain hour, one rises. Such is the life of toil. One cannot idle. Certainly, we rural folk are accustomed to rising with the sun and resting with the sunset. It has become second nature over the years. By the way, the silk flowers you crafted last night were exquisite. Our team leader mentioned that we should preserve them well for future use. Huh. You all could learn to weave as well. It requires no special skill. We lack your dexterity. Honestly, a few of us tried to weave last night, but struggled. Everyone is eager for you to teach us at your convenience, lest we face mishaps next time. Meng Fanxing smiled, surprised by her opportunity to perform in the provincial city. Realizing her journey was not in vain, she readily agreed to teach, as she had no pressing matters to attend to. Surrounded by eager young women, she provided detailed explanations and demonstrated her weaving skills. As the sun rose in the east, its rays streamed through the bright glass, illuminating the smiling faces filled with confidence and satisfaction. After all, they had acquired a new skill that day. After the meal, Meng Fanxing, along with Lungzi and Uncle Li, hurriedly took a horse-drawn cart to the supply cooperative's warehouse, loading it with goods. They bid farewell to Director Su and set off toward the small mountain village, filled with hope and anticipation for the future, carrying money and a cart full of supplies. They returned to the village well after 10 at night. The cart arrived directly at Old Master Qiao's home, where he greeted them with surprise, not expecting their return in the dead of night. "Little Meng, did you endure hardships?" Old Master Qiao scrutinized the three of them closely. "Captain, our trip was immensely rewarding. Following Little Meng, we had food and drink without spending a dime. We sold goods worth 117 yuan and brought back a cart of plastic sheets and greenhouse glue. Oh, and 2,000 jin of pickled cabbage is on order for delivery tomorrow. They are in urgent need over there." The simpleton was suddenly filled with excitement, chattering incessantly. Upon hearing his words, Old Master Qiao felt a surge of joy mixed with an uncontrollable wave of emotion. "Very well, you all hurry off to bed. I shall arrange for others to work through the night." He bent down to slip on his slippers. "Now, hold on, Old Master Qiao," he continued, "for this order. Each bag must be quantified. We need bags of 20 and 50 pounds each. I estimate a single cart can only carry a little over 1,000 pounds. So we will need to prepare another cart. Have the carpenter create a larger loading tool. Additionally, we must assign some nimble and tidy individuals to make the spicy cabbage. We cannot compromise on quality due to haste." Meng Fanxing understood that for a small batch of spicy cabbage, Qin Yuqin and a few others would suffice. However, with 2,000 pounds required, and considering several shops along the way, at least 2,500 pounds would need to be produced. Completing such a quantity in one night, particularly under the cover of darkness, could lead to mistakes if anyone became drowsy. He could not afford to rest. He must personally oversee the work. "You are right," he said. "Dumbfounded one, go find the carpenter, and while you're at it, ask Aunt Qin to gather a few capable women from the team. Do you have any other instructions?" Old Master Qiao turned to Meng Fanxing. "Once everyone is gathered, we can discuss specifics. We should also find a few strong men to assist with the heavy lifting. It wouldn't be right to burden the women with that." Meng Fanxing contemplated the necessity of having robust men for the task, while the women could manage the more delicate work. "Indeed, dumbfounded one, put in a little extra effort. Once this is complete, you can return to sleep." As the door to the east room swung open, Arya, clad in a snug little outfit, rushed towards Meng Fanxing, leaping into his embrace as if reuniting with a long-lost relative. Tears streamed from her big eyes, falling like raindrops. "Big brother, I thought you didn't want Arya anymore," she sobbed, her words muffled by her cries, truly longing for the companionship of someone who treated her with kindness. Meng Fanxing felt a lump in his throat. This was the purest affection he had received since arriving here. He gently ruffled Arya's hair, squatted down, and enveloped her tightly in his arms. "How could I ever want to be without you, Arya? I'm working to earn money for you, to ensure you can go to school and receive an education. I don't want to go to school. I don't want you to leave me. If you go, without an education, you would be like a blind drifter, unaware of what others do. Wouldn't that be shameful? We must learn to read well. In the future, we will work in the big city, sitting in tall buildings, wearing new clothes without patches, eating meat every day, savoring delicious food. No, I do not wish to venture into the bustling metropolis. I simply desire for my dear sister Arya to press her warm little face against Meng Fanxing's shoulder, her tiny hands tightly embracing his neck. As if the moment she loosens her grip, this cherished companion will vanish from her sight. Such a notion is rather disheartening. Do you wish to become a lost girl in the city? Meng Fanxing's eyes were also tinged with red, genuinely moved by the child's affection and the palpable sense of dependence she had on him. She would not wish to be a lost girl. Instead, may I implore you not to leave my side. Wherever you go, I shall follow closely behind. Arya nestled against Meng Fanxing's shoulder like a docile kitten, playfully seeking his attention. If you do not wish to be a lost girl, then you must diligently study and learn to read. Otherwise, in the vast city, you shall find it impossible to seek assistance, for no one will divulge information to you. Do you not feel distressed? If you could read, you would be able to follow the directions on your own, Meng Fanxing patiently explained. How do you know that being able to read means one can follow directions? Arya's voice took on a melancholic tone. Because every street in the big city has a house number, you can follow the numbers and street names to navigate. Moreover, each city possesses a map, and by consulting the map, you can discern your path. As long as you know where you stand, you will not lose your way. Then I do not wish to be a lost girl. However, I am quite dull. I can recognize some characters, yet I do not know them all. Is it embarrassing to be half a lost girl? Arya finally lifted her small head, her eyes fixed on her elder brother Meng Fanxing. Your little head is quite clever. How do you know it cannot hold many characters? You will never know unless you try. In truth, I too was once illiterate. But I retained the characters from the books in my mind, which is how I acquired knowledge. Let me tell you, I earned over 100 yuan during my last outing. Meng Fanxing pointed at Arya's little head, finally breaking into a smile. Very well, I shall trust you, elder brother. However, Arya glanced at Meng Fanxing's pocket. Haha, these are the delightful treats I have brought back for you, Arya. Meng Fanxing produced some biscuits and candies that Director Su had gifted him, feeling a twinge of guilt for not bringing back something for the little girl who missed him so dearly. Alas, to avoid suspicion, he had taken not a single cent with him. I knew that you would treat me the best, elder brother. Arya finally broke into a smile, content as she once again nestled against Meng Fanxing's shoulder, momentarily disregarding the sweets, which touched Meng Fanxing's heart. For he was well aware that Arya was quite the little foodie. Dia emerged, neatly dressed, feeling a pang of jealousy as she observed her younger sister's affection towards Meng Fanxing. Yet upon catching sight of his handsome, refined features, her cheeks flushed, leaving her somewhat flustered, especially with their father watching nearby. Father, I shall also lend a hand, for I find myself unable to sleep. The voice of the girl, Dia, may only be heard by her, as the others in the room remain unresponsive. Nevertheless, old Master Qiao nodded, tacitly agreeing. Though his gaze remained fixed on Meng Fanxing and Arya, a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart. His precious daughter, whom he cherished as if she were a fragile jewel, had been so easily swayed by a few pieces of potato from another's bowl. It was truly disheartening. A deep wound to his heart. Arya, hurry and go to bed, lest you catch a cold, old Master Qiao said helplessly. No, I wish to work alongside my elder brother. I have strength, Arya insisted, lifting her small head defiantly. Alas, this girl is becoming increasingly disobedient, sighed old Master Qiao once more. Old Master Qiao, this time we need to prepare 2,500 pounds of spicy cabbage. 2,000 pounds are for Director Su at the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and the remaining 500 pounds can be consumed by the state-run restaurants and cooperatives along the way. Such a quantity, does that not require over 700 yuan? Indeed, we aim to sell for over 700 yuan. Moreover, I had a thorough discussion with Director Su, the cooperative, and Manager Fong of the state-run restaurant. We believe it prudent to construct a greenhouse, as a single structure will not suffice to meet the demands of these establishments. We may need to amend our previous plans, or we shall fail to meet their needs. Even with additional greenhouses, the shortfall will remain considerable. Meng Fanxing articulated her thoughts. Arya, go put on your clothes. I must discuss serious matters with your elder brother, old Master Qiao said, feeling discomfort by the necessity of referring to Meng Fanxing in the same manner as Arya. Young comrade Meng, please elaborate. Although we have earned some profit, do we have sufficient funds for the plastic sheeting and other materials? Old Master Qiao inquired, visibly troubled. My conversation with Director Su went exceedingly well. The Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative will provide us with these materials at no cost, thus saving us the expense of purchasing them. I propose we begin excavating the irrigation channels come spring. After the harvest, we will have some time to spare. Once we finish harvesting this year, we can dry the goods extensively. Within about half a month, they should be sufficiently dried. We can have the carpenter bring in extra lumber as well. This represents an excellent opportunity for substantial profit, Meng Fanxing explained. Very well, let us proceed according to your plan. You shall direct the arrangements. Shortly, summon accountant Feng so we may convene and discuss how to expedite matters. The prospect of such earnings brings great convenience to all our endeavors, Captain Xiao responded, invigorated by the possibilities. As you say, all these efforts are under your and Uncle Feng's leadership, and we have achieved these results under your guidance. If we all work diligently, I will ensure that before the year's end, Director Liu from the cooperative allocates us some flour, and we can hunt a few wild boars, granting everyone a prosperous new year and new garments for the children. I believe we should proceed with this plan. However, if we continue to supply our cabbage in this manner, it won't be long before we run out. Captain Xiao has also identified a new concern. It's all right. We can procure some from the nearby villages, but we must first assess the situation cautiously to avoid being labeled as opportunists, which would be detrimental. Why concern ourselves with trivial matters when we can barely afford to eat, let alone buy new clothes for the children? Day after day, they indulge in nonsensical discussions. The priority should be ensuring we have enough to eat. Captain Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction with indignation. Master Qiao, we cannot be so rigid in our approach. After all, we must proceed with caution in certain matters. We still need to build greenhouses and cultivate vegetables. You may not be aware, but Director Liu Weiwei from the town, Manager Fong, and Director Su from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative are all quite interested in our winter vegetables. They wish to acquire all the produce from our greenhouses, which is significant. Some matters must be conducted discreetly, without drawing attention. Your foresight is commendable. I will heed your advice. I shall convene a meeting tomorrow to discuss this. But we must keep it under wraps. Indeed, some tasks ought to be carried out quietly. Securing the profits is what truly matters. In Captain Xiao's mind, elevating this matter to a certain level of political awareness would safeguard the secret and ensure the villagers remain tight-lipped. Do not announce this loudly. The more you discourage discussion, the more likely they are to let something slip. It would be prudent for Sister Qin and the women's team leader to inadvertently spread the word, emphasizing how this could affect the children's ability to buy books, learn to read, and acquire new clothes, as well as enjoy dumplings. This is about everyone's interests, and only by framing it this way can we keep their mouths shut. Meng Fanxing understood that employing such tactics was essential to prevent any leakage of information. Otherwise, without affecting their vested interests, it would be impossible to control the flow of news. You are indeed correct. In our village, while good news may not spread, bad news travels swiftly. Should we continue with the mountain hawthorn and other produce? Captain Xiao smiled, realizing that his production team was about to experience better days ahead. Let's continue. The ingredients for the spicy cabbage must not be lacking. In the future, we will also need to prepare radishes, cucumbers, and many other items. These ingredients are indispensable. Furthermore, I plan to teach Sister Qin, as she is trustworthy and would not share our recipe with others. Please speak to her about this. It pertains to the livelihood of our entire village. Meng Fanxing contemplated. Rest assured, she will not divulge anything. Her discretion is commendable. That is reassuring. Before winter arrives, all our efforts must concentrate on the autumn harvest and the vegetable greenhouses. There is still much work to be done here. Tomorrow, I will make one last delivery before returning to discuss the details. What if you are not there for the delivery? Will they still pay for the goods? Captain Xiao expressed his concerns. It is of no concern. I shall provide instructions for the collection of goods there. Later, we will discuss who shall handle the payments. From now on, I intend to devote all my energy to the cultivation of vegetables and the management of the greenhouses. It is essential to nurture a few capable individuals in the village, akin to Erlungzi. Please consider who might be suitable for this task. Meng Fanxing cannot assist Captain Xiao in making decisions, as he has already secured his share, which is stability. The quartet made their way towards the team, hastening their steps. Having yet to dine, Meng Fanxing's stomach began to protest with hunger. However, he was preoccupied with arranging matters and wondered if there was anything to eat along the way. Brother, have you not eaten? Arya expressed her concern for Meng Fanxing, her dining companion. No, in my haste to return, I only had a light meal at noon. He replied, Father, please prepare something delicious for brother. I am hungry too. Arya pouted, subtly urging her father to expedite the preparations, showcasing her affection and worry for her elder brother. You little rascal, I shall have your uncle Lao Nian whip something up shortly, Captain Xiao remarked. Sensing a slight threat in the situation, realizing his beloved daughter had momentarily forgotten him. Alas, this girl is not as advantageous as a son, yet at his age, with family planning regulations in place, he could not afford to consider having another child. To conceive a son would require sacrificing his position as captain and incurring fines. Although his family had improved their circumstances, finances were still limited, and he knew that the penalties would not be trifling. If only he had a son like Meng Fanxing. The thought sparked a fleeting idea in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, there had been instances in the team where recommended university students or outstanding young intellectuals abandoned their wives and children. He certainly did not wish for his daughter to follow in the footsteps of such ungrateful individuals. Since the beginning of the Down to the Countryside movement, many educated youth, in pursuit of a better life in the countryside, developed feelings for local girls or sought personal gain. However, with the advent of opportunities to return to urban universities or factories, many deserted their rural families, leaving behind innocent wives and children. In pursuit of a better life in the city, divorces or the abandonment of spouses and children became common occurrences, largely due to the policies of the time. A poignant chapter in history. In the courtyard of the team, a number of individuals had gathered. Qin Yuqin and Accountant Feng were conversing when they noticed the arrival of Captain Xiao and his companions, greeting them as was customary in the village. Old son, please prepare some food for the three young ones. Forget it. Let's get together and have a meal after work tonight. Captain Xiao turned his head towards Meng Fanxing and said, Little Meng, how do you plan to arrange things below? All right, we have deliveries to make tomorrow. Sister Qin will arrange for someone to remove the old leaves and the yellowed ones from the cabbage. We must ensure the quality of the cabbage. After cleaning, we'll rinse it with water. To expedite the process, we'll use cold water and then place it in the yard to drain. We'll also assign a group to crush the peppers. Sister Qin, please prepare for that in the small house. I need to discuss something with you. After Meng Fanxing finished her instructions, she sought out the carpenter. This time, as well as in the future. We will need to utilize the crates you made to transport the spicy cabbage to the city. Each crate can only hold 600 to 700 pounds. So we must construct 2 larger ones before we depart tomorrow. Please figure out how to manage that. I'm assigning this task to you. Meng Fanxing instructed the carpenter and a few others involved in carpentry. Meng Fanxing contemplated that in the future, not only spicy cabbage would be transported, but also green vegetables, which would require the same loading method for city delivery. However, the biting cold of the northern winter presents a formidable challenge. Greens are quite delicate and must not be exposed to freezing temperatures or harsh winds, as they would lose their quality. If green peppers or cucumbers freeze, who would buy them? Moreover, they wouldn't taste good. Therefore, maintaining warmth is indeed a significant issue. If only we had larger trucks or faster means of transportation. But we are currently constrained by conditions. Captain Xiao, Accountant Feng, and Meng Fanxing entered the Team's office, switched on the light, and sat down to hold their inaugural meeting regarding the sale of spicy cabbage and the harvest gathered from their efforts. Outside, people were also bustling about. Ahem, little Meng. Please share the details of our venture into the city to sell spicy cabbage and the greenhouse vegetables. Let us assess our next steps, Captain Xiao said, clearing his throat. All right, I will report on our harvest. We sold a total of 370 pounds of spicy cabbage, and I provided some samples to a few of the supervisors for them to taste. However, we didn't have a scale for weighing, so I can estimate it was around 5 or 6 heads, at 30 cents per pound. Meng Fanxing's words were abruptly interrupted by Accountant Feng's exclamation. What? 30 cents per pound for spicy cabbage? Goodness, here, a head of cabbage costs just a few cents. Are you saying you're selling a single head for 1 or 2 yuan? Isn't that rather expensive? Accountant Feng exclaimed, her understanding completely upended. It is indeed 30 cents per pound, as our spicy cabbage contains chili, flavoring, and other supplementary ingredients, all of which cost money. Although much of it is sourced from our own efforts, only the flavoring requires cash procurement. The rest also has its costs. Meng Fanxing meticulously detailed each expense, highlighting both labor and material costs. However, this does seem excessively priced. Meat is only 50 cents per pound, and that is for the fattier cuts. Leaner ones are even cheaper. At such a high price for spicy cabbage, who would buy it? This is a reality. And we know that the news is selling remarkably well. This time, we directly supplied the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative with 2,000 jin, while several state-run restaurants and the cooperative could also procure an additional 500 jin. Meng Fanxing wore a sunlit smile, with traces of fatigue, yet joy illuminated her entire face. This is the tangible work accomplished by our young intellectual, and the simpleton handed me the money. After deducting the cost of a box of monosodium glutamate, I received 97 yuan, which is quite impressive, more than we have earned over the past few years. This is promising, and it allows us to purchase school supplies for the children. Captain Xiao nodded in affirmation. This outing to sell goods also served as an opportunity to investigate the market. I took the chance to converse with Director Lu Weiwei of the town's supply and marketing cooperative. If we supply vegetables in winter, they can provide us with a sales platform, thereby sparing us the laborious process of selling by the jin, saving us considerable time and effort. I also visited the state-run restaurant and sat down with manager Feng Datong for a detailed discussion. The prices of winter vegetables are several times that of summer, which makes it a worthwhile endeavor. Young Meng, do you realize how much it costs to build greenhouses? The plastic sheeting alone is quite expensive. If it weren't for the livestock of our team, both old Xiao and I could hardly bear to make such an investment. You know it's not easy for us to save up any money. Accountant Feng lamented with a furrowed brow. Haha, old Feng, you should know that young Meng is indeed our village's lucky star. Without spending a single cent, she managed to procure a truckload of plastic sheeting and other materials. Tomorrow, when we deliver goods, she can bring back at least another truckload, without spending a dime. Just think about that. What? Not a single cent spent? Well, your accounts, after all, must be settled. Uncle Feng, I would like to report to you and old Xiao about the matters with the provincial headquarters. Upon arriving at the Harbin Provincial Supply and Marketing Headquarters, I received a warm reception from Director Su. We not only discussed the sales of spicy cabbage, but also delved into a detailed negotiation regarding the supply and sales cooperation for winter vegetables. To support our rural work, Director Su generously provided us with plastic sheeting, sprayers, and seeds, all free of charge. Once we harvest the vegetables, we will directly send them for sale across the various cities in the province. Meng Fanxing elaborated further. If we cannot grow the vegetables, will they demand payment for the plastic sheeting? No, I am confident in our ability to cultivate the greens. I understand the technology, and I also plan to train a few responsible young individuals in greenhouse vegetable cultivation. In this way, We will not only be able to produce several harvests of greens each year, but also earn a profit. Rest assured, you and old Xiao. That is good to hear. Our village has truly been impoverished for far too long. Over the years, old Xiao and I have meticulously saved this little sum. If any illness or disaster strikes our village, it would all be spent. It seems that our village's good days are finally upon us. Whatever arrangements you have, just let me know. I still have a few years left in me to toil, Accountant Feng replied, suddenly invigorated. Indeed, for this delivery. I wish to bring along those who will be responsible for collecting payments in the future. After all, this is collective property. Meng Fanxing's words were abruptly interrupted by Accountant Feng, who fixed his gaze upon her. Young Meng, you are quite commendable. I have had private discussions with old Xiao, and we both trust you. We are unable to handle the sales ourselves, but we have confidence in your ability to manage the finances. With you and Lungzi working together, we feel at ease. Accountant Feng exchanged a glance with old Xiao. Uncle Feng, I know that both you and old Xiao have faith in me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have supported my proposal for winter feed storage. However, I have many responsibilities to attend to. Consider this. Doesn't greenhouse cultivation require training individuals? Shouldn't we implement various winter insulation measures? Moreover, as a single person, I cannot oversee all the greenhouses. I also need rest. Are you trying to wear me out? Indeed, I hadn't considered it so thoroughly. Please, continue, Accountant Feng replied, somewhat embarrassed, offering an apologetic gesture towards Meng Fanxing. He was quite pleased with the substantial profits they had earned and held a deep admiration for her capabilities. After all, selling cabbage at a premium and in such quantity was a remarkable achievement. I believe that this venture necessitates a prudent individual like yourself to maintain relations with the restaurant and the supply and marketing cooperative. This is crucial for the future sales of our peppers, cucumbers, tomatoes, and other vegetables. Are you suggesting that I accompany the delivery truck tomorrow to collect payments? Accountant Feng quickly grasped her implication. Yes, tomorrow I will take you from farm to farm to meet everyone. Once you are familiar with the process, we can train new personnel. This sales network will become the lifeblood of all our village's products, akin to the blood vessels in a body. With this vital connection, everything we produce will be converted into currency and essential goods for our village, something others cannot achieve. Meng Fanxing felt it was imperative to emphasize the gravity of the situation. All right, old Xiao, I will give it my all. With you at home and me out there, haha. This arrangement is excellent. I share your thoughts. I trust your judgment, Captain Xiao remarked solemnly, recognizing that Accountant Feng's role in managing finances was the optimal strategy for the village's future. Very well. Let us proceed to the next matter. In the near future, I wish to conduct training for the people in our village. Considering various factors, I must candidly say that I cannot predict who may leave or when, so it is essential to focus on our village's youth, allowing them to learn greenhouse cultivation techniques. However, due to their current educational limitations, we also need to involve some educated youth, as they possess the necessary knowledge. How do you both feel about this? Meng Fanxing's proposal was made with consideration for their opinions. I find that the insights of Xiao Meng, the educated youth, are quite profound. Although she is also an educated youth, her considerations are rooted in the realities of our village. Should any one of the educated youth depart, many matters would become challenging to manage, and we, lacking their understanding, are capable only in agriculture. The management aspects she mentioned remain beyond our grasp. What do you think? Lao Feng. Captain Xiao should express his opinion first. Indeed, Xiao Meng articulated my concerns. Should any educated youth leave for any reason, it poses a significant issue. Thus, I concur with her perspective. Regarding personnel, Xiao Meng's decision to select Accountant Feng is indeed astute, as trust should be unwavering. Lao Feng rightly stated that you should choose the personnel and directly inform us of your selection. Captain Xiao also expressed his agreement. Thank you both for your support of our endeavors. Considering the long term, I propose that Lungzi, Dia, Heya, and Sima Lu serve as our main force this time. In the future, we should focus on assessing other young individuals, bringing in those who are suitable. An additional skilled hand is always an asset. As for the educated youth, I find Ma Jiantao, Su Lei, Qin Guo, and Zhang Qiuyue to be commendable. At the very least, they do not exhibit the same sense of alienation as other educated youth and can work well with Dia and Lungzi. What do you think? After Meng Fanxing expressed her thoughts, she sought their opinions. Xiao Meng's judgment is commendable, and these selections align with our views. Therefore, we shall settle on this. Other young individuals should not remain idle. Those eager to learn may join in, but only under convenient circumstances, as we cannot allow them to gather merely to evade labor. Xiao Meng, do you have any other arrangements? Captain Xiao nodded in satisfaction. In addition to accelerating the brick removal process, We need the carpenter to prepare more wooden strips for the greenhouse's support. There is also the matter of winterizing the greenhouse with protective curtains. We must gather as many cattails from the meadow as possible. Upon my return, I will explain the weaving process to create insulating curtains to cover the plastic of the greenhouse, which is of utmost importance and crucial to our vegetable harvest. Very well. Tomorrow, aside from harvesting and brick removal, I will coordinate the personnel with the carpenter to expedite this task. Rest assured, by the time you return with the supplies, I will have everything arranged. Captain Xiao assured with great satisfaction that if this endeavor succeeds, our team will find itself financially secure. Additionally, the children must continue to ascend the mountain to gather hawthorn and mountain berries. We must strive to harvest before the snow falls. And safety is paramount. No harm must come to the children in their labor. We are left with no alternative. During my recent inquiries in the city regarding apples and pears, I learned that procurement requires documentation, and supply is indeed tight. Moreover, prices are not favorable. Thus, we must persist with our current raw materials. Little Meng, the youth volunteer, reflected on how the children at home were idly passing time. It would be far more prudent to exert some effort rather than spending exorbitant amounts on purchases. Moreover, I am aware that fruit coupons are only issued under special circumstances, and who has the time for such inconveniences? It is better for us to be self-reliant. If it is suitable, we shall do it. After considering the costs, Accountant Feng opted for self-picking. Indeed, our children must understand the value of hard work in both labor and education, realizing that diligent study can spare them from arduous toil. This, too, is a form of education. Captain Xiao smiled in agreement, as both he and Accountant Feng primarily wished to conserve resources. Meng Fanxing noted that the current supply of fruit was scarce, and the coupons posed a significant challenge. Requesting favors from Director Su once or twice might be manageable, but doing so repeatedly would be unwise. Furthermore, the taste of hawthorn and Chinese bayberry in making spicy cabbage was indeed delightful, possessing its own uniqueness. When summer arrives and these fruits are no longer available, we shall have to seek alternatives and see how things evolve. It is a necessity we must accept. The well-being of the children is paramount, and we should ensure an adequate supply of food during this time, serving as encouragement for them. I pondered whether we should purchase some candies or snacks as a reward for the children upon our return from the city, for they have assisted the adults. An appropriate compensation is warranted. Meng Fanxing felt compelled to express this notion, particularly upon witnessing some children, no older than 8 or 9, laboring with runny noses, which moved him deeply. This is a splendid idea. It is only right to treat the little ones to some sweets, he declared. Old Feng, make sure to buy plenty when you go to the city tomorrow. We must not shortchange the children. As little Meng said, it is vital for the children to see hope and have the ambition to learn, Captain Xiao said, his face beaming with a smile. All right, old Xiao. I shall remember this. Little Meng, do remind me so that I do not forget amidst all the busyness and disappoint the children, Accountant Feng advised. Is there anything else to discuss? Yes, there is one more thing. The recipe for the spicy cabbage, which is of utmost importance. Previously, I entrusted everything to Sister Qin, who was both cautious and quick to learn. Henceforth, this responsibility will be hers to manage independently. Others are welcome to learn, but I prefer to keep this recipe confidential, as it is vital to our livelihood, Meng Fanxing remarked, aiming to curry favor with the two. After all, he was to reside in the village for many years. Ensuring a better living for himself was paramount. For now, what he had accomplished was sufficient. Any excess would overwhelm the village and disrupt overall production. Another reason was akin to the tiger and cat learning their crafts. The cat must always keep some secrets, lest it expose its entire foundation and lose its value and purpose. Once abandoned, lamenting would yield no remedy. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. At that moment, Qin Yuqin knocked on the door and entered, interrupting Captain Xiao's speech. You've arrived just in time. We were discussing you. From now on, the recipe for the spicy cabbage will be solely in your hands. Xiao Meng, the educated youth, has highly recommended you, and it is imperative that no one else knows of this. Qin Yuqin felt a surge of joy within, yet her face feigned surprise. Why is this about me? Isn't this our collective responsibility? Ah, dear aunt, you may not be aware, but the spicy cabbage you all have prepared has indeed yielded significant benefits and delightful surprises for us. Therefore, your contributions are of utmost importance, Captain Xiao praised. You are mistaken in your assertions. Had it not been for Xiao Meng entrusting us with these tasks, do you truly believe we could have managed? Furthermore, with the considerable profits we've earned, we ought to reward Xiao Meng, as he has exerted the most effort and possesses the knack for sales. Can you envision any of you managing to sell this? Qin Yuqin feigned anger, advocating for Meng Fanxing's interests. Sister-in-law, I am only considering the children in our community. I require no reward. The mere provision of books and stationery for the children is sufficient to bring me joy, Meng Fanxing quickly interjected, displaying a humble demeanor. Xiao Meng, I must say, I find your words less than agreeable. Why should you receive benefits while others do not? The children in our community belong to us, not you. Were you to establish a family in our village, I would certainly not voice such sentiments. Old Xiao, old Feng, do you not agree? Qin Yuqin was acutely aware of the source of her learned skills, which were essential for generating income. What she says is true. One must not forget the well-digger when drinking water. Upon our return, we shall consider Captain Xiao's words, she added, noting the awkwardness in Captain Xiao's expression, as he had not previously contemplated this matter. Indeed, Xiao Meng has contributed immensely to our community during this period. We should take this into account. Otherwise, who will be motivated to serve our village in the future? Who will work diligently with such a significant contribution? Old Xiao will act according to our discussion, right? Accountant Feng glanced at Captain Xiao. Truly, a clever fox. Those who keep accounts possess sharp minds, always thinking ahead. While Captain Xiao was still speaking, others had already anticipated the conversation and reached an understanding. When was this agreement made, and with whom? However, the casual glance from Accountant Feng to Captain Xiao conveyed a signal. This was decided, and further discussions could occur upon their return, allowing for some flexibility. If you are to reward me, I shall donate it to provide notebooks and pens for the children in our village. I have sufficient food and drink here and require no spending money. Would you not agree? Meng Fanxing smiled brightly, radiating warmth. In truth, he too was in need of funds, having only a meager sum of less than 10 yuan. As winter approached, he faced the necessity of warm clothing and shoes, a source of considerable concern. He was even contemplating a trip to the town street to try his luck at gambling, hoping to earn a bit of extra money. The spirit of Xiao Meng, the young intellectual, is indeed commendable. In the past, I would have been genuinely moved by it. However, upon observing the backpack he brought with him, I couldn't help but speculate that it likely lacked adequate winter clothing, even if he did possess some. Are you aware of how frigid our winters can be here? The funds for selling goods have already been secured for the child. Old Xiao, do you really believe Xiao Meng should still be contributing money? Qin Yuqin was fervently advocating for her position. The two of them, in a delicate interplay, found Captain Xiao and Accountant Feng somewhat reluctant to part with their resources, which made both actions and dialogue rather challenging. Whether the funds served as bonuses or rewards, it was imperative for them to invest some money. Qin Yuqin was a shrewd individual, and Meng Fanxing felt a profound sense of admiration for her tenacity. Confronting the captain and the accountant directly, she asserted that withholding funds was simply unacceptable. One could not shy away from making sacrifices, as the power dynamics rested firmly in the hands of these two men. Should they refuse to act, well, one could only smile wryly at such a notion. From this perspective, it became evident that Qin Yuqin was not merely a simple rural woman, but rather a formidable ally. This revelation was particularly surprising for Meng Fanxing. Moreover, the synergy between Old Xiao and Accountant Feng was strikingly harmonious. Meng Fanxing couldn't shake the feeling of youthfulness, realizing that some matters had not crossed her mind in this manner. Even with a second chance at life, having lived decades, she still had let her guard down around these individuals in a rural community, prompting an inward chuckle at her naivety. It appeared that Qin Yuqin would need to forge a strong alliance moving forward. Standing united would provide the strength necessary to contend with Old Xiao. Additionally, it was vital to retain some knowledge regarding the technical aspects of the vegetable greenhouse, as true expertise would position one as a significant player. This seemingly simple meeting served as a wake-up call for Meng Fanxing. One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain cautious of others' motives. The age-old adage holds true. One can never truly know what lies behind a person's smile. As for his aunt, we have already discussed this matter. Rest assured, once we return, simply observe the way Old Xiao and I conduct ourselves. Are we the sort to forget our roots after quenching our thirst? Furthermore, after all these years, what could we possibly do to undermine your trust? Accountant Feng felt compelled to mediate, as his involvement was crucial. He had discerned a sense of apathy in Captain Xiao's gaze, which left him somewhat disheartened. This time, the actions of the young intellectual Meng Fanxing had captured his attention. After all, the management of finances was better entrusted to him, illustrating the distinction between power and monetary control. For years, Old Xiao had wielded dominion over financial matters. As the accountant, he had often found himself at a disadvantage in terms of influence. This time, with the funds in his possession, albeit to be returned later, offending him could yield repercussions. Meng Fanxing remained oblivious to the underlying tensions between Captain Xiao and Accountant Feng. Nonetheless, she had successfully navigated the superficial aspects of the situation. All that remained was to diligently attend to her own responsibilities, including the training and other tasks following the autumn harvest. Indeed, your aunt. Could you reflect upon your hasty temperament and consider amending it? Did I not just mention this? Observe, Xiao Meng, the educated youth, has accomplished so much for our village. Do you believe our rewards could possibly be inadequate? Furthermore, would it be a disservice to Xiao Meng? By the way, how is the meal preparation progressing over there? Have Xiao Meng and the others not yet dined? Suddenly, old Master Qiao shifted the conversation. I instructed old Nian to sauté some venison. It would not be fair for everyone to partake. Thus, it is only fitting to prepare a special meal for these few distinguished contributors, which we shall serve in this room shortly, ensuring that others do not witness it. At last, Qin Yuqin's face broke into a smile as she exchanged a glance with Meng Fanxing. Indeed, this is a matter of significance. Xiao Meng and the educated youth certainly deserve a reward. From where did the venison originate? Meng Fanxing inquired, puzzled. The deer herd descended upon the village yesterday, and the militia managed to take one down, which was brought back and prepared, old Master Qiao elucidated, his gaze fixed on Meng Fanxing, perplexed by his curiosity regarding the source of the venison. Did you collect any of the deer blood? Meng Fanxing's inquiry transcended mere curiosity. What is it? Do you have use for deer blood? Old Master Qiao felt a sense of relief. In truth, he had not anticipated that Meng Fanxing would be concerned about such seemingly useless deer blood. The venison amounted to merely dozens of pounds, and he was contemplating leveraging it for relations with the brigade, wary of others attempting to seize it. Chapter 75. I know some things. Old Master Qiao, accountant Feng. Consider how much assistance directors Lu Weiwei and Su have rendered us. Would it not be somewhat stingy to offer merely a bit of spicy cabbage? In business, one must cultivate enduring relationships, and it is essential to maintain emotional ties. Furthermore, it would be inappropriate to visit them tomorrow with Uncle Feng without bringing a gift as a token of our appreciation. Meng Fanxing cast a glance at accountant Feng. You make a valid point. Regardless of whether I attend tomorrow, they have procured a significant quantity of goods from us, totaling 2,000 pounds. This is a considerable favor. Thus, offering only venison, or even deer blood, would be quite inadequate, accountant Feng quickly deduced. Indeed, what old Feng suggests is correct, and what Xiao Meng has stated holds merit as well. One must be magnanimous. When you go out, you represent our village. Given that Director Su has graciously provided us with such substantial supplies, it would not be excessive to reciprocate with a comparable gesture, old Master Qiao conceded. In truth, I perceive it this way. My interactions with Director Su resemble familial ties, yet I often visit empty-handed, while they return bearing considerable gifts. This dynamic becomes rather awkward. Furthermore, Director Lu Weiwei is the one facilitating these connections. It would be inappropriate for me to make no gesture at all. We can always find time to gather some produce from the mountains in the future, Meng Fanxing subtly reminded old Master Qiao, emphasizing the importance of his counsel to be genuinely generous in his dealings. Well, let's take the remaining venison with us. They also need to cultivate relationships over there. This connection must be nurtured and maintained, with frequent visits. Even a little gesture is important, and let us bring some wild boar meat as well. Captain Xiao glanced at accountant Feng. Yes, let's take some. Whether they are wealthy or less fortunate relatives, we should accept what they offer. Although the gifts may be modest, the sentiment behind them is invaluable. It cannot be a one-sided effort, can it? Accountant Feng nodded, and the two seemed to have reached an understanding. Qin Yuqin exited directly, and shortly after, Lengzi and Uncle Li entered, both carrying bowls and plates of food, which they placed on the table. Meng Fanxing stepped out of the small room, and upon returning, she brought Arya with her, urging her to sit beside her. Captain Xiao was taken aback. He could not fathom why Meng Fanxing would bring her precious daughter into the room, and he was filled with curiosity, though he did not dwell on it. As soon as Lengzi sat down, he began to chatter incessantly. Captain Xiao, accountant Feng, you won't believe it. This trip has truly broadened my horizons. We didn't spend a single penny on food or lodging. The state-run restaurants in our town and the provincial establishments welcomed us warmly. The chicken stewed with mushrooms and the rich fatty pork were absolutely delightful, and we even enjoyed premium Maotai liquor, which was generously poured for us. Just ask Uncle Li. The taste was truly exhilarating. Lengzi, noticing the incredulous expressions on their faces, prompted Uncle Li to corroborate his story. Indeed, Lengzi is not exaggerating. The manager and the head director personally accompanied us. We dined together, and since we are due to deliver goods again tomorrow, they wouldn't dare undermine our rapport. Captain Xiao and accountant Feng exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. The young man beside them was indeed remarkable. They had attended meetings in the town and were familiar with the rotund manager of the local restaurant, yet he had never recognized them or shared a drink with them. Not to mention the head director from the provincial capital dining and drinking with them. How did this young man manage such connections? Did he have ties with influential leaders? Or was there some powerful backing? Young Meng, do you know them from before? Lord Xiao inquired, perplexed. No, this is our first encounter. We simply hit it off during our conversation, Meng Fanxing replied. Of course, we are strangers. I accompanied my brother, and just a few words brought us closer. They even called my brother little brother, while the provincial leaders referred to him as child. It felt as if we were family. There was no air of authority at all. Ah, are the leaders in the city really so approachable? Accountant Feng questioned, perplexed. Meng Fanxing did not respond, instead focusing on her meal, occasionally serving venison to little Arya, who gleefully stuffed her cheeks. The little girl smiled and occasionally leaned her head against Meng Fanxing's arm, the affectionate gesture evoking warmth in those who witnessed it. What truly vexed Master Qiao was that he had never had the privilege of tasting Maotai liquor, while both Li Laoda and Erlungzi had indulged in it. Even their town's mayor likely had not savored such exquisite Maotai. This left Master Qiao pondering the origins of Meng Fanxing and the nature of his connections and background. He felt compelled to uncover more. However, he was aware of a few details regarding Meng Fanxing's family. Director Su, who shared the surname Su with Meng Fanxing's mother, hinted at a potentially significant lineage. This realization struck him with a sense of clarity. After all, having once served in the military, he possessed a discerning eye and some understanding of prominent families. The implications were indeed unsettling. A scion of a renowned family, honing his skills in the field, perhaps aspiring to ascend the political ladder from the grassroots level? A multitude of questions plagued his mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He found it perplexing that a descendant of a noble family would wear patched clothing. Was he attempting to deceive the rustic folk, or was this merely a peculiar quirk? He decided to dismiss such thoughts, resolving to treat this young man with greater respect. Fostering friendships was far more advantageous than creating adversaries. Having an ally could prove beneficial in the future, especially considering he had 2 daughters to think about. Little did they know, when his brother prepared 2 dishes, what expressions would grace the faces of the manager and chef of the state-run restaurant. Erlungzi, relishing the moment, observed Master Qiao's distracted demeanor and the indecisiveness in his gaze directed at Accountant Feng, which made him inwardly rejoice. What admiration, what joy, he thought, dismissing all else. Let us drink heartily. I hold my brother in the highest regard, whether familiar or unfamiliar. He can easily forge brotherly bonds with anyone in just a few exchanges. Truly, he is remarkable, don't you agree? I acknowledge your prowess, but it is common knowledge that my elder brother is extraordinary. Everyone can see how Erlungzi, with his impressive demeanor, makes others uncomfortable. He refers to him as brother. But he is, in fact, my elder brother. Naturally, he is formidable. Did I not mention that my brother is exceptional? Why engage in rivalry with me? My brother has a way with words. Everyone is inclined to converse with him. And his culinary skills are commendable, so much so that even the head chef of the state-run restaurant gives him a thumbs up. The provincial dining establishments have even designated one of his dishes as a main course, with one being fit for a national banquet. Is he not remarkable? Erlungzi was truly astounded, chattering away. Meng Fanxing refrained from interrupting him, realizing that having him speak in such a manner would ultimately benefit himself. So, he let it be, as it was all factual, and he had nothing to lose, only advantages to gain. Indeed, it is evident that everyone in our village adores the dishes prepared by my elder brother, even relishing the pickles he makes. Who doesn't sing his praises? Am I not right, elder brother? Arya puffed out her small chest, brimming with pride, as if Meng Fanxing were her true elder brother. Master Qiao was genuinely perplexed. A family capable of preparing dishes for national banquets. What kind of household was this? Reflecting upon the gaze of his eldest daughter as she looked at Meng Fanxing, and then observing the expression of the young girl before him, he sighed. Such was his fate, truly. He must have owed them from a past life. A cruel twist of fate, indeed. Accountant Feng was no fool. To prepare dishes for a national banquet was no trivial matter. Such a family background was significant. Even if one were merely a chef, the ability to craft dishes for a national banquet implied proximity to important state leaders. Could it be that the young man before him hailed from a family of chefs? This was the simplest of deductions. However, in the next moment, he shattered his own assumptions. The young man's ability to swiftly sell inexpensive spicy cabbage and engage with provincial leaders could not merely stem from a common chef's connections. There had to be substantial reasons behind it. His thoughts grew increasingly restless, for he had heard tales of former educated youth, how certain influential figures had fallen from grace. Their children sent down to the countryside. Was there some hidden agenda behind this gathering of educated youth? This young man, with his handsome countenance, was distinctly different from the others. As Accountant Feng recollected moments spent with these educated youth, he began to perceive the differences that set Meng Fanxing apart. An inner tumult stirred within him, whether in speech, action, or the calm steadiness he exhibited. He could not help but regard Meng Fanxing with renewed scrutiny. Uncle Li, having eaten his fill, sat there with a smile, observing the interaction between Meng Fanxing and Arya. Meng Fanxing had given all the meat to Arya, having taken but a single bite himself. In this era, boys, especially, had little fat to spare. Who could resist the allure of meat? Yet, after several meals, this young man displayed a composed demeanor at the dining table, treating the feast with indifference. This youth was indeed exceptional. In contrast to the educated youth in the village, who devoured meat with gluttonous abandon, Meng Fanxing's restraint was remarkable. They often criticized rural folk, yet their behavior was hardly commendable. Let us refrain from disparaging the second brother. After finishing his meal, Meng Fanxing bid farewell to those at the table and stepped outside. Rather than resting, he went to supervise the sanitation of the spicy cabbage production site. Although the conditions here were poor, the task of making spicy cabbage did not require one to endure extreme heat. There was no need for excessive critique. Striving for the best possible state sufficed. After observing for a while, Meng Fanxing returned to the kitchen, where he found Qin Yuqin handling hawthorn and mountain berries. While Old Sun squatted before the stove, puffing on a cigarette, his expression as calm as ever upon seeing him. Do you wish for deer blood wine? Old Sun was still as terse as ever. Indeed, he contemplated bringing some to Director Su, for such a delicacy was rare and intriguing. Meng Fanxing did not conceal his intentions, candidly stating his purpose, as he understood that such valuable medicinal items could not be given away lightly. To do so would invite trouble. I shall share my thoughts with you. This deer blood possesses remarkable restorative properties and serves to enhance blood circulation. It is generally advised against consumption by the average person. This is not to say one cannot gift it, but it is imperative to disclose its drawbacks. For individuals with heart conditions, ingesting it could potentially lead to dire consequences. Sun Laoyan articulated his concerns, expressing his sense of responsibility towards Meng Fanxing. I am aware of certain considerations. My notion is that if her family does not require it, it could serve as a thoughtful gift, thus fostering goodwill. I will ensure to communicate these taboos clearly, as I wish to prevent any missteps that could jeopardize our future collaboration. Truth be told, I possess little to offer. A modest amount of deer blood is preferable to deer meat, signifying that the deer was alive when slaughtered. You seem quite knowledgeable and have your own contemplations. It appears I am merely an old chatterbox. Uncle Sun, I am grateful for your assistance and harbor no grievances against you. Honestly, could I directly request deer meat from Grandfather Chiao? That would be implausible. You should comprehend my intentions. Tomorrow morning, I will bring you a small vial. I do not require much. By the time it is transported back, most of the blood will have already drained. This substance, to be blunt, should only be given to those in need. However, you are correct. Reassuring the recipient that it is from a slaughtered source instills confidence in its consumption, providing them peace of mind. Thank you. Uncle Sunday. Meng Fanxing settled into a small stool, quietly closing her eyes. After a day filled with jostling, she returned, only to prepare for another journey the following day. Is this the relentless hustle of a reborn individual? Others who have been reborn seem to amass fortunes in the millions or even billions. Yet here I am, feeling quite pleased with a mere 100 or 80 yuan. Alas, such is the disparity. When will I find myself boasting about hundreds of millions? Is this existence merely a form of tempering? Meng Fanxing's breathing grew steady, and she gradually drifted into slumber. A young person, exhausted, succumbed to sleep. Sun Laoyan contemplated waking her, but hesitated, torn by compassion. A small figure rushed over. Arya, intending to call out to her elder brother, halted upon seeing him resting. She tiptoed closer, standing beside him, her beautiful eyes blinking, her heavy breaths wafting against Meng Fanxing's face. Not yet deeply asleep, Meng Fanxing sensed the warmth on her face and suddenly awakened, though her eyes remained closed. She recognized the presence of the little girl before her and, amused by the mischievous expression, contemplated teasing her. However, he recalled the young girl's tender age and decided against it. Slowly, he opened his eyes, extending his arms to embrace her. The softness of her form reminded him of a small kitten, as she nestled her little head into Meng Fanxing's embrace, blinking her large eyes. Did you go up the mountain to pick wild fruits with everyone today? Of course, how could I not? There were delicious treats. Those wild fruits are sweet and tangy. although the seeds inside are rather unpleasant. The hawthorn is the same. All the other children love them too. Eat less of them. Once I earn some money, I will buy you big apples. I don't want big apples. I just want to be with you and listen to your stories, especially the one about Wang Erxiao. He shouldn't have died. The little devils are the real villains, the truly wicked ones, she whispered. Indeed, those little devils are wrongdoers. We must despise such evildoers. They are the enemies of our Huaxia. We must remember to eradicate them all, but we must be cunning and not recklessly endanger ourselves, for we still have many more of them to eliminate. Arya closed her eyes, her breathing becoming increasingly steady. In Meng Fanxing's embrace, she gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber, utterly unguarded, likely unaware that she could be sold. Meng Fanxing smiled bitterly, observing the old man's son, who continued to smoke his pipe. You should rest a while in the team quarters. The small stove is warm. You need to deliver the fire tomorrow too, right? No matter how young you are, you shouldn't overexert yourself, son murmured, puffing away. Meng Fanxing, feeling a sense of helplessness, carried the little girl directly into the team quarters. Old Master Qiao and Accountant Feng were seated at the table, also indulging in smoke. Upon seeing Meng Fanxing enter with Arya, their expressions differed. One bore a bitter smile, while the other wore a smirk of mischief. Meng Fanxing said nothing, gently placing Arya beside the bedding on the Kong before lying down himself. There was no need for further actions. With a clear conscience, he could comfortably sleep in front of them. Wasn't this merely a big brother's care for his little sister? Was he not concerned that she might fall off the bed in her sleep? What was there to hide or ponder? Accountant Feng watched as Meng Fanxing laid Arya on the big Kong and then lay down himself, preparing for his journey the next day. He bid farewell to Captain Qiao, leaving the room with only the awake old Master Qiao staring at the two on the Kong, feeling helpless. He found himself in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to leave or stay. After all, she was his precious daughter, though still just a child. He did not wish for anyone to speak ill of her. Furthermore, outside, the night was exceedingly cold. If he were to take his daughter back now, with the darkness obscuring the path, it would be fraught with peril. With a long sigh, he resigned himself to the situation. Master Qiao found himself in a rather dismal situation. He was somewhat troubled and unable to relinquish his worries about his beloved daughter lying on a heated Kong with a young educated youth. All he could do was sit there, his eyes wide open, as flames of anger surged within him. Meng Fanxing, upon resting his head on the warm Kong, was engulfed by fatigue, his mind blank as he succumbed to sleep. He was utterly exhausted after a day of toil, and with his belly full, the weariness overtook him, leading him to a sound slumber. After all, he regarded Arya as a sister, and with both Master Qiao and Accountant Feng present, he had neither the energy nor the inclination to ponder how Master Qiao would handle his daughter. At that moment, his sole desire was to sleep, oblivious to everything else. Outside the room, Lengzi saw Meng Fanxing carrying Arya into the brigade's headquarters. Though he too was battling fatigue, he held great admiration for Meng Ziking and felt it was his duty to assist his brother. He wandered about, observing that everyone was diligently engaged in their tasks. Truth be told, he was uncertain whether their efforts met Meng Ziking's standards, but he knew that in his absence, no one would dare to act dishonestly. He recognized this as a form of deterrence akin to that wielded by Master Qiao. After a brief inspection, he found himself perplexed by the proceedings. The cabbages had been meticulously prepared, blanched in a large pot of boiling water, then submerged in cool water before being placed on racks to drain. As a mere overseer, he felt utterly superfluous, unable to contribute, and often found himself shooed aside. Ultimately, he decided to retreat. He was not helping and felt a sense of lethargy wash over him, his mind clouded and limbs uncoordinated. Lengzi made his way to the brigade's headquarters. Realizing that sleep was imperative, it was likely past 1 in the morning, and with a delivery scheduled for the next day, he would be subjected to yet another day of bumpy travel. Not being foolish, he pushed open the door to find Master Qiao lost in thought. "Uncle, I can't hold on any longer. I need to deliver goods tomorrow," he mumbled, disregarding whether Captain Qiao heard him. He moved to Meng Fanxing's side, kicked off his shoes, and lay down. The moment his head touched the Kong, his eyes fluttered shut, and he began to snore. On the Kong, 3 bodies, 2 adults and 1 child, were sprawled in blissful slumber, accompanied by the soft sounds of snoring and the drool trickling from Arya's mouth, her little lips occasionally smacking in her dreams. Their peaceful sleep was truly enviable. Master Qiao could only offer a wry smile, pondering whether the intimacy between Arya and the young Meng was right or wrong. After all, such an ability to drift into sleep so effortlessly was something he believed he could not achieve himself. Although he had undergone rigorous training during his military service that allowed him to enter light sleep within 10 counts, that had been in the midst of fulfilling a mission. He truly perceived the reality. The young woman from the countryside had brought her daughter to lie down and sleep, clearly exhausted. His earlier musings were genuine as well. Observing the simpleton, who had fallen asleep the moment his head touched the heated calm, he smiled, understanding the toil endured by these individuals. Rising, he stepped outside to his own territory, relieving himself, then meandered among the busy women, noting their smiles as they engaged in their tasks, occasionally exchanging light-hearted banter. It seemed they were aware that the spicy cabbage they had produced had brought in some income, instilling hope for their children's education. Consequently, their faces radiated excitement and enthusiasm, their movements brisk and efficient, requiring no supervision, an uncommon occurrence. In the past, when work extended into the night, those called upon would either grumble and curse or mutter curses at Huang Shuren. Yet today, the fervor of these individuals had indeed affected him. Since the arrival of the young woman from the countryside in Kaoshantan, subtle changes had begun to unfold. The community was engaged in the autumn harvest with a newfound urgency. In previous years, while everyone was busy, they often worked sluggishly, despite their joy. Now, he envisioned new livestock sheds, the bare yellow earth of the hills, and the bustling scenes of the threshing ground, alongside the industrious figures of the villagers. He understood that this year's yield would surpass previous ones. At the very least, they would be able to enjoy meat-filled dumplings for the new year. He settled onto the small stool once used by Meng Fanxing at the stove, where Sun Laonian continued to puff on his old tobacco, barely acknowledging his presence as if he were merely a wisp of air. The lad was genuinely worn out, a rare good youth. As Sun Laonian seemed to deliberately remind him, as though to caution the captain that even a donkey should not be worked to the bone. Only he can handle this work. Who else here could manage it? Xiao Leoi replied softly, suggesting that the youth should rest well upon his return. He has potential. Treat him well. If this winter truly brings heavy snow, then his prediction of drought next year will be almost certain. Sun Laonian's sudden pronouncement startled Xiao Leoi. His gaze fixed intently on the old man who had yet to lift his head. Forget it. Just tell me, based on your experience. Are those large livestock in the village preparing for calving? It hasn't happened in years. He must not be lying. Those animals were more perceptive than anyone. They were the spirits of the mountains. Let us wait for him to return and discuss how to proceed, as some household cellars have fallen into disrepair. Indeed, a leaking cellar in winter can be fatal. There is still a month left. We have time. Once the harvest is complete, we need to quickly organize a group to address the repairs in each household, Xiao Leoi acknowledged, recognizing that Sun Laonian was offering him sage advice, given his experience. You are aware, and yet, one cannot help but wonder if others are adequately prepared. However, certain truths remain unspoken, for to utter them would only sow discord in the hearts of men. Ah, this cap. Sun Laonian chuckled bitterly. The two fell once again into a profound silence. Sun Laonian cleaned the ashes from his tobacco pipe by the hearth, replenishing it with fresh tobacco from a small pouch, and leaned closer to the charcoal fire to ignite it. Master Qiao sat there, his face flushed by the flickering flames of the hearth, enduring the heat as he watched Qin Yuqin, not far off, stirring chili peppers into a large basin. Chapter 77. Shall we switch to a scattering basket? Everyone was busily engaged in their respective tasks, a palpable tension in the air, until the faintest light began to seep into the eastern sky. All were somewhat weary, having labored throughout the night, diligently preparing spicy cabbage. Observing the vibrant red peppers in the basin and packed into bags, they felt fatigue, yet their hearts brimmed with joy, knowing that these would soon be sold, providing the necessary funds for their children's education. Uncle Li arrived with a mule cart, the reinforced box elevated like a moving fortress. Following closely behind was another such fortress, its horse adorned with a brass bell. With every stride, the bell's chime resonated far and wide. Erlangzi awoke from his slumber, roused by the familiar sound of the horse's bell, realizing it was time to load the cart. Yet, upon glancing at Arya's sleeping form, he burst into laughter. Arya's chubby feet were draped over Meng Fanxing's neck, who, with one large hand, held onto one of Arya's tiny feet, both deeply ensconced in slumber. Erlangzi laughed heartily, while Meng Fanxing, stirred by the commotion, opened his sleepy eyes. Upon seeing the small foot in his grasp, he quickly understood, signaling Erlangzi to be quiet. He gently placed Arya's foot back under the covers and tenderly tucked her in, stretching his stiff back in a silent exercise. The two stealthily exited the team headquarters, where they beheld two large horse-drawn carts already stationed. Each horse had a burlap sack in front, filled with fodder, as they bent their heads to graze, a necessary sustenance for their journey. Young Meng, the voice called, here is the 50-pound batch, and over there is the 20-pound one. The 50-pound batch includes a head weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds of spicy cabbage, while the 20-pound batch has a head weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. All prepared according to your specifications. The total amounts to 2,580 pounds. Qin Yuqin presented a list adorned with numbers. Certainly. We will conduct another inventory when we load the vehicle. At that time, I would appreciate it if you could verify as well, ensuring that nothing is amiss. This time, let Accountant Feng handle the vehicle and collect the payment. He will also be responsible for reconciling all the figures. Meng Fanxing did not take on the orders, which is his way of avoiding any suspicion. All right, how you choose to arrange this is up to your leadership. I have completed my part. By the way, I have also prepared the venison and wild boar meat for you. Please consider how to divide it. Furthermore, your uncle's son's dear blood wine is over there. Could you take a look? Qin Yuqin spoke softly, in a tone only the two of them could hear. Sister-in-law, please set aside a package of 3 to 5 pounds of venison and a piece of wild boar meat for Director Liu of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The remainder should be sent to the provincial headquarters. Meng Fanxing instructed Qin Yuqin, also ensuring she understood. I am indifferent to how you arrange it, or to whom it is ultimately given. I shall simply follow your directives. Qin Yuqin responded with a warm smile. In that moment, as their eyes met, they both comprehended each other's thoughts, a silent agreement of collaboration forming between them. Alas, there is little we can do, after all. He has rendered significant assistance to our village. This gesture, though modest, represents our village's heartfelt appreciation. Meng Fanxing spread his hands in a gesture of humility. Indeed, you may not realize it, but Director Liu from the town is quite a figure. He hardly pays heed to the town mayor and possesses considerable influence. However, if you manage to build a rapport with him, it could prove immensely beneficial in the future. Qin Yuqin offered Meng Fanxing a knowing smile. I am not particularly familiar with him either. I only met him once when selling spicy cabbage. He was helpful in introducing me to several directors of the supply and marketing cooperatives in the town, as well as leaders from the provincial headquarters. Such connections are highly coveted. The intricacies of social exchanges are extensive, truthfully, with the amount of spicy cabbage you can sell at a good price. You have helped our village earn money. Logically, the village should reward you. Yet if I do not bring it up, they will act as if nothing has occurred. This reflects human nature and the fickleness of people's hearts. Qin Yuqin sighed. I understand, sister-in-law. I am truly grateful to you today. Meng Fanxing expressed his appreciation earnestly. In reality, our village should be thankful to you, yet some individuals remain oblivious. Truthfully, I am also in need of money, but our village is in greater need. I plan to stay here for another decade, and there will be ample opportunities to earn, Meng Fanxing replied with a smile. That is a different matter altogether. If you do not strive, you will gain nothing. Will you receive any compensation at your end? Will you not end up like other half-hearted youth, merely receiving a meager amount? Qin Yuqin shot a disapproving glance at Meng Fanxing, her expression conveying irritation at his lack of ambition. Sister-in-law, I should express my gratitude to everyone in our village. At the very least, they did not let me starve and provided me with sustenance. It is only right that I contribute to our village's prosperity. Furthermore, this meat serves to pave the way for our village. In these times, no one is obliged to assist you in your endeavors. Meng Fanxing articulated the significance of giving. I understand your perspective. However, some individuals, despite their long hair, possess a narrow worldview. Change will come gradually. They must be given time to alter their mindset. It is indeed perplexing. Such a trivial matter could be comprehended with the mere use of one's toes. Have you not observed Captain Xiao's gaze? It was as though his very heart had been wrenched from his chest. He is in a dire state, yet you expect others to fathom your position? You underestimate the complexity of human sentiment. I understand, truly, for our village is steeped in poverty. Many struggle to fill their bellies, and our children appear emaciated. With only a few, like Arya, possessing any semblance of plumpness. This scarcity of resources and sustenance bears a heavy toll. While your observations hold merit, do keep in mind that human hearts are inscrutable. Not all will share your benevolence or perspective. You seem oblivious to the thoughts that occupy the minds of our villagers. Qin Yuqin gazed into the distant sky, reflecting on her past experiences. Meng Fanxing remained silent, fully grasping the weight of Qin Yuqin's words. After all, he had lived here in a previous life for an extended period and was acutely aware of the true nature of individuals. However, he was now compelled to consider his own escape from the youth commune. He could no longer endure being bullied by those scoundrels, who, despite their humanity, exhibited a profound lack of kindness. In such arduous conditions, one would expect solidarity and mutual support, yet they had engaged in actions that belied such expectations. I shall say no more. You possess an inkling of understanding." With that, Qin Yuqin departed, entering the kitchen to assist Sun Laoyan in serving food to a few individuals. After all, embarking on a journey on an empty stomach at dawn is far from pleasant. Accountant Feng, Heir Lungzi, Uncle Li, and the cart owner, who drove the large horse cart, gathered with Meng Fanxing to partake in their meal, while others who had toiled through the night prepared the carts for the journey, ensuring everything was secure to avoid mishaps on the road. Old Master Qiao arrived with his hands clasped behind his back. He first entered the team headquarters to check on his precious daughter, Arya, who had kicked her blanket aside and was sprawled out in deep slumber, her rosy face adorably round. After planting a tender kiss on her forehead, he stepped outside, observing Accountant Feng, Meng Fanxing, and the others finishing their meal. He made his way to the carts. Although the sky remained shrouded in darkness, the courtyard lights shone brightly, illuminating the preparations for departure. "Be cautious on the road," Old Master Qiao remarked as he waved goodbye to the group settling into the horse-drawn carriage. Uncle Li's large mule cart led the way, and the bells on the horse's neck chimed melodiously with its movements, resonating across the tranquil dawn, infusing the impending daybreak with vitality and urging the mules to quicken their pace. The two carts slipped into the shadows, venturing into the mountains. Meng Fanxing occupied the right side of Uncle Li's cart, one foot resting on the yoke, lost in contemplation. His thoughts wandered far beyond those of the villagers. For even the likes of Old Master Qiao and Accountant Feng had not considered the matters that weighed heavily on his mind. As autumn unfolds, the prospect of transporting kimchi remains feasible. However, with the arrival of winter, when snow blankets the earth, even a mere splash of urine would freeze into ice. The moment kimchi is taken outdoors, it will solidify into a lump. One cannot even begin to fathom the fate of those delicate greens. Once frozen, are they still edible? Meng Fanxing is genuinely troubled. He contemplates the necessity of persuading Director Su to procure cotton and fabric for the vegetables to fetch a decent price. These protective measures must be prepared in advance. Otherwise, the crops will only serve the villagers, forcing them to endure a life of hardship. Consider cucumbers, peppers, leeks, celery, and tomatoes. What vegetable can withstand freezing? Meng Fanxing is acutely aware of the taste of frozen cucumbers, a flavor that is utterly unpalatable. Transporting frozen vegetables to the city would render the effort futile. Not to mention, there are no storage boxes from his previous life. Even plastic crates are non-existent. He can only weave a few baskets from sweet potato vines before winter sets in, allowing for swift and convenient handling. The weight of responsibility on Meng Fanxing's shoulders grows heavier, as he must always think ahead for the villagers. "Young Meng, do you think we might indulge in some Mao during this trip to the provincial capital?" Uncle Li suddenly interjects, breaking Meng Fanxing's reverie. "That stuff is prohibitively expensive. Perhaps you could negotiate with that female leader for something less extravagant." Meng Fanxing, lost in thought, is taken aback by Uncle Li's remark. The treachery of human nature is stark. Before even arriving, one is already contemplating indulgences like Mao Tai, not to mention succulent meat and chicken stew with mushrooms. To be hosted even once incurs significant expenses. "Uncle Li, if they treat us today, we must repay them in the future. There is no such thing as a free lunch. A bottle of Mao Tai costs nearly 4 yuan, and it is not easily obtainable. One needs a ticket just to buy it. Do you see our town's supply and marketing cooperative offering it? This is indeed a vexing matter. The old adage about human greed is not without merit. A few meals might be a gesture of goodwill, but once accustomed, will they still be willing to host us repeatedly? One could only dream. Indeed, if we dine at such a grand establishment, we would squander the earnings from half our truckload." Uncle Li muses, contemplating the futility of the situation, furrowing his brow. Alas, these debts of gratitude accumulate. A few meals are acceptable, but their funds do not come from the wind. We must be mindful. Such good fortune cannot last indefinitely, and we will struggle to repay it. As for lodging, their guest rooms may be available, but even 2 rooms for a night will suffice. That room, that bed, truly offers comfort, yet Meng Fanxing dreads the thought of soiling the pristine sheets. He finds himself speechless. It is not merely about their preference for accommodation. He too appreciates it. However, he realizes that affording such conditions requires financial means. After all, spending money is inevitable, is it not? It is estimated that the simpleton currently harbors similar thoughts, tilting his head to observe the vehicle behind him. The simpleton has already climbed atop the carriage, securing himself with a rope and drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 78. Is there some joyous occasion? The succulent morsels of braised pork and the aroma of chicken stewed with mushrooms must be quite invigorating. Meng Fanxing mused aloud, expressing his heartfelt sentiments to Uncle Li. considering the ample seasonings and generous use of oil. Indeed, haha, the chef at the grand restaurant is truly exceptional, Uncle Lee chuckled. As the two large carts arrived in town, they coincidentally encountered the employees of the supply and marketing cooperative beginning their workday, and from a distance. They spotted Lu Weiwei's graceful form approaching their peculiar, moving fortresses, her eyes widening in astonishment. The simpleton leapt from the rear of the cart, holding a gift prepared for director Lu Weiwei, while accountant Feng followed suit, as Meng Fanxing had just signaled to both of them. Today was primarily about introducing accountant Feng to the proceedings. Sister, it seems you are in exceptionally high spirits today. Is there some good news? Meng Fanxing called out from afar, quickening his pace towards her, his smile radiant, infectious enough to even sway Lu Weiwei. The arrival of my little brother is indeed a splendid event. Lu Weiwei responded enthusiastically. As Meng Fanxing drew near, she lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I heard from Sister Su that you have been of great assistance to her. The wedding ceremony was met with the leader's satisfaction, and I thank you for recommending her to me. Sister, isn't this fortuitous? It's merely a small matter. I brought you some wild boar and venison. Would you like me to take it inside? Meng Fanxing replied, also lowering his voice, for the act of gifting must remain discreet, as it could easily be misconstrued as bribery. Just give it to me. There are few people around at this hour, and no one will notice. But next time, do not bring anything for me, Lu Weiwei playfully chided, giving Meng Fanxing a gentle pat on the shoulder, their interaction intimate enough to suggest a true sibling bond, despite it being only their second meeting. All right, sister, my visit this time serves as a handover. I will not be able to come out again due to the winter greenhouse vegetable planting. The team has arranged for accountant Feng to take over. So please look after him, Meng Fanxing stated, clarifying his intentions to avoid any potential issues in the future. Of course, Sister Su also mentioned that I should find time to visit your team for an on-site investigation. That would be splendid. When you come, I will personally prepare a few dishes for you. However, at the moment, there isn't much in the village. We will need to wait a while for the vegetables to arrive. Rest assured, you will be the first to enjoy the fresh greens once I showcase my culinary skills. I guarantee you won't want to leave, Meng Fanxing boasted. Then I shall not return, leaving your brother-in-law in solitude. Haha. It is settled then. However, let us choose an appropriate time for our departure, allowing my brother-in-law to accompany us. I intend to take him hunting in the mountains. Moreover, the militia's firearms in the village are under the control of Meng Fanxing, who is quite apprehensive about allowing the beautiful and alluring Lu Weiwei to stir any rumors within the village. In these times, even a hint of scandalous relations between the sexes could be perilous. Meng Fanxing recalled the harsh crackdown of 83, which had mercilessly resurrected cases from over a decade ago. Just as he had begun to muster his resolve, he truly did not wish to meet an untimely end. He understood that Lu Weiwei's suggestion stemmed from Director Su's desire for her to conduct a discreet investigation, to ascertain whether the free supplies she had provided were genuinely utilized. Such inquiries were indeed appropriate for their roles. Very well, your brother-in-law enjoys firearms. I dare say he will quickly find common ground with you. However, with your frail physique, do be cautious not to become prey to wild boars or bears, Lu Weiwei jested, her laughter echoing with delight. Accountant Feng, allow me to introduce Lu Weiwei, the director of our local supply and marketing cooperative. After a round of introductions, gifts were exchanged, and 100 gene of goods were successfully unloaded, fulfilling their objectives. After bidding farewell, the group proceeded to the state-run restaurant, where pleasantries continued. Although they had already partaken in breakfast, the ever-hospitable Feng Fatsi insisted on treating everyone to another meal. Brother Feng, I shan't come by next time. I will focus on researching vegetable greenhouse cultivation in the village, striving to ensure that the vegetables bear fruit before the heavy snow, thus providing an early supply this winter. Meng Fanxing whispered to Feng Datong as they prepared to depart. Of course, brother, should you require anything and cannot come, just send word. However, do ensure you supply me promptly. My future prospects rely on your reports, Feng Datong replied. Do not worry, should I ever forget Brother Feng? What would that say of me? We are indeed men who stand together in solidarity. Your concern for me is akin to that of a true brother, Meng Fanxing reassured, patting Feng Datong's chubby hands. Let us speak no further. Just this bond of brotherhood brings me comfort. The convoy resumed its journey, proceeding smoothly. Along the way, they sold 450 gene of goods. Although they did not meet their target of 500 gene, Accountant Feng was nonetheless astonished, observing Meng Fanxing, the young intellectual, conversing as equals with the others, earning both his respect and admiration. Not only was he youthful, but there was also a considerable distance between him and this young man. to hasten their arrival at the province. They forewent lunch and reached the supply and marketing headquarters by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The gatekeeper promptly relayed the news to Director Su. Fanxing, you have arrived. Quickly, let them unload the goods. Come, let us go to the restaurant for some water. Director Su warmly welcomed Meng Fanxing, her smile radiating comfort. Director Su, let us first attend to the unloading. We must manage this considerable amount of goods. All right, you there, assist with the unloading, and then bring them over to the restaurant for a meal. I have some matters to discuss with Comrade Xiaomeng. Director Su directly pointed at a staff member and took Meng Fanxing away. Auntie, what is the urgency? Meng Fanxing quietly inquired as they walked. Do you realize that our wedding banquet has garnered quite the attention because of your actions? In the past few days, other establishments have made adjustments. Although their attempts are rather amateurish, they still convey a sense of festivity. This means we risk losing our uniqueness. Moreover, some affluent units are sparing no expense to make grand displays. You must give it some serious thought. Director Su beamed radiantly, clearly elated. This time, she likely wanted to make a significant impression. She did not wish to fade into obscurity or be overshadowed by others. Auntie, while we do have a plan, these are merely superficial elements. Our true strength lies in the quality of our offerings. In winter, we are limited to just a few dishes. We must focus on enhancing our culinary excellence. Meng Fanxing contemplated, formulating an idea. Indeed, you are right. Now, Auntie is relying entirely on you. Please study the restaurant's design and menu thoroughly. At the very least, we must outshine other establishments. The 2 dishes you prepared have certainly secured us a prominent position in the provincial capital, she remarked. All right. I will strive to design the decor to be simple yet elegant, avoiding extravagance while still creating a festive atmosphere for the newlyweds. I need to explore materials for this. Meng Fanxing mused about how to arrange everything, considering all the help he had already provided. Leave these matters to you, Auntie. Additionally, if there are any simple, easy-to-make dishes, please research a few more. Auntie certainly won't let your efforts go to waste. By the way, will it be all right for you to stay here for 2 more days before returning? Director Su tilted her head, gazing intently at Meng Fanxing. I will consult with Accountant Feng, as I am part of the team and must adhere to their guidance. I will speak with that old gentleman shortly and have you wait here for the feedback on this sales round. Once we receive news from this side, we will arrange transportation to send you back. Otherwise, how do we determine the appropriate quantity for the next batch of goods? We cannot keep sending the same items. And if we fall short, we will struggle to allocate accordingly. Very well, Auntie, thank you for your efforts. I will also take this time to thoughtfully design the restaurant and brainstorm a few more dishes. At the very least, we can make a name for our establishment and help elevate Annie's work to new heights. Meng Fanxing smiled. This is mutual assistance. You have supported me, and I must reciprocate. Crafting a few dishes is quite simple. However, the current ingredients are rather monotonous, making it challenging for this gourmand to truly showcase his culinary prowess. Moreover, Director Su has indeed provided a solution to a significant dilemma for him. Distributing the goods one by one will undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. This time, they sold over 700 units, adding to the previous 100, totaling approximately 800. When has Kaoshantan ever witnessed such a substantial sum? Oh, your sweet words are charming, and your eloquence is delightful. Take good care of your aunt, and she shall reward you. Aunt, you see I lack for nothing. What reward could you possibly give? It suffices that your work here proceeds smoothly, and that the supply and marketing cooperative operates effectively. That alone brings me joy. Meng Fanxing remarked as he walked, noting that having someone in the provincial office would indeed be advantageous. You certainly know how to express yourself. Well then, what would you like for dinner? I shall instruct the chef to prepare something for you. Let it be simple. A hearty meal is all I desire. There are several people accompanying me this time, and while I may visit often in the future, it cannot always be so extravagant. As a leader, one must set an example, for many eyes observe us discreetly. A full stomach is sufficient. Meng Fanxing considered the future of Accountant Feng and others in the village. What are you saying, dear child? You have arranged so much spicy cabbage for our cooperative and several dishes for the restaurant. Not to mention the design of the wedding banquet hall, which requires quite a bit of funding. What does a meal and drink matter? Who would dare to gossip? Just watch me silence them, she chuckled. Aunt, you have provided us with such ample resources for Kaoshantan. This is indeed a significant matter. Hence, I must constantly consider your interests. You are my support in the provincial city, and I act for your benefit. Enough of these concerns. Let me handle them, she replied. Look, isn't it akin to burning bridges after crossing rivers? My dear, I genuinely wish for your well-being and do not want you to face criticism from your superiors on my account. I envision you ascending to a higher position next year. And with that, my life will also improve. Wouldn't that mean I have support? Even now, aren't you my support? You certainly have not burned bridges. Listening to Meng Fanxing's words, Director Su felt a warmth in her heart. This child is truly considerate, both in speech and action. Should he pursue a political career, he would undoubtedly excel. The two exchanged laughter as they entered the restaurant, greeted by the staff and acquaintances of Meng Fanxing, which further highlighted the commendable qualities of this young man. He would never engage in sycophantic behavior and would adeptly navigate relationships in any organization. She has already begun to contemplate transferring Meng Fanxing to work closely with her, as this would alleviate her burdens significantly, although such matters require careful maneuvering. Chapter 79. Imperial Cuisine. Meng Fanxing stood in the restaurant's hall, closing his eyes and silently reflecting on various aspects of the current wedding. In his previous life, he often attended celebrations that brought joy to many, while during the weddings of the late 70s, he found himself in Kaohsiung braving the cold winds. The weddings in the village were rather unremarkable affairs. In the context of weddings within this city, he began to contemplate, drawing inspiration from his previous life's cinematic works and a few fleeting short videos from new media. After all, a wedding in a given era must align with the rhythm and pace of that time. One must not overindulge. It should embody the joyous essence of the celebration, while also allowing the newlyweds and their family and friends to create cherished memories. Therefore, scenes unfolded in Meng Fanxing's mind like a continuous film reel. At last, he opened his eyes to find Director Su gazing at him. "Auntie, I was just thinking about devising several plans for our restaurant's wedding venue, tailored to the preferences of the couple and their families regarding the style of their wedding. For instance, if we aim to capture the festive atmosphere sought by the younger generation, we can create a sense of ceremony using lighting effects. We could construct a T-shaped platform extending from here to the front wall, gradually ascending, symbolizing progress, and lay a red carpet, representing the newlyweds' vibrant journey into a flourishing future. As they walk from here to the T-stage, we shall draw the curtains, leaving only the central row of overhead lights." Meng Fanxing spent half an hour detailing various plans, each time embodying the role of the newlyweds in a mock presentation. "Excellent. We are more than willing to close for a few days to renovate according to your specifications. I am well aware of your proposals. Such a design is both simple and elegant, perfectly aligning with contemporary wedding demands. If a funeral occurs, we can simply remove the red carpet, thus avoiding any discomfort for our guests. Am I correct in my understanding?" Director Su beamed with delight. "Indeed, Auntie, you are absolutely right. Such a wedding allows friends and family attending to focus entirely on the couple and their relatives, instilling a sense of confidence and honor in the hosts. Unlike previous weddings where a few words on stage sufficed, we seek a genuine sense of ceremony. Yes, ceremony is our guiding principle. Furthermore, we should seek out eloquent and charismatic hosts, as well as bridesmaids and groomsmen, to enhance the atmosphere, ensuring the couple feels celebrated and showcasing our restaurant's service. There is a profit to be made in this, after all, as it is part of our service. Very well, let's proceed as you suggest. For the next few days, you take charge of the arrangements. I will ensure dedicated assistance for you." Auntie sees you as quite the asset. Director Su genuinely recognized the remarkable ingenuity of the young man before him, who had conceived such a multitude of ideas in such a short time. Such brilliance was certainly not typical of an ordinary child. Some matters required further investigation. Although he sensed that this young man might be the descendant of a prominent figure in Beijing, it was prudent to remain cautious until he fully comprehended the other's true identity, to avoid potential exploitation for reasons unbeknownst to him. This reflects her political mindset as a significant figure within the provincial supply and marketing cooperative. She is acutely aware of the myriad maneuvers employed by adversaries in the realm of political strife, willing to sacrifice and exploit various resources for their own ends, even if it means leveraging her current identity as a young intellectual. If Meng Fanxing were to grasp the extent of Director Su's thoughts regarding a youthful individual like himself, he would undoubtedly offer a wry smile. Nevertheless, it is not inherently detrimental for a leader of such a prestigious provincial entity to harbor a sense of vigilance and caution. Indeed, the past few years have seen considerable improvement in this regard. Although Director Su's mind is preoccupied with such contemplations, his countenance remains adorned with a cheerful smile. In the past, uttering even a few words of grievance could lead to confinement in a small dark room for interrogation, an inquiry that could potentially strip someone of her rank and political existence, which was quite commonplace. "Quickly, take a seat and brew my fine tea. Manager Wei, please arrange for a selection of our restaurant's signature dishes. We must ensure that Director Su is genuinely pleased," he instructed a middle-aged woman nearby, revealing the elation of his spirit. "Very well, Director Su. I have also prepared the monkey head mushrooms." Manager Wei approached, and quietly inquired, indicating that this was undoubtedly the finest ingredient available at the supply and marketing cooperative's restaurant, likely reserved for only the most distinguished guests, underscoring the rarity of the monkey head mushrooms. Do refrain, Auntie, these mushrooms are truly a treasure. We should reserve them for more esteemed guests in the future, Meng Fanxing exclaimed, his heart racing at the mention of monkey head mushrooms, a specialty of the Greater Xing'an Mountains and one of the most renowned delicacies of northeast China. Do you not enjoy them? Director Su inquired, piqued by Meng Fanxing's response. Auntie, those mushrooms are precious and rare. Are we not being somewhat extravagant? Fanxing, do you know how to prepare them? Director Su's interest deepened at Meng Fanxing's words, further confirming that he was no ordinary individual emerging from humble beginnings. I can indeed prepare them, though I am uncertain of the methods employed in our restaurant. Meng Fanxing pondered, memories of learning to cook this dish with a head chef flooding back like a torrent. The monkey head mushrooms were indeed one of the treasures of Northeast cuisine. It appears Annie is in for a treat today. How about I showcase my skills? You could also teach our chef. We must not allow such an exquisite ingredient to languish in obscurity, he proposed. Very well, since there are no other pressing matters today, I shall demonstrate my abilities. I hope Annie will not be disappointed if my execution is lacking. However, this dish will require some time, and I need to check if we have the necessary ingredients in the kitchen, Meng Fanxing expressed, eager not to miss the opportunity to enjoy the monkey head mushrooms. Preparing the dish himself would ensure his culinary skills remained sharp, and relishing a self-made delicacy could be seen as a reward for his rebirth. Consequently, he made his way to the kitchen, followed closely by Director Su and Manager Wei. Upon witnessing Meng Fanxing and Director Su's entrance, the familiar chef from their previous culinary encounter greeted Meng warmly, to which Meng responded with equal enthusiasm. Upon learning that Meng intended to prepare the renowned monkey head dish, the chef's eyes sparkled with delight. Amidst a flurry of activity, Meng commenced his preparations. He first soaked the monkey head in cold water for over 10 minutes, subsequently replacing it with warm water. This meticulous process ensured that the natural flavors and nutrients of the monkey head were preserved within. Although the hour had already surpassed 4, there were no pressing matters at hand, allowing for a slight delay. Fortunately, the braising pot still contained a simmering young chicken, which appeared to be just what Meng required. Had it been an older hen, the dish would have boasted a richer flavor. The primary seasoning for this dish would be the chicken broth, complemented by the tender young chicken, thereby allowing the exquisite taste of the monkey head to shine through while introducing a unique flavor profile. Meng's knife skills had improved considerably during the recent days of culinary trials, rivaling those of the chefs present. In a bid to honor the monkey head's natural essence and the bounty of nature, Meng judiciously omitted any overpowering spices, ensuring that this northeastern delicacy was not compromised. He selected a young chicken, opting solely for the drumsticks and wings, which he diced into small pieces for a quick stir-fry. He then added half a bottle of Maotai liquor from the shelf for seasoning, followed by the old chicken broth from the braising pot, allowing it to simmer gently. At this point, the monkey head had fully rehydrated, and Meng carefully sliced it before placing it into the broth, allowing the flavors to meld together. The dish required approximately 40 more minutes of simmering. In the meantime, Meng took a piece of tenderloin, cut it into small segments, and marinated it with salt, cooking wine, and starch, intending to create a delightful crispy meat dish to add to the restaurant's offerings. As he finished plating the crispy meat, the monkey head dish reached its reduction phase. Meng adjusted the broth slightly, lifted the pot lid, and was immediately filled with joy. For the monkey head and chicken had taken on a subtly golden hue, signaling the perfect moment for completion. Meng further refined the broth to match the state of the monkey head, drizzling it around the pot's edge while gently shaking the pot to achieve a lustrous sheen. This ensured that the broth clung beautifully to the surface of the monkey head and chicken as he explained the process to the other chefs, striving for optimal presentation. Once the dish achieved an appetizing appearance that was simply irresistible, Meng extinguished the flame, carefully arranged the chicken pieces on one side of the plate, and artfully positioned the monkey head slices to create a visually stunning display. The translucent, golden-hued, peach-shaped creation captivated onlookers, and he then evenly drizzled the remaining broth over the dish, enhancing its aesthetic appeal while releasing a tantalizing aroma of the unique mushrooms that tantalized the senses of all present. The crowd was still recovering from the exhilarating experience of the crispy pork when yet another feast of visual and culinary delight beckoned them to indulge. Particularly, Manager Wei could not contain her astonishment. It had far surpassed her professional encounters. Finally, a few cilantro leaves were sprinkled atop the dish, appearing somewhat haphazard. Yet the vibrant green against the alluring golden hue captivated everyone's gaze. Even the master chef, who had previously prepared the monkey head dish, stood in stunned silence. Aware of the dish's name, but having never witnessed anyone recreate it, he knew it to be a lost recipe of the 8-treasure monkey head, once exclusively served to emperors in the royal court. To see it resurrected in their restaurant was beyond expectation. "Is this the secret 8-treasure monkey head?" the chef finally exclaimed, his eyes fixed intently on Meng Fanxing. At that moment, Meng Fanxing, who had felt no shame in her culinary skills, was jolted from her pride by the chef's astonished cry. Slowly, she turned to face him, her gaze resting on his surprised countenance. "You know this dish? Have you made it before?" Meng Fanxing's voice was low, yet in the quiet kitchen, it resonated clearly to several ears. She was somewhat taken aback. The chef who had taught her had mentioned that in contemporary China, no more than a handful of individuals could prepare this dish, and fewer still could capture its essence. How could I dare to make it? The recipe has become a legend. I have only heard of its finished state, where the monkey head and chicken boast a golden hue, with the broth exuding the natural fragrance of the monkey head. The monkey head, in turn, absorbs all the essence of the chicken soup. To be honest, even if I were to pass from this life, I could take comfort in having witnessed it. Master Lu's hands trembled with excitement, his lips quivering and his eyes glistening with tears. One can only imagine the depth of Master Lu's emotions. For a qualified chef, it is essential to learn about the myriad of culinary creations, especially for a chef from the Northeast, who should excel in the treasures of the North. Chapter 80. You child. Additional update. This dish is indeed the secret 8-treasure monkey head. However, due to time constraints and the selection of ingredients not reaching their optimal potential today, I could only grant it a score of 60 in my heart, deeming it barely passable. Meng Fanxing sighed inwardly. What? You only rated it 60? No. You are far too modest. The ingredients you used have exceeded my expectations. I could never achieve such a golden, enticing color with monkey head. This is undoubtedly consistent with the legendary secret 8-treasure monkey head. I am truly in awe, Master Lu argued passionately with Meng Fanxing. Oh, my old friend's version is even more astonishing. That is the true essence. Master Lu, what exactly is this secret 8-treasure monkey head? Manager Wei interjected, observing the two in their animated discussion about the dish, somewhat perplexed, and directly nudged Master Lu for clarification. Let us allow the culinary master to speak, for he undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of the essence of this dish than I do. This lifetime is more than sufficient. Haha. I wonder if you would consider taking me on as your apprentice. Although I am no longer youthful and lack the vitality of the young, I do bring years of experience. Master Lu has been momentarily taken aback. Your words suggest a mutual exchange of culinary insights. Yet the traditional practices of apprenticeship may be best set aside. You have understood the steps I outlined earlier, have you not? I shall remain here for a few days. When time permits, let us indulge in a few drinks together, haha. Meng Fanxing is not inclined to accept an apprentice of my age. If I were to stroll down the street, calling myself a master, the attention I would garner would rival that of a stunning beauty. Even a figure in a revealing bikini would not possess the allure and potency that my title commands. Uttering the word master would certainly leave a lasting impression. Very well. I shall treat you to drinks and prepare a few of my signature dishes, and I humbly request your guidance, Master Lu, who appears quite pleased. Director Su remains in a state of shock from the revelations shared, as though he has heard the name of the secret 8-treasure monkey head dish somewhere before. Yet, the memory escapes him, as it pertains to an event long past, leaving a vague but profound impression. This dish seems to be a renowned delicacy from the imperial kitchens, served exclusively to the emperor, prized for both the rarity of its ingredients and the complexity of its preparation. The fact that it has reached such a level of excellence in just over an hour is indeed remarkable. Moreover, the astonishment displayed by Master Lu underscores the dish's significance and the esteem in which it is held, further suggesting that tonight will indeed be a culinary delight. However, he refrains from making any overt inquiries, unlike Manager Wei, mindful of his position as a high-ranking official within the Provincial Supply Corporation. This is a matter of both dignity and experience. A single dish must not diminish his stature, exemplifying the qualities expected of those in power. 2 dishes, alongside those prepared by other chefs, are served at the table. Meng Fanxing takes a seat beside Director Su, who is accompanied by Manager Wei, while Heir Lungzi and Uncle Li sit alongside her. Accountant Feng has been invited to sit next to Manager Wei, serving as his companion. Director Su is in exceptionally high spirits today, having arranged for 2 additional bottles of Maotai to be brought to the table. He pours drinks for the others, and all eyes are on him. Should he not take the first bite, no one else dares to speak. The attention of the group is entirely focused on him. Xiao Wei, these individuals are Fanxing's friends, It is your duty to ensure they are well taken care of, he commands with a smile, delegating the responsibility of hospitality. Very well. I shall raise a toast on behalf of Director Su. Today marks the first meeting with Comrade Fanxing, and I hope everyone will feel at ease. Allow me to propose a toast, Manager Wei declares, rising to drain his glass in a single gulp. As Director Su was about to lift her glass, she was gently restrained by Meng Fanxing's touch on her arm, who, with an expectant gleam in his eyes, silently urged her to savor the dish he had prepared. Auntie, do try it first. Surely, I deserve a favorable review, Meng Fanxing whispered, his voice barely audible yet distinctly heard by others, particularly Accountant Feng across the table, whose gaze was drawn towards them. Aware that she had interrupted the convivial atmosphere, Meng Fanxing graciously addressed the other guests. Please continue enjoying your drinks and dishes. I wish to share a private moment with Director Su. With a radiant smile, he added a touch of levity to the situation. Manager Wei, momentarily taken aback by the shift in address, quickly regained composure through her extensive experience in the hospitality industry. Understanding that this was not the time to intrude upon her superior's privacy. Some matters are best left unobserved, and even if one hears, it is prudent to feign ignorance. Let us enjoy our meal and drinks. Manager Wei cheerfully invited, embodying the essence of a seasoned hospitality professional. She began to refill the glasses and raised her own in a toast to the others. Director Su delicately picked up a piece of the monkey head mushroom, its golden, hair-like filaments almost too beautiful to consume. Yet, compelled by Meng Fanxing's eager gaze, she resolutely placed it in her mouth. In the next moment, her eyes widened as an unprecedented flavor unfurled upon her palate, prompting her to close her eyes and savor the experience. The unique aroma of the mushroom filled her mouth, devoid of any earthy taste, with gentle notes reminiscent of both mushrooms and chicken. Director Su thought to herself, no wonder the young man discouraged her from drinking. Any hint of alcohol would overshadow this authentic essence of nature, an utter waste of such a delightful experience. Opening her eyes, Director Su nodded slightly at Meng Fanxing, who, employing his unused chopsticks, offered her another piece, placing it on her plate with a meaningful glance. She lifted the slice again, and this time, the rich flavor was even more pronounced. It suddenly dawned on her who had introduced her to this dish, a high-ranking provincial leader, a figure she held in deep reverence. Turning her gaze back to Meng Fanxing, she realized that only royalty could indulge in such culinary delights. This simple phrase revealed her understanding of the dish's origin, and although her expression remained composed, her eyes betrayed her excitement. Meng Fanxing nodded subtly, extending his chopsticks once more to place another piece on her plate before taking one for himself, savoring it slowly. The texture was tender and slightly chewy, and the distinctive aroma of the mushroom elicited a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Meng Fanxing observed Director Su as he savored another piece of the monkey head mushroom, mirroring his own deliberate chewing and appreciation of nature's bounty. They exchanged a knowing smile, and Director Su took the initiative to slightly rotate the table, signaling his satisfaction and inviting everyone to partake. Below them sat Lengzi and Uncle Li, and at that moment, Meng Fanxing felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, those at the table hailed from the mountains, where dining customs were less formal, and he feared they might indulge as they would at home, hastily scooping up several pieces of the mushroom and swallowing them whole. However, the next moment brought him relief. Lengzi and Uncle Li, like Meng Fanxing, delicately picked up a piece of the mushroom and placed it in their mouths. Just as he was silently congratulating them on their progress, Lengzi uttered a phrase that made Meng Fanxing smack his forehead in exasperation. It was a quintessential expression from the Northeast, instinctively blurted out. Wow, what is this dish? It's simply exquisite. Upon finishing his remark, Lengzi quickly covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes reflecting a hint of guilt as he looked sheepishly at Meng Fanxing, his closest brother. Come on, everyone. Give it a try. This was personally prepared by Xiao Meng, he added. He said he wanted to show off a bit today. Director Su, having overheard the young man's words and noticing Meng Fanxing's embarrassed reaction, sought to alleviate the tension, lightening the atmosphere. Everyone, do taste this. It's a specialty of our Daxing'anling region. Whoever guesses the ingredient right will receive a glass of Maotai as a reward, she declared. Meng Fanxing felt compelled to acknowledge Director Su's goodwill. In such a setting, it would be embarrassing to refuse. Yet, he also wished to see her pleased. Oh, you young man, never mind. Everyone, please try it. If anyone guesses correctly, I shall pour them a drink. Director Su was evidently in high spirits today. A rare occasion for her to serve drinks unless it was for high-ranking officials, something only a director of her stature would do. Accountant Feng and the driver from his car cautiously took a bite, using chopsticks to select a piece. When it came to Manager Wei, Her expression upon tasting the mushroom was even more exaggerated than Director Sue's, as women's taste buds tend to be more sensitive. "Auntie, give it another try. This time it will have a hint of chicken flavor," Meng Fanxing suggested softly. His words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting Director Sue to trust him implicitly. As she picked up her chopsticks once more and selected another piece, sharing a knowing smile with Meng Fanxing. "Why is that?" Director Sue inquired softly. "This is due to each piece of monkey head mushroom cooling slightly after being exposed to air. Ideally, this dish should be enjoyed hot. My old friend had a way of imparting an additional flavor to this dish, but unfortunately, we lack that particular ingredient here. I will gather it for you next time and prepare another for you to try," Meng Fanxing explained, seeking to provide clarity. "Well, I eagerly anticipate what further marvels you can conjure with this dish. Nevertheless, this is already the finest meal I have ever had, and I consider myself quite fortunate," remarked Director Sue with a smile. "Indeed, the ingredients are exceedingly rare and difficult to procure. By the way, I have brought you some venison, along with deer blood and a bit of wild boar meat. These were freshly hunted by our village. After we finish our meal, I shall ensure you take some with you." Meng Fanxing seized the opportunity to say, "You dear child, my sister's family lacks for nothing. Why do you insist on this? Very well. This shall be the last time," Director Sue responded, though her eyes and countenance radiated joy and delight, devoid of any trace of annoyance. Her expression was unmistakably filled with happiness, as this was one of her most joyous moments in recent times. After all, the wedding banquet 2 days prior had garnered her considerable praise and commendation from her superiors. This time, with such excellent planning in this remarkable dish, she was profoundly impressed. She understood the caliber of cuisine consumed by emperors. In her experience, it was something she had only heard of, never having had the opportunity, let alone the possibility, to taste or even witness. Now, not only had she savored it, but she had also indulged in several bites, which naturally elevated her spirits. Her chopsticks reached for the tenderloin dish, and after taking a bite, she nodded in satisfaction. Though there was no element of surprise, her contentment was evident. This dish, known as crispy pork, was universally adored by both adults and children alike, serving as an excellent accompaniment to drinks. However, its preparation was somewhat intricate and oil-intensive, yet, as a signature dish, it was well worth the effort. As the evening progressed, with drinks flowing and dishes savored, Director Sue observed the few villagers who had accompanied Meng Fanxing becoming increasingly inebriated. Raising his glass, he turned to Accountant Feng and began to speak, intent on articulating his requests. "Accountant Feng, since there is little to do tonight, let us indulge a bit more to relieve our fatigue. Tomorrow, you will be taking back some supplies. Assess what the village requires, and do not hesitate to voice your needs." Director Sue's remarks were primarily directed at Accountant Feng. Given that Meng Fanxing had introduced him and highlighted his position, "How can we?" Accountant Feng, emboldened slightly by the alcohol, still found himself somewhat at a loss for words in the presence of such a high-ranking official from the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative, stuttering as he spoke. "Do not worry. This is merely our Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative extending support and assistance to the grassroots in rural areas. We are well aware of the hardships faced by the countryside. Each year, the farmers strive to conserve resources, and we are cognizant of this. When you require assistance, we must certainly take action." Director Sue's words were genuinely eloquent, positioning him on a moral high ground while laying the groundwork for future endeavors. "These are indeed our responsibilities. Sigh, this time our Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative system is attempting to sell spicy cabbage, and I am indeed under considerable pressure. I fear that while some areas may succeed in selling it, others may not. Thus, I intend to invite Comrade Xiao Meng to assist in training our sales staff, while also compiling a summary of the various local situations to gather sales information as swiftly as possible. I hope it is convenient for her to work in the province for 2 days." Director Sue's words are indeed insightful. On one hand, it is unwise to mention giving you something beforehand, which might silence your objections. Consider this: when you receive goods that are desperately needed in rural areas, how can one refuse a leader? There is an old saying, "Accepting gifts makes one indebted." One must ponder this. Not only will the materials be taken back, but one must also entertain at the banquet, with a charming manager pouring drinks and sharing meals. Can one truly voice a refusal in such a scenario? Moreover, the drinks served are Mao Tai, a privilege typically reserved for high-ranking officials from the province. And then there's the monkey head mushroom. What does that signify? Such delicacies are not for just anyone. Accountant Feng, a cultured individual and a leader in the village, surely knows of the rarity and value of monkey head mushrooms. The exquisite dishes prepared in this grand restaurant speak for themselves. Rest assured, leader, We will arrange for Comrade Xiao Meng to stay in the province to assist with the leadership's work. Accountant Feng decisively supported Meng Fanxing's decision and then turned to her, saying, Comrade Xiao Meng, do not worry about matters at home. We will handle the preliminary preparations. When you return, you can directly oversee your work. But, Accountant Feng, the situation over there is truly urgent. Meng Fanxing feigned a troubled expression. Feng did not anticipate that Meng would refuse in front of the provincial leaders. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow. After all, these are high-ranking officials. And how could they be denied such a request? Comrade Xiao Meng, remember, our service to the people should not be limited by the gains and losses of a single city or district. Rural work is essential. Yet we must also bear the pressure to excel in provincial tasks. Do not let difficult emotions hinder you. Indeed, follow the directives from the provincial leaders. Feng was genuinely anxious, continuously signaling to Meng Fanxing. Well then, I will heed Captain Feng's advice and do my utmost to excel in my work here. By the way, let everyone prepare some sweet potato strips when I return. The demand for those to weave transport baskets is quite substantial. Meng Fanxing deliberately mentioned a need. As if the village could not operate without her. Meng Fanxing performed her act of reluctance with great finesse, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable sense of attachment and difficulty. All right, leave this matter to me. You can focus on your work in the city with peace of mind. In 2 days, I will arrange for someone to pick you up from the town. You should return alone. I am uneasy with the livestock already leaving the village. Upon hearing that Meng Fanxing had agreed, Accountant Feng felt a genuine sense of happiness and relief. Rest assured, we will manage matters in the village for you. Do not worry, for at this moment, Erlongzi has unexpectedly offered his assistance. With a playful nudge of his elbow towards Meng Fanxing, he implied that he should promptly agree, lest he miss this opportunity. Very well, I shall heed everyone's advice, Meng Fanxing replied, his expression betraying a semblance of anguish. As though consenting to this matter was an immense burden, his countenance resembled that of someone who had just bitten into freshly harvested bitter herbs, the taste lingering bitterly in his mouth. Director Su, observing Meng Fanxing's distressed visage, could not help but gain a newfound appreciation for this young lad. Recognizing him as a master of theatrics, although he had already acquiesced to her request, he now donned such a pained expression, which brought a smile to her heart. The others, unaware of the background of this situation, felt joy for Meng Fanxing, who had come from the city, relishing the comforts of urban life, savoring meals at proper dining establishments, and resting upon pristine bedding. To Accountant Feng's astonishment, Meng Fanxing's rapport with the provincial leaders was evidently strong. Even summoning his aunt, indicative of a formidable connection, indeed, a substantial backing. Moreover, why was old Li, the vehicle owner, so exuberant? A visit to the city promised fine dining and refreshing drinks. If he could return to the guest house for a hot shower and a night in crisp white linens, he would grasp the underlying pleasures of this arrangement. Once business was concluded, Comrade Meng would return with our delivery vehicle. Should the demand here be significant, we could transport the next batch of goods directly, settling accounts at the supply and marketing cooperative in the town. I shall request Director Lu Weiwei to finalize the settlement. Upon perceiving the success of the endeavor, Director Su felt a surge of happiness. This arrangement was splendid. Otherwise, the round trip would consume 2 or 3 days. And the greenhouse at home required urgent attention. Without timely construction, the prospect of enjoying fresh vegetables by the new year seemed bleak. Meng Fanxing's heart brimmed with joy, as this solution alleviated future transportation concerns. Your reasoning is sound, Director Su remarked, having indulged in an ample meal. Witnessing the situation unfold satisfactorily filled her with delight. Retaining Meng Fanxing was genuinely her desire, as she sought to engage further with him and glean more about his background. Haha, these dishes won't add much to my waistline. Meng Fanxing chuckled awkwardly. What are you thinking, child? At my age, such matters are of little concern, she teased. Hey, tonight I shall ponder on preparing some appetizing dishes for tomorrow. In truth, your figure is just right. Do not vigilantly restrict your diet, for it is detrimental to your health. Aunt knows you worry excessively. Focus on the tasks I entrusted to you, for tomorrow marks the beginning of your work, and failure could lead to repercussions. Director Su gently tapped Meng Fanxing's arm, imparting her wise counsel as a caring elder. The entire table was not only stunned by Accountant Feng, but Manager Wei was equally astonished. However, she skillfully concealed her expression, rising to arrange for the staff to prepare 3 rooms in the lodging house at the back, particularly instructing that Meng Fanxing should have a room to himself, a gesture to foster goodwill. Upon her return, they exchanged a few more pleasantries before dispersing. Meng Fanxing then took Erlongzi to load the venison and wild boar meat into Director Su's vehicle before they both returned to their room. As soon as they reached the door, Accountant Feng approached, his grip still tightly clenching a small bag filled with cash, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. After all, nearly 800 yuan in goods must not encounter any mishap, and he was now worried about being relieved of it during the night. Young Meng, is there any way to safeguard this money? If I carry it on me? Fear not, Uncle Feng. This is the Provincial Supply and Marketing Cooperative's lodging house. No thieves will come here to collect debts. If you're concerned, I can inform the front desk to secure it in their safe, Meng Fanxing replied, not wishing to trouble others, for he considered such a sum trivial. We owe no one, and I certainly don't believe in ghosts or deities, Accountant Feng retorted, puzzled and dissatisfied. When I refer to ghosts, I mean thieves. This place is secure, and besides, there are others in your room. Even if you need to use the restroom, with someone else present, who would dare sneak in to steal money? I'm just being cautious. Honestly, with so much cash, I was quite careful while dining earlier. All is well. Return, enjoy a warm bath, and have a good night's rest. Very well then. I truly envy how effortlessly you earn this money. Before long, our village could become a prosperous community. With such wealth, I would hardly know what to do with it, Accountant Feng remarked, his cheeks flushed. A mix of excitement and the effects of alcohol. Uncle Feng, consider this. With newfound wealth, should we not buy some flour for everyone? The new year is just a few months away. We ought to celebrate after a year of hard work. Moreover, should we not procure essential supplies for the upcoming year in advance? Meng Fanxing suggested, helping Accountant Feng enumerate the possibilities, gradually altering his expression. You young people earn quickly, but you spend just as fast. If you keep calculating like that, the money in my hands will vanish entirely. If your uncle hears of this, he will surely scold you for being wasteful, Accountant Feng exclaimed, now visibly flustered. Uncle Feng, consider this. Earning money is merely the first step. It must be reinvested. If we let it sit idle, will it multiply? Certainly not. Only by circulating money can it grow. Just think, if our greenhouse yields a bountiful harvest, we could profit significantly this winter and again in spring. At the very least, we should earn more than other teams over 2 seasons. Young Meng, your words bring me joy. Indeed, as you say, money begets money, growing like a snowball, expanding continuously. We can buy clothes for the children and ensure that the people in our village no longer have to subsist on watery porridge with scarcely a grain of rice. Indeed, one must still partake of the thin gruel. It is unwise to indulge excessively at every meal. Overindulgence can adversely affect one's health and foster a sense of lethargy. A clear illustration of the principle that extremes can lead to reversals. Yes, it is crucial to avoid excessive feasting. One must endure hardships when necessary. Meng Fanxing poured a cup of hot water for Accountant Feng, and they settled down on the bed and chair, engaging in conversation. For Accountant Feng, these matters had truly surpassed his comprehension. The amount of money in his pocket was nearing half of the total savings of the entire group. If he were to sell a few more times, he found himself hesitant to contemplate the implications in the past. Enduring poverty filled everyone with trepidation. The days of hunger were indelibly etched in the memories of those in every village. The experience of being awakened in the middle of the night by hunger, the stomach's vehement protests, no one understood that feeling better than they did. At times, after working, one could feel utterly drained, drenched in sweat, the sensation of physical exhaustion overwhelming. Accountant Feng was acutely aware of that feeling of depletion. It was, in truth, the result of hunger-induced hypoglycemia, a genuine ailment. It was not only the men who suffered. The women bore the brunt of hardship as well, as the scant provisions at home were primarily reserved for the children and the elderly. The most burdened were the women, for besides the aged and the children, they represented the household's labor force. As the two conversed, a knock sounded at the door. Meng Fanxing opened it to find Manager Wei standing there, a smile gracing her face, holding a sheet of stationery and a fountain pen. Comrade Meng Fanxing, I understand you might have a habit of jotting things down, so I brought you some stationery and a pen. Additionally, this package of tea leaves is a personal reserve of mine, of average quality, just to tide you over. I shall procure some finer ones for you tomorrow, Manager Wei said with a smile. Thank you. I am profoundly grateful. I truly need paper and a pen. The long night beckons me to write something, Meng Fanxing replied. Aware of Manager Wei's motivations behind her thoughtful gesture, recognizing her potential for shrewdness. That's splendid. Since Accountant Feng is present, I shall take my leave, Manager Wei noted. Having observed another person in the room, although she had many questions for Meng Fanxing. Very well, I shall visit you tomorrow to discuss other matters, Meng Fanxing remarked. As she preferred to avoid discussing business late at night with a woman in her room, particularly considering the sensitivities surrounding gender relations, this was no trivial matter. With Manager Wei's departure, Accountant Feng, uncertain whether his presence might disturb Meng Fanxing, also took his leave, heading back to wash up and retire for the night. The room fell silent once more, enveloping Meng Fanxing in tranquility. Spreading out the letterhead upon the table, Meng Fanxing contemplated the winter dishes of the season, namely, radishes, cabbages, and potatoes, quintessential staples of home cooking. Moreover, there exists the distinctive pickled cabbage of the Northeast, a staple that every local has mastered in its preparation. The flavor of the traditional large pot stews surpasses any individual effort. Hence, Meng Fanxing focused on the radishes, cabbages, and potatoes. For the common folk of Northeast China harbor a profound aversion to these vegetables, loathing them to an extreme. Yet, during the harsh winter months, there are few other greens that can be stored, providing sustenance to the people throughout the season. Thus, Meng Fanxing pondered how to creatively utilize these ingredients, ensuring that the resulting dishes would cater to the needs of wedding banquets or everyday dining patrons. This led to the conception of a dish, the jade-colored steamed meatballs. This recipe involves extracting moisture from the green radish using salt or sugar, squeezing out the excess, and combining it with minced meat to form meatballs that are then steamed. A sauce, thickened with starch, is poured over the dish just before serving, resulting in an exquisite appearance and delightful texture. Additionally, he crafted a radish meatball soup, thus transforming one type of radish into two distinct dishes, allowing diners to enjoy a more varied and appetizing experience, rather than the monotony of the past. The pickled radish became a beloved dish for all. As for the cabbage, aside from stir-frying and stewing, it can also be served as a cold dish. After a moment of reflection, Meng Fanxing conceived another idea, a steamed dish wherein minced meat is wrapped in cabbage leaves and steamed, served with a dipping sauce made from soy sauce, chili, and various seasonings. The tender cabbage leaves enveloping the meat, dipped into the sauce, offer a pleasing taste, marking yet another of Meng Fanxing's novel creations. After a flurry of activity, he meticulously recorded the steps and corresponding ingredients for these dishes, only to realize that over an hour had passed. Fatigue began to set in, prompting him to reflect on the importance of gradual progress rather than overwhelming oneself with urgency. One must be the indispensable chef that others require. As long as there is a need, one will not be cast aside and will be treated with utmost respect. However, should one lose their value, they would find themselves as insignificant as a mere piece of toilet paper. What kind? One could ponder. Gathering his writing implements, Meng Fanxing proceeded to draw a bath, cherishing the rare opportunity afforded him, a luxury not often available due to the constraints of rural life. Early the next morning, Lungzi was the first to rise, his footsteps and restrained cough echoing in the corridor, stirring Meng Fanxing from his slumber. After a moment's hesitation, he descended to feed the livestock, ensuring they were well fed and hydrated so as not to impede their journey. This diligence is precisely why he garnered the attention and respect of Master Chiao and Accountant Feng. After all, working outside with sustenance provided, without the backbreaking toil of laboring in the fields, while seated in a cart caring for the driver and witnessing the world beyond, is a privilege envied by many. He was acutely aware that upon his return, the gaze of the villagers would be laden with envy and longing, particularly from his peers who yearned to venture out as he had. This understanding was a significant factor in his eagerness to assist the vehicle owner, who relished having him accompany on outings. Upon completing his tasks, he arrived at the threshold of his room, where Meng Fanxing had already opened the door, her eyes fixed on Lungzi's discomfort, and she playfully delivered a punch to his shoulder. Meng Fanxing was cognizant that Lungzi's demeanor indicated he sought her assistance. Yet she contemplated withholding her acquiescence, believing that one should present a semblance of formality when soliciting help. It was not prudent to concede too readily. She thought it wise to first extract some form of interest or benefit. Lungzi rubbed his large hands together, akin to a child who had erred, his anxious demeanor marred by beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I was thinking of staying in the provincial capital for a few more days before heading back. He finally mustered the courage to voice his request. Brother, what do you intend to do in the provincial capital? Is there something you need? And no. It's just that since I've finally made it to the provincial capital, I wanted to see more of what you mentioned. The trains and airplanes. I've seen the house, but there is still so much I haven't explored. His eyes glimmered with a hint of desperation. Let us defer this for now. Do you realize the weight of the task awaiting you upon your return? We need Sister Chin to prepare 4,000 pounds of spicy cabbage, and you must help oversee that. Additionally, regarding the willow basket weaving, it is crucial that you ensure they create elongated shapes rather than the old-fashioned rustic baskets. This detail is paramount, as it pertains to future loading issues. Is it absolutely necessary for me to supervise? Lungzi protested, somewhat reluctant. Consider this. When our vegetables are ready for harvest, they will need to be loaded. If we load them one by one, especially in the bitter cold of winter, it will be excruciatingly slow. You know better than anyone how frigid it can be. If the freshly picked vegetables freeze, who will we sell them to? Will you eat them yourself? This is a matter of money. Do you grasp that? After a moment of contemplation, Lungzi ultimately acquiesced. All right, once things settle down on our end, I will bring you an area to the provincial capital. We'll ride in a big bus, and I promise you will see plenty. However, now is truly not the right time. The household is exceedingly busy. Why bring Arya? Why not bring Dia? Lungzi inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. Arya is younger, and I thought it would be beneficial for her to witness the world outside. Meng Fanxing had initially intended to use Arya to disseminate the novel experiences observed in the provincial capital back to the village, instilling in the children a desire to pursue education and a dream of escaping the mountains. But Dia could also benefit from such exposure. Wouldn't that be advantageous? Oh, Meng Fanxing found herself momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by Lungzi's inquiry. I wish to take Dia along to experience the big city as well, Lungzi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In the words of the simpleton, there is evidently a glimmer of hope and longing. However, within Meng Fanxing's heart lies a contrasting sentiment. Do you possess the courage for this? Or perhaps your flesh is sufficiently resilient to endure the consequences. If you are unafraid of Lord Xiao's reprimands, then you may accompany him. Meng Fanxing found herself at a loss for words. After all, it is somewhat acceptable to take the little girl, Arya, out for a bit of fun and to broaden her horizons. But to escort Lord Xiao's cherished daughter, does that not suggest ulterior motives? Would Lord Xiao permit such a thing? Yet, you fear not the consequences when taking Arya along. What do I have to fear? My intentions are pure. I merely wish to allow the little girl to experience the wonders of the big city, so she may return and regale the other children with tales of the outside world. Tell me, do you have the time to share such stories with those snot-nosed little rascals? Or do I? As for Daya, you have a point there. It simply cannot be that Dia does no work while entertaining the little ones with stories. However, I wish to take her out as well, to see the marvels of the world and enjoy a sumptuous meal at a fine restaurant. Would you be able to afford such a feast for Dia? I cannot. But would it not be feasible to accompany you? Reflect on our last 2 outings. We all returned with our bellies full. So, are you really going to deny Dia her share? Second brother, when someone treats us to a meal, it is a matter of courtesy. Do you not understand that such favors must be reciprocated? It is not as if you can expect the prominent leaders to entertain you with every visit. Who do you think you are? Meng Fanxing rolled her eyes. I see how close you are with the leaders. Surely they would not fail to invite you. We are merely tagging along. After all, you are indeed correct. The simpleton has finally grasped the situation. Second brother, repaying such favors is rather challenging. Consider this. Do the city's leaders truly lack the venison or wild boar we provide? They are hardly in want of anything. If not for our spicy kimchi and the future vegetables from our greenhouses, would they even acknowledge us? This implies they are somewhat reliant on us, does it not? Are you suggesting that we should prevent them from selling these goods to others? Meng Fanxing sighed heavily. The simpleton, in his current mindset, had failed to grasp the harsh realities at hand. Do you intend to sell these items on the black market or somewhere else? Do you even have a choice? Indeed. With our delectable spicy kimchi, could we not simply drive a cart through the city streets and sell it all? I find it astonishing how effortless it seems for you to sell goods. Who does not praise our kimchi? Second brother, you. If we were to appear on the streets with a cart full of kimchi, we would undoubtedly be reported, and the authorities would arrive, red armbands in tow, to apprehend you and confine you to a small dark room, forcing you to survive on stale bread and pickled vegetables. Meng Fanxing truly found herself at a loss for words. But, should we not be allowed to sell our own goods? Second brother, the truth is, we are indeed prohibited from selling them. It is against the rules. Meng Fanxing spoke with an undeniable certainty that left no room for rebuttal, rendering the simpleton silent. Is this not a form of bullying? After a moment, the simpleton managed to utter a phrase. This is the reality, and it reflects the current management of policies. Therefore, you must adhere to these policies and regulations. Meng Fanxing sat down earnestly and spoke to Lungzi, urging her to absorb her words and not to act foolishly. This situation is utterly absurd. We cannot sell our own possessions and must instead rely on someone else to do so. Why should they profit from our efforts? I cannot comprehend this. These are the rules. Whether you understand them or not, they must be followed. If everyone shares your perspective, this city would descend into chaos. And that is simply unacceptable at this juncture. So when do you believe it will be acceptable? How much longer must we wait? These are our own belongings. And yet we are not the ones making the decisions. Why should others dictate our fate? Is this not a form of oppression? Meng Fanxing was momentarily taken aback by Lungzi's words, a person who had come down from the mountains.